9 Sun God King Chapter 21:18 to Chapter 21:72. Little Thunder God is in a half-conscious state. He is doing his utmost to resist the dreadful wine power and at the same time refining the 9 drunken divine liquids power. He can hear Qin Yan and Xian Rujing's voice. He also knows that Little Grass God has been sent rolling on the ground by the slap, but he can do nothing. Little Thunder God has finally experienced the dreadfulness of the 9 drunken divine liquid. What he is most shocked about is that the masked man drank so many cups but nothing happened to him. If they don't acknowledge their debt, they will pay a bitter price. Xian Rujing's ice-cold voice arrived. It is filled with a kind of chilling intent, causing everyone present to shiver. Qin Yan got up, walked on the stage and followed Xian Rujing out through a door. Those disciples of famous sects are endlessly envious. To be able to accompany ice and snow goddess in drinking, this is a great honor. Xian Rujing is slowly walking in the front, leading Qin Yan through a secret passage. She did not speak a word on the way. Not long after, Xian Rujing brought Qin Yan to an elegant and spacious room. After Qin Yan entered, he can't help but take a few deep breaths because this place is filled with a kind of bewitching fragrance. Still not taking off your mask? Xian Rujing's originally cold voice suddenly became very gentle. Her beautiful eyes flickered with gentle ripples. Qin Yan laughed, took off his mask, looked at Xian Rujing and said, "Divine Desolate's most beautiful ice and snow goddess, hello." Xian Rujing bit her lips and looked at Qin Yan. The moment he took off his mask, her beautiful eyes that are filled with tenderness, tears started flowing down uncontrollably. Finally, she is able to see the man she has been yearning for again. For more than 100 years, she has been suffering from lovesickness. Every time she thought that she will never see him again, an indescribable pain rushed up in her heart. Xian Rujing ferociously threw herself into Qin Yan's bosom, then vigorously bit Qin Yan and said in low voice, "Why are you only here now? I missed you so much, I thought I would never see you again." "Xiaoyun, did you suffer a lot to come to Divine Desolate?" The snow goddess, who was usually cold and aloof like an iceberg, was now sobbing like a pear blossom in the rain. This was especially so when she thought of how Qin Yan was cursed by heavenly punishment. He would have to suffer all sorts of pain when heading to the upper realm. She could not help but feel her heart throbbing in pain. Qin Yan hugged the fragrant beauty in his arms and caressed her tearful and beautiful face. He said with a gentle smile, "No matter how bitter and difficult the heavenly punishment is, it can't stop me from seeing you." Xian Rujing's eyes are dripping with tears. The cave is filled with heartless deep affection. She stared at Qin Yan and angrily said in low voice, "Don't speak, quickly kiss me." Qin Yan smiled and kissed the beauty's beautiful red lips. With this kiss, the two of them felt as if time had stopped. They didn't know how much time had passed, but the feelings that had filled their hearts for so many years were finally satisfied. This pair of lovers had been separated for many years. Now that they were deeply in love, after kissing, they hugged each other tightly. They didn't hold back and interacted with each other, allowing their souls to sublimate to the peak of joy when their emotions collided. No one knew whether it was night or day. In a secret room in the Flower Moon Pavilion, the snow goddess's beautiful face was filled with a sweet smile. Suddenly, she abruptly sat up, her face revealed a trace of fear. She promptly looked at Qin Yan who was sleeping beside her and immediately let out a sigh of relief. She was worried that all the beautiful and peerless experience from before was just a dream. She is still not at ease. She lightly bit Qin Yan's arm. Feeling that familiar feeling, she revealed a relieved smile. Qin Yan opened his eyes, smiled and pinched Xian Rujing's lily-white hand and said, "What? Do you think you are dreaming?" Xian Rujing lied down, leaned on Qin Yan's body. Her lily-white hand is caressing Qin Yan's robust chest. Earlier they were intoxicated in the wonderful joy of meeting and did not have any conversation. Now they are talking about what they wanted to say. "Xiaoyun, now I have double feelings for you. My reborn feelings were born because of you." Xian Rujing said in soft voice, "I have experienced forgetting you, experienced losing my feelings, experienced the pain of lovesickness. Now that I can see you again, it can be considered as suffering torture." Qin Yan said, "This can be considered as a kind of heavenly punishment curse. Back then when you helped me cultivate Sacred Vein, it already began. When I helped you cultivate Sacred Vein, you and I were muddle-headed. Later when I lost my feelings, we became muddle-headed again. Only now, are we the real deal?" Xian Rujing smiled sweetly, but then again, back when I lost my feelings, I did not treat you unfairly, we were together often. Qin Yin said with mischievous smile, indeed, moreover you took the initiative. Ice goddess, even if you don't have feelings, you are still so ice cold. Humph. Xian Rujing laughed in anger and pinched Qin Yin. Sister Rujing, you have cultivated 9 divine veins, did Sister Kiru say how to use them? Qin Yin suddenly asked, he is still very concerned about this matter. Sister Kiru said that my 9 divine veins is very special, it must be cultivated in coordination with heaven's divine moon. Xian Rujing said with smile, of course, cultivating with you is also very good. Ice goddess, didn't you want me to accompany you to drink wine? Qin Yin suddenly recalled this matter and said with smile. You are 9-Sun Palace King, King of Gods, it is too boring to make you accompany me to drink wine, wouldn't it be better to make you accompany me to sleep? Xian Rujing said with giggle. How did you learn bad things? Qin Yin pinched Xian Rujing's slender jade waist and said with smile. Isn't it all because of Yuan sect, you little girl, these past few years you have taught me many things, it is also thanks to her that I am able to hold on, otherwise I don't know what would have happened to me. Xian Rujing said with charming smile. Xian Rujing very much wants to know what happened to Qin Yin after that. She stayed beside Qin Yin and listened to him narrating his experience from sacred desolate to heaven's divine desolate. Yuan is really something, I met her before, you contacted her but she actually did not tell me. Xian Rujing said with angry smile, it must have been you husband and wife who joined hands to make fun of me. You met Yuan before? She didn't tell you about this? Qin Yin is somewhat curious. Of course not, it seems like she wanted you to give me a pleasant surprise. Xian Rujing thought about this point, then gently caressed Qin Yin's handsome face and said with smile, this is truly a pleasant surprise. Qin Yin said, 9-Sun divine maidens, none of them are in Mother Moon? What have they been busy with these past few years? Speaking about this matter, Xian Rujing is somewhat worried and said, I don't know, they never told us. In short, they are all busy with their own things, it must be that 9-Sun divine maiden's mission. Oh that's right, Yu Tian separated from Yushi's body. Xian Rujing said. Yu Tian was originally the palace master of Heaven Creation Divine Palace, because her soul was about to perish, she fused with Yushi who was Princess Xianxia at that time. Now Yushi has arrived in Divine Desolate and obtained Mother Moon's help, Yu Tian can be reborn. Yushi, Yu Tian, Sister Bingxing, they all look the same right? Qin Yin said. Yushi is the 9-Sun royal family's clan emperor, she looks exactly the same as Bingxing, appearance is more or less the same but character is different. When Xiaoxi was Princess Xianxia, she was a bit ice cold but after she recovered her memories, she became a sunny and forthright woman. And Yu Tian is just a little demoness. There is no need to talk about Sister Bingxing, she is even colder than me. Xian Rujing said. Sister Bingxing is just like you on the outside. Qin Yin said with smile. Yuan also talked about this matter, I really could not tell that Sister Bingxing is actually like this. Xian Rujing giggled and said, of course, I am very gentle in front of you but Sister Bingxing is different, even when she is together with you, she is ice cold. Qin Yin said, Sister Rujing, have you seen Sister Star God? I haven't even seen her properly. I am afraid that after you see her, you won't like this Sister Rujing. Xian Rujing's expression is filled with jealousy, she said with charming smile, that demoness is very bad. There is a big problem with her star god position, I want to help her restore it. Qin Yin said. She told me about this matter. Xian Rujing promptly got up, put on her clothes and said, Xiao Yun, I will go find her now. Her god position is damaged, this matter is very important, she is my good sister, she has comforted me a lot these past few years. Qin Yin said, Sister Rujing, are you going to leave immediately? Xian Rujing said with gentle smile, little brother Xiao Yun, are you reluctant to part with big sister? Of course I am reluctant. Qin Yin hugged her and kissed her forehead. So long as I know that you can come to Heaven's Divine Desolate, I will feel relieved. Xian Rujing also kissed Qin Yin's cheek. Then will you still drink wine in the future? Qin Yin said with smile, speaking of which, among the gods, there is no such thing as wine god. If you don't let me drink, I won't drink. I will listen to you. Xian Rujing said. No problem, the wine you brewed is very awesome. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile, that 9 drunken divine liquid is also very strong. Xian Rujing recalled Little Thunder God and Little Grass God from before. She very angrily stamped her foot and said, "You two guys actually bullied you, I will crush them to death." "Oh, that's right, what is going on with Thunder God?" Qin Yan asked. Xian Rujing is a high-level god in Myriad Realm's divine court. Moreover, she often hangs out with Liu Shuyan, the killing god, so she naturally knows many things. This matter is very complicated. Xian Rujing helped Qin Yan tidy up his clothes and said, "Xiao Yun, don't get involved in Myriad Realm's divine court's matters for now, your current strength is not enough." Qin Yan nodded and said, "All right, I will stay in Medicine King City for a period of time. Later when you come here, you will be able to see me. I will go find Sister Star God." After a period of time, Shuiru and others will also come to Flower Moon Pavilion to participate in Medicine King Alliance. Xian Rujing said. "All right, I will return to Wild Beheader Villa first." Qin Yan kissed Xian Rujing's red lips and said with smile, "Xiao Yun, don't provoke Little Thunder God and others for the time being, wait for me to return." Xian Rujing pulled Qin Yan's hand and said with smile, "At that time I will cultivate together with you. Also, my Ice Fairy and Snow Fairy will need your help to become stronger." Xian Rujing's face is slightly red, her delicate and tender appearance is very charming. Although this Ice Snow goddess is somewhat cold and elegant, when she is charming, she is very charming. Qin Yan cannot help but kiss her face and said with smile, I will wait for you to return. Those little thunder gods, I don't put them in my eyes." Xian Rujing is still somewhat reluctant to part with Qin Yan. She hugged and kissed Qin Yan and then left the room together. "Oh, that's right, do I know that flower god?" Qin Yan said, "Back then flower god was an old granny, I indeed know her. But I heard that the current flower god is a young beauty." Xian Rujing said with light smile, "She is your acquaintance, she has been very worried about you these past few years. If she knew that you were here, she would be very happy like me." "Who is she?" Qin Yan curiously asked. "Guess it yourself." Xian Rujing smiled with mysterious expression. "Why did she go to Qin Mansion?" Qin Yan said, "That Qin Yuda is very bad, he is together with Thunder God. When I found out that you went to Qin Manor, I was a bit worried. Qin Yuda is a grass god, he is a fart. Xiao Yun, you should know that our divine moon world's Guanghan Palace has very high status in Heavenly Divine Desolate. Even Primal Chaos Realm has to respect us a bit." Xian Rujing said with arrogant expression, "That grass god is a scoundrel who is intoxicated with success, that's right." Qin Yan said with smile, "My cultivation is still shallow, I am worried about you all day long, I am truly too worried." Qin Medicine King's wife, Grandma Qin likes to plant flowers very much. Flower God is very proficient in this field, that's why she and Grandma Qin are together in Qin Mansion. Grandma Qin is very influential in Qin Medicine King City, that guy Qin Yuda doesn't dare to offend her. Xian Rujing said. "I wonder what that Grandma Qin thinks of her grass god son." Qin Yan asked. "I don't know, but I heard that Grandma Qin loves her eldest grandson the most, that is, Qin Zhongquang." Xian Rujing said. Qin Yan found it funny. Qin Zhongquang looked like an old man, but he still had a grandmother who loved him dearly. Xian Rujing and Qin Yan kissed and then bid farewell to each other. Qin Yan left through the back door and returned to Wild Beheading Manor. As for Xian Rujing, she left Qin Medicine Royal City to look for Star God. After returning to the crazy beheading villa, Qin Yan saw Qin Zhongquang controlling hundreds of golden puppets to get busy in the medicine field. They were plowing the fields and placing some divine-level fertilizer. When Qin Zhongquang met a noble like Qin Yun, he was filled with confidence and returned to his old business. He had experienced many failures in the past, resulting in huge losses. As a result, he did not dare to plant medicinal herbs again. One had to know that Qin Zhongquang, the eldest grandson of Medicine King Qin, had received a lot of resources and was very outstanding in all aspects. It was just that he was too honest and straightforward and wasn't good at scheming. That was why he was tricked by Qin Yuda. Furthermore, Qin Yuda, the grass god, relied on the great mountain known as Thunder God. Moreover, he obtained the help of Thunder God's manpower and resources. It is very easy for him to deal with his big brother. Old Qin, I have returned. Qin Yan said with smile. Little Qin, I see that you are beaming with happiness, you are very free and easy in the rich district. Old Qin said with smile, rest assured, wait until I earn even more divine crystals, I will invite you to the rich district again. Qin Yan patted his head, he actually forgot to ask Xian Rujing for some divine crystals. Flower Moon Pavilion belongs to Guanghan Palace and he just cheated Little Thunder God of several million divine crystals. It is not a problem for him to ask for some divine crystals. Ling Yuner said with smile, I only cared about talking about love and forgot to ask for divine crystals. It seems like talking about love is more important. Spending a beautiful night with a beautiful woman like Ice Snow Goddess can indeed make people forget some things. Old Qin, where did you get these seeds? What kind of medicinal ingredients are they? Qin Yan asked. Most of them are flowers, I got them from my grandmother. When Qin Zhongquang talked about his grandmother, he acted like an old child. He even bashfully rubbed his big bald head. Grandma Qin? Qin Yan said with smile. It seems like you know a lot about Qin family. Qin Zhongquang nodded and said, I heard that my grandmother is the disciple of the previous flower god. She is very good at planting flower-type divine medicines. Why didn't flower god pass down the deity position to your grandmother? Qin Yan asked. Maybe because my grandmother didn't want it. In short, I only heard her mention it by chance, many people don't know about this matter. Qin Zhongquang let out a long sigh, his old eyes are filled with shame, I failed to live up to my grandmother's expectations, I truly let her down. Qin Yan is looking at Qin Zhongquang planting flowers from the side. Then he started talking about Little Thunder God and Little Grass God. He did not say that he was the person involved, he only told Qin Zhongquang that he heard about this matter. The matter of Little Thunder God and Little Grass God making a fool of themselves in Flower Moon Pavilion has spread throughout the entire rich district. It is said that Little Thunder God and Little Grass God were detained by Flower Moon Pavilion and they wanted Thunder God or Grass God to use divine crystals to redeem them. Flower Moon Pavilion is the property of the Guanghan Palace. The Guanghan Palace is in the Divine Moon World and the Divine Moon World is inside the Divine Moon World. Therefore, the Guanghan Palace is a powerful force in the Divine Desolate Land. Even Thunder God has to be cautious when facing people from the Guanghan Palace. These two fellows deserve it. After Qin Zhongquang heard this, he said with a gloating smile, Little Qin, when I finish planting this batch of flower divine medicine, I'll bring you to join our Qin family. I'll get my grandmother to arrange for you. Qin Yan stood in front of a small hut and looked at the sky. It was dusk and the huge myriad world divine sun in the sky had already released a bright red light from the small divine sun beside it. Looking at the beautiful sunset, Qin Yan said in a low voice, Old Qin, does Qin Yuda, the grass god, really want to obtain this land? What does this land mean to him? Logically speaking, he has the divine position of the grass god. As long as he survives for a few more years and has some achievements, he will definitely be loved by my grandfather. He will have his own medicine field and sooner or later, he will have more than me. Maybe, he can even inherit the entire Qin medicine royal city. Qin Zhongquang thought about it carefully and felt that something was wrong. He continued to control the hundreds of golden puppets, busily sowing seeds under the setting sun. Qin Yan said, I feel that there might be something hidden under this piece of land. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used 9 heavenly poison grass to set up a great formation to trick you. This is a very big deal. That was worth at least a few hundred million. Even for the Thunder God, a few hundred million was not a small amount. He definitely wouldn't waste it so casually. Little Qin, then go down and take a look. See if you can find anything else. Qin Zhongquang said. I went down a few times before but I didn't find anything. Qin Yan shook his head, maybe your grandfather or grandmother knows something. I'll ask my grandmother the next time I see her. Qin Zhongquang nodded. Originally, Qin Yan wanted to go down and help but at that time, Qin Zhongquang didn't want him to do such rough work. Qin Zhongquang knew that Qin Yan had mastered that kind of strange inscription do technique. For such a precious inscription do master to work in the field, Qin Zhongquang would feel bad. Qin Yan could only wait until the sowing was complete before using the inscription do technique to make the flowers grow better. Old Qin, don't plant too much. Leave a few dozen mu of land for me. I want to plant something. Qin Yun said. He planned to plant more profound winged divine grass. It was very likely that he would cultivate 9 divine profound Tao statues. Furthermore, he would cultivate all 9 of them to their limits, so he would need a lot of profound winged divine pills. Sure. Qin Zhongquang readily agreed to Qin Yun. Qin Zhongquang was busy sowing seeds the entire night. After all, his plot of land was very big. Furthermore, after sowing, he still needed to take care of it carefully. Qin Yun, on the other hand, was cultivating his 6th divine profound Tao statue, which was the small cauldron. 2 days passed. In the morning, someone knocked on the door of the crazy beheading villa. Qin Zhongquang was still working in the field, so he immediately went to open the door. After opening the door, he saw a sweet girl with big eyes. Her fair face was filled with a pure and sweet smile. She had a pair of long braids that hung down to her waist. Little girl, you must have knocked on the wrong door, right? Qin Zhongquang laughed. I'm here to look for Brother Xiaoyun. The woman in the red dress who knocked on the door was Little Rainbow Phoenix. Brother Xiaoyun? I don't have such a person here, but there is a very handsome young man, but his name is Qin Fei. Qin Zhongquang immediately thought of Qin Yun. Right. I'm here to look for him. I'm Little Rainbow Phoenix. When Little Rainbow Phoenix found out that Qin Yun was here, she smiled happily. She had found this place with Qin Yun's soul-chasing talisman. Qin Zhongquang hurriedly shouted towards the houses in the middle of the medicinal field, Little Qin, there's a very beautiful girl looking for you. She's already come looking for you. Hurry up and come out, don't make her wait. This caused Little Rainbow Phoenix's face to turn red as she lowered her head. At the same time, she found it somewhat funny. Grandpa, I'm Brother Xiaoyun's little sister. Little Rainbow Phoenix said with a sweet smile. When Qin Yun found out that a girl was looking for him, he quickly ran out. When he saw that it was Little Rainbow Phoenix, he immediately became very happy. Little Rainbow Phoenix, you came so quickly. Qin Yun said with a smile as he rubbed the dimples on her sweet face. We originally planned to come a little later, but I knew that Brother Xiaoyun was here, so I brought it forward. Little Rainbow Phoenix said with a sweet smile. Quickly come in and take a seat. Qin Zhongquang laughed wildly. Little girl, this old man is busy farming, so I won't greet you. Since you're Little Qin's little sister, you're family, so don't be polite here. Little Rainbow Phoenix looked at the medicinal field and exclaimed, what a big medicinal field. The environment here is very good, it's a very fertile land. Qin Yun also knows that Little Phoenix's body has been transformed by Mother Moon before, and all aspects of her body have been greatly improved. Brother Xiaoyun, are you and this grandfather going to start planting flowers and plants? Let me help you, I am very good at it. Little Phoenix very excitedly said. No need. You are Xiao Qin's little sister, you are also my honored guest, you don't need to do this kind of rough work. Qin Zhongquang promptly refused. Grandfather, you won't be able to plant them by yourself, especially at the beginning, you don't have a certain skill, it will cause the flowers to not grow properly, it will have great influence on the future growth. Little Phoenix somewhat anxiously said, let me help you, I just can't bear to see the flowers not grow properly, alright. Qin Yun said with smile, Old Qin, my little sister likes to do this kind of thing. To her, planting flowers and plants is one of the joys of life. Little Phoenix promptly nodded, she knows that Qin Yun understands her very well. Alright then. Qin Zhongquang also didn't refuse. Wait a minute, I will call a few little sisters over. I will be back very soon. Little Phoenix said with charming smile. Qin Yun also wants to hand over the Xian Wing divine grass to Little Phoenix and the others so that he can focus on cultivation and pill concoction. Not long after, Little Phoenix arrived, she brought along a few beautiful girls. Qin Yun knows all of them. A lovely and tender young girl with a ponytail rushed over to Qin Yun and yelled, Big brother, big brother. This is Shui Weiwei. Qin Yun has not seen her for many years, he did not expect her to still have the appearance of a young girl. Beside Little Phoenix, there is a woman wearing red skirt, her long hair reaches her waist, her body is fiery hot, she is standing there coolly looking at Qin Yun and Shui Weiwei hugging each other. She has a very firm and unswerving determination, she looks like a masculine woman. This woman is Yuan Yenying, Qin Yun's little sister. She is looking at Qin Yun with smile. The woman beside Yuan Yenying has a round face, dimples and pure-looking face, her eyes are already red. She is Gu Qiufei, Qin Yun's little sister. Xiao Fei. Qin Yun looked at Gu Qiufei and said with smile, then walked over and hugged her. Brother. Gu Qiufei smiled and lightly yelled. The woman beside Gu Qiufei looks very mature and beautiful. She has a kind of temperament that stands out from the masses. She looks gentle and beautiful, elegant and quiet. She is also wearing a red dress, but it gives people the feeling of a blooming red orchid. This woman was also a woman Qin Yun knew. Feng Honglan, when Qin Yun saw these women, he could not help but recall the past. Feng Honglan's beautiful eyes were clear and carried a hint of a smile. There was also a hint of reminiscence and tenderness. It was obvious that she had very special feelings for Qin Yun. Big brother Qin. Feng Honglan chuckled. Qin Zhongquang, who was at the side, was full of admiration. An expert was indeed an expert. Not only did he have so many sisters, but all of them were also very beautiful. Most importantly, they all knew how to grow flowers and herbs. It is so good to see you again. Qin Yun said with smile. Let's hurry up and help this grandpa plant his flowers. Don't let him spoil them. Little Phoenix giggled. Little girl, I've been planting flowers for many years, don't look down on me. Qin Zhongquang laughed. Shui Weiwei and the others are very proficient in planting flowers and herbs. Feng Honglan and the other women's martial spirits have been modified by Qin Yun, they are very suitable for planting flowers and herbs. Shui Weiwei has mastered water martial spirit and water divine ability. She obtained the power bestowed by Mother Moon and has already cultivated a very powerful divine water. Now that she is using it to water the medicinal field, the effect is very good. Moreover, they took out some flags and divine talismans that can be used to plant flowers and herbs. This is a very outstanding medicine planting team of the Guanghan Palace. Although they are all women, they are very experienced. Qin Zhongquang is completely stunned looking at this scene. He is Medicine King Qin's eldest grandson, he naturally knows how good these women are at planting flowers and herbs. Even those divine alchemists in Qin Manor who take care of the medicinal fields are not as good as these women. Experts' little sisters are also experts? Qin Zhongquang is very shocked in his heart. He wants to know where this expert came from and why his little sisters are so awesome. Shui Weiwei and the others rested at night. Qin Zhongquang repeatedly thanked them, took out some divine flower nectar that he has been saving for many years and also some rare flower perfume. These gifts made Feng Honglan and the others very happy. At night, inside Qin Yun's house, Shui Weiwei and the others are chatting with Qin Yun about many interesting things. After all, they have not seen Qin Yun for many years and they have been missing him for many years. Now that they have the opportunity to chat, they can chat about anything. It can be said that because they met Qin Yun, their fates changed. They became core disciples of the Guanghan Palace and obtained their current cultivation. Especially Yuan Yenying, when she was young, she was bewitched by fame and fortune and was almost destroyed. Luckily she was influenced by Qin Yun and realized her error and walked on the right path. From the bottom of her heart, she holds Qin Yun in incomparable reverence. These women have nothing to hide, so they know how much Qin Yun has done for them. It is not only them, many women in the Guanghan Palace and Qin Yun's friends have their fates changed because they met Qin Yun. Because of this, they feel that Qin Yun is a person who can decide other people's fate, he has the ability to defy the heavens' will. Big brother, have you seen Sister Rujing? She misses you very much. Shui Weiwei suddenly said with distressed expression as she thought of Xian Rujing. Feng Honglan and the others are also looking at Qin Yun. I have seen her, she went to find Sister Star God. Qin Yun said with smile, I came to God desolate and was delayed for more than 100 years. It can be said that I have to start from the beginning again, so I really need little sister's help. Brother Xiao Yun, we will surely help you. Little Phoenix promptly said. It must be known that Guanghan Palace is very difficult to enter and they are only able to do so because of Qin Yun. Soon after, Qin Yan took out the seeds of Xianwing divine grass. Little Phoenix already knows about this matter, but she did not expect Qin Yan to have so many seeds. Qin Yan explained the method of planting the seeds, then took out some talismans and told them to plant the seeds. Xianwing divine grass, Xianwing divine pill, these are the greatest secrets of medicine god and pill god. Gu Qiufei said in low voice, I really did not expect Big Brother to have mastered them. This is nothing to me. Qin Yan said with smile, I am in urgent need of large amount of Xianwing divine grass. Little sisters, I will have to trouble you all. Alright, we will begin now. Shui Weiwei immediately got up. What's the rush? Let's start tomorrow. You all rest first. Qin Yan said with smile. At night, Qin Yan is cultivating. Yuan Yenying and the others are sleeping on the same bed. They are discussing how to plant Xianwing divine grass tomorrow. Before daybreak, they began planting the seeds of Xianwing divine grass given to them by Qin Yan. There are several tens of thousands of Xianwing divine grass seeds inside the medicine field. Qin Yan knows that they have woken up very early, so he is watching them from inside his room. He muttered to himself, they still have many things to learn about flower planting, I should properly teach them this time. Xiao Yun, you truly love these little sisters. Ling Yuner said with smile. Of course. Although they are not my blood-related little sisters, they still recognize me as their big brother. Qin Yan shook his head and smiled. Planting Xianwing divine grass is very difficult. Even many famous divine medicine masters are unable to plant the best Xianwing divine grass. Little Phoenix said before that Guanghan Palace also has Xianwing divine grass, but the amount is very low. Shui Weiwei and others have learned from Qin Yan a new way of growing medicinal plants. Therefore, they are very clear that this is a very good opportunity for them to learn and grow. Only Feng Hanlan knows that Qin Yan is helping them grow, and she is very grateful in her heart. The sky has completely brightened. The gate of the Wild Slayer Manor is being violently beaten by someone. Someone is knocking on the door, but with such violence, it is clear that they are here to cause trouble. What the hell is this? You are knocking so hard, what if you scare our little miss? Qin Zhongquang picked up a large saber and rushed towards the gate. He furiously opened the door. After opening the door, he saw Qin Yuda and his son Little Grass God. So it is you bastard father and son. Qin Zhongquang said with sneer, Little Grass God, I heard that your teeth were shattered by someone's slap. Now you are jumping around, how many pills did you eat? Old bastard, what did you say? Little Grass God's mouth is unclear as he furiously cursed at Qin Zhongquang. Hee hee. Little thing, do you believe that I won't chop you up and feed you to the dogs? Qin Zhongquang firmly held his large saber and said with a sinister expression. He has been cheated miserably by his second brother Qin Yuda. He really wants to chop up both Qin Yuda and his son. Qin Yuda's expression is very gloomy as he said, Qin Zhongquang, I heard that you asked grandmother for many divine flower medicine seeds. Indeed, what about it? I am the eldest grandson, this is what I deserve. Qin Zhongquang said. Humph, you bastard, you planted so many precious divine flower medicines and you still have the face to ask grandmother for more? Qin Yuda furiously said. Actually he is very jealous of Qin Zhongquang. Because he can never get those seeds. Although Qin Zhongquang is very rough, he did not expose the fact that Qin Yuda planted heavenly poison grass. He said with sneer, there will always be a time when people make a comeback. Qin Zhongquang finished speaking and immediately closed the door but was blocked by Qin Yuda. Wait a minute, I heard that several beautiful girls came to your place. Qin Yuda said with sneer, Qin Zhongquang, are you trying to swindle grandma's precious divine flower seeds to please others? Those girls are my friend's younger sisters. They came here to help me plant flowers. Qin Zhongquang's expression changed, his voice is very cold as he said, don't talk nonsense everywhere. It doesn't matter if you ruin my reputation, but if you ruin the reputation of my friend and his sisters, then I won't let you off, I won't rest until you die. Qin Zhongquang's killing intent when he became serious shocked Qin Yuda and Little Grass God. Feng Hanlan frowned slightly as she looked at the Little Grass Goddess. She did not recognize this Little Grass Goddess. Qin Yuda and Qin Zhongquang were also very surprised. They knew that the women of the Guanghan Palace rarely appeared in the Divine Desolate. They were usually in the Divine Moon World. Not to mention helping others grow medicine. Even if they left the Moon God world, they would still go to the Moon God Palace's businesses, such as the Flower Moon Pavilion in Xianxia King City. "Who are you?" "I don't know you," Feng Hanlan said. "I'm the little grass god. I saw you at the Flower Moon Pavilion before." The little grass god hurriedly said with an excited expression, "Miss Hanlan, we really are fated." Feng Hanlan's beautiful eyes flashed. She had previously heard from Qin Yun that the little grass god had played arm wrestling with Qin Yun and had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. "I don't remember." After Feng Hanlan finished speaking, she looked at Qin Zhangquang and said with a chuckle, "Grandpa Quang, quickly go and open the mouth of the spring. It's time to water the spring." Qin Zhangquang said to Feng Hanlan, "Little girl, these two guys are not good people. You have to be wary of them." "Qin Zhangquang, I am a grass god, a god with a divine position. Why are you slandering the reputation of us father and son?" Qin Yuda said angrily. The little grass god was also very angry. She asked Feng Hanlan, "Miss Hanlan, why are you here? How many divinity gems did this old man spend to hire you to help him plant herbs? Our Flower Moon Pavilion has a cooperation with Grandpa Quang. We will buy the flowers he planted, so we came over to help take care of them," Feng Hanlan said. Qin Zhangquang was stunned because he didn't have any cooperation with the Flower Moon Pavilion. He quickly said to Qin Yuda, "You should leave quickly. If you don't leave now, I'm going to make a move." Qin Yuda and his son were both very jealous and puzzled. They never thought that Qin Zhangquang, who had failed many times in growing medicinal herbs, would actually be able to cooperate with Flower Moon Pavilion. After they were blasted out by Qin Zhangquang, they were very unhappy along the way. "Father, what kind of luck does that old man have? How dare you climb up the tree that is Flower Moon Pavilion?" The little grass goddess gritted her teeth and said, "It's over. That old fellow will definitely say bad things about me. My reputation in the Flower Moon Pavilion will only become worse and worse." Qin Yuda thought of something, and his face gradually became gloomy. "It must be Grandma who helped. As far as I know, the flower god of the Flower Moon Pavilion has been with Grandma these days. It's very likely that Qin Zhangquang had shamelessly begged Grandma for help, and that's how he got this deal. Dad, you have to screw up this deal. You should be very good at this kind of thing." Little grass god laughed sinisterly. "Don't worry, even with the help of the Flower Moon Pavilion's women, he won't be able to grow anything." Qin Yuda sneered. Qin Zhangquang went to open the god spring. The god spring was placed in a small hill in the medicine garden and was sealed. The god spring origin stones inside were of extremely high quality, and there was a lot of god spring coming out. Not long after, the small canal in the herb garden was flowing with pale golden water of the divine spring. Shui Weiwei and the others joined hands and set up a simple flag formation that absorbed the divine spring's water and turned it into a dense golden mist that enveloped the medicinal field. "Brother Xiaoyun, how are we doing? Even the alchemy god said that our herbs are the best." Little Phoenix came to Qin Yun's side and said with a smile, "Very good, you are all very awesome divine medicine masters." Qin Yun said with smile, "Big brother, you must have a better method, right?" Gu Qiufei walked over and said with smile, "We want to learn a lot from you." They all know that Qin Yun was once the Nine Sun Palace king, a super expert of the Nine Sun heavenly domain. He must have a better method in this aspect. Qin Yun said with smile, "I indeed have a better method, but it needs to be coordinated with inscription battle technique." He finished speaking, then soared into the sky and opened his heavenly eye. Tiansu collected the blood spirit power, runes appeared in his eyes which are faintly emitting purplish-red light. In a flash, a rune condensed in his eyes. The rune shot out from his eyes and into the soil under his control. Through his heavenly eye, he can condense runes in a flash. This will allow him to master even stronger inscription battle technique. The medicinal fields below are originally covered with golden mist. But now, the golden mist has started flowing and transformed into many profound and complex runes. The mist from Divine Spring is surging on the surface of the medicinal fields, forming many complex runes. The most dreadful thing is that the runes on the medicinal fields are all flowing Tao evolution runes. Moreover, they can combine with each other and form a very strong formation. Qin Zhangquang, Shui Weiwei, and other women are dumbstruck looking at this scene. With just one person's power, he managed to create a large formation above the medicinal fields in the blink of an eye. The formidable blood spirit power can allow the runes to be maintained for a very long time. Moreover, they can quickly absorb the divine spring water from the surrounding canals and irrigate the seeds. What they don't see is that the seeds under the soil are all connected by the runes drawn by the blood spirit power. The most miraculous thing are the runes. There are star, moon, and sun runes. Moreover, they can transform into Tao evolution runes that can allow the runes to flow. The Tao evolution runes are like runes with life. When they flicker and flow, it looks like they are breathing, like a beating heart. It allows them to absorb the energy of heaven and earth even faster. Yuan Yening and others looked at Qin Yun in the sky and thought that Qin Yun is about to finish. They did not expect that Qin Yun would suddenly start drawing runes with his hands. There is a pink light ball in front of him, the runes inside it are quickly forming. Little Qin is drawing a totem. Qin Zhangquang can sense the totem power that is forming. While he is shocked, Qin Yun's totem has already formed. The totem looks like many shining pink threads intertwining with a beautiful flower. The flower is continuously changing and transforming into all kinds of shapes. Qin Yun pushed with his palms, the flower slowly landed near the center of the medicinal field and formed the foundation of the great formation. It's a flower totem, moreover it's a god-tier flower totem. Feng Honglan's beautiful eyes are filled with pleasant surprise, she lightly shouted, "Big brother Qin is becoming stronger and stronger." All of this happened very smoothly and very quickly. Qin Zhangquang, Little Phoenix, and the other women are all experienced and knowledgeable people. They naturally know how powerful this kind of inscription battle technique is. Qin Yun slowly landed on the ground and said with smile, "This way, the divine flower medicine will grow even faster and better. It seems like we are unnecessary." Shui Weiwei gently stuck out her tongue and said with charming smile, "Big brother is truly awesome. Even Sister Yueshi and Sister Linglong are inferior to you in this kind of inscription battle technique." The medicinal field flickered again and again. The power of the runes is absorbing the power of the myriad realms. Divine Sunday, when you are sowing, you must take very careful care of the seeds and the soil. It is very important to fuse the seeds and the soil together. Moreover, you must be very careful. Qin Yun said with smile. "Little Qin, what kind of expert are you?" Qin Zhangquang knew that Qin Yun is very powerful, but he did not expect that Qin Yun would be much more powerful than he imagined. Especially that superb inscription battle technique. Feng Honglan said with smile, "Grandpa Quang, Big brother Qin is just a very enthusiastic person. You don't need to care about what kind of expert he is." Right. Qin Zhangquang laughed loudly and said, "You have done such a good job at the beginning, leave the rest to this old man. Otherwise, I will look very useless. Qin Zhangquang can finish the rest of the work by himself. He is an experienced divine medicine master." As for Yuan Yening and the other women, they are focusing their energy on the Xianwing divine grasses. Qin Yan also gave them pointers from time to time, telling them what they need to pay attention to when planting the Xianwing divine grasses. He also taught them how to sense the mood of the Xianwing divine grasses. At night, Qin Yan called them to a small hall and took out a pearl. There are many crystal stones inside the pearl that look like water droplets. This is the divine seed of the rain god. I was thinking that one of you might be able to use the power of the rain god to plant medicinal plants. Qin Yan said. Divine seed, this is an incomparably precious thing, especially the mysterious divine seed inheritance and the power of the divine seed. It is something that many powerful gods yearn for. There is a legend that gods with divine seed are equivalent to the guards of the divine desolate. They are protected by the divine sun and divine moon of the myriad realms. Give it to Weiwei. Feng Honglan said with smile, Weiwei has water martial spirit and water divine ability. The rain god's divine seat must be related to water. Indeed, it is most suitable for Weiwei. This way, when she irrigates the medicinal fields, it will directly rain. Yuan Yening said with charming smile and then kissed Shui Weiwei's lovely face. Shui Weiwei became very nervous and muttered, I am not ready to have a divine seat. Gu Qiufei said with smile, Weiwei, don't forget that Big Brother is the king of gods. Him passing down the rain god's divine seat to you is of great significance. Sister Weiwei, Brother Xiaoyan's cultivation is very low now, he is outnumbered. If you become the rain god, maybe you will be of great help to him in the future? Little Phoenix said. All right then, I will accept it. Shui Weiwei sweetly smiled at Qin Yun. She felt that she was not worthy of the rain god's divine seat, but after thinking about it, she realized that Qin Yun is giving her the divine seat because he trusts her. Qin Yun laughed, then took out the divine king heavenly seal and pressed it on Shui Weiwei's forehead. Then he lightly yelled, "Open!" Suddenly, a blue light dot appeared on Shui Weiwei's forehead. Qin Yun controlled the rain god's divine seat and made it float in the air. Then he used the divine king heavenly seal and pressed it on the rain god's divine seat. The rain god's divine seat suddenly overflowed with blue light and shot into Shui Weiwei's forehead. Ah! Shui Weiwei's brows are wrinkled, she is in a bit of pain. She lightly yelled, I seem to have obtained the rain god's inheritance. Qin Yun's face is filled with doubt as he said, but, the divine seat is still in my hands, there is no connection between us. If the rain god's divine seed is passed on smoothly, it will enter Shui Weiwei's body and fuse with her 9 spiritual souls and 9 spirits. Big Brother, I have already obtained the divine seat. Shui Weiwei said, then opened her palm and with great difficulty took out a small transparent crystal ball. It is raining inside the crystal ball. Brother, am I rain god now? Shui Weiwei is very puzzled. She looked at her deity position and then at the rain god position in Qin Yun's hand. Qin Yun nodded and said, you are rain god, moreover, you are a new rain god. Your deity position is also new, it will accompany you as you grow. Why didn't Weiwei get the original deity position? Yuan Yening asked. Maybe after Myriad World Divine Desolate, Myriad World Divine Sun and Myriad World Divine Moon appeared, deity position also changed. Qin Yun looked at Yuan Yening and said with smile, Yening, I will try and see if you can obtain rain god position. This. Is rain god position suitable for me? Yuan Yening is startled. Qin Yun said, if you think it is not suitable, I will take it back. Yuan Yening nodded and said with some expectation, come. After that, Qin Yun passed the deity position of the rain god to Yuan Yening just like before. Qin Yun is extremely shocked to see that he actually succeeded. Just like Shui Weiwei, Yuan Yening also obtained a new deity position. In order to confirm, Qin Yun tried again on Feng Honglan, Little Rainbow Phoenix and Gu Qiufei. After passing the deity position several times, Qin Yun sensed that the Divine King Heavenly Imprint has become very weak. Furthermore, the Heavenly Tao Divine Rune inside his nether sun has also become dispirited. After realizing this, Qin Yun became even more shocked. The same deity position can be passed down several times and the energy consumption is actually the Heavenly Tao Divine Rune. Qin Yun has obtained the Heavenly Tao Divine Rune for a long time, now he finally understands how formidable it is. Then. We are all rain gods? Even Yuan Yening and the others find this inconceivable. Because they all obtained the same rain god inheritance. They can already sense that deity position totems are about to appear on their bodies. Don't make this matter public. Qin Yun very seriously said. Brother, we won't speak carelessly. We won't tell anyone. Shui Weiwei said and then promptly signed a soul contract with Qin Yun. Feng Honglan and the others also did the same. Qin Yun did not ask them to do this. Instead, they felt that only by doing this can they feel more at ease. Qin Yun believed that this was a miracle caused by the combination of the Heavenly Tao Divine Rune and the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Possessing the Divine King's Heavenly Seal means that you can create a divine position. Ling Yuner said, the Divine King bestows a divine position. This should be very normal. Qin Yun shook his head. This matter was too bizarre. He planned to find more deity positions to try and confirm this matter before doing anything else. If that was really the case, then he could establish his own power, let more people have the divine position, and then follow him, only then would he be able to stand tall in the divine wilderness and become the king of gods. I have to think of a way to get Qin Yuda's divine position of grass god and pass it on to more people to try. Qin Yun thought to himself. Qin Yuda's divine seat of the grass god was also quite useful. Ling Yuner said with a smile, Xiao Yun, can you pass the rain god position to Sister Rujing? Can a god have two god positions? I can give it a try, let's talk about it after she comes back. Qin Yin now needs to restore the Heavenly Tao Divine Rune. He lost too much Heavenly Tao Divine power before. Inside his 9 Sun Divine Vein, there is also a Heavenly Vein, which was given to him by Heavenly Mother Yuan. Heavenly Vein and 9 Sun Divine Vein completely fused together and grew together. Together with the Heavenly Tao Divine Rune, he can quickly absorb Heavenly Tao power into his body and then refine it into Heavenly Tao Divine power. In the future, you will discuss with each other how to grasp the Rain God's inheritance. You will need to comprehend it yourself. Only in this way can you become stronger. Qin Yun said. Got it. Yuan Yening and the others nodded. Alright, after daybreak, return to Flower Moon Pavilion. Qin Yun said with smile. Gu Qiufei and the others did not sleep at all, they were discussing the matter of divine position inheritance. After daybreak, they returned to Flower Moon Pavilion. From time to time, they would come here to take care of the divine flower medicines. Qin Yun continued to refine Xianwing divine pills. He wants to cultivate many divine Xian Dao statues, so he needs more and more Xianwing divine pills. Fortunately, the pill-melting heavenly furnace is very convenient to use. As long as the medicinal ingredients are put in, they can be directly transformed into divine pills. He only needs to provide energy, he doesn't need to take care of anything. Moreover, the speed of refining pills is very fast. Qin Yun ate a few Xianwing divine pills and let Nether Sun refine the medicinal power. Then he began cultivating the 6th divine Xian Dao statue. After many days of abandonment, Wild Beheading Villa's medicinal field welcomed new life. In just 2 days, many sprouts grew. Those divine flowers are growing very well, their growth speed is very fast. According to what Qin Zhongquang said before, it would take a month for them to germinate. Now, it only took 2 days for them to germinate and grow very fast. Qin Zhongquang originally had many helpers, but he was worried that those helpers would be bribed, so he didn't use them. He only allowed Qin Yun, Gu Qiufei, and the others to freely enter and leave Wild Beheading Villa. Qin Yun is cultivating inside the house. Qin Zhongquang knocked on the door and said with smile, Little Qin, that girl Huayu is back. She doesn't know you are here. Haha. I told her to come over and give her a surprise. Really? That's great, it's time for me to enter the Qin mansion. It's better to have a home. Qin Yun said. Little Qin, don't worry. Our Qin imperial clan is very united, we only need a few pieces of rat shit like Qin Yuda and his son. Sooner or later we will be eradicated. Qin Zhongquang saw Qin Yun come out and said with smile. Qin Yun nodded. He joined the Qin family to find an opportunity to contact the Qin emperor of the Qin imperial clan and ask about the Black Bloodline. In the afternoon, Qin Huayu arrived at the Wild Beheading Villa. Qin Huayu is wearing a simple white skirt, her long hair is tied up. After she entered the Wild Beheading Villa, she said in amazement, Uncle, the divine flowers here are growing very well. How did you grow them? After not seeing you for so long, you have mastered such a high-level medicine cultivation technique? Qin Zhongquang laughed mischievously and said, That's because I, your uncle, have the help of an expert. As soon as Qin Huayu arrived, she jumped around in the medicinal field. She looked at those newly born flower sprouts and repeatedly exclaimed in admiration. She learned a lot from the medicine god. Naturally, she can see that these flower sprouts are growing very well. Even if the medicine god personally came to plant them, at most, he could only plant a little. However, there are many flower sprouts here. It would take a long time to plant so many flower sprouts. The more Qin Huayu looked, the more alarmed she became. She said with a frown, This seems to be the Guanghan Palace's technique, but it doesn't seem like it. There must be a more profound technique. Little girl Huayu, you have been with the medicine god for a few days, have you improved a lot? You can see so many things. Qin Zhongquang laughed. He has many nephews and nieces. He likes Qin Huayu the most. Although Little Grass God is his nephew, he hates him the most. He can't wait to strangle him to death, only Little Grass God would call him old guy all day long. Uncle, how did you do it? Quickly teach me. Qin Huayu came to Qin Zhongguang's side, shook his arm and said coquettishly. I really can't do it. If I could, I wouldn't have been bullied so miserably by your second uncle. Qin Zhongguang mischievously laughed and said, I already said that there is an expert helping me. Qin Huayu looked at a room and said in low voice, is that expert inside? Little Qin, little girl Huayu is here. Qin Zhongguang shouted. Qin Yan also opened the door and came out. He walked out with a smile on his face and shouted, Big sister Qin, long time no see. Little Qin, so it's you. Qin Huayu opened her small mouth and shouted in pleasant surprise. Then she flew over. Qin Yan said with smile, I have come to join the Qin family. Please take care of me. Qin Huayu lightly chuckled, Little Qin, you are so powerful, why would you need me to take care of you? You should take care of me. Seeing Qin Yan here, she can understand why the flower sprouts here can grow so well. She had seen Qin Yan plant all the profound-winged divine grass alive and then secretly take a large amount of them. In Qin Huayu's eyes, Qin Yan is much more powerful than her medicine god master. Your master didn't come? Qin Yan asked. He didn't come. Qin Huayu is somewhat disappointed. Medicine god doesn't give grandfather any face at all. Qin Zhongguang laughed wildly and said, Medicine god lost to grandfather once, so he's not in a good mood and won't come again. Qin Huayu looked at the flower sprouts and asked in puzzlement, Little Qin, you also know the secret technique of Guanghan Palace? Little girl Huayu, there were several little girls from Guanghan Palace who came to help plant medicine. They are all Little Qin's little sisters. Qin Zhongguang laughed wildly. Ah. Little Qin, you have little sisters in Guanghan Palace? Qin Huayu has always been curious about Qin Yan's origin, now she is even more curious. Qin Yan said that he came from the lower realms, but Qin Huayu doesn't believe that someone from the lower realms can be so powerful. They are all my adopted little sisters. I will introduce you to them some other day. Qin Yan said with smile. Good, good, I have always wanted to meet the beauties of Guanghan Palace but I never had the chance. Qin Huayu said, I saw big sister Shui Ru in Medicine God Mountain Villa but I didn't dare to talk to her. Qin Yan said, what about her? Did she also come to Qin Medicine Royal City? Qin Huayu nodded and said, yes, she also came, she is in Flower Moon Pavilion. Let's go, we will talk about it in Qin Manor. Qin Yan said. Little girl Huayu, bring little Qin to grandmother. Qin Zhongguang took out a letter and handed it to Qin Huayu. He said, you introduce him, plus me, grandmother will definitely accept him. Is that really okay? Great-grandmother's temper is very strange, even I am afraid of her and don't dare to talk to her. Qin Huayu took the letter and said with some worry. Don't you know who little Qin is? Qin Zhongguang laughed wildly. Great-grandmother's Jasper Flower Valley is very difficult to enter. Even for me, it is very difficult to see great-grandmother. Qin Huayu lightly sighed and said. Qin Yan only knew that flower god is with Grandma Qin. Medicine King Qin is Qin Huayu's great-grandfather and Grandma Qin is Qin Huayu's great-grandmother. Even for Qin Huayu, it is not easy to meet these two virtuous and respected elders. Therefore, Qin Huayu feels that it is too difficult to bring Qin Yan to her great-grandmother's place. Soon after, Qin Zhongguang warned Qin Huayu to pay attention to Qin Yuda and Little Grass God. Qin Huayu and Qin Yan boarded a small flying boat and flew towards the Qin mansion. Big sister Qin, how is your relationship with Little Grass God? Qin Yan asked. Little Grass God is Qin Huayu's cousin. That damned bastard, he liked to steal my things since he was young and often framed me, causing me to often be reprimanded by grandfather and grandmother. He even left a bad impression on grandfather and grandmother. Qin Huayu said very angrily. Qin Yuda often framed his big brother, Qin Zhongguang. Little Grass God also learned many shady tricks from his father. Soon after, Qin Yan simply explained the matter of Qin Zhongguang being framed. After Qin Huayu finished listening, she was not surprised at all. She said, the reason why uncle ended up like this is because he was framed by Grass God's second uncle. I already knew that. That dog of a son of his also has the same virtue. He liked to frame us since he was young. In that case, other than Little Grass God, all of you cousins are very united, right? Qin Yan said. And we are very united. That's why that bastard little grass god is also somewhat afraid of us. Qin Huayu said. Qin Yan felt that it was necessary to get rid of Qin Yuda and his son. Firstly, their character is extremely bad and they are very vicious people. Secondly, they are Thunder God's people. Thunder God must have bad intentions by placing such a tumor in Medicine King Qin's place. Little Qin, have you refined the Xianxia divine pill? Qin Huayu suddenly asked, you are already late-stage true god, right? You should be able to become a profound god very soon. Qin Yan took out a small pill and handed it to Qin Huayu. He said with smile, here you go, try it. Ah. I really refined it. Qin Huayu hurriedly took it and looked at it carefully. She exclaimed, it looks much better than what the alchemy god refined. Little Qin, you're really amazing. Don't talk nonsense about this matter for now. I'm worried that Grass God and Little Grass God will target me. Qin Yan smiled and said, quickly eat it. Little Qin, stop joking. How can I bear to eat such a precious profound wings divine pill? Besides, it's useless for me to eat it now. Qin Huayu faintly sighed, if I had met you earlier, I wouldn't have had to painstakingly hold it in for over 100 years to become a profound god. Brother Long has held it in for thousands of years to become a profound god. If he heard this, he would vomit blood. Qin Yan said with a smile. By the way, Brother Long is here too. After I settle you down in the Qin family, I'll bring you to see him. Qin Huayu smiled. And said, Big Brother Long is also preparing to get married. This time, he brought his wife. Then I must congratulate him. Qin Yan said with smile. Before long, Qin Huayu's small boat arrived at the gates of the Qin manor. Something happened to her token and she had people board the boat to check before she could enter the Qin manor. Even Qin Huayu, the great-granddaughter of Medicine King Qin, was very strict when she entered the Qin manor. I'm going to face great-grandmother soon, I'm so nervous. Qin Huayu tightly held Qin Zhongguang's letter. Qin Yan thought for a moment, then took out a pearl. He tightly held the pearl with both hands and closed his eyes. Using the power of the heavenly eye, he began carving the flower totem. The flower totem was condensed inside the pearl by him and quickly formed. After he finished, he handed the pearl over to Qin Huayu. Big sister Qin, when the time comes, take this as a gift and give it to your great-grandmother. Qin Yan said with smile. Ah. This is, flower totem? What a powerful flower totem. Qin Huayu took the pearl and placed it in front of her eyes. She looked at the small flower formed from red runes at close range. Even though Qin Yan formed runes like this, regardless of finesse or other aspects, they are all extremely high level. Whatever the old man likes, just give it to him. Qin Yan said with smile. Great-grandmother indeed likes flowers. My name is Huayu, it's the name she gave me. Qin Huayu sighed lightly and said, it's just that I've been rather timid since I was young, I'm rather afraid of great-grandmother. Moreover, I don't know how to make her like me. In addition, that bastard little grass god slandered me. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Qin Yan said with smile. Little Qin, you are like my good big brother. Don't call me big sister Qin, you must be an old guy who has lived for thousands of years. It's very scary when you call me that. Qin Huayu giggled. It doesn't matter if it's big sister or little sister. Qin Yan said with smile. Alright, having a powerful little brother to help me, this is also very good. Qin Huayu laughed tenderly and said, I'm the youngest, I really don't have any younger brothers or sisters. In terms of soul age, Qin Yan is not just an old guy who has lived for thousands of years. There are not many people in the Divine Desolate who are older than him. The Qin Mansion is in the middle of the Qin Medicine Royal City. Although Qin Yan is inside the flying boat, he can see the scenery outside. The interior of the Qin Mansion is like a beautiful village. The flowers, plants, and trees here are all releasing all kinds of fragrance, causing the entire Qin Mansion to be enveloped in an incomparably beautiful environment. The layout of the buildings in the Qin Mansion, as well as the arrangement of the flowers, plants, and trees in the garden, have all been meticulously arranged. This can make the whole even more harmonious. There is only a kind of incomparably mysterious charm, looking at it is also very comfortable. Not long after entering, Qin Yin discovered that there is a world inside the Qin mansion. The flying boat is flying towards the Jasper Flower Valley and there is a faint spatial fluctuation in the Jasper Flower Valley. Big Sister Qin, is the Jasper Flower Valley in a desolate domain? Qin Yin asked. This is our Qin family's secret. Qin Huayu said in a low voice, Little Qin, don't talk nonsense about this. Qin Yin nodded and said, after the divine desolate was formed, space began to compress. Many of the original desolate domains disappeared and the desolate domains that still exist are definitely very powerful. The desolate domain is a small world that grows by itself in the spatial crack. The formation of this kind of small world means that there is a very powerful energy source supporting it. Qin Huayu's small flying boat stopped in front of a small canyon. There is a memorial arch in the small canyon with the 3 words Jasper Flower Valley written on it. There is an old man guarding here. When he saw someone come over, he immediately went over and said, What's the matter? If you want to enter the Jasper Flower Valley, you need to report and obtain the permission of Grandma Jasper Flower before you can enter. Uncle Niu, I am Huayu. Qin Huayu held the letter and handed it over. My uncle Qin Zhongquang asked me to give this to you. Uncle Niu is very tall, his nose is very big and his eyes are like a bull's eyes. He indeed looks a bit like a minotaur. Uncle Niu opened the letter and looked at it, then said, Go in. There are also many guests in the Jasper Flower Valley. When you enter, you must greet them. If you don't know them, just call them senior and be polite. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Niu. We will definitely remember it. Qin Huayu nodded and said with a smile. Uncle Niu handed the letter to Qin Huayu and let them enter. Qin Huayu pulled Qin Yin and entered the canyon. After passing through the canyon, they arrived at a beautiful and quiet large valley. There is indeed a desolate domain here, it is a relatively small one. Guests have come to the Jasper Flower Valley, they must be some very powerful people. Qin Huayu became even more nervous. Sister Qin, you are after all the disciple of the medicine god, what are you afraid of? Qin Yin said with a smile, besides, there is still me. Qin Huayu said with a smile, Little Qin, you are a very powerful expert but I am not afraid of you. This is mainly because you don't have any heirs. Qin Yin is such a person. He can blend into all kinds of environment and not appear out of place. Otherwise, if he released his formidable palace king and divine king aura, it would be rather scary. Uncle Niu said that there are many guests. It can be seen that other than the flower god, there are also other important people among Grandma Jasper Flower's guests. After entering the Jasper Flower Valley, they saw a few scattered houses located in the middle of a field of flowers and plants. There is a small river formed by a divine spring that gradually flowed. The Jasper Flower Valley is filled with birdsong and the fragrance of flowers. It is full of exuberant vitality, there are many kinds of strange fragrance of divine flowers wafting in the air. Walking on the small path, the flowers and grasses on the side overflowed with mist, it is very fragrant. So beautiful, I haven't been to Jasper Flower Valley for a long time. Qin Huayu praised while walking. There is a relatively large house in front, it is Grandma Jasper Flower's residence. After Qin Yin approached the house, he sensed a few powerful auras. Sure enough, they are all powerful big shots. At this moment, Qin Huayu cannot help but feel nervous. Sister Qin, when you give the flower totem to your great-grandmother, remember to say that your uncle obtained it by chance and gave it to you. Qin Yin suddenly said. N. Qin Huayu nodded and said. Qin Yin feels that Qin Zhongquang, this boorish person, definitely did not give anything to his grandmother. This way, it is equivalent to Qin Huayu and Qin Zhongquang giving things to Grandma Jasper Flower. The house's door is not closed. Qin Huayu is very nervous in her heart, she tightly held Qin Yan's hand and walked in front, entering the house's door. After entering, she saw more than 10 people here. This caused Qin Huayu to be so nervous that she doesn't know what to do. Greetings, elders. Qin Yan promptly said. After Qin Huayu reacted, she also promptly saluted and greeted. There are more than 10 people in the courtyard, there are only 3 old men, the rest are middle-aged and young men. After Qin Yan entered, he also saw Flower Goddess. Flower Goddess is wearing a snow-white long skirt, her beautiful goose egg-like jade face is very exquisite and beautiful. That peerlessly beautiful face is something Qin Yun is very familiar with. This woman is none other than Xianxia, the woman with innate flower totem. She is also an inscription master. When Xianxia saw Qin Yun, she felt incomparably shocked in her heart. Luckily she quickly calmed down, otherwise she would have shouted out loud. Qin Yun only indifferently glanced at Xianxia and pretended not to know her. Because in his heart, he already guessed who Flower Goddess is. Huayu, is it? A white-haired but extremely young middle-aged woman in red skirt looked at Qin Huayu and asked with a slightly cold tone. Great-grandmother, it's me. Qin Huayu feels somewhat sad in her heart because her great-grandmother has almost forgotten what she looks like. There are a few famous big shots of divine desolate here, come and get to know these big shots. Qin Huayu appeared very reserved and nodded. When Qin Yin came in, he saw grass god Qin Yuda and his son little grass god among the people here. They were actually here as well. It was also because of the presence of the father and son, the grass goddess and the little grass goddess, that Qin Huayu was even more nervous. Since young, Qin Huayu had been bullied many times by the little grass goddess. The important figures that Granny Jasper Flower was referring to were the three old men and Xianxia. When the grass god and little grass god saw Qin Huayu's nervous state, they couldn't help but reveal mocking and pleased smiles. The little grass god was especially pleased with himself because he had performed the best among the younger generation of the Qin family on this occasion. This is an elder from the Heavenly Elixir Palace, Elder Zhen Ma of the Ma clan. Granny Qianghua said with a smile as she looked at the elegant elder with white hair. Greetings, Elder Ma. Qin Huayu hurriedly saluted. Little girl, I heard that you are the new disciple of the medicine god. To be able to become the disciple of the medicine god, there must be something extraordinary about you. Ma Jiazhen laughed. Qin Huayu immediately felt much more at ease. She also suddenly remembered that she was the disciple of the medicine god and should have confidence. Granny Jade Flower laughed a few times, then looked at a half-bald short old man and said, This is Divine Inscription Palace's elder, Peng Changjian. Just like before, Qin Huayu bowed politely. Then, the one who introduced him was a chubby old man with a round face. He was the leader of the ancient Dan God sect, Gu Tianyue. These three were indeed rather famous big shots. Their cultivation bases were all extremely high, and they were all heavenly gods stronger than the great god. Last was Xianxia, the flower goddess. Xianxia's cultivation was also very high. She was at least at the great god realm. Qin Huayu had seen the flower goddess for a long time. After all, she was a rare beauty, and she was also the flower goddess from the Moon Palace, so she admired the flower goddess very much. This is your second uncle, Grass God. You should know him, right? Granny Qianghua looked at Qin Yuda and said. Yes. Qin Huayu cursed Qin Yuda in her heart, but she could only politely say, Hello, second uncle. Little girl Huayu, is there something important that brought you here? It's fine if you come to such an occasion, but why did you bring outsiders in? Little grass goddess looked at Qin Yun and said unhappily. Qin Yun was rather handsome. It could be said that he paled in comparison to the other youths here. Little grass goddess was naturally displeased. Qin Yuda, on the other hand, felt that Qin Yun looked very familiar. He had seen Qin Yun before at the Wild Beheader Villa, but he did not mention it. Great-grandmother, he is Qin Fei from the lower realms. He is good at growing medicinal herbs and he is also an inscription master. He wants to join our Qin family. As Qin Huayu spoke, she quickly took out a letter and passed it to Grandma Jasper Flower. She added, eldest uncle also recommended him to Jasper Flower Valley. An inscription pill master from the lower realms, this made the elders of the Divine Inscription Palace and the Heavenly Pill Palace, as well as the sect master of the ancient Dan Divine sect, very interested. Over the years, it's not that there were no people from lower realms, but very few of them were good. Little grass god sneered and said, Uncle, relying on great-grandmother's love, he actually dares to cause trouble. He even recommended cats and dogs to come to Jasper Flower Valley. Forget about this outsider, even I can't stay in Jasper Flower Valley. Xiangyalin sneered in her heart. She knows better than anyone what kind of existence Qin Yun is. She believes that Qin Yun being able to stay in Jasper Flower Valley is Granny Qianghua's luck. Of course, she did not say anything. She knows very well that Qin Yun can handle this matter. After Granny Xianxia finished reading the letter, she looked at Qin Yun and said with a nod, "Wild Slayer told me about you. You can stay." Qin Yuda and his son, as well as Qin Huayu, are very surprised, because Granny Xianxia agreed so straightforwardly. "Great-grandmother, this is a small gift for you." Qin Huayu suddenly took out a box and handed it to Granny Xianxia. "This girl can only give a small gift to great-grandmother." Little Grass God said in a very bad mood and glared at Qin Yun. Granny Xianxia took the box and opened it. There is a pearl inside the pearl, and inside the pearl is a very beautiful red flower. Every single one of the big shots here have very good eyesight. It's a flower totem, a god-tier flower totem at that. Although most of the runes are hidden, this flower totem is still very useful. Divine Inscription Palace's elder Peng Changjian said in astonishment. He already arrived beside Granny Xianxia with one step. A very good flower totem, who made it? This is a very high-level inscription battle technique. Heavenly Pill Palace's elder Ma Jiazhen laughed and said, "This is not a small gift." Xiang Yalan can tell with a glance that it was made by Qin Yun. She is secretly astonished in her heart. Qin Yun's inscription level has once again increased to an extremely high level. "It's Uncle gave it to me," Qin Huayu said in low voice. Good, good, good." Granny Xianxia also revealed a happy smile. Then she touched Qin Huayu's hand and said, "Huayu, I'll leave it for you. It's more useful to you. I appreciate your kind intentions." Qin Yuda suddenly said, "Grandmother, this Qin Fei's origin is unknown. I'm worried that he will cause trouble in Jasper Flower Valley. What's more, why can he stay in Jasper Flower Valley? Even if it's me, a grass god, you won't let me stay." "Great-grandmother, you are biased. We can't stay, but you let an outsider stay," Little Grass God said in a very bad mood. "Grandmother, Big Brother is forbidden from entering Qin Mansion. He must have a grudge against the entire Qin Mansion. He recommended people to come here, maybe he wants to cause trouble here," Qin Yuda said again. Qin Yun can be considered to have experienced the shamelessness of Qin Yuda and Little Grass God. In front of several big shots, they said such things about Qin Zhangquang. Even Qin Huayu is grinding her jade teeth in anger. "Don't talk nonsense. Uncle is a very good person. Moreover, little Qin is also very awesome. His ability is in no way inferior to you father and son." Qin Huayu can no longer bear it and shouted loudly. "What are you shouting for? What kind of propriety is this? Do you have the right to speak here?" Little Grass God promptly shouted. Xiang Yalan lightly smiled. Little girl Huayu is the disciple of the medicine god. If she doesn't have the right to speak, then I won't dare to speak. Flower God is actually speaking up for Qin Huayu. This made Qin Yuda and Little Grass God even more angry. "Quiet, don't make trouble, these big shots will laugh at you." Granny Jasper Flower's expression sank and said. Divine Inscription Palace's elder Peng Changjian said with smile, "This little brother came from the lower realms and is now only late-stage god. If he is a good level inscription master, with this kind of cultivation, he can also display it." Elder Peng is right. But if his inscription level is very high but his talent is not good and he can't break through to profound god, then what's the use? Qin Yuda said with smile. "That's right, a guy like him, even 10 of him can't beat me, what's the use of him? Since his surname is Qin, then he can stay outside and be a worker. Why should he enter Jasper Flower Valley?" Little Grass God laughed coldly and arrogantly. "He is a profound god. If he were to face an ordinary deity, he could indeed fight 1 against 10. What Little Grass God doesn't know is that when Qin Yun was in the Flower Moon Pavilion, he defeated him in arm wrestling and even slapped him." Qin Yun faintly smiled. "You can fight 1 against 10 of me? I don't really believe it. If I really lose to you, I will crawl out of the Qin Mansion. Do you dare to fight me?" A fight is about to break out. Those big shots, as well as the youths who came with them, are all watching a good show. "Alright, that's what you said. But I'm afraid that you won't have the chance to crawl out. With a 3-legged cat like you, I can cripple you in one move." Little Grass God proudly smiled and already took a step forward. Qin Yuda also said with smile, "Grandma, let them go. In this way, you can also see what kind of trash the guy that uncle recommended is." Qin Huayu only knows that Qin Yun is very strong in terms of inscription and growing medicinal herbs. But in terms of fighting, she has never seen it before. Qin Yun has cultivated 5 divine profound Tao images. The 6th divine profound Tao image is still in the process of being condensed. With his current strength, forget about a single little grass god, even if there were 10, he would still be beaten up. I've long heard that the young master of the grass god has extraordinary talent and great strength. He is the leader of the younger generation and shows disdain for all the outstanding heroes. Today, we can finally see the true elegance of the little grass god. Xianxia fanned the flames and said with light smile. No one knows what Grandma Xianxia is thinking. She only faintly nodded and said, don't overdo it. If you attack ruthlessly, I will be able to tell. Although the courtyard is small, there are many heavenly gods here. Even if the commotion is big, they can still suppress it. If a battle between a deity and a profound god were to really start, the commotion would be very big. Moreover, it would be in such a small place. Qin Huayu is somewhat worried. She was also pulled to the side by Xianxia to let her watch quietly. Remember, don't overdo it. Begin. Grandma Xianxia said. The battle began. In a few steps, the little grass god arrived in front of Qin Yun. His palms stabbed forward like blades. Powerful profound god power surged out, causing the earth to immediately tremble. Those few big shots also quickly released their power. Stabilize the courtyard. Qin Yun's figure flashed and strangely dodged the little grass god's attack. His movement technique looks like he dodged it by coincidence, but it is not. It is brilliant and strange, causing all the big shots present to secretly praise him. And the little grass god's attack is extremely powerful and ruthless. It does not seem to have any intention of stopping. Grandma Xianxia secretly frowned when she saw this. Seeing that it did not hit Qin Yun, the little grass god became furious. He continuously used all kinds of sinister and ruthless moves. If it is not aimed at Qin Yun's crotch, it is aimed at Qin Yun's eyes. With his hands behind his back, Qin Yun used a profound footwork technique and skillfully dodged the little grass god's attack. Stop! Grandma Xianxia suddenly shouted. However, from the beginning, everyone present could see that the little grass god has already been defeated. The little grass god did not stop. With a ruthless expression, he raised his hand and shot out a large area of cold light. It is actually many hidden weapons that contain poison. Qin Yun thrust his palm forward. The vigorous palm energy enveloped the hidden weapons and formed a gust of wind. The hidden weapons released by the little grass god were blocked by Qin Yun. A large area of poison needles and hidden weapons accompanied Qin Yun's palm energy and rushed towards the little grass god. In the blink of an eye, they entered the little grass god's body. All of this happened too quickly. Just as Grandma Xianxia and company had the thought of attacking, Qin Yun rapidly attacked. Ah! Little grass god's body has been pierced by many poisonous needles, his injuries are not light and he is unconscious. But his father did not heal him first, instead, he took out his weapon and attacked Qin Yun. Stop! Grandma Xianxia wanted to stop Qin Yuda, but seeing that Qin Yuda is not paying attention to little grass god, she can only go and suppress little grass god's injuries. This is also Qin Yuda's plan. This way, Grandma Xianxia will not stop him from killing Qin Yun. As for the other big shots, they will not participate in this kind of matter. Although little grass goddess was in the wrong for using a concealed weapon, Qin Yuda did not think much of it. He was the same as his son. They both believed that Qin Yun was just a nobody. It did not matter if he was killed. Grandma Xianxia would never blame her grandson for an outsider. Qin Yuda's attack is very fast. He is a great god, his divine power is very strong and his cultivation is much higher than Qin Yun's. A great god killing a little god is as easy as flipping his palm. Want to kill me? Qin Yun sneered in his heart, a stone rod suddenly appeared in his hand. After the floating cloud rod appeared, it immediately swept out. Clang, the floating cloud rod and Qin Yuda's saber collided, causing a violent shockwave. Qin Yuda and Qin Yun were forced to retreat. Everyone present is extremely shocked. A late-stage god can actually exchange one move with a great god. Even Qin Yuda was shocked in his heart. Qin Yun's floating cloud rod contains a very strong energy. When combined with Qin Yan's absolute yang divine power, its power is very terrifying. It must be known that Qin Yan has 5 divine Xiandao images. Furthermore, each divine Xiandao image has been cultivated to the pinnacle. Just now, the power of 5 divine profound Dao images gathered together and poured into the floating cloud rod. Naturally, it can block Qin Yuda's dreadful saber attack. Not only Qin Yan has many divine profound Dao images, the Nether Sun is also a life crystal that stores divine power. The divine power inside is as vast as the ocean. Combined with 5 divine profound Dao images, even if he is only a true god, his power is very formidable. Xianxia originally wanted to take action, but Qin Yan sent her a sound transmission, telling her not to participate in this matter for the time being to avoid Qin Yuda's jealousy. Although she is surprised to see Qin Yan's power, she feels that it is very normal. After all, it is Qin Yan. Is he really a late true god? The young man behind Elder Peng said in disbelief. A late true god beating up the profound god realm little grass god and was on par with the great god realm Qin Yuda. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it. However, they could indeed only feel that Qin Yan only had the power of 3 divine profound Dao images on his body, and did not have the divine power aura of the profound god realm. The one who was the most shocked was still Qin Yuda. The might of his blade just now was extremely strong. He was the grass god, and the power of the godly seat could make his godly power even stronger. But even so, it was still blocked by the other party. Yuda, he's badly injured. Grandma Xianxia was focused on treating Xiaoqiao deity's injuries. Grandma, help me take care of him. I'll go kill this bastard. After Qin Yuda finished speaking, he charged at Qin Yan again. This time, he was especially careful and did not directly attack. Instead, he released a cyan energy that enveloped Qin Yan. Suddenly, a large patch of grass appeared. The grass released a burst of golden light. It was a large amount of godly power condensed from the grass god's power, and it wrapped around Qin Yan. Die. Qin Yuda waved his blade and slashed at Qin Yan's head. Whoosh, suddenly, a fire burst out from Qin Yan's body. The fire wave surged and let out a series of whistling sounds. The grass wrapped around Qin Yan's body was burned in an instant. Qin Yuda's blade slashed down again. This time, Qin Yan quickly dodged. His eyes shot out violent lightning. It's the electric lock sacred pupil. The most terrifying thing is that the lightning shot out by the electric lock sacred pupil was accompanied by a thunder totem. The godly level thunder totem shot out the electric lock sacred pupil with even more ferocious power. Qin Yuda's body was instantly bound by the lightning. Qin Yan flashed behind Qin Yuda and smashed his rod down on Qin Yuda's head. Boom, Qin Yuda struggled for a bit. His head wasn't hit, but his back suffered a heavy blow. His body was smashed into the soil by the violent impact. Everyone present, including Grandma Xianxia, was dumbfounded. The grass god, who has a god position, was beaten by a little god. Xianxia knew that Qin Yan was very strong. But to be able to beat a great god at the true god realm is simply unimaginable. Qin Huayu is completely stunned. Not only is Qin Yan good at inscription technique and medicinal herbs, he is also very fierce when fighting. Qin Yan quickly swung his rod again. Enough. Grandma Xianxia quickly stretched out her hand to grab Qin Yan's floating cloud rod. Qin Yan immediately withdrew his power. The divine power on his body suddenly dissipated. From the beginning to the end, he was calm and collected. His expression and eyes did not fluctuate at all. The few big shots present suddenly felt that this young man is unfathomable and difficult to see through. If not for Grandma Xianxia, Qin Yuda, the grass god, would have been crippled. Qin Yan has already stopped, but the grass god who was stuck in the ground did not stop. Whoosh whoosh, a burst of wind whistled. A large amount of grass god's power rushed over from all directions and enveloped Qin Yan in an instant. The grass god's power is mixed with a very strong mental power. This is released through the power of a god position. Qin Yan felt that it was extremely ridiculous. He is the sun god, the king of gods, he wields the divine king heavenly seal. The god position power of the gods of the heavenly god desolate is a bit weaker in front of him. Qin Yuda's grass god power is indeed very strong, but in front of a god king, it is unable to withstand a single blow. Qin Yan's body shook, flames rushed out of his body. This is the power of the heavenly Tao flame. The grass that Qin Yuda condensed was once again burned to a crisp and was devoured by Qin Yun. The grass god who possesses a god position is actually so useless in front of a little god. Qin Yun's hand slashed in the air, his 10 fingers crazily moved and a divine tree totem condensed in an instant. The totem roared and dropped down from the sky, smashing onto Qin Yuda's body. The divine tree totem power burst out and condensed a large amount of tree vines and tree roots that wrapped around Qin Yuda and tightly restrained him. Divine tree totem. Inscription Do technique, instant release divine tree totem. Divine Inscription Palace's elder shouted with trembling voice. This is the realm of Inscription Do zone. Ancient Dan Divine Sect Master shouted. No, this can barely be considered as an Inscription Do king. Heavenly Dan Palace's elder exclaimed in admiration. Qin Yuda is tightly restrained by the divine tree totem, he screamed miserably again and again. He is in so much pain that his eyes are bloodshot. Granny Xianxia let out a long sigh, took out a long whip and ruthlessly lashed it at Qin Yuda. Formidable heavenly god power erupted and scattered Qin Yuda's divine tree totem. At the same time, Qin Yuda was also ruthlessly sent flying out of the courtyard. If this continues, someone will die. Granny Xianxia is very clear about this point. Yuda, you are not allowed to enter Jasper Flower Valley from now on, Granny Xianxia shouted in stern voice. Remember this for me. Qin Yuda's voice is filled with resentment as he loudly shouted. It must be said that Granny Xianxia is very strong. She has already removed the poison needles from Little Grass God's body and helped him detoxify the poison. After Little Grass God woke up, he ferociously looked at Qin Yun and said while gnashing his teeth, Qin Fei, right? Just you wait. Qin Yun indifferently looked at Little Grass God with his hands behind his back and said, if you want to court death, then deal with it yourself. Don't keep bothering me, I don't want to dirty my hands. You. Little Grass God vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted. At this time Uncle Niao has already arrived. He carried Little Grass God on his back and left this place. Granny Xianxia, the reason why I came to Qin family is because I still recognize Qin family. Qin Yun's tone is calm and indifferently said. His meaning is very clear. If he did not recognize Qin family, he would not have come. Peng Changjian said with smile, little friend Qin, if you feel that Qin family is not suitable, then come to my divine inscription palace. Whatever treatment Qin family gives you, my divine inscription palace will definitely satisfy you. Ma Jiazhen chuckled and said, come to my heavenly pill palace, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. I will treat you like my own brother. Don't go to their whatever palace. They are just elders, their words don't count. Gu Tianyue shouted, come to my ancient Dan God sect, I am the sect master, I have absolute power. Xianxia chuckled and said, little brother Qin, come to my Flower Moon Pavilion. My Flower Moon Pavilion is full of girls and just happens to lack a man. Those few old fellows immediately cursed in their hearts. Xianxia actually used this kind of method to rope people in. Xianxia is only joining in on the fun. She knows Qin Yun's identity. It can be said that he is one of the big shots of the Guanghan Palace. Granny Xianxia snorted, you guys. I haven't even said that I don't want little Qin, yet you guys are in such a hurry to snatch him away? You are even trying to snatch him in front of me, you are not giving me any face at all. Granny Xianxia, little brother Qin beat up your grandson and grandson. He has already formed a blood feud with them. If he stays here, sooner or later he will continue to fight with those two fellows. Peng Changjian said with smile, he can be considered a member of your Qin family but it is not good for him to stay in the Qin mansion. Granny Xianxia smiled and said, do you think I can't even settle this small matter? It is very obvious that Granny Xianxia wants to keep Qin Yun, she is not stupid, she knows how powerful Qin Yun is and he is also a member of the Qin family. Little brother Qin, what do you think? If you don't stay, even Granny Xianxia can't stop you. Gu Tianyue said with smile, if you stay, sooner or later you will be plotted against by the grass god. That guy is Thunder God's subordinate and he is deeply liked by Granny Xianxia. Granny Xianxia waved her hand and said. Little Qin, don't worry and stay. I will take care of you Da's side. For old Qin's sake, I will stay. Qin Yun said with smile. Old Qin? Zhang Kuang? Granny Xianxia said with smile, is his face bigger than mine? I originally didn't want to follow you but he forced me to. Qin Yan said. He felt that Qin Zhongquang's actions were most likely to make him help Granny Xianxia do something but he was too embarrassed to say it. Peng Changjian, Gu Tianyue and Ma Jiazhen are all incomparably disappointed. They all wanted to pull Qin Yan away. Little brother Qin, do you know any awesome people from the lower realms? Introduce a few to me. Gu Tianyue chuckled, then took out a jade card and handed it to Qin Yan. This is my Ancient Dan Divine Sex VIP card. Take this card, as long as you go to the Ancient Dan Divine Sex property, you can enjoy it for free. All services. Many thanks, Sect Master Gu. Qin Yan received the card with a smile. Gu Tianyue laughed proudly, then looked at Peng Changjian and Ma Jiazhen with contempt. Although Peng Changjian and Ma Jiazhen are elders of the Divine Inscription Palace and the Heavenly Pill Palace, they can't take out this kind of VIP card. It has to be said that in this aspect, Gu Tianyue indeed has an advantage over the two elders. Big brother Qin, little brother Gu Yongli, please guide me in the future. Gu Yongli is Gu Tianyue's son. He is quite handsome and his eyes are filled with arrogance. However, in front of Qin Yan, he is truly respectful. Soon after, the youngsters brought by Peng Changjian and Ma Jiazhen also repeatedly called him Big Brother Qin. After all, this is an awesome person who can beat up the grass god. Although he just came from the lower realms, his future is limitless. Qin Yan also exchanged a few polite words with them. Regarding today's matter, don't spread it out, otherwise it will cause a lot of trouble. Granny Xianxia laughed self-deprecatingly and said, brothers, I've let you all laugh at me today. After all, my grandson is truly too embarrassing. It's fine, everyone has a few disobedient descendants. It's very normal, very normal. Peng Changjian said with a smile, then I'll take my leave first. Soon after, they all left one after another. Only Xiang Yalan and Qin Huayu remained. Little girl Yalan, don't tell me you still have ideas about little Qin. Granny Xianxia saw that Xiang Yalan is still there and said with a chuckle. Granny, I've known him for a long time. Xiang Yalan chuckled and walked over to pinch Qin Yan's handsome face. You know each other? Granny Xianxia said in shock. Qin Huayu is also very surprised. She knew Qin Yan from the Guanhan Palace. She never expected that he would know the flower god she greatly admired. I met him in the lower realms. This guy is very powerful. Xiang Yalan smiled and said, Granny, don't worry about him. Granny Xianxia nodded and said, since Yalan is someone you approve of course I can rest assured. Besides, he was recommended by Berserk Slayer. Berserk Slayer wouldn't harm me. Granny, I have something to say. Qin Yan suddenly said, old Qin has been planting flowers for many years but he has failed repeatedly. You should know about this, right? Qin Huayu hurriedly said, great-grandmother, uncle was secretly tricked by someone. Granny Xianxia said with a smile, of course I know that. I'm not stupid. Nothing can be hidden from me. Ah? Really? I thought that, you would be deceived by that hateful father and son. Qin Huayu said. Qin Yuda and his son are going too far. Grandma Xianxia sighed. When necessary, I have to be vicious and merciless, lest I make a huge mistake. Qin Yan said, now is the beginning of the great era of the Divine Desolate. Compared to the other imperial clans, Qin Imperial Clan has a rare unity. We must properly cherish it. Granny Xianxia slightly nodded and said, little Qin, you are worthy of coming from the lower realms. You have rich experience, you are indeed different. Granny, what exactly is hidden under old Qin's land? Qin Yan asked and looked at Granny Xianxia's eyes. There must be something hidden under the Berserk Slayer Villa's medicine field. Granny Xianxia's eyes flickered as she replied, nothing. Granny, if you continue to hide it, it won't be good for old Qin. You might not know how dangerous he is. Qin Yan sighed. Oh? That land is in Qin Medicine King City, what kind of danger could he be in? Granny Xianxia said with frown. Xiang Yalan and Qin Huayu did not say anything. Because they can see from Qin Yan's expression that the matter is very serious. Soon after, Qin Yan told them about the heavenly poison grass and took out the heavenly poison grass. Qin Huayu, Granny Qianghua, and Xiang Yalan are very clear about what the heavenly poison grass is. Seeing such a big heavenly poison grass, they all felt fear and trepidation. Granny Qianghua's expression gradually became gloomy and cold. She is clearly very angry. She said in deep voice, I did not expect Yuda to be so deranged. He wants to kill his big brother. Therefore, some matters should be dealt with as soon as possible. Qin Yan said. Granny Qianghua let out a long sigh, as if she has made a very important decision. She said, the earth god's deity position is sealed under that land. His grandfather, Medicine King Qin, obtained the earth god's deity position but did not want to take it, so he was sealed in that place. The earth god's deity position is very spiritual. Over time, it fused with that land and the deity position also dissipated. Granny Qianghua said, but if we use some methods, we can still sense it. The deity position is there. Xiang Yalan said with frown, where did Qin Yuda get so many heavenly poison grass? How did he know that there is a deity position there? Thunder God. Everyone knows that Thunder God is collecting deity positions everywhere, so that he can obtain more support from the Myriad Realms Divine Court. So that's how it is. If the Myriad Realms Divine Court wants to choose a divine king, then maybe he will be chosen. Xiang Yalan lightly groaned and said, that guy Thunder God, is he even worthy to be a divine king? Xiang Yalan knows that the real divine king is just beside her. Wait for the old man to come back, I will find him to discuss this matter. Granny Qianghua sighed, then pulled Qin Huayu's hand and said with smile, girl, accompany me for a chat. You are very talented, you can become the medicine god's disciple. This is all thanks to little Qin's help. He taught me a secret technique that allowed me to smoothly complete the mission. Qin Huayu looked at Qin Yun and said with a grateful expression. That flower totem was also created by him. Granny Qianghua shook her head and smiled. Then we won't disturb your chat. I will take little Qin to stroll around the Jasper Flower Valley's garden. From now on, let him handle the flowers here. Xiang Yalan said with smile and then pulled Qin Yun away. Seeing them holding hands, Qin Huayu and Granny Qianghua realized that their relationship is not simple. Otherwise, how could a high and mighty flower god casually hold a man's hand? Xiang Yalan and Qin Yun's relationship is indeed not simple. It can be said that Qin Yun is Xiang Yalan's savior. Although the Jasper Flower Valley is a small desolate domain, it is still very big. Xiang Yalan brought Qin Yun to a garden. Yalan, who passed the position to you back then? Qin Yun asked. Xiang Yalan took out a flower. That flower is the flower god's deity position. An old granny. She didn't want to participate in the divine court's competition, so she passed the deity position to me. Xiang Yalan said with smile. She can be considered my friend back then. Qin Yun said, I hope that I will have the opportunity to meet her in the future. Soon after, Qin Yun learned that the divine flowers grown by Granny Qianghua are very rare and their growth cycle is very long. Some of them are very easy to have problems and need to be taken care of very meticulously. Oh, that's right, Yuelan previously sent a message to the Flower Moon Pavilion saying that she is coming to Medicine King City. Xiang Yalan said, do you know about this? She didn't tell me, I also don't know how to contact her. Qin Yun shook his head and smiled, did she come here to participate in the Medicine King Assembly? She didn't say why, she only said that it's an important matter. Xiang Yalan said. Xiao Yuelan is the nine-sun divine maiden, she has her own mission as a divine maiden. Qin Yun also wants to meet her and understand if there are any other changes to their nine-sun divine maiden. After all, Myriad Realms Divine Sun and Heavenly Divine Moon have come out and their nine-sun divine maiden has a great relationship with the sun and moon. While speaking, Qin Yun took out Xiao Yuelan's soul-chasing talisman and said with smile, she is already here. Maybe she is already at the Flower Moon Pavilion. Sigh, I hope that the girls of the Flower Moon Pavilion won't be taken advantage of by her. What are you doing? Qin Yun is stunned, this flower goddess is actually taking liberties with him. Your little wife treats us like this all day long, I just want to find her little husband to get back at her. Xiang Yalan said with charming smile. Soon after, Xiang Yalan brought Qin Yun to a few other gardens. The divine flowers there are very good but Qin Yun feels that they are not good enough, so he casually drew a few runes and inserted them into the ground. Qin Yun's technique is very brilliant, after all, he has already used runes to a very high level. Originally, the birth of many powers in this heaven and earth has a great relationship with runes. Qin Yun is rather lacking in the aspect of runes, namely heavenly runes. The number of heavenly runes he has mastered is too few and he can't use them flexibly. His heavenly eye has Empyrean inscription spirit but he doesn't know how to take it out. Granny Qianghua brought Qin Huayu to see Qin Yun use runes and cooperate with the flower goddess to take care of the divine flowers in the garden. Seeing this, Granny Qianghua felt even more relieved. Because these divine flowers have been taken care of so well, they will surely grow very well. Qin Yun obtained the Jasper Flower token from Granny Qianghua and can freely enter and exit the Jasper Flower Valley. Xiao Yuelan has already arrived at the Flower Moon Pavilion. At night, Qin Yun and Xianxia left the Qin Mansion and headed for the Flower Moon Pavilion. The Flower Moon Pavilion's door is tightly shut. After Xianxia arrived, she frowned. It's closed? What happened? Normally, it wouldn't be closed this late. Xianxia felt that something is wrong and immediately brought Qin Yun in. After entering, Xianxia found out that when Xiao Yuelan came, her condition was very bad. That's why the Flower Moon Pavilion immediately closed. When Qin Yun learned that Xiao Yuelan's condition is not good, he became very anxious and immediately went to the room where Xiao Yuelan is. Xiao Yuelan is lying on a bed, she is still wearing black armor. Her cold, arrogant and beautiful face is pale. She closed her eyes and sensed someone coming over. The moment she opened her eyes, she brandished a long saber and fiercely chopped horizontally. Sensing Qin Yun's aura, she immediately used her hand to chop. She let out a long sigh and said softly, "Xiao Yun, it's you." "Yuelan, what's going on?" Qin Yun immediately went over and embraced the haggard beauty in his arms. He took off her armor and let her stick closely to his warm embrace. Xiao Yuelan's jade face is stuck to Qin Yun's chest. She can only feel incomparable warmth and safety. She said softly, "Xiao Yun, I'll rest first. I'm too tired." As Qin Yun hugged Xiao Yuelan, he helped her heal and took out little jade rabbit to absorb the poison in her body. Xiao Yuelan is deeply poisoned and consumed a lot of energy. It is already very good that she can still come to the Flower Moon Pavilion. Yuelan's cultivation is very high, she is at the great god realm. Even facing a heavenly god, she is not weak. How strong is that poison god? Qin Yun is secretly puzzled. According to what he knows, Thunder God's cultivation is probably at the heavenly god realm and poison god should not be as strong as Thunder God. With Xiao Yuelan's strength, it is impossible for her to suffer such a big loss. Xiao Yuelan has already fainted. Even though she came to the Flower Moon Pavilion, she is extremely vigilant. She did not dare to completely sleep and rest. Only when she is sure that Qin Yun is beside her did she dare to completely sleep and let her soul and body rest. Qin Yun further probed the situation in Xiao Yuelan's body and discovered that the poison power has already seeped into her bones and soul. It can be said that her entire body is filled with strong poison power and it is all kinds of poison. All kinds of poison caused Xiao Yuelan to endure all kinds of pain, body and soul are suffering. Qin Yun's expression became even colder, he wished he could immediately kill Poison God. He tightly hugged Xiao Yuelan's ice-cold body and penetrated his powerful mental power, locked onto the poison power and absorbed it into the nether sun. He also released his nether moon and controlled it to float beside Xiao Yuelan's head to absorb the poison power in her soul and help her quickly recover her damaged soul. Xiao Yun, Poison God's poison is very powerful. Do you think those heavenly poison grasses were provided by Poison God? Ling Yuner asked, maybe Poison God is also Thunder God's subordinate. Back then, Poison God had a very good relationship with Thunder God. I wonder if the current Poison God is the same one from back then. Qin Yun said. The heavenly poison grasses are most likely provided by Poison God, only when Xiao Yuelan wakes up will Qin Yun know more about the specific situation. With Qin Yun's help, Xiao Yuelan recovered relatively quickly. Her originally cold face is very pale and a bit of blood has appeared. Qin Yun gently caressed her face. After feeling the warmth, he felt a lot more at ease and then kissed her forehead. Xianxia came in and after learning of the situation, she was very worried and waited anxiously outside. Qin Yun saw that Xiao Yuelan's condition has stabilized and noticed that her armor is stained with blood. After carefully analyzing the blood on it, he found that it was the blood of a deva. There was also a saber on the bed. Xiao Yuan had been holding it tightly before, but now she gradually loosened her grip. Qin Yin used his mental power to control the saber to float over. Then, he used his heavenly eye to check the clues left on the saber and found that there was also the blood of a celestial on it. Apart from that, there was also a very powerful blood. Traces of grey power remained within that blood. Seeing the grey power, Qin Yin was alarmed. That was the power of the chaotic divine sun. That kind of blood contained chaotic divine yang energy, which meant that it was very likely that the blood belonged to the chaotic clan. Yuan is being besieged by heavenly men, primal chaos race people and poison god? Qin Yin now understands that Xiao Yuan's enemies are not just poison god alone. A few hours later, Xiao Yuan also opened her eyes. However, she had not completely recovered. She only hugged Qin Yin tightly and shrunk into his embrace. She enjoyed this beautiful and comfortable feeling. "Little hubby, I want to take a bath." Xiao Yuan half opened her eyes, a faint smile appeared on her face and she said softly, "I want you to take a bath with me." Alright, alright, alright. Qin Yin laughed. He carried Xiao Yuan to the side of the bath and released the divine spring. Water to heat it up. Very soon, the bath began to be filled with steam. Qin Yin carried the weak and haggard beauty and entered the bath together. At this time, Xiao Yuan also circulated Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. She leaned on Qin Yin's bosom and soaked in the comfortable and warm hot water. The young couple cultivated together and at the same time carried out the sweet intimacy of a reunited husband and wife. After cultivating together, Xiao Yuan recovered even faster. In just 4 to 6 hours, she became a lot more spirited. "Where is Yu Shaoling? Wasn't she with you the whole time?" Qin Yin asked. After the myriad realms divine sun came out, she fell into a deep slumber inside my Nining divine soul. Xiao Yuan's lily-white hand wandered around Qin Yin's body. Then she raised her hand and a string of silver beads appeared on her wrist. Qin Yin said in shock, "Sister Kira gave you the Nining divine soul?" Xiao Yuan shook her head and smiled, "This is a new Nining divine soul. Before Muyu left, she gave it to me. It is the same as Sister Kiru's Nining divine soul." Qin Yin is secretly shocked in his heart. Muyu can actually directly produce Nining divine soul, it is clearly a copy. "Yuan, I have 9 sun divine veins. Just now, I cultivated Sun and Moon Heart Sutra's 3rd layer with you. Do you have any reaction now?" Qin Yin asked. "Not yet. Maybe it's because we haven't cultivated together for long enough." Xiao Yuan said with charming smile, "I feel that I can definitely cultivate 9 divine veins or 9 sun divine veins." Qin Yin suddenly said with stern expression, "Who injured you so heavily before?" "I discovered the blood of heavenly man and primal chaos race on your armor and blade. The poison on your body is the poison power of the poison god." Xiao Yuan never took the initiative to talk about this matter. Clearly, she doesn't want Qin Yin to participate. "Xiao Yun, you don't have to worry. This time, I only made a mistake. There won't be a next time." Xiao Yuan said softly, "You should properly cultivate in peace and raise your cultivation." "What are you doing?" Xiao Yuan pouted coquettishly. "We are not husband and wife, you won't even tell me this kind of thing?" Qin Yin said with stern expression, "Also, don't look down on me." Qin Yin also knows that Xiao Yuan is doing this for his own good. That's why she didn't say too much to him. She was worried that he would get hot-headed and risk his life. This is mainly because his cultivation is low. "Then promise me first, don't take the risk." Xiao Yuan bit her lips. Her appearance was very charming, especially her beautiful eyes that were filled with spring. They had a very strong power to captivate one's soul. "I promise you." Qin Yin nodded and can't help but kiss her cheek. "Primal chaos race wants to capture me." Xiao Yuan coldly snorted, "Some bastards from the primal chaos race know that I'm the 9 sun goddess and want to capture me. And there is also the heavenly law divine realm behind this. The poison god should be in cahoots with them." Qin Yin suddenly became extremely worried and said, "When you 9 sun goddess go out, don't act alone. The people from the primal chaos race are very strong. Don't worry, nothing will happen to us." This time, it was because I obtained the protection of the Mother Moon and the myriad realms' divine sun that I was able to escape at the critical moment. Xiao Yuan chuckled and said, Xiao Yun, leave this matter to me. I will handle it well. Qin Yun grunted and nodded in agreement. Good boy, I'll reward you with a kiss. Xiao Yuan smiled and then kissed Qin Yun. Qin Yun has already begun planning how to take revenge on the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, the Primal Chaos Realm and the Poison God. He planned to start with the Xianxia Royal City. The Heavenly Law Divine Realm and the Primal Chaos Realm definitely have properties in the Xianxia Royal City. He will secretly investigate and then remove all the properties of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm and the Primal Chaos Realm in the Xianxia Royal City. Yuelan, is that Poison God one of the Thunder God's subordinates? You've seen the Poison God before, tell me what he looks like. Qin Yun said. The Poison God is a middle-aged man, one of the most powerful subordinates of the Thunder God. Xiao Yuan said, I went to the Myriad Realms Divine Palace before and took a boat from the Myriad Realms Divine Palace to Xianxia King City. On the way there, the boat suddenly had a problem. When I got off the boat, I was surrounded and attacked. It seems like when you were in the Myriad Realms Divine Palace, the Thunder God already noticed you. Qin Yun said. Xiao Yun, you won't secretly look for them, right? Xiao Yuan looked at Qin Yun with hidden bitterness. No way, no way. Qin Yun laughed, then changed the topic and said, Yuan, I might have to cultivate 9 divine profound Tao images, are you the same? I'm not, I only cultivate 6 divine profound Tao images. Xiao Yuan is somewhat astonished, we all have 6 divine profound Tao images. Soon after, Qin Yun told Xiao Yuan about his situation. After Xiao Yuan finished listening, she said with a smile, Xiao Yun, if you can really cultivate 9 divine profound Tao images, then you will definitely be even stronger. Let's hurry up and start cultivating together. This will allow you to refine that Xianxia divine pill even faster. You rest first, you haven't recovered yet. Qin Yun said. I've almost recovered. Xiao Yuan pressed her hand on Qin Yun's chest and said with a smile, let's begin. Just like this, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan soaked in a comfortable hot spring and cultivated the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra together. With Xiao Yuan's help, the speed at which they refined the Xianxia divine pill is indeed very fast. When they cultivated until late at night, Xianxia suddenly opened the door and came in. When she saw the couple in the bath, her face immediately turned red. Sister Yalan, do you want to join us? Xiao Yuan said with a smile. I saw that you guys didn't move for so long, so I came in to take a look because I was worried. After Xianxia finished speaking, she turned around and ran out with a red face, causing Xiao Yuan to laugh non-stop. 2 days passed and Qin Yun cultivated the 6th divine profound Tao image. It is the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. His divine power is also naturally stronger than before, and the 7th divine profound Tao image also appeared. It is very blurry and it is not clear what it is for now. Xiao Yuan completely recovered. She entered Qin Yun's 9 Sun Divine Spirit and saw Yang Yang, Momo, and Little Jade Rabbit. She played with them for a long time before coming out. During these few days of cultivation, because Qin Yun's 9 Sun Divine Veins can assimilate other people's divine veins, Xiao Yuan also cultivated 9 Sun Divine Veins. She cultivated 9 Sun Divine Veins and did not form 9 Yin sacred veins like Xian Rujing. It is unknown why. Next, Xiao Yuan will go into seclusion alone for a few days to adapt to the 9 Sun Divine Veins. When Lu Yushuyan comes over, she will go find Poison God and the others to settle the score. Lu Yushuyan already knew that Qin Yun has come to Divine Desolate. She still has some matters to attend to in the Myriad Realms Divine Court, so she will come over later. Qin Yun left the Flower Moon Pavilion and immediately went to find Qin Zhongquang. He asked him to help inquire about the Primal Chaos Realm and Heavenly Law Divine Domain, as well as the businesses of Poison God and Thunder God. After Qin Yuda and his son were beaten up by Qin Yun in Jasper Flower Valley, they appeared very calm. This kind of scandal, the father and son would definitely not speak of it. It was because it was very calm that Qin Yun had to be even more wary of the father and son. Because with Qin Yuda and his son's personalities, they wouldn't let the matter rest. Qin Yun arrived at Wild Slayer Mountain Manor. Over the past 2 to 3 days, the divine flowers in the medicinal field have grown very well. From time to time, Shui Weiwei and the others would come over to take a look. Because he had offended Qin Yuda, when Qin Yin was at the Flower Moon Pavilion, he told Xiang Yalan to tell Feng Honglan and the others not to go to the Wild Beheader Villa during this period of time. Qin Zhongquang had learned quite a few techniques from Yuan Yining and company. He could handle this large medicinal garden by himself. Little Qin, are you doing well at my grandma's place? Qin Zhang laughed wildly. I'm doing very well. She takes good care of me. He now knows that Qin Zhongquang holds a very important position in Granny Qionghua's heart. Otherwise, Qin Zhongquang wouldn't have been able to convince Grandma Qianghua to accept him without any hesitation. Grandma Qianghua knew that she couldn't spoil her eldest grandson too much, so she didn't interfere in some things. It's just that she didn't expect Qin Yuda to be so vicious and merciless that he actually wanted to kill Qin Zhongquang. If the toxicity of the sky poison grass was strong enough, and Qin Zhongquang stayed in the Wild Slayer Manor for too long, he would absorb a large amount of the sky poison grass's poison, which would cripple him. Qin Yin did not tell Qin Zhongquang about this matter. He is also worried that Qin Zhongquang would be too angry and kill Qin Yuda. Qin Yin wanted to kill Qin Yuda, but he could not cause too much of a commotion. He had to do it secretly. Regarding the god of poison, I found out for you. Qin Zhongquang suddenly said in a serious tone, Little Qin, tell me, is the sky poison grass hidden below related to the poison god? I am still not sure. Qin Yin said. Poison god has already arrived at Qin Yaoqing City. He has a disciple named Du Daisen who is often together with Qin Yuda. Qin Zhongquang said. How long have Du Daisen and Qin Yuda known each other? Asked Qin Yun. It's been a few years. I only started investigating Qin Yuda recently. Qin Zhongquang said. Natural law, divine realm and chaos realm, what kind of businesses do they have in the Qin Yaoqing City? Did you find anything? Qin Yin asked again. Since Poison God came to Qinyao Royal City, it means that he most likely knows that Xiao Yuelan is in the Flower Moon Pavilion. Many of our businesses are related to medicinal herbs. Qin Zhongquang looked around and said in a low voice, Little Qin, why are you asking about this? Whether it is the natural law divine realm or the chaotic realm, they are both very powerful forces. Even the entire Qin imperial clan did not dare to provoke a power like that. It's nothing, I just want to understand them so that I don't have any conflicts with them in the future. Qin Yin said with smile. He did not dare to let Qin Zhongquang know that he was going to wipe out the businesses of the Chaos Realm and the Natural Law Divine Realm. Qin Zhongquang nodded his head, and said, We do indeed need to understand this clearly, because the Natural Law Divine Realm and the Chaos Realm are both very strong, and these fellows are not very reasonable. Even if they are unreasonable, they will use their own fists to show that they are reasonable. Soon after, Qin Yin learned about the situation of the Chaos Realm and the Natural Law Divine Realm from Qin Zhongquang. The Chaos Realm is rather complicated because there are several factions within the Chaos Realm, and the primal Chaos race in Qinyao Royal City is one of the more powerful factions. As for the Natural Law Divine Realm, it is more unified. Qin Yin already has a certain understanding of the power structure within the Natural Law Divine Realm. Basically, it is formed by the powerful Heavenly Mother and the Heavenly Emperor. Qin Yin and Qin Zhongquang were inside the house when they suddenly sensed something flying over the medicine garden. The formation that Qin Yin had set up earlier could sense what was flying over from the sky. Qin Zhongquang and Qin Yin immediately went out and saw two people in the sky. They were Qin Yuda and a yellow-skinned middle-aged man. It's Qin Yuda and Du Daisen. Qin Zhongquang suddenly clenched his fists. It was these two people who had joined hands to kill him. The medicine garden had a barrier, so they could only float in the air to check on the situation of the medicine garden. They were unable to come down. Qin Yin transmitted his voice to Qin Zhongquang and said, Old Qin, they might have discovered the situation deep underground. I'm guessing that they will most likely come to cause trouble for you in the next 2 or 3 days. Just come. Qin Zhongquang coldly snorted. Qin Yin and Qin Zhongquang returned to the house and began to discuss how to deal with Qin Zhongquang. In the air, Qin Zhongquang coldly looked at the medicine field below and said, Brother Du, that Qin Fei is really quite capable. Look at the divine flower medicine below. It's only been a few days and it's already grown so well. You, this big brother, have met a benefactor. Du Daison's thin and dry yellow face was filled with a cold smile, but I, Du Daison, am Qin Zhongquang's nightmare. No matter what expert he meets, he will not be able to escape from my nightmare. Brother Du, let's begin. Qin Zhongquang sneered. He did not tell Du Daison about him being beaten up by Qin Yun because it was too embarrassing. In order to not let this matter leak out, he even forced his own son to sign a soul contract with the little grass god. He was a great god realm cultivator and also possessed the grass god's divine position. He was also the grandson of the medicine king Qin and stood in the thunder god's camp. If others knew that he was beaten up by a little god, what would they think of him? Face is incomparably important to Qin Yuda. He only told Du Daison that Qin Yun has mastered a very good inscription dough technique and that his ability to grow flowers and plants is very strong. Du Daison held a small red flag in his hand. He closed his eyes and chanted an incantation. The runes on the red flag suddenly lit up. He kept chanting incantations and after a while, he suddenly stopped. Seeing Du Daison's puzzled expression, Qin Yuda quickly asked, Brother Du, what's wrong? The heavenly poison great array seems to be gone. I can't sense the heavenly poison great array. Du Daison's expression greatly changed as he said, could it be that the heavenly poison grass has been discovered? That Qin Fei is quite capable. Maybe he discovered the heavenly poison grass. Qin Yuda felt that it is very possible. He has experienced Qin Yun's might before. This won't do, we have to go down and take a look. The heavenly poison grass belongs to Master. It is a very important poison to Master, we can't lose it. If Master finds out, we will all be blamed. Du Daison promptly said. But I'm worried that my big brother won't let me enter the villa. The villa's barrier is very powerful. Qin Yuda said. As long as he opens the door, I will use poison. You just have to think of a way to make him open the door. Du Daison said with sneer, that Qin Fei you are talking about, he will also fall into our hands. Qin Yuda admires Du Daison's poison very much. If Du Daison used poison to capture Qin Yun, he would be able to ruthlessly torture Qin Yun. Alright. Qin Yuda laughed sinisterly a few times, Brother Du, when you use poison, try to use as many and better as possible. Only then will you be absolutely safe. Don't worry, they are just a few small fries. Du Daison laughed loudly and said, there are many great gods who have died in my hands. Your big brother and that little Qin are too lacking compared to those great gods. Qin Yuda immediately landed at the entrance of the wild beheader villa. He vigorously knocked on the door and shouted, big brother, not good, not good. Qin Zhongquang and Qin Yun are inside the house, they also heard Qin Yuda shout. He and Du Daison definitely did not come with good intentions. Qin Yun said, ignore them. Qin Zhongquang nodded. Qin Yuda waited for a while but Qin Zhongquang did not come out to open the door. He shouted again, big brother, grandma is about to die, why don't you come out quickly? Qin Zhongquang can no longer sit still, he immediately stood up and said with a frown, this tramp Qin Yuda, no matter how deranged he is, he would not dare to joke around with grandma. Grandma Jasper Flower is very well, moreover she is a powerful heavenly god, how could something happen to her? Qin Yun immediately determined Qin Yuda's purpose in coming here. No matter what, this is the Xianxia royal city, Qin Yuda should not be too excessive. If something really happens to grandma and I am not there immediately, it will not be good. Qin Zhongquang is very worried, he is already extremely anxious. He cares a lot about his grandma, it can be seen that he is very filial. Qin Yun can understand Qin Zhongquang's filial piety, so it is not good to stop him. He said in low voice, old Qin, I will go back to Jasper Flower Valley with you. But, you walk in front, I will follow behind you while invisible. Alright. Qin Zhongquang immediately walked out. After Qin Yun became invisible, he also concealed his aura. Qin Zhongquang quickly walked towards the door, Qin Yun slowly followed behind. Qin Yuda, what happened to grandma? After Qin Zhongquang opened the door, a gust of wind blew in. The moment Qin Zhongquang opened the door, a gust of wind blew in. There are a few medicinal fields near the door, there are many small flower seedlings. The moment they were blown by the gust of wind, they all turned black and then quickly melted, turning into boiling bubbles. This is an incomparably lethal poison. Qin Zhongquang's face was hit by the colorless and odorless poison wind. His face became incomparably black, even the whites of his eyes turned black. Even his teeth and tongue, his entire mouth turned completely black. Qin Yan's heart jumped in fear and trepidation. The first attack was this kind of lethal poison. It can be seen how ruthless the culprit is. Qin Zhongquang lied on the ground and screamed miserably. Qin Yuda is also startled. He did not expect Du Daison's attack to be so vicious. He is somewhat worried. After all, this is the Xianxia royal city, moreover it is the wild beheader villa. Du Daison pushed the stunned Qin Yuda into the door and then quickly closed the door. "Brother Du, your poison is too vicious," Qin Yuda very anxiously said. "Don't worry, he won't die," Du Daison said with sneer. "If your big brother dies, we can just pin the crime on Qin Fei's head. It would be best to let him take the blame." After Qin Yuda heard this, he said with smile, not bad, that guy should also be here." Du Daison walked over, stepped on Qin Zhongquang's pitch-black bald head and said with sneer, "Quickly tell me, has the heavenly poison grass been taken out?" "Fuck your mother!" Qin Zhongquang shouted with all his strength and spat out a mouthful of black poisonous blood. Qin Yan is not inside the house, he is nearby. Du Daison is much stronger than he imagined, so he doesn't dare to face him head-on. He can also see that Qin Zhongquang's condition is quite stable. If Qin Zhongquang is in danger, he will attack regardless of everything. Du Daison is extremely confident as he walked towards the small house. At this time, Qin Yan secretly controlled the wild beheader villa's great formation and completely locked the door. Then he opened the wild beheader villa's illusory great formation to prevent outsiders from seeing the situation inside. Even if there is a big commotion here, the sound won't be able to spread out. After Du Daison entered the small house, Qin Yuda is also beating his big brother. Qin Yan released the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Ever since he cultivated the cauldron Dao image, the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron has become a lot stronger. He can control it more freely and in the blink of an eye, it flew above the small house. Boom, the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron suddenly turned upside down, sealing the entire small house and Du Daison inside the cauldron. Qin Yuda is currently beating up Qin Zhongquang. After he heard the sound and saw the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron, his expression suddenly changed. He suddenly sensed danger approaching. Bang, he felt a surge of scorching energy rushing towards him, condensing into a single point, and striking towards him. Just as he sensed the intense burning hot power, his body is in extreme pain. His heart has been pierced by a very small burning hot thing, creating a hole. Qin Yuda's heart is injured. Even if he has very strong great god power, he can't circulate it in a short time. He looked at the direction of the energy attack and saw Qin Yun suddenly appear there. Qin Yun is holding a small pistol in his hand. The bullets he shot just now were refined from Divine Universe Golden Stone. He has a kind of bullet that is refined from Divine Universe Golden Stone mixed with many kinds of Nether Sun core materials. One Divine Universe Golden Stone can be refined into 10 of these bullets. He only has 10 of these bullets in total. They are very precious, they were refined by him in Sacred Desolate. Just one spear easily pierced through Qin Yuda's armor and body protecting Divine Talisman and pierced through his heart. Huu, tree roots transformed into claws, suddenly extended from the ground and wrapped around Qin Yuda's lower body. I am one of Grandma Qionghua's most beloved grandchildren. You dare to kill me? Qin Yuda had seen Qin Yan's ferociousness, so he was immediately terrified. If you dare to attack your big brother, why wouldn't I dare to attack you? Qin Yan said with sneer, I am also a member of Qin family. Today, I will help Qin family exterminate trash like you. As his voice fell, he had already flashed behind Qin Yuda, his 2 fingers pressed against Qin Yuda's lower back. Boom, a crisp sound rang out, that was the heaven extinguishing 9 fingers, piercing heaven. The finger was accompanied by the power of the mysterious penetration divine power, which made the finger force more penetrative. It successfully penetrated the life crystal in Qin Yuda's body. After Qin Yuda's life crystal was hit by the finger force, it was pierced through his abdomen and fell to the ground. Following that, Qin Yun used the godly monarch heavenly seal's power to grab Qin Yuda's deity throne. The grass god's deity seat was a pearl with a blade of grass growing inside. Qin Yuda spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at his deity position and his shattered life crystal in horror. Old Qin, are you alright? Just now, Qin Yin released little Jade Rabbit to help Qin Zhongguang suck out the poison. Qin Zhongguang's face was no longer as black as before. I won't die. Qin Zhongguang is incomparably shocked. He really did not expect that Qin Yun, a late-stage god, could easily kill Qin Yuda, a great god with deity seat. Brother Do, quickly save me. Qin Yuda spat out blood and screamed in fear. Qin Yun smiled as he looked at Qin Yuda struggling on the ground and said, Don't worry, your brother Do will soon follow you on your way. Do you really want to kill me? If my grandfather Medicine King Qin and grandmother Qianxia find out about this, they will definitely tear your corpse into 10,000 pieces. Qin Yuda saw the smile on Qin Yun's face and became even more afraid. Qin Yun slowly took out a mirror and placed it in front of Qin Yuda. An image suddenly appeared in the mirror. It is the process of Qin Zhongguang opening the door and being poisoned. Everything that Qin Yuda and Du Daisen said to Qin Zhongguang is recorded in the mirror. Your grandfather Medicine King Qin and grandmother Qianxia will definitely see this. Qin Yin said with smile, Do you still think that after you die, they will be sad? No, they will only be happy. Qin Yuda shivered, his heart is filled with incomparable jealousy. Before he died, he realized that his big brother made friends with a terrifying expert. If this expert's cultivation was high enough, even the god of thunder would not be his match. Qin Zhongguang prostrated himself in admiration towards Qin Yun. This way, if grandmother Qianxia finds out that Qin Yuda was killed by him in the future, he will have enough reason to do so. Qin Yun waved his hand and the huge heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron suddenly shrunk and flew over. After the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron returned to Qin Yun's hand, Qin Yun poured formidable power into it and turned it into berserk thunder and lightning, causing Du Daisen inside to scream miserably again and again. Du Daisen's whole body is scorched black and seriously injured. He fell down and smashed onto Qin Yuda's body, howling in a low voice. Qin Yun looked at Du Daisen and said with smile, Brother Do, right? Qin Yuda's life crystal was shattered by me, he is very sad. In order to not let him feel so sad, I will also shatter your life crystal. While speaking, he pointed 2 fingers at Du Daisen's dantian and released finger power. Boom, Du Daisen immediately screamed and vomited blood, he twitched and rolled on the ground. His life crystal has also been shattered, he is in incomparable pain. Qin Yuda, you bastard, this guy is so powerful, why didn't you tell me? Du Daisen cried in pain. Qin Yuda is also cursing Du Daisen in his heart. He thought that Du Daisen is very strong, he did not expect that he is worse than him. Qin Yun said, I discovered the heavenly poison grass long ago and took it out. The heavenly poison great formation you set up has also been destroyed by me. You bastard. Du Daisen said angrily, do you know that I am Poison God's disciple? And my master is in Qin Medicine King City. Of course I know. Moreover, I still want to find Poison God to settle the debt. Qin Yun said with sneer. Poison God participated in besieging Shaoyuan, Poison God must die, in his eyes, Poison God is no different from a dead person. You. Poison God is Thunder God's most important subordinate, you dare. Du Daisen suddenly stopped speaking because Qin Yun's aura is too terrifying. Qin Yun's killing intent and hatred towards Thunder God is released without any concealment, causing Du Daisen and Qin Zhongguang to be scared to death. Thunder God will also die. Qin Yun retracted his aura and became very calm. He said indifferently, I will send you on your way first. I will also send Thunder God to reunite with you. Oh right, Rain God and Snake God from before are already waiting for you. Du Daisen and Qin Yuda screamed in fright. Rain God and Snake God have already disappeared, Thunder God also sent many people to search for them but their whereabouts are still unknown. He did not expect that they have already been killed by someone. Qin Yun's 2 fingers joined together. Qin Zhongguang and Du Daisen's bodies are entangled by tree vines and fixed to the ground. Bang, his hands simultaneously unleashed 2 heaven-extinguishing 9 fingers exploding heaven finger power. Exploding heaven finger power, along with Berserk 9 Sun Divine Flame, hit Du Daisen and Qin Yuda's bodies and exploded. A burst of scorching heat wave rose up, Du Daisen and Qin Yuda turned into ashes and fell into the medicine field. Old Qin, don't be afraid, you are my friend, I won't attack my friend. Qin Yan saw that Qin Zhongquang's poison has been completely removed and said with smile. It's useless even if I am afraid. If you wanted to kill me, I would have already died. Qin Zhongquang laughed heartily. Seeing that Qin Yuda has been killed, he felt very happy in his heart. Qin Yan said, next, I will disguise myself as Qin Yuda and leave the city. Moreover, when I leave the city, I will cause some commotion. Xiao Qin, it's been hard on you. Qin Zhongquang was worried that Qin Yuda and Du Daisen would join hands to deal with his medicine garden. But now, Qin Yuda and Du Daisen have turned into ashes and become fertilizer, forever staying in the wild beheader villa. Qin Yan was completely dispelled of the remaining poison. Then, he disguised himself as Qin Yuda and walked out of the city. On the way out of the city, he scolded many people at the city gate. This way, everyone knows that Qin Yuda has left the city. In the evening, Qin Yan sneaked into the Qin Medicine King city. He returned to the wild beheader villa and saw that Qin Zhongquang has recovered quite well, so he felt a lot more at ease. Qin Zhongquang also just happened to receive a piece of news and said, Xiao Qin, in the Heavenly Law Divine Realms property, the Heavenly Law Pavilion, there will be a treasure auction tonight. There will be all kinds of rare treasures for sale there. The poison god will attend that treasure auction. I'll go now. Qin Yan said with smile. Then he went to disguise himself as a burly man with a full beard. Xiao Qin, I don't need to worry about you. Even if you can't beat him, you can still run away. Qin Zhongquang laughed and said, but you still have to be careful, don't capsize the boat. Old Qin, thank you for your concern. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile. At night, Qin Yan left the wild beheader villa and headed towards the Heavenly Law Pavilion. The Heavenly Law Pavilion is also in the rich and noble district, but it is quite far from the Flower Moon Pavilion. The rich and noble district is very large and there are many tall buildings gathered together. The Heavenly Dao Pagoda was hundreds of floors high. It was a square jade tower. Many people were flying around the Heavenly Dao Pagoda. Qin Yan planned to sneak in and directly kill the poison god. If he wanted to participate in that treasure auction, he had to plan carefully. The Heavenly Law Pavilion is very big, it won't be easy for him to go in and find the poison god. However, he knows that the poison god will definitely participate in that treasure auction. Qin Yan stood at the side of the street. Just as he was calculating in his heart, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. It's the sect master of the ancient Dan divine sect, Gu Tianyue. On the street, he saw a luxurious carriage. It was Gu Tianyue's carriage. After thinking for a moment, he quickly walked over and released his powerful mental power. He sent a sound transmission into the carriage. Sect Master Gu, I'm Xiao Qin. Do you still remember me? Qin Yan asked. Gu Tianyue immediately opened the door of the carriage and saw a burly man with a full beard. He was startled and said with a smile, why have you changed? Quickly come in. The interior of Gu Tianyue's carriage is like a spacious living room. His rather handsome son, Gu Yongli, is also present. In these 2 days, Gu Tianyue also contacted Grandma Xianxia to ask her to arrange a meeting with him. However, she said that Qin Yan is not in the Jade Flower Valley. At that time, Gu Tianyue thought that Grandma Xianxia deliberately did not let him meet Qin Yan. He even blamed her in his heart. He did not expect that he would meet Qin Yan like this. Gu Tianyue's ancient Dan God sect mainly focuses on pill refining and medicine growing. His ancient Dan God sect can establish a foothold in God Desolate because its overall strength is very strong. As the sect master, Gu Tianyue's vision is also very good. He knows Qin Yan's potential very well. Xiao Qin, we are indeed going to participate in the treasure auction to see what kind of treasures there are. Gu Tianyue smiled and nodded. Qin Yan looked at the round-faced fat old man inside the carriage and said with some embarrassment, Sect Master Gu, I was not invited but I also want to go and take a look. The treasure auction can indeed increase one's knowledge. You just came to God Desolate from the lower realms, you need to broaden your horizons. You should come with us. Gu Tianyue is extremely happy. Big brother Qin, you are only a late-stage god but your strength is so strong. You can actually suppress a great god realm grass god. Gu Yongli recalled what happened that day and is still shocked. This is mainly because of cultivating the mysterious God Dao image. I cultivate the mysterious God Dao image steadily and surely, cultivating every mysterious God Dao image to the extreme. If I can't cultivate the mysterious God Dao image, then I will think of all kinds of methods to break through and let the mysterious God Dao image advance one step further. Soon after, Qin Yun talked non-stop about how he cultivated the mysterious God Dao image to the extreme, causing Gu Tianyue and Gu Yongli to exclaim in admiration again and again. It caused them to forget to enter the heavenly Dao pagoda inside the carriage. It's not convenient here, otherwise I could let you guys see my mysterious God Dao image. Qin Yun said with smile. What he said earlier was not a lie. He, the Nine-Yang Palace King and the King of Gods, has a lot of experience and insight on the path of God cultivation. Even Gu Tianyue benefited a lot from what Qin Yun said. Xiao Qin, you are truly a peerless genius. You just entered God Desolate and you have already comprehended your own cultivation path. Gu Tianyue said, my carriage has a barrier. If it's convenient for you, can you let us see your mysterious God Dao idol? Gu Yongli looked at Qin Yun with anticipation. Qin Yun smiled and released his divine dragon Dao image. It is only a divine dragon Dao image. As soon as the God Dragon Taoist image came out, many of the seats in the carriage cracked. The carriage shook incessantly, and the interior was filled with arrogant hot air. Gu Tianyue and Gu Yongli were so shocked that they were tongue-tied. It's actually the divine dragon Dao image. This? Gu Yongli said with a face full of shock, this is a very powerful divine profound Dao image. Not only is it the Dao image of the divine dragon, but it has also been cultivated to such an extreme. Gu Tianyue exclaimed. Qin Yun promptly stored the divine dragon Dao image and said with faint smile, I am just lucky to be able to cultivate a divine dragon Dao image. Everyone hoped that they could cultivate a powerful profound God Dao idol, and the divine dragon Dao idol was the pinnacle of profound God Dao idols. For many people with good aptitude, being able to cultivate a first-rate profound God Dao idol is already pretty good, not to mention a pinnacle divine beast Dao idol. Of course, Qin Yun's divine hammer Dao idol and heavenly lion Dao idol are also pinnacle, he just didn't release them. Gu Tianyue and Gu Yongli now understand why the divine power of deity realm can be compared to great deities. Not only because they possess a pinnacle profound God Dao idol, they also cultivated it to such a terrifying level. Xiao Qin, if your soul and body were not strong enough, you would not be able to bear such a terrifying profound God Dao idol. 3 powerful profound God Dao idols surrounding a life crystal. If the life crystal was not strong enough, it would shatter. When Gu Tianyue thought of this, he felt even more regret in his heart. One must be strong enough in all aspects to be able to cultivate such a terrifying profound God Dao idol. Gu Yongli said with some doubt, Big brother Qin, if you want to cultivate such a powerful profound God Dao idol, you will need a lot of time, right? Qin Yun said with smile, I can also be considered a pill master. I plant medicine and then refine pills to eat. I can become stronger in a short period of time. Thinking of Qin Yun's superb inscription Do technique, Gu Yongli is immediately stunned, he can only admire him. Let's go to the treasure auction. Qin Yun said with smile. Xiao Qin, you have time. You must come to my ancient Dan divine sect. Gu Tianyue said with smile. Definitely, definitely. Qin Yun said. Soon after, they walked out of the large carriage together. Before, Qin Yun also learned about the ancient Dan divine sect from Xianxia and Qin Zhongquang. It is a relatively strong sect. Sect Master Gu Tianyue is in charge of the entire sect's operations and has great authority. However, the most powerful people in the ancient Dan divine sect are those nameless old pill masters. It is said that the old pill masters of the ancient Dan divine sect have lived for 1 or 2 eras. Moreover, the ancient Dan divine sect has a very mysterious thing that attracts powerful inscription pill masters from all over the heavens. Especially after the divine desolate was formed, the ancient Dan divine sect expanded even faster. Even Medicine King Qin, Medicine God and Pill God would go to the ancient Dan divine sect from time to time. After entering the heavenly Dao pagoda, Gu Tianyue directly took the VIP passage and went straight to the treasure auction house. The treasure auction house is located in the underground hall of the Heavenly Law Tower. It is extremely stable and can prevent it from being breached. On the way to the auction house, Xianxia also understood that the treasure auction is mainly made up of all kinds of ancient treasures collected by the heavenly law divine realm. Many of those ancient treasures are ancient and some are even damaged due to their age. However, they are relatively powerful divine tools and magic treasures. Some inscription masters collect these primordial magic treasures in order to study the runes from back then, as well as various refining techniques. Then, they combine it with their own situation to create better runes. Therefore, there are many inscription masters participating in the treasure auction. And there are also many alchemists. The main purpose of alchemists is to try their luck and see if there are any ancient treasures that can refine pills and grow medicines. Not long after, Xianxia and Gu Yongli followed behind Gu Tianyue and arrived at the treasure auction house. The underground hall is very spacious and can accommodate tens of thousands of people without feeling crowded. The moment Xianxia entered, he knew that the treasure auction house is in a space. Otherwise, with the size of the Heavenly Law Tower, it would be impossible to open up such a large underground palace underground. When Gu Tianyue arrived, many people came over to greet him. It can be seen that his popularity is quite good. The people who came to participate in the treasure auction were all invited. They are all people with status and prestige and they brought their juniors with them. Granny Xianxia is here. Someone suddenly shouted. Xianxia immediately looked towards the entrance and indeed, he saw a woman with a head full of white hair. She wore a light blue robe and slowly walked in with Xianxia. Many people hurriedly stepped forward and politely greeted Granny Xianxia. Many of the young masters present focused their gazes on Xianxia. Xianxia only wore a simple white dress and followed beside Granny Xianxia. To be able to come together with Granny Xianxia, she must be very doted on by her. This meant that her position in the Qin manor was extremely high. Very quickly, someone in the crowd recognized that it was Xianxia, the disciple of the medicine god. Just as Granny Xianxia was being the center of attention, someone suddenly shouted, "The poison god is here." Poison god, this was a very famous existence in the medicinal pill circle. The poison god grasped very dreadful poisons and also grasped all kinds of detoxification methods. After the divine desolate was formed, more and more powerful poisons appeared. If someone was poisoned by a poison that was difficult to detoxify, they could only find the poison god. If even the poison god could not detoxify it, then no one could. Therefore, the poison god's fee for detoxification was very high. As a result, the poison god had many loyal subordinates. Because the people he detoxified had to sign a soul contract to become his subordinates. Some of the poison god's subordinates even had higher cultivation than him. As a result, the poison god had extremely high prestige. His overall strength was very formidable and he had the thunder god as his backing. Therefore, many people wanted to curry favor with him. When the poison god appeared, even more people went up to greet him. The poison god's limelight momentarily suppressed Granny Xianxia. And beside the poison god, Xianxia saw a familiar person. It is that little thunder god and the poison god came together and there are many people here who know little thunder god. After all, he is the son of the thunder god. The flower god is here, someone shouted. The moment flower god Xiangyalin arrived, the entire treasure auction house was filled with a refreshing fragrance. She wore a pink dress and when they saw her half-covered face with a veil, everyone felt somewhat disappointed. Xiangyalin brought two women with her. One of them is a beautiful woman wearing a red dress, it is Feng Honglan. As for the other woman, she wore a white mask and a ponytail. She wore a capable white outfit and she exuded a cold and sharp aura. When Xianxia saw the masked woman, his heart trembled. Xiao Yuelan actually came as well. He thought that Xiao Yuelan would go into seclusion for a few days to familiarize herself with the nine-sun divine vein. He never expected that she would take action now. The flower god and the poison god are both gods with divine position. Furthermore, they have extremely high attainments in the field of medicinal herbs. That's why they attracted the attention of many people. The poison god is a middle-aged man with a dark face. His eyes are sunken and gloomy. There is a faint strange smell coming from his body. His hands are black and his nails are purple. No one dares to approach him. In comparison, the flower god has a fragrant body. Although her face is half covered, her beautiful eyes are very beautiful. They are gentle and beautiful with a smile, making it very pleasing to the eye. Dad, you're still too weak. When you came, you weren't even as popular as them. Gu Yongli said with a smile, of course, if you were a little fatter and your stomach was a little bigger, you might have attracted the attention of many people. Damn brat, don't you know that it's better to keep a low profile? Gu Tianyue scolded with a smile. Qin Yan completely concealed his aura. He wanted to see if Xiao Yuelan could recognize him. The poison god is here and Xiao Yuelan has also come. Clearly, she wants to seek revenge on the poison god. After Qin Yan entered, he began to observe the various exits, as well as the formations and enchantments here. There are many exhibition booths in the treasure hall. Those booths are all sealed with many ancient magic tools and divine tools sealed inside. Many people are watching carefully in front of the booths. Only when the big shots come in would they go over to take a look at the elegance of those big shots. The vast majority of people came here to treasure. Only the heavenly law divine realm can collect so many ancient divine tools and magic tools and attract so many people. As Jin Yan was secretly observing the situation around him, he discovered that Xiao Yuelan is also investigating the situation here. If it was anyone else, they would not dare to make a move in this kind of situation, but Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan dared because they have the confidence to escape. Poison God is not very strong. The reason why he is so powerful is because he has mastered a very strong poison. Qin Yan said in his heart. He is not afraid of those poisons at all. The reason why Yuelan dared to attack Poison God now is because his cultivation is not high, right? Ling Yuner said, it looks like he is just a great god. His cultivation is close to the heavenly god level. There weren't many powerful people around the god of poison. And those powerful heavenly gods only came over to exchange a few pleasantries with Poison God and then went to observe the ancient treasures. Xiang Yalan brought Xiao Yuelan far away from Poison God and Little Thunder God and casually looked at the ancient treasures. She brought Xiao Yuelan around mainly to let Xiao Yuelan understand the situation here. It seems like Yuelan really plans to make a move here. Qin Yan said in his heart, if she really has such thoughts, then it's best if we work together. This way, it will be more stable. Qin Yan followed beside Gu Tianyue and was about to look for Xiao Yuelan when Gu Tianyue suddenly became excited. He looked at a square flower pot in the display cabinet. The display cabinet is a crystal cabinet and has a very strong barrier. If it was forcefully broken, it would cause a great commotion. Gu Tianyue was just a little excited, but he quickly calmed down and shouted to a staff member, I want this thing. He pointed to the square flower pot. Qin Yan looked at the square flower pot. It is bronze in color and there are no runes on the surface, but there are definitely runes inside. The square flower pot is not very big and can be picked up with both hands. Although the surface is bronze, it is rusted and there is nothing special about it. The staff member also opened the display cabinet and took out the square flower pot and said, Sect Master Gu, this thing is worth 20 million. Do you want to buy it? 20 million, Gu Tianyue was stunned. He had thought that it would only be a few million or a few 100,000, at this moment, it attracted the attention of many people. The god of poison was not far away. He caught a glimpse of the square flower pot in Gu Tianyue's hands and quickly walked over. 20 million? I want it. The god of poison came to Gu Tianyue's side, and stretched out his pair of black hands with purple fingernails, wanting to snatch the 4 flower pots. Gu Tianyue hurriedly retreated and said, God of poison, you should know the rules, right? I saw this flower pot first. But you didn't buy it, so this flower pot isn't yours. God of Poison smiled coldly and said, I'll buy it for 30 million. The people in the area were alarmed and quickly gathered around. God of Poison and Gu Tianyue were fighting over a flower pot, even Granny Qianghua came to watch with Qin Huayu. Xiang Yalan slowly walked over with Xiao Yuelan and Feng Honglan. I bid 35 million. Gu Tianyue snorted coldly. Leader Gu, what do you mean by this? You want to fight with me? The poison god said in a low voice, his gaze cold as he looked at Gu Tianyue. Io, how can you be like this? It was clearly me who wanted to buy this flower pot, it was you who came over to snatch it, why are you putting the blame on me? Gu Tianyue said somewhat angrily. Leader Gu, can't you just step aside? Little Thunder God said with a sneer. Little Thunder God also spoke. The pressure from the Son of Thunder God and the Poison God made Gu Tianyue even more infuriated. If Gu Tianyue gave it to the Poison God, it would mean that he, the leader of the ancient Dan God sect, was terrified. If word of this got out, it would be very shameful. He is the dignified leader of the ancient Dan God sect, how could the Poison God and Little Thunder God suppress him? Gu Yongli said, why can't the Poison God give way? Little Thunder God coldly glanced at Gu Yongli and said, shut up, is there any place for you to speak here? You can speak, why can't I? I'm a human, aren't you? Gu Yongli is very unhappy. Do you know who I am? Little Thunder God is somewhat angry as he glared at Gu Yongli. Of course I know you are the Son of Thunder God. Gu Yongli doesn't seem to be afraid of Little Thunder God at all. Poison God said, that can only be decided by the Heavenly Dao Tower's Tower Master. After all, this thing belongs to the Heavenly Dao Tower. Gu Tianyue said with a smile, no problem, I also know the Heavenly Dao Tower Master. I also know the Heavenly Dao Tower Master. Poison God sneered. Poison God and Heavenly Law Divine Realm's Heavenly Man once besieged Xiaoyuan, it means that their relationship is very good. Everyone is baffled. Why are these two great figures fighting over a broken square flower pot? Qin Yun secretly used his heavenly eye to look at it. He is shocked to discover that inside the flower pot, there is a very peculiar rune. If he is not mistaken, it is a very rare time-type rune. It might be a time divine rune. Qin Yun is astonished. No wonder Gu Tianyue would fight over it. The Heavenly Dao Tower Master arrived very quickly. He is a white-robed old man with a face full of wrinkles. After the Heavenly Dao Tower Master arrived, he glanced at the Poison God, apparently they are communicating mentally. Qin Yun knows that the relationship between the Heavenly Dao Tower Master and the Poison God is very good. He immediately thought that they might be conspiring against Gu Tianyue. You two, you are all my friends. I can't decide who this flower pot belongs to. How about this, I will hold an auction and everyone can participate, the Heavenly Dao Tower Master said with smile. Alright, the highest bidder wins, this is the fairest way. Poison God shrugged and said. Little Thunder God coldly looked at Gu Yongli, his expression is filled with warning. He is the dignified Son of Thunder God, yet he was actually insulted by a guy on the spot. Therefore, he is very resentful in his heart. Just now, Xiaoyuan has been quietly watching this scene because the Poison God is here and she is very concerned about the Poison God. Qin Yun also doesn't know if Xiaoyuan discovered that he is here or not. Just like this, the auction began. Gu Tianyue and the Poison God are desperately increasing the price. This is not only to snatch the flower pot, they are also fighting for a bit of face. Not long after, the price has already increased to 300 million. 300 million divine gems was a huge sum even for a big shot. Others are very curious about what kind of flower pot it is, but no one at the scene said anything. At this moment, Xiaoyuan transmitted her voice to Qin Yun and said, Xiaoyun, is that flower pot worth it? Do you know what kind of flower pot it is? Yuan, when did you recognize me? Qin Yun asked with voice transmission. When I came in, I knew you were here. Xiaoyuan's charming laughter transmitted into Qin Yun's mind. Xiaoyun, what are you doing here? Are you here to cause trouble for the Poison God? Didn't you promise me that you wouldn't interfere in this matter? I came with a friend, Sect Master Gu is my friend, he brought me here to appraise treasures. Qin Yun replied with smile. Yuan, since the Poison God is here, let's join hands and get rid of him. We will act according to the situation and cooperate with each other. Alright, then tell me, what is the use of that flower pot? Xiaoyuan is also extremely curious. There are time divine runes inside the flower pot. Growing medicinal herbs inside the flower pot can accelerate their growth. As for how much it can accelerate, I am not sure. Qin Yun also satisfied Xiaoyuan's curiosity. And now, the price of the flower pot has already reached 450 million, the Poison God no longer increased the price. Finally, Gu Tianyue bought the flower pot with 450 million. His expression is somewhat unsightly, if not for the Poison God's interference, he could have bought it with 20 million, but now he has to spend so many divine crystals unjustly. Qin Yun suddenly suspects that Gu Tianyue and the Heavenly Dao Pavilion Master do not know the use of the flower pot. It is highly possible that the poison god is helping the heavenly Tao Pavilion Master earn more divine crystals and conveniently confirm the value of the flower pot. If this is really the case, then this treasure society is specialized in ripping people off. Xianxia secretly suspects. Suddenly, Little Thunder God screamed miserably, his face turned purple, as if he has been poisoned. Then, Gu Yongli, who is beside Gu Tianyue, also screamed loudly. His face is pitch black, he has also been poisoned. They are poisoned, someone shouted in alarm. Gu Tianyue is extremely anxious, he immediately checked Gu Yongli's situation. Granny Xianxia also walked over, took out a few antidote pills and handed them to Gu Tianyue. Everyone is in an uproar, someone actually poisoned people here, moreover in front of Poison God, Granny Xianxia and Gu Tianyue, and the poisoned people are Poison God's Little Thunder God and Gu Tianyue's Gu Yongli. This caused many people to become extremely vigilant. Xianxia can tell with a glance that the person who poisoned them is Poison God. Poison God's poison level is indeed formidable. He secretly poisoned Gu Yongli. Xianxia can also see that Little Thunder God's poison is relatively light, it only looks serious. Poison God deliberately poisoned Little Thunder God to avoid suspicion. It is very clear that he colluded with Little Thunder God. Poison God and Heavenly Tao Pavilion Master are very anxious, they checked Little Thunder God's situation. There are always some people who want to challenge my detoxification ability. Poison God's sinister eyes looked all around, he said with sneer, this kind of small poison is not difficult for me. After speaking, he took out a pill and gave it to Little Thunder God to eat. After Little Thunder God ate it, he quickly recovered. Then he became extremely excited and repeatedly thanked Poison God, saying that Poison God is his savior and so on. Xianxia can tell with a glance that Little Thunder God is pretending. His poison is not deep at all, it only caused his skin to turn purple and purple liquid to overflow. But Gu Yongli is different, the poison in Gu Yongli's body has already entered his bone marrow. When Gu Tianyue heard God of Poison's words, he glanced at Grandma Xianxia. Grandma Xianxia frowned and shook her head, indicating that there was nothing she could do. Poison God, what do I have to do for you to help me cure the poison? Gu Tianyue asked. He had already realized that he had fallen into the Poison God's trap. However, he couldn't do anything because he didn't have any evidence to prove that this was done by the Poison God because Little Thunder God was also poisoned. Only now did Gu Tianyue realize that the God of Poison relied on his own poison, his own ability to detoxify, and the support of the God of Thunder, to do as he pleased. This point, the few old fellows present could all see, they all knew that it was caused by the God of Poison. Grandma Xianxia was furious. This was Xianxia Royal City, the territory of her Qin clan, but the Poison God dared to act so recklessly. Because there was no solid evidence, there was no way to prove that the Poison God did it. Even Grandma Xianxia could do nothing about it. Just give me that flower pot. God of Poison said. He saved your son's life, so you gave him the flower pot. That's not a big deal, right? Could it be that your son's life is inferior to that flower pot? Little Thunder God said. Sect Master Gu, this is a matter of life and death. The Heavenly Law Tower Lord sighed. At this moment, Xianxia has already grabbed Gu Yongli's wrist and injected Nether Sun power into it. He dissolved all the poison inside and extracted all the dissolved poison out. This process takes some time. Gu Tianyue finally understood that the Heavenly Law Tower Master and God of Poison were in cahoots. He immediately realized that the God of Poison didn't even know that the flower pot had the time divine glyph, and was purposely fighting with him to raise the price, to cheat him of his sun god crystal. Seeing that he was willing to pay such a high price to buy the flower pot, they also wanted to study the flower pot, so they asked Little Thunder God to cooperate and put on such a show. As long as you give me the flower pot, I can use a pill to help your son recover. Otherwise, he will definitely die. The God of Poison said indifferently. His gloomy and dark face carried a sinister smile that was filled with complacency and ridicule. Gu Tianyue had already taken out the flower pot and was about to hand it over when he heard Xianxia shout, "Wait, there's no need to give it to him. I can cure Xiao Gu's poison." If someone else said this, Gu Tianyue would definitely not believe it. However, the person who said this was an expert. Gu Tianyue had seen how powerful this expert was, so he believed in Xianxia. Xianxia is disguised as a bearded middle-aged man. Only Xiao Yuan can recognize him. Even Granny Xianxia can't recognize him. However, Granny Xianxia was suspicious and was checking Qin Yun carefully. Big Beard, don't kill Patriarch Gu's son. Little Thunder God sneered and said, although that guy is very annoying, it would be a pity if he died. God of Poison sneered and said, how can the bone-corroding divine poison be so easy to cure? Even for me, I would need to use a very precious antidote pill to cure it. Little Thunder God laughed and said, Poison God, let him try. Anyway, the one who died was someone else. The Heavenly Law Building Lord looked at Gu Tianyue and said in a low voice, Headmaster Gu, quickly give the flower pot to the God of Poison, or else your son is dead. Although Gu Tianyue was a fatty and looked relatively easygoing, at this moment, his eyes were cold. He glanced at the Heavenly Law Building Lord and the others and said in a cold voice, I believe in this bearded man. This bone-corroding divine poison is a legendary rare poison. My antidote pill has been refined for 49 years and can barely cure this poison. Apart from me, no one can cure this bone-corroding divine poison. God of Poison said very confidently. That was because he was the one who released the poison. Little Thunder God mocked, if this bearded man can cure this bone-corroding divine poison, I will go eat dog shit. The Heavenly Law Building Lord shook his head and said, this bearded man doesn't even need a single antidote pill, how can he cure this poison? Suddenly, the black-faced and unconscious Gu Yongli slowly opened his eyes. What shocked everyone is that the black poison power under Gu Yongli's skin is gradually fading away. Seeing this scene, Gu Tianyue is extremely happy. He is extremely grateful towards Qin Yun and even more admires this mysterious expert from the lower realm. While everyone is still in shock, Gu Yongli's recovery speed is becoming faster and faster. His complexion quickly recovered and he can already stand up. You just said that you want to go eat dog shit, you can go now. Gu Yongli looked at Little Thunder God and said with sneer, a dignified son of Thunder God actually doesn't keep his word. You. Little Thunder God looked at Gu Yongli, he is so shocked that he is speechless. Poison God's expression is cold as he looked at Qin Yun. He did not expect that there would be such an expert here who could cure his poison without relying on antidote pill. That guy, it was just a coincidence. Poison God indifferently said. I gift this flower pot to you. Gu Tianyue handed over the flower pot to Qin Yun. He is truly grateful to Qin Yun. He would rather give the flower pot to Qin Yun than give it to Poison God. Qin Yun said with smile, Old Gu, you are my friend, there is no need to say thanks between friends. This flower pot has a rare time divine rune, it is very useful for your ancient Dan divine sect, you should keep it for yourself. Time divine rune, hearing these words, everyone present felt incomparably envious, especially those inscription pill masters. A flower pot with time divine rune means that it is a divine tool that can accelerate the growth of medicinal ingredients. It must be known that there are many precious divine medicines that require thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years to mature. If there is a divine tool that can accelerate time, maybe it can be shortened to tens of years or even a few years. Heavenly Tao Pavilion Master and Poison God immediately regretted, they have hateful expression. Just as Qin Yun expected, they don't know the use of the flower pot, they only deliberately raised the price to swindle people. They only saw Gu Tianyue spend several hundred million to buy the flower pot, so they wanted to get their hands on it to take a look. Gu Tianyue can be considered to have experienced firsthand what is called a sinister human heart. He secretly rejoiced that he knew such an expert like Qin Yun, otherwise he would have been cheated miserably today. If there is truly a time divine rune, then forget about 400 million, even 4 billion would be worth it, Granny Xianxia said with smile, Sect Master Gu, congratulations on obtaining such a precious treasure. Gu Tianyue laughed loudly and said, I have not come to this treasure gathering in vain. Heavenly Tao Pavilion Master, many thanks for your invitation. Although there are many ancient treasures in the treasure gathering, there are not many precious treasures. Heavenly Tao Pavilion Master's heart is aching to the extreme, he forced a smile on his face and said, Congratulations Sect Master Gu. Granny Xianxia has already realized that the bearded man is Little Qin who just entered the Qin mansion. She really did not expect that Little Qin would give her such a big pleasant surprise. His detoxification ability is also so good that he helped Gu Tianyue resolve a crisis. This brother's poison technique is so brilliant, how about we exchange pointers? Poison God's sinister eyes are constantly staring at Qin Yun. Poison God, you are a great god with divine position. This friend of mine is just a little god. Why do you want to exchange pointers with him? Do you feel no shame? Gu Tianyue said with sneer. How do we exchange pointers? Qin Yun asked. You drink a cup of my poisonous wine, you drink a cup of my poisonous wine. If you can't detoxify the poison, then admit defeat. Poison God said. All right. Qin Yun faintly smiled. In the blink of an eye, the treasure gathering has become the fighting poison gathering. Gu Tianyue is somewhat worried about Qin Yun. He secretly advised him, but Qin Yun feels that there is no problem. Because I never thought that I would meet you, Poison God, I also never thought that I would have to compete in poison with Poison God, so I didn't prepare any poison. Can I refine poison on the spot? Qin Yun said. Of course you can, I also want to refine poison on the spot. After all, you are an expert, I also need to properly prepare. Poison God laughed sinisterly. They agreed to spend half an hour to concoct poison. Qin Yun is inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul, using mental power to control tools. He extracted a large amount of poison from inside the heavenly poison grass and put it into the pill transformation heavenly furnace to refine a poison pill. A large amount of heavenly poison grass is poison and then refined into a poison pill by the pill transformation heavenly furnace. The poison power is very dreadful. In less than half an hour, Qin Yun finished concocting a cup of poison wine. Poison God's side also finished very quickly. And next, everyone is incomparably looking forward to it. Everyone knows about Poison God's prestige. His method of using poison to detoxify is incomparably high. And that mysterious bearded middle-aged man's poison detoxification technique is very brilliant. However, no one knows how to use poison. Come, drink this cup of poison wine. Poison God handed over his poison wine to Qin Yun and then took the poison wine concocted by Qin Yun. Everyone present is hiding far away. They are worried that the formidable poison will spread out and cause them to be poisoned. Everyone is very nervous because this poison is very formidable. It can directly turn a person's body into a thick liquid. Drink. Qin Yun drank Poison God's poison wine in one gulp. Poison God also drank Qin Yun's poison wine in one gulp. Qin Yun's poison wine directly passed through his body and flowed into the nether sun. Inside the nether sun, it quickly dissolved and refined. Nothing happened. And after Poison God drank Qin Yun's poison wine, his expression abruptly changed because he is very familiar with heavenly poison grass's poison. The most dreadful thing is that this poison is very dense, incomparably dense. He never knew that heavenly poison grass's poison could be this dense. I lost. Poison God's face is immediately filled with fear. He promptly shouted, quickly help me detoxify. Everyone is immediately horrified. Poison God actually lost in a poison competition against someone else. I can help you detoxify, but before that, you must answer me. Who poisoned you with bone-corroding divine poison? Who poisoned Little Thunder God? Qin Yun said indifferently, then slowly took out a soul contract talisman and handed it over. Then he said again, you must answer truthfully and sign the soul contract. Otherwise, you won't live for more than an hour. So long as you answer honestly, I will definitely help you detoxify. Heavenly poison grass's poison is very formidable. The main reason is that the poison power is too dense. Poison God did not have enough time to expel it. Many old men present realized that Poison God secretly plotted against Gu Tianyue. However, there is no evidence. It is impossible to say that it was Poison God's doing. It was done by me. It was all done by me. Poison God is extremely anxious. He did not sign the soul contract and promptly said, quickly help me detoxify. Little Thunder God and Heavenly Dao Mansion Master are very shocked. They did not expect that the situation would develop like this. Poison God is actually terrified. Qin Yun took out a saber and ferociously chopped at Poison God's neck. Flame rushed out. At the same time the flame enveloped Poison God's body. Qin Yun also grabbed the God position inside Poison God's body. The flame disappeared. Poison God's head has been chopped off. Everyone present are as dumbfounded as statues. Their faces are filled with horror as they watch Qin Yun slowly and leisurely put away the saber. A little god actually killed Poison God, who has a god position on the spot. You. Little Thunder God looked at Qin Yun. He wants to say something but he is too scared to say anything. When Poison God admitted that he poisoned Little Thunder God and Gu Yongli, everyone was already very surprised. Only those old fellows thought nothing of it because they all know the ins and outs of Poison God. However, what caused everyone to be surprised is that Qin Yan actually took action and directly killed the Poison God. Furthermore, he killed him very smoothly. This is Qingyao King City, moreover it is inside the Heavenly Dao Pagoda. The Heavenly Dao Pagoda Master is on the side. Poison God is a very important subordinate of Thunder God. The poison he controls can force many people to sell their lives for Thunder God. But now, Poison God has been killed by someone. The most inconceivable thing is that Qin Yan's reason for killing Poison God is to avenge Little Thunder God, causing Little Thunder God to be unable to refute. Even Xiao Yuelan did not expect that her little husband would be so straightforward. She originally planned to personally kill Poison God. Gu Yongli admires this big brother Qin even more. If not for there being so many people here, he might have offered his knees and kowtowed. The more Gu Tianyue looks at Qin Yan, the more he feels that Qin Yan is pleasing to the eye. He is thinking of introducing his daughter to Qin Yan. Poison God is lying there, his head is separated from his body is burning with flame. This kind of flame is also very strong, otherwise it would not be able to ignite Poison God's powerful poisonous body. Qin Yan waved his hand and put away Poison God's head. The soul inside has already been sealed, he will not allow Poison God to be reborn. The treasure auction site fell into silence. Heavenly Dao Pagoda Master is incomparably angry in his heart because Poison God is his friend and this is his territory. Yet Qin Yan brazenly attacked, he simply does not put him, the Heavenly Dao Pagoda Master, in his eyes. Poison God is indeed wrong to poison you, but you shouldn't have attacked here. Heavenly Dao Pagoda Master broke the silence and said coldly. Then he secretly transmitted his voice to Little Thunder God, telling him to calm down. After Little Thunder God calmed down, he looked at Qin Yan and said, "It is true that Poison God poisoned me, but as everyone knows, only the Myriad Realms Divine Court has the right to punish gods with divine position. And my father, Thunder God, is in charge of punishment." Heavenly Dao Pagoda Master added, "When divine position gods are punished, the Heavenly Law Divine Domain is in charge of supervision. Furthermore, Poison God's crime is not worthy of death. If you attack a god of the Myriad Worlds Divine Court, you will become an enemy of the Myriad Worlds Divine Court." "That's right." Little Thunder God coldly looked at Qin Yan and shouted, "Surrender." Just as Little Thunder God finished speaking, Qin Yan took a step forward and sent a palm flying towards Little Thunder God's face. "Pa!" A crisp sound rang out as Little Thunder God was sent flying with a slap. This scene caused everyone to be instantly shocked, and they cried out in alarm. The Heavenly Law Tower Lord's face was filled with shock and anger. He immediately rushed towards Qin Yan. His great god realm divine power gushed out from his body and enveloped Qin Yan. "Old bastard, you are courting death." Qin Yan furiously shouted and secretly released supergravity to suppress the Heavenly Law Tower Master. When the Heavenly Dao Tower Lord flew over, just as he neared Qin Yan, he was pressed to the ground by the supergravity. When he landed, a large number of tree vines emerged from the ground like claws and wrapped around his legs. Qin Yan shot forward like an arrow. His palm looked like it was holding a violent flame and thunder. His palm scraped the Heavenly Law Tower Lord's face, immediately thunder and fire splashed everywhere. What shocked everyone is that the Heavenly Law Tower Lord's cheek was directly smashed. His entire head split open and turned into ashes. Bang! The Heavenly Law Tower Lord's body fell down and everyone felt a chill down their spine. The Heavenly Law Tower Lord was killed inside the Heavenly Law Tower. Granny Qianghua and Gu Tianyue are both heavenly gods, but they do not have Qin Yan's terrifying and overbearing aura. It must be known that after Gu Tianyue knew about Poison God's evil plan, he could not do anything. Although his heart was filled with anger and resentment, he did not dare to attack Poison God. First, it is because the Heavenly Law Tower is the territory of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. Second, Poison God is Thunder God's subordinate from the Myriad Worlds Divine Court. And Qin Yan not only killed Poison God, he also sent Little Thunder God flying and then killed the Heavenly Law Tower Lord on the spot. A little god dares to do things that even heavenly gods do not dare to do and cannot do. The reason why Qin Yan, a minor god, killed God of Poison was because God of Poison was poisoned. But now, the Heavenly Law Tower Lord was not poisoned and was killed in an instant. This is unbelievable, it makes people feel that he is not a true god. The Heavenly Law Tower Lord harbored poison god, death cannot wipe out his crimes. Xianxia coldly said, the Heavenly Law Tower Lord and poison god are good friends. The two of them joined hands to deliberately raise the price of the treasures and swindle Sect Master Gu's divine crystals. Furthermore, the Heavenly Law Tower Lord and poison god want Sect Master Gu to buy the flower pot, so they colluded and poisoned Gu Yongli to force Sect Master Gu to hand over the flower pot. After he said this, everyone immediately understood. Because Poison God personally admitted that he poisoned Little Thunder God and Gu Yongli. Although there are a few heavenly gods present, they are not involved in this matter, so they will not interfere in this matter. These heavenly gods are not stupid, they can see that the bearded man is very powerful. Little Thunder God covered his crooked face, furiously rushed over and yelled, You are finished. My father is Thunder God, he will definitely come to kill you. Xianxia coldly looked at him, his eyes are filled with killing intent. He rushed over and started punching and kicking Little Thunder God. Little Thunder God screamed miserably again and again, crying for help. No one dared to go help. Poison God and Heavenly Law Tower Lord were killed on the spot. Whoever went to help will definitely be killed. Little Thunder God, you also colluded with Poison God, right? Xianxia looked at the Little Thunder God who was beaten into a pig head and said with a cold smile. You are dead for sure. Little Thunder God is extremely scared, he suddenly shouted, You are the one who competed in drinking with me? Just as Little Thunder God finished speaking, Xianxia put him into a storage magic tool and locked him up. Just now, many people wanted to curry favor with Little Thunder God. Now it is a matter of life and death, so no one dared to help Little Thunder God, mainly because they don't have the strength to do so. Xianxia gives people the feeling that he is a little god, but everyone feels that he is even more dreadful than a heavenly god. That's right, Xianxia's aura is not something a heavenly god can compare with. This is the aura of Nine-Yang Palace King, the divine might of the King of Gods. Xianxia glanced at everyone and saw that they are all like frightened birds. He suddenly said, Everyone, this Heavenly Law Tower is a shady shop, everyone can see it with their own eyes. Then I will be a good person to the end. Today I will destroy this shady shop, so that no one will be cheated again. Finished speaking, he opened all the display cabinets and took away all the ancient treasures one by one. Heavenly Law Tower's staff have already secretly contacted the Heavenly Law Tower's upper echelons. They also don't dare to stop Xianxia because stopping him means death. Everyone is once again dumbstruck as they watched Xianxia collect all the ancient treasures. Moreover, he confidently said that these ancient treasures are swindling people's shady goods and he wants to collect them all. Xianxia is also taking advantage of this momentum and seeing that no one dares to oppose him, he decided to go all out and loot this place in one go. There are many formation barriers on the display cabinets, but with a wave of Xianxia's hand, he removed all of them. His technique is very proficient, it can be seen that he is an extremely brilliant inscription master. In just a short moment, all the ancient treasures here have been taken away by him. Everyone, rest assured, I will properly deal with these shady goods so that they don't leak out and harm people. Xianxia cupped his hands towards everyone and said, Today I was able to kill scoundrels like Poison God and Heavenly Law Tower Master, as well as capture Little Thunder God. Everyone's contribution cannot go unnoticed. None of you blindly tried to stop me, otherwise I would not have been able to accomplish such a magnificent feat. Therefore, everyone has helped me. Punishing evil and exterminating evil is everyone's responsibility. Therefore, today we have killed scoundrels like Poison God and Heavenly Law Tower Master. Everyone has contribution. Everyone is a hero, a true man. Everyone immediately cursed in their hearts, they did not do anything, yet they have been slapped with such a big hat. Xianxia heartily laughed a few times and said, Everyone, farewell. Finished speaking, Xianxia directly used mysterious penetration divine ability to pass through the top-level barrier and slipped away. Just as he left, a few Heavenly Law Tower great gods came in, each and every one of them are holding divine weapons and wearing battle armor. However, they arrived a step too late. Boom boom, at this moment, the people in the treasure auction hall felt a tremor. It's going to collapse? Quickly run, someone shouted in fear. Everyone thought that Xianxia already ran away, but they did not expect that he is actually smashing the Heavenly Law Tower from above. Everyone hurriedly left the treasure auction house. Their hearts were crumbling. Everything that had just happened was too fantastical to them. Xiao Yuan took out a soul-chasing talisman and sensed Qin Yan's location. He is in the vicinity. When they went out, they saw that the tall heavenly law tower is already crooked, it will collapse at any moment. The people inside the heavenly law tower can only fly out one after another. Momentarily, the entire area is in chaos. What happened in the treasure auction hall spread like wildfire. In a short while it spread throughout the entire city. This is an incomparably sensational event. The poison god actually died, moreover he died in an extremely sullen manner. First he had a poison contest, then he lost and was poisoned, then he was killed in front of everyone with a saber strike. Furthermore, Little Thunder God was taken away. Everyone wants to know who it is that is so audacious that they are openly opposing the Thunder God. This is not only opposing the Thunder God, it is also offending the Myriad Realms Divine Court. Granny Xianxia is at the scene, she knows that it is Qin Yan, it is not good for her to stop him. And now, she also ordered the entire city to be searched, otherwise other people would say that their Qin clan is not doing anything. She secretly rejoiced that it was done in disguise, otherwise it would not be easy to handle. Gu Tianyue only said that it is a friend he met in the treasure auction, he doesn't know anything about it. In short, he just made up a story to fool them. Gu Tianyue and his son will not reveal Qin Yan's identity even if they die. Because in their eyes, Qin Yan is an existence similar to an otherworldly expert. Not to mention Gu Tianyue and his son, even many people in Qin Medicine King City admire this mysterious big-bearded man. Qin Yan opened the door and said with a smile, "Little lady, please come in." Xiao Yuan promptly flew over and arrived beside Qin Yan. She pinched his arm and said with a smile, "You are really reckless, even more reckless than me." Qin Yan pulled her little hand and entered the wild beheader villa. Qin Zhongquang is here, taking care of the medicinal herbs. He is not surprised to see Qin Yan bring back a woman. Instead, he feels that this is very normal. "Old Qin, you are so diligent." Qin Yan said with a smile, "It's the middle of the night yet you are still so busy." Qin Zhongquang said, "It's all because that bastard Qin Yuda came last time and destroyed a lot of things. I am busy planting new ones." Xiao Yuan took off her mask and said to Qin Zhongquang. With a wild laugh, "Greetings Grandpa Quang." "Girl, you are." Qin Zhongquang saw Xiao Yuan's exquisite and beautiful face and felt that she is very unfamiliar. She is not the woman from Flower Moon Pavilion he met before. "This is my wife." Qin Yan said with a smile. "Really? Then I will have to properly greet you." Qin Zhongquang is very surprised and said with a smile. "You continue with your work, no need to greet us." Qin Yan said with a smile. Soon after, Qin Yan pulled Xiao Yuan into his small house. After entering, Xiao Yuan pinched Qin Yan's waist and said with a smile, "Little husband, we agreed to join hands to kill Poison God but you did everything. Also, you said you wouldn't interfere." Qin Yan laughed, touched Xiao Yuan's face and said with a smile, "Yuan, I am not helping you take revenge, I am just standing up for my friend. You also saw it, Sect Master Gu and his son were tricked by Poison God. Humph, seeing that you did so well this time, I will spare you this time." Xiao Yuan laughed softly and kissed Qin Yan's face. Qin Yan did very well, even Xiao Yuan admires him very much. "Yuan, you are still a bit too inexperienced in this aspect. Your little husband, was once awesome. An idiot like Poison God is not even a fart in my eyes." Qin Yan said with a proud smile. "I know you are awesome." Xiao Yuan said with a smile. She doesn't want Qin Yan to interfere, she is just worried that Qin Yan will be in danger. Xiao Yuan was very happy when she saw Qin Yan easily kill the Poison God. Qin Yan hugged the beauty and asked, "Yuan, you familiarized yourself with the 9-Sun Divine Vein so quickly?" "This is not difficult for me, I am the 9-Sun Divine Maiden." Xiao Yuan said with a smile. "Yuan, I have the Sun Seed, did Sister Kiru tell you how I can create Primal Chaos Divine Sun?" Qin Yan asked. "She did mention it to me." Xiao Yuan said, "I only said that we need her help because she has the Nether Sun Spirit. We will have to wait for her to meet you. My 9-Sun Divine Spirit has absorbed a lot of divine power. I need to coordinate with Sister Kiru's 9-Een Divine Spirit to evolve. Unfortunately, Sister Kiru doesn't have the time. Qin Yan sighed lightly. Xiao Yuan held Qin Yan's hand and said with smile, "It doesn't matter, I can also help your 9-son divine spirit evolve. Sister Kiru told me the method." Really? Your 9 divine spirit can also evolve? Qin Yan looked at Xiao Yuan's wrist. Xiao Yuan's 9 divine spirit was copied by Muyu through Xie Kiru, but Qin Yan feels that it will not do if it is not the original. Of course it can, my 9 divine spirit is exactly the same as Sister Kiru's, alright? Sister Kiru said that if my 9 divine spirit and your 9-son divine spirit cooperate, my 9 divine spirit can evolve, her 9 divine spirit can also evolve. Xiao Yuan said. So mystical? It seems like the 9-son divine spirit and 9 divine spirit have grown to a certain stage, even I don't understand them. Qin Yan sighed and said. It must be known that back then, the 9-son divine spirit and 9 divine spirit were created by him. Later on, they grew stronger and stronger, becoming more and more mysterious. Xiao Yuan said with smile, Xiao Yun, Sister Kiru also said that if you want to open the 9-son divine spirit's 7th pearl, you can't do it alone, you need the 9 divine spirit. Then let's quickly begin. Qin Yan wants to quickly open the 7th pearl to see what's inside. Not yet. First, you need your 9-son divine spirit to evolve to a certain stage. This will take time. Xiao Yuan said with smile, come, I will give it a try now and let the 9 divine spirit and 9-son divine spirit cultivate together. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan are sitting cross-legged on the bed, their hands are tightly clasped together. 9-son divine spirit and 9 divine spirit appeared on their wrists. Ever since the myriad realms divine sun came out, Qin Yan's 9-son divine spirit has also changed, it has turned golden. And Xiao Yuan's 9 divine spirit is silvery white. Now it is emitting a faint multicolored light. Yuan, Momo, and the others are inside the 9-son divine spirit, it won't affect them, right? Qin Yan asked. Don't worry, it won't. Xiao Yuan said. Qin Yan also doesn't know the specifics of how to proceed. This is mainly led by Xiao Yuan, she will circulate the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Sun and Moon Heart Sutra has many secret techniques. Because men can't know the secret techniques inside the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, Qin Yan doesn't know anything about it. Qin Yan only felt that the 9 divine spirit released a strange energy that entered the 9-son divine spirit, as if fusing together. As for what changes there are, he is still unable to sense it. After daybreak, Xiao Yuan's 9 divine spirit became much dimmer. It's daybreak, the moon is not there. Xiao Yuan looked at her 9 divine spirit and said, I have to wait for the moon to come out before I can cultivate again. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan cultivated together, not only can they cultivate their cultivation realm, they can also cultivate the 9-son divine spirit and the 9 divine spirit. After cultivating with Xiao Yuan for a night, Qin Yan's 7th divine profound Tao image also secretly appeared. It is in the shape of a saber, however, he can't clearly see what kind of saber it is, he still needs to continue cultivating. My 7th divine profound Tao image has appeared, it's a saber. Qin Yan chuckled. That's great, Xiao Yun, you can indeed cultivate 9 divine profound Tao images. Wait until all of your divine profound Tao images are cultivated and you become profound God, maybe I won't be able to defeat you. Xiao Yuan is somewhat depressed, she said with a chuckle, you have clearly been delayed for 100 years, yet you can still grow so fast. There's really no justice in this. Don't forget, I am the 9-son palace king. Qin Yan said. I'm also the 9-son divine maiden. Xiao Yuan stuck out her tongue. Oh right, what is that big sister Yueme doing? I miss her, I haven't rubbed her little face in a long time, I really miss her. Qin Yan suddenly felt an itch, he could only rub Xiao Yuan's face. Big sister Yueme also misses you but she wants to complete that damned divine maiden mission. Xiao Yuan curled her lips and said, I also have that divine maiden mission. What are you going to do? I'll help you. Qin Yan said. No, those things can only be done by us. Also, it's quite dangerous. If we encounter danger, we can rely on myriad realms divine sun and heavenly divine moon to escape but you can't. Xiao Yuan's expression is somewhat solemn, she is worried that Qin Yan will act recklessly. Alright, then I wish you all the best. Qin Yun nodded. With the protection of myriad realms divine sun and heavenly divine moon, Qin Yun felt a lot more at ease. Your big sister Shu Yan is coming, big sister master also misses you very much. Xiao Yuelan said with charming smile, when you meet, should I watch from the side? Sister Rujing and big sister Star God should be here soon. Qin Yun said. Big sister Star God is truly a peerless beauty, I miss her very much. Last time I was with her for a few days, it was truly nostalgic. Xiao Yuelan giggled and said. Qin Yun pinched her jade waist, causing her to cry out and said with smile, Yuelan, you are too bad. Bullying people all day long. But they don't refuse me bullying them. Xiao Yuelan said with evil smile. Suddenly, Qin Zhongquang's excited shout came from outside. Xiao Qin, my grandma is here. Granny Qianghua is here. Qin Yun feels that Granny Qianghua must have come to find him. She immediately opened the door and brought Xiao Yuelan out. Granny Qianghua did not come alone, she came together with Xiangyalin and Qin Huayu. What made Granny Qianghua speechless is that Qin Yun caused a storm in the city, yet he is hiding here flirting with a very beautiful woman. Hello Granny Qianghua. Qin Yun said with smile. Xiao Qin, this young lady is. Granny Qianghua has seen many beauties. Xiang Yalan and Qin Huayu beside her are very beautiful girls. However, Xiao Yuelan is a bit more beautiful than them. Moreover, she has a different kind of feeling. After all, Xiao Yuelan is the nine-sun divine maiden. Under the illumination of the myriad realms divine sun, she has a kind of peerless and elegant temperament. Even Qin Huayu's heart is somewhat moved when she saw the smiling Xiao Yuelan. This is my wife. Qin Yun said with smile. Ah, wife, Granny Qianghua said in shock. Hello Granny. I am Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan also politely saluted. Yuelan, this is Qin Huayu, big sister Qin. She recommended me to enter the Qin mansion. Qin Yun said again. Hello big sister Qin, I am Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan said with smile, then walked over and pulled Qin Huayu's hand. Hello little sister Yuelan. Qin Huayu gently smiled. Xiao Qin, do you know the situation outside? Granny Qianghua suddenly said in low voice. What situation? Qin Yun asked. In one night, the entire divine court has been shaken. There is already news that Thunder God will personally come to Qin Medicine King City, Granny Qianghua said. Grandma, what is Thunder God doing here? Qin Zhongquang knows that Grass God and Poison God are doing bad things to him because Thunder God is behind them. Granny Qianghua did not answer Qin Zhongquang's question and said again, Xiao Qin, in the next few days, experts from Myriad Realms Divine Court and Heavenly Law Divine Domain will arrive one after another. You must be careful. Otherwise, you can come to Jasper Flower Valley for a few days. Xiao Yuelan said, Granny, can I also go to Jasper Flower Valley? Of course you can, Granny Qianghua said to Xiao Yuelan with smile. Then let's go. Xiao Yuelan went over and pulled Qin Yun. Xiao Qin, you can treat Jasper Flower Valley as your home. If other friends come to find you, I will allow them to enter Jasper Flower Valley, Granny Qianghua said with kind smile. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan boarded Grandma Jasper Flower's ship. They could fly directly to Qin Manor and head for Jasper Flower Valley. The person who was ordered to be searched by the Qin's mansion was in Grandma Qianghua's valley. Xiangyalin followed and after confirming that Qin Yun was fine, she returned to Flower Moon Pavilion with relief. The Heavenly Dao Pavilion had been beaten crooked and needed to be rebuilt. This also affected the business of the Natural Law Divine Realm. Because of the Medicine King Association, many inscription masters and alchemists have gathered in Medicine King City. When the news of what happened in the Natural Law Divine Realm spread out, it had already affected the dignity of the Natural Law Divine Realm. The property of the Natural Law Divine Realm had been destroyed, and the Natural Law Tower Lord had even been killed in public. This was clearly a provocation to the Natural Law Divine Realm. The Natural Law Divine Realm would send people over, and the Divine Court of the Myriad Realms would also have a huge reaction. The God of Poison was a deity throne god who joined the Divine Court of the Myriad Realms. No matter what he did in the Divine Court of the Myriad Realms, only the Divine Court of the Myriad Realms had the right to punish him. However, the God of Poison was killed in front of everyone and his head was taken. Thunder God wasn't the only one who was provoked. Even some old-fashioned old fellows of the divine court of myriad realms were incomparably furious. In particular, many elders of the Elder Cabinet voted to send the forces of the divine court of myriad worlds to investigate this matter. This was the first time the divine court of the myriad realms had been provoked like this since its establishment. Therefore, the divine court of the myriad realms had to establish its prestige through this matter. The natural law divine realm and the divine court of the myriad realms could be considered two very powerful forces in the divine wasteland. At this moment, they had both sent their experts to the Qin Medicine King City. There was also news that the Thunder God would come personally. After all, his son had been captured. Thunder God had many sons, so the death of one or two was nothing to him. However, his son had been captured, and he had been publicly beaten before being arrested. This was equivalent to an insult to Thunder God. Therefore, Thunder God had to make a trip to Xianxia King City. Within the Qin mansion, many people were discussing this matter. Little Grass God was also very shocked because Little Thunder God was his big brother. Now, not only was he beaten up, he was also captured. For the past few days, the Little Grass God had been searching everywhere for his father, Xianxia. Xianxia had already turned into fertilizer and was scattered all over the wild Beheader Mountain Matter's medicinal fields. No matter how the Little Grass Goddess searched, she could not find her father. The person who stirred up a storm was in the core area of Qin's mansion, Jasper Flower Valley. Qin Huayu had always been with Granny Xianxia. She only found out later that the bearded man was Qin Yun. Qin Yun's strength was far more terrifying than she had imagined. Arriving at the Jasper Flower Valley, Qin Yun saw Gu Tianyue and Gu Yongli pacing back and forth in the courtyard. When they saw Qin Yun appear at the door, they immediately walked out and thanked Qin Yun repeatedly. No need to be polite, that guy Poison God has been secretly harming my friend. I have long since wanted to eliminate him. Qin Yun waved his hand and said with smile. Poison God besieged Xiao Yuan and used a very strong poison on her. Therefore, Qin Yun must kill Poison God. Little Qin, what poison did you use? Even the god of poison can't cure it. Granny Xianxia was very curious. Gu Tianyue was also curious, because they knew that the god of poison was very capable. I refined it using heavenly poison grass. Qin Yun said with a smile. After arriving at Jasper Flower Valley, Qin Huayu brought Xiao Yuan to stroll around. Qin Yun is somewhat worried that Xiao Yuan would take advantage of Qin Huayu. Previously, when Xiao Yuan saw Qin Huayu, the way she looked at Qin Huayu was somewhat special. Gu Tianyue said, Little Qin, don't worry. We, father and son, will not speak of this matter. In order to keep it absolutely confidential, they all signed a soul contract to prevent it from leaking out. Sect Master Gu, take out the flower pot you bought and let us have a look. Granny Xianxia said with smile. Gu Tianyue promptly took out the square flower pot and said, Little Qin, you have plundered all the ancient treasures there, are there any good things? Soon after, Qin Yun also took out a large pile of ancient treasures and said with smile, most of these ancient treasures are trash. The better ones are the flower pot you have your eyes on. When Gu Tianyue bought the flower pot, he paid with Sun God crystal cards. There were a total of 5 cards, 4 of them were worth 100 million each and the last one was worth 50 million. Those Sun God crystal cards were placed in the storage magic tool of the Heavenly Tao Pavilion Master. That storage magic tool was also obtained by Qin Yun. And Poison God's storage magic tool is also in Qin Yun's hands. Poison God has many poisons and other things, as well as several 100 million divine crystals. They were all obtained by Qin Yun. The ancient treasures were piled up into several small mountains. Gu Tianyue and Granny Xianxia are also choosing to see if there is anything they need. As for Qin Yun, he is studying the square flower pot. He put in the 9 Sun Divine Spirit and handed it over to Momo to see through the time runes inside. There are no time runes on the surface of the flower pot, not even bright runes. The bright runes are hidden inside the flower pot. The carving technique is very brilliant and the dark runes cannot be seen at all. Momo can immediately see through the time runes on the flower pot. They belong to the type of Daoyan runes and she quickly recorded them down. Qin Yun took out the flower pot and returned it to Gu Tianyue. Did you guys find anything good? Qin Yun asked. Gu Yongli and Gu Tianyue are both picking. Not much can be used, but the research value is quite high. It can improve the level of our group of inscription masters. Gu Tianyue said with smile, Little Qin, how about this? I will use 200 million to buy all the ancient treasures here. Qin Yan looked at Granny Qianghua and said with smile, Granny, which one do you like? Take as many as you want, I want to sell them all. Granny Qianghua mainly chose flower pots and vases, or some other things that looked relatively beautiful and sparkling. They all looked like they were made of gems. Alright, I want these. Granny Qianghua has obtained a great bargain, she is very happy. Gu Tianyue gave Qin Yan 2 cards that can be exchanged for divine crystals at the Divine Crystal Bank of the Myriad Realms Divine Court. Qin Yan calculated the number of divine crystal cards in his hand, there are 1.2 billion, he can buy many things. Gu Tianyue and Gu Yongli thanked Qin Yan once again before leaving the Jade Flower Valley. There are already a few Heavenly God Pill Masters and Inscription Masters from the ancient Dan Divine sect on the way to participate in the Medicine King Association. Gu Tianyue expressed that if necessary, he would let them help Qin Yan. Thunder God is coming to Medicine King City. After Qin Yan found out about this, he decided to speed up his cultivation and make himself stronger. Xiao Yuelan does not know about the hatred between Qin Yan and Thunder God, but she can sense Qin Yan's killing intent towards Thunder God. At night, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan are cultivating inside the floating cloud pagoda. Xiao Yuelan's cultivation is higher than Qin Yan's, and Qin Yan is mainly refining Xianxia divine pill, so Xiao Yuelan's cultivation will not increase much. Apart from this, 9 Sun Divine Spirit and 9 Yin Divine Spirit are also cultivating together. Xiao Yun, are you in a hurry to kill Thunder God? Xiao Yuelan said. He used to be my disciple, he betrayed me together with the Love God. Qin Yan nodded, if possible, I want to kill him in Medicine King City. Xiao Yuelan's expression suddenly became grave, she said, Thunder God is very strong, he is different from Poison God and Grass God. Rest assured, I have a sense of propriety. Qin Yan said with smile, we should quickly evolve the Divine Spirit and see what kind of ability it will have. After one night of cultivation, Qin Yan's 7th Divine Xiandao image, which is the small saber, became even more clear. What Qin Yan did not expect is that this saber is actually the 9 Desolate Divine Saber. Qin Yan might even become the Nether Spirit Sacred Blade. 9 Desolate Divine Saber. Qin Yan said. Ah? Xiaoxi said that in order to repair the 9 Desolate Divine Saber, I will need her blood spirit power. Next time I see her, I will ask her to help me repair the 9 Desolate Divine Saber. Xiao Yuelan said with smile, she has always wanted to see you, she wants you to help her refine the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation. Yushi is the 9 Sun Royal Family's clan emperor, she has the 9 Sun Emperor sword. The 9 Sun Emperor sword can be split into 9 swords, it can also be combined together. Qin Yan realized that she wants Qin Yan to help her refine the 9 Sun Emperor sword into the 9 Dragon Heavenly Origin formation. She said before that she wants Qin Yan to help her refine the sword formation. Inside the Guanghan Palace, Yushi has good relationship with Gong Fian and Kong Feiqing. She asked them to help her refine 9 Gemini Heavenly Runes, she has made ample preparations. Qin Yan has not looked at the 9 Desolate Divine Saber for a very long time. He thought about it and promptly took out a box. He opened the box and saw many Divine Universe Golden Stones inside. Ah, so many Divine Universe Golden Stones. Xiao Yuelan said in amazement. Secret. Qin Yan said with smile. Alright. Xiao Yuelan giggled. Qin Yan took out the 9 Desolate Divine Saber. After many days of slumber, the 9 Desolate Divine Saber has absorbed a great amount of Divine Universe power, the blade has already turned golden. Moreover, the 9 Desolate Divine Saber and the mysterious Bloodline Heavenly Rune Box have fused together and can be separated at any time. It has recovered very well. Qin Yan held the saber hilt and said, this saber is very strong, if it recovers to its peak, it will be very easy to deal with Primal Chaos Race. Xiao Yun, if you want to kill Thunder God, don't act alone. Very soon, Big Sister Master will arrive. Adding Sister Rujing, the Ice and Snow Goddess, and Sister Star God, we can help you. Xiao Yuelan said. Qin Yan said, I will act according to the situation. If Thunder God is really strong, I can only let him live for a few more days. He won't be able to run away anyways. Xiao Yuan said with smile. After Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan left the floating cloud pagoda, Qin Huayu promptly ran over. Little Qin, the Medicine King assembly will start in a month. Qin Huayu said. At that time, the Qin imperial clan might have to compete with the other clans. You can be considered a member of our Qin imperial clan. Great-grandmother wants you to join the battle faction. Qin Yan shook his head and said, I won't show myself for now. I am worried that I will expose too much. If Qin family's disciples are no match, I will show myself. And great-grandmother went out because many great people have arrived in Qin Medicine King City. Qin Huayu said. Great people, what kind of great people are there? Xiao Yuan asked. Pill God and Medicine God have arrived. Qin Huayu said with smile, I originally wanted to go see my master but great-grandmother told me to stay here. Qin Yan was rather surprised to learn that the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother is in Xianxia Royal City. Back then in the sacred desolate Sun Sacred Land, after parting with the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother, he did not think that the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother would be able to accomplish anything in the future. Unexpectedly, the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother successfully entered the Divine Desolate and became a Divine Heavenly Mother. As for her current status, Qin Yan is not clear. Since the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother is here, Qin Yan wants to meet her and understand the situation of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. Qin Yan is not worried that the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother will betray him. Firstly, he signed a soul contract with the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother. Secondly, the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother was heavily bullied by the Heavenly Law Divine Realm back then. If she had not met Qin Yan, she might have been sacrificed by the Heavenly Law Divine Realm to destroy the Primal Chaos Divine Sun in the Sacred Desolate. Therefore, the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother is loyal and devoted to Qin Yan. Furthermore, she knows that following Qin Yan is very promising. Sister Huayu, do you know how strong those Heavenly Mothers are? Xiao Yuan asked. I want to see them. I haven't seen the Heavenly Mother before. I heard that when the Heavenly Mother appears, the commotion is very big. I heard that one is a heavenly god. And the other is a great god. Qin Huayu said with smile, the ostentation of the Heavenly Mother is indeed very scary. However, the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother is an exception. She is rather low-key and has no heavenly beings accompanying her. Xiao Yuan said with smile, then do you know where they are? I want to see if they are beautiful or not. Yuan, they are definitely not as good-looking as you. Qin Huayu chuckled, just look at yourself in the mirror, why are you looking at them? I'm just curious. Xiao Yuan touched Qin Huayu's face and said with a charming smile, Sister Huayu, you are also very beautiful. Qin Yan pulled Xiao Yuan and asked, Yuan, what are you planning? Why are you meeting those Heavenly Mothers? I just want to see the beauty of the Heavenly Mother. Xiao Yuan said with a smile, what, only you men are allowed to look at beauties and we women are not allowed to? Qin Yan is convinced. He can tell that Xiao Yuan wants to kidnap a Heavenly Mother. Then I'll go find great-grandmother and ask about the Heavenly Mother. Qin Huayu said, I also want to see the Heavenly Mother. After Huayu left, Qin Yan patted Xiao Yuan's butt and said with smile, what are you planning? I just want to capture a Heavenly Mother to be my servant. Xiao Yuan smiled tenderly and said, I've been in the Heavenly God Desolate for so long but I've heard many legends about Heavenly Mother. They are all aloof and incomparably respected. I want this kind of follower. You truly dare to dream. Remember, don't act recklessly, those Heavenly Mothers are not easy to deal with. Qin Yan warned. Love God is Heavenly Mother Loveless Avatar, I heard she is very beautiful. Xiao Yuan said. Humph. Heavenly Mother Moai is only beautiful as the avatar of the love god. Heavenly Mother Moai herself is nothing special. I have seen a few Heavenly Mothers, most of them are old. Qin Yan said. Qin Yan and the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother have a contract. He cannot tell anyone about their cooperation, so he cannot tell Xiao Yuan. Let's hurry up and cultivate, don't think about messing around all day. Qin Yan pulled Xiao Yuan and entered the floating cloud pagoda. Xiao Yuan seems to have made up her mind to capture a Heavenly Mother. Qin Yan is worried that she will cause some trouble. The Heavenly Mother of the Gods Desolate was very strong. Qin Yan wants to quickly become stronger and get rid of Thunder God as soon as possible. Although Liu Shuyan, Xian Rujing and Star God will do something, he does not want them to participate in this matter. The main reason is that the three of them have God position and are in the myriad realm's divine palace. If it was known that they participated in killing Thunder God, not only would they not be able to stay in the myriad realm's divine palace, they would also be hunted down by the myriad realm's divine palace. At that time, it might even implicate the entire divine moon world and cause the divine moon world to be besieged by many powers. Because the primal chaos realm also participated in the construction of the myriad realm's divine palace. Qin Yun is very afraid of the primal chaos realm. He even suspects that the heavenly law divine domain has joined hands with the primal chaos realm. Otherwise, Poison God, primal chaos realm and heavenly law divine domain wouldn't have joined hands to besiege Xiaoyuan. As for the specific situation, Qin Yun needs to see the imperial sound Heavenly Mother to understand it clearly. 9 Sun Divine Spirit and 9 Yin Divine Spirit's cultivation speed is very fast, causing Qin Yun and Xiaoyuan to be somewhat surprised. It seems like I have awakened my ability. Qin Yun suddenly sensed that the 9 Sun Divine Spirit on his wrist is frantically absorbing the energy of the myriad realm's divine sun. Xiaoyuan nodded and said, I have successfully awakened my ability. Let me see what kind of ability my 9 Yin Divine Spirit has. Qin Yun and Xiaoyuan closed their eyes to check the ability of the Divine Spirit. A shield. Qin Yun said in astonishment. A very strong shield. Xiaoyuan said, Sun Heavenly Shield. Are our abilities the same? Qin Yun said as he controlled the 9 Sun Divine Spirit to release the Sun Heavenly Shield. The Sun Heavenly Shield is circular and emitted intense multicolored light. After it was released, it looked like a sun. Not only does it have a very strong defense, it also has a very dazzling scorching light. Yuelan, attack me. Qin Yun clenched his fists and let the Sun Heavenly Shield on his wrist continue to release energy. My eyes hurt a little. Xiaoyuan had no choice but to close her eyes. Even if she used her mental power to sense it, her perception is very vague. However, she still punched Qin Yun's Sun Heavenly Shield. Boom, with a punch, Qin Yun was forced to retreat. He is secretly astonished at Xiaoyuan's divine power, it is actually so powerful. And the Sun Heavenly Shield also erupted with a very strong defensive power, blocking Xiaoyuan's punch. Moreover, a burst of intense light and raging flames burst out. Not bad, the defense is very strong. Xiaoyuan said with a smile. Qin Yun promptly put away the Sun Heavenly Shield and said, I need to store up power. Just now, I released it not long ago and my power is almost exhausted. The 9 Sun Divine Spirit is also absorbing the power of the myriad realm's divine sun to replenish itself. If his 9 Sun Divine Spirit had enough energy, it would be able to release it for a longer time. To be able to block a powerful attack from a heavenly god, there shouldn't be any problem. Xiaoyuan said. And, if we face the Thunder God, it will be very useful. Qin Yun said with a smile, I wonder if this ability is bestowed by the sun. There are 9 pearls, a total of 9 abilities. Xiaoyuan said, let's continue. Qin Yun ate a Xianwing divine pill and continued to sit cross-legged on the soft cushion with Xiaoyuan. Their palms are tightly pressed together and they continue to cultivate together. The time needed to activate the second ability of the 9 Sun Divine Spirit is much longer than before. After Qin Yun and Xiaoyuan cultivated together, they quickly sensed it. They feel that the second ability will definitely be more powerful, so it will take a longer time. Medicine King City is becoming more and more lively because more and more important people are arriving. Some are here to participate in the Medicine King Association. Some are here to investigate the death of the Poison God. The Thunder God of the Myriad Realm's Divine Court will definitely come. As for when he will come and whether or not he will come in a high-profile manner, no one knows. The death of the Poison God caused a commotion in the Myriad Realm's Divine Court. Therefore, the Myriad Realm's Divine Court sent several gods to investigate. One of them is the Dog God, he has a very strong sense of smell. Not only is he sensitive to smell, he is also extremely sensitive to remnant divine power aura. The other one is even more formidable, he is a Mind God. The Mind God inheritance has a very strong mind-reading technique. If someone is suspected, they will be interrogated by the Star God and they will know if they are lying or not. The cultivation of these two gods is not high, but their abilities are very strong. Of course, in order to protect these two gods, the myriad realms divine court also sent the great strength god and the ox god, these two formidable gods. Qin Huayu returned. She told Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan about this matter. It seems like the myriad realms divine court is getting serious. Xiao Yuan said, the great strength god and the ox god are both very strong gods, they are both battle maniacs. Qin Yun said with a smile, I am not afraid. He did not expect that the great strength god Shiman Dazhuang and his Shiman family would actually come to capture him. Qin Yun also doesn't know if the current great strength god is the one he knew back then or not. If it is, then it will be easy to deal with. Back when he was the king of gods, his relationship with those gods was very good. He knew the dog god and the mind god back then. If their god position has already been passed down, then they also wouldn't know Qin Yun. Xiao Qin, great-grandmother has listed you as one of our medicine king Qin's 5 young disciples. I am also one of them. Qin Huayu said. Qin Yun said with frown, included? Don't tell me you want me to go out and compete with other races? She said that you don't need to do anything unless we are all defeated. Qin Huayu lightly groaned and said, Little grass god was defeated by you, but he kept saying that I am not worthy. He even spoke ill of me everywhere in the Qin mansion. Let's go, take me to teach him a lesson. Xiao Yuan saw Qin Huayu being wronged and immediately became very angry. I want to smash his mouth. Yuan, don't act recklessly. Qin Huayu promptly pulled her and said, Little grass god's father is very powerful. Xiao Yuan knows that Qin Yuda has already been killed by Qin Yun. Qin Yun said, Yuan, there will be a chance to teach that guy a lesson. Xiao Qin, the other 3 young Qin family disciples will arrive here very soon. Don't worry, they are all very easy to talk to. Qin Huayu said, not like little grass god. Grandma Qianghua returned. She brought 3 very young men with her. Qin Yun is somewhat astonished because those 3 young men are all great gods. Grandma, you stuffed me in, this isn't too good. Qin Yun said in low voice. He is now only a god. If he revealed his formidable strength in front of a great god, he would definitely be exposed. You and Qianghua don't need to fight, it's just pill runes. Grandma Qianghua said with smile, Qin Fei, these 3 are the youngest geniuses of our Qin medicine royal family, you should get to know each other. The mother of Qin Zhongguang's 3 sons is not the main wife, but their aptitude is very good. Coupled with Qin Zhongguang's hard work, they are highly valued by their elders. Later on, the Qin family began to focus on nurturing them according to their talent. These 3 brothers look a bit similar to Qin Zhongguang. They all look rather vigorous. Their names are also very interesting. They are called Qin Chuan, Qin De, and Qin Liang. These names were all given by Qin Zhongguang. At that time, Qin Zhongguang did not think too much about it and just gave them this kind of name. It looks very casual. However, he did not expect that these 3 brothers would later become the most talented among medicine king Qin's little great-grandchildren. Qin Yun and the 3 brothers chatted very well, especially when talking about little grass god. They all hate little grass god very much. Qin Huayu is their cousin, they usually take care of Qin Huayu. Qin Zhongguang's 3 sons are more proficient in fighting, they have no interest in growing flowers or medicine. Therefore, when the time comes to spar with other races, fighting will be left to the 3 brothers. As for pill refining, Qin Yun and Qin Huayu will be in charge. While Qin Yun and others are chatting in the courtyard, the elder Niao suddenly arrived. The elder Niao is an expert guarding outside Jasper Flower Valley. He usually has something to report when he comes. Dog God and Mind God are here, the elder Niao said in low voice. Only the 2 of them came, Great Strength God and Ox God did not come. Qin Yan and Grandma Qianghua are alarmed. For Dog God to come here, it is very likely that he discovered something. They want to enter Jasper Flower Valley, what's the matter? Grandma Qianghua asked. They only said that they want to pay a visit to Grandma Qianghua, the elder Niao said. They shouldn't be doing anything, otherwise they wouldn't be acting alone. Grandma Qianghua said with frown, I don't have any dealings with them, why would they come to visit me? The elder Niao said, then I will go send them away. Wait. Let them come in, bring them to the bamboo garden. Grandma Qianghua glanced at Qin Yun. Qin Yan just sent her a sound transmission, telling her to let Dog God and Mind God in. After the elder Niu left, Grandma Xianxia immediately went to the bamboo garden. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan also followed. There are many bamboos in the bamboo garden, there is a pavilion in the middle, there is a stone table and stone benches. Not long after, Uncle Niu brought two middle-aged men over. Seeing the two middle-aged men, Qin Yan knew that they were not Dog God and Mind God. The Dog God had a fat head and big ears. He had a big belly and didn't look like a dog god at all. If he was a pig god, no one would doubt it. Mind, on the other hand, was very, very skinny and short. It made people feel that the dog god's stomach could contain Mind. These two gods were only great gods. In the myriad world's divine court, there were many gods who had just succeeded their positions. This was because the older batch of gods wanted to roam the god-desolate heavens. They didn't want to stay in the myriad world's divine court. After the dog god and the mind god arrived, they sat on the stone bench. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan went over and poured tea for them. "I'm sorry that you came to visit me instead of tracking down Big Beard," Grandma Xianxia said with a smile. "Grandma Xianxia, we came to Qinyao Royal City and went to the Heavenly Dao restaurant to take a look. Then we ate and drank all day and didn't investigate at all." Dog God chuckled and said, "That's right, I'm really a dog god, not a pig god." Grandma Xianxia said with a smile, "Dog God, you really know how to joke." Big Beard is someone that the myriad world's divine court and heavenly law divine realm want to capture. Thunder God is also looking for him. Won't you be blamed for being idle? A smile appeared on Mind God's thin face. "Grandma Xianxia, Big Beard is in your Jade Flower Valley, so we don't think there's any need to continue investigating." Grandma Xianxia, Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan's expression suddenly changed. A wave of austere aura surged out. "Wait." Dog God's fat face is filled with smile. Let's talk, let's talk. Can't you see the smile on our faces? This shows our attitude. We didn't bring great strength and old bull, it means we don't want to fight. What's more, we are not good at fighting. Mind God promptly said with smile. Grandma Xianxia's expression eased up a lot. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan almost made a move just now. Both of them look very young, but they put a lot of pressure on Dog God and Mind God. You really have ability. Grandma Xianxia said with smile. Old dog has ability, otherwise he wouldn't have been fed so fat. Mind God laughed and said. Dog God patted his stomach and said with smile, "There's no other way, people always give me a lot of food, if I don't eat, I'll be sorry for my stomach." Then you want me to feed you? Grandma Xianxia is still smiling but her eyes are somewhat cold. No, we don't mean that. Dog God promptly waved his hand and said, "I don't dare to think about it, otherwise I will lose my dog life here." Dog God glanced at Qin Yan and said, "Grandma Xianxia, can you let me have a few words with this big beard brother?" Qin Yan has no beard on his face but Dog God knows that he is that big beard guy. "Alone?" Grandma Xianxia said coldly. "Yes." Dog God nodded. "No way." Grandma Xianxia refused. "It's fine, I'm not afraid of him." Qin Yan replied. "All right then." Grandma Xianxia thought about it, even Poison God has been killed, this Dog God's battle prowess is below 5, he will be even easier to deal with. Qin Yan took out the floating cloud pagoda and placed it beside the pavilion. Seeing the floating cloud pagoda, Dog God and Mind God's eyes are filled with shock, then they looked at each other. "Come in," Qin Yan said to Dog God and then entered the floating cloud pagoda. Dog God also entered the floating cloud pagoda. After entering, Dog God immediately bowed and said, "Greetings Divine King." Qin Yan is startled, he is not surprised that Dog God knows that he is the God King but Dog God actually knows that he is the God King. "I don't know you," Qin Yan said. "My grandfather knows you. Your God King aura has always been following Dog God's position, I noticed it when I entered the city." Dog God promptly said. "How is your grandfather?" Qin Yan asked. "Luckily, he went to roam the God-desolate land and passed this Dog God's position to me. Since childhood, I have heard many things about God King from him. Grandfather knew that God King would return, so when he passed on his position to me, he forced me to sign a soul contract and swear loyalty to God, King." What about Mind God? Xianxia looked at Mind God outside. He and I have known each other since childhood. His grandfather was the former Mind God. Just like me, he signed a soul contract and pledged loyalty to God King. Dog God said. Xianxia let out a long sigh. I didn't expect that they would still remember me after I left God desolate for so many years. Don't talk about loyalty or not, your grandfather was my friend back then, now you are also my friend. God King's spirit is truly not something that bastard Thunder God can compare to. In Myriad Realms' divine court, Thunder God did not even consider us as gods. Dog God is very angry talking about Thunder God. Did Thunder God attack you? Xianxia asked. He told Poison God to poison me and Mind God. Luckily my nose is very sensitive, otherwise I would have already been poisoned. Although we are not very strong in Myriad Realms' divine court, we are still very capable. We are very important in Myriad Realms' divine court, Thunder God doesn't dare do anything to us. Dog God said. Then do you know the situation of Pill God and Medicine God? Did they submit to Thunder God? Xianxia has always wanted to know the situation of his two old friends. I don't know, I don't think so. We can't say, after all we can't contact them, we also don't dare investigate them. Dog God shook his head. Xianxia patted Dog God's shoulder and said with smile, it seems like I have to be very careful, I actually left some traces and let you discover me. Dog God laughed and said, God King was too careless this time. Little Grass God came to find us and told us that Jasper Flower Valley is the main clue. Back then, Little Grass Goddess had seen her father, Grass Goddess, being defeated by Xianxia. What about Little Grass God? Xianxia asked. We captured him, he is a member of Qin family. God King, please don't tell Granny Jasper Flower about this. Dog God said in low voice. It's fine, Grass God was also killed by me. Xianxia said with smile. Ah? No wonder Little Grass God asked us to help him find his father, so he has already been killed by God King. This is great. I have long since hated this grass dog. Dog God laughed loudly and said. Seeing that Heart God and Dog God are his people, Xianxia is very happy in his heart. Xianxia said, Dog God, can you help me? Help me find Space God. The Dog God's expression changed. God King, the spatial God isn't easy to find. He fought with the God of Lightning and the God of Love, and then he disappeared. If he isn't in the desolate space, then I won't be able to find him. I hope old brother is safe and sound. Xianxia let out a long sigh. Thunder God has already arrived at Xianxia Royal City, I will tell him that Big Beard has escaped from the city. Dog God said. What about Great Strength God and Ox God? Will they give themselves away? Xianxia asked. Relax, they are our good brothers, there won't be any problem. When the time is right, I will let them come pay respect to God King. Dog God said. Xianxia walked back and forth a few steps, he is thinking about something and then asked, do you think the current me can kill Thunder God? You can't. Dog God immediately replied, Thunder God is very strong, he has concealed himself deeply. Moreover, he is very close to Primal Chaos World, he has obtained the support of both Primal Chaos World and Heavenly Law Divine Domain. Xianxia guessed that Primal Chaos World must be supporting Thunder God from behind, otherwise Thunder God would not have jumped up like that. When it comes to the mysterious and formidable Primal Chaos World, Xianxia must be very cautious. Therefore, he must avoid involving Xian Rujing and others. Before Guanghan Palace's Divine Moon World develops, Primal Chaos World must not target it. After Xianxia and Dog God finished their discussion, they left Floating Cloud Pagoda so that people outside won't be worried. Seeing them come out with smiles on their faces, Grandma Xianxia and Heart God let out a sigh of relief. Grandma, you can rest assured. Granny Xianxia felt relieved hearing Xianxia say that. Although she doesn't know how Xianxia negotiated, he must have his own way. After Mind and Dog Deity left, Granny Xianxia didn't ask anything because she already knew that Xianxia is not an ordinary person. Qin Huang and Qin Dan King will arrive soon, they will bring their outstanding young disciples, Granny Xianxia said. Is Clan Emperor not coming? Xianxia asked. No, Clan Emperor won't easily show himself, Granny Xianxia shook her head and said. Afterwards, she arranged for Qin Tiao, Qin De, and Qin Liang, the three brothers, to make further preparations and cultivate through the night. Moreover, Granny Xianxia is personally training them. It seems that Medicine King Qin attaches great importance to this Medicine King Assembly. Qin Yun only knows that the Medicine King Assembly is an event for Qin Imperial Clan to display their strength, to show their unity and strength. The Emperor clans of Divine Desolate are not united, only Qin Imperial Clan can unite. Qin Yun guessed that this Medicine King Assembly is very likely to be secretly promoted by Qin Imperial Clan Emperor. It is to display the power of unity and unite the other Emperor clans. Clearly, Qin Imperial Clan Emperor has the ambition to unify the Emperor clans. Divine Desolate is the beginning of a great era. If one wants to stand firm, one must have sufficient strength. Merely, a mere Qin Imperial Clan was simply too insignificant before colossi like the Divine Court of the Myriad Realms and the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. If it is the entire Emperor Clan and many Dragon Clans gathered together, they cannot be underestimated. Granny Xianxia is training the three brothers while Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan are cultivating inside the floating cloud pagoda. Xiao Yun, my Xiao Imperial Clan is like a sheet of loose sand. I am very envious of your Qin Imperial Clan. Xiao Yuelan said. Yuelan, you are my wife, you are also a member of Qin Imperial Clan. Qin Yun said with smile. I want to unify Xiao Imperial Clan with you, Ma. I need your help. Xiao Yuelan looked at Qin Yun and said in low voice. It was not that easy to unite the entire Xiao Imperial Clan. However, Qin Yun feels that Xiao Yuelan can do it. He also thought that maybe Nine Sun Royal Clan can reappear in Divine Desolate. The Nine Yang Royal family's tribe the arch was Yuxi. Although she was the only one, she had the orthodox inheritance, and the Nine Yang the arch sword was in her hands. Qin Yun did not think Nine Sun Royal Clan could rise, but now it is different. Because Myriad Realms Divine Sun Royal Clan has appeared, maybe Myriad Realms Divine Sun Royal Clan will support Nine Sun Royal Clan. Alright, I will help you. Qin Yun said, Yuelan, make a good plan. I can let Aunt Xiao plan this matter. She is more experienced than me in this matter. I will be responsible for putting in the effort and she will be responsible for coming up with a plan. Xiao Yun, you just need to come up with some pills and help me rope in people. Xiao Yuelan smiled. Imperial clans, Imperial Emperor clans, Imperial clans, Emperor clans, families, emperors, Yun said. Other than the Qin Imperial Clan, the other clans are in a state of disunity. Even their clan emperors have given up on themselves. Dragon Clan's Emperor Clan's my father and other clans' emperor is Tian Clan is Yan Jun. As for Dragon Race, I hope my father and the others will do their best. Qin Long is from Qin Imperial Clan, but he is also from Dragon Race. Qin Long, Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor as well as Divine Universe Ice Dragon are all in Dragon Race. As long as three clans are willing to unify, other clans will definitely join. Maybe 2 clans will be enough. Xiao Yuelan said. Qin Yun said with smile, let's work hard together. They can also sense Qin family emperor's ambition to rise again, that's why they are infected. Within Divine Desolate, they are too insignificant. Only by uniting together can they resist those powerful and barbaric powers. After Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan cultivated for a night, they left Floating Cloud Pagoda and went to Grandma Qianghua's house. They are waiting for Grandma Qianghua in a large hall. Qin Huayu is also here, waiting with them for the 3 brothers to shoulder the burden. Not long after, Grandma Qianghua arrived, but the 3 brothers did not. Where are the 3 brothers? Qin Yun asked. They went to meet Qin Huang and Pil Monarch Qin. This time, our Qin Imperial Clan will send out 10 young disciples. Our Medicine King Qin will choose 5, Pil Monarch Qin and Qin Huang will choose 2 each. They will only choose 4 in total. Qin Huayu said, how can it be like this? Logically speaking, they should send out 5 people. Grandma Qianghua shook her head and said, originally, they chose a good person but an accident happened and they couldn't make it in time. Therefore, we can only choose 1 more person. 8 people are good at fighting, 2 people are good at alchemy and inscription, that's enough. Grandma Qianghua said. Xiao Yuelan's beautiful eyes turned, she said with smile, Grandma, my husband is a disciple of Qin Imperial Clan, that means I am also a disciple of Qin Imperial Clan. I will fight. Yuelan, can you do it? Grandma Xianxia asked. Why not? Xiao Yuelan walked over, pulled Grandma Xianghua's arm and said with smile, I am very strong. Grandma Xianxia and Qin Huayu don't know Xiao Yuelan's cultivation, they thought that she is at most profound god, and now, Xiao Yuelan released great god's power, causing Grandma Xianxia and Qin Huayu to be endlessly shocked. Yuelan, so you're so strong, and you still call me big sister? Qin Huayu said with a smile. He calls you big sister Qin, so you are also my big sister. Xiao Yuelan giggled. Yuelan, you can represent the Qin imperial clan. Letting you fight will show that our Qin family values the women who marry into the Qin family. Grandma Xianxia said with a smile. The person she married into the family was also so strong. This could indeed bring glory to the Qin family. After that, Granny Xianxia brought Qin Yun, Qin Huayu, and Xiao Yuelan to another area of Jasper Flower Valley. There is a large hall here. After approaching, Qin Yun felt 3 very powerful auras. Medicine King Qin, Alchemy King Qin, and Fire King Qin are only heavenly gods. It seems like the seniors of the divine desolate heavens have been unable to break through and are stuck at the heavenly god realm. Qin Yun thought. Above the great gods were the Empyrean gods. There were more great gods, but the Empyrean gods were getting fewer and fewer. And if a heavenly god broke through again, they would become a saint god. When Qin Yun was the king of gods, he was the sacred god. The god of love and the god of thunder had only been heavenly gods back then. Now, they are about to become sacred gods. In Qin Yun's 2 lives as the Nine-Yang Palace King and the King of Gods, the strongest was only the sacred god realm. There are definitely even higher realms above them. The people of the primal chaos realm can reach those higher realms. Now that the divine desolate heavens has appeared and the myriad realms divine sun has been born, it is very likely that it will be easier to break through than back then. After entering the main hall, 3 extraordinary-looking old men are sitting at the head of the hall. Although they look very benevolent, they faintly emit a kind of dignified aura. After all, they are one of the 10 kings of the Qin imperial clan, they are also powerful heavenly gods. The 3 kings of the Qin imperial clan are all here. Medicine King Qin looks rather scholarly, gentle, and benevolent. Fire King Qin is rather robust. He is wearing flame armor and his thick eyebrows look like they are burning with flames. Although he has a smile on his face, he still has a very powerful aura. Pale King Qin is wearing a long robe. His long and thin face is somewhat stiff but his expression doesn't seem to make people feel fear. These 3 old men are the 3 kings of the Qin imperial clan. The 3 brothers are also sitting at the side. Apart from them, there are 2 men and 2 women. The men are handsome and confident, the women are beautiful and moving. These 2 men and 2 women were brought by Pale King Qin and Fire King Qin. We are all on the same side, no need to be so courteous. Medicine King Qin saw people come in and promptly said with smile. After all, they are elders, I have to greet them. Qin Yun said with smile. Then, Qin Huayu and Xiao Yuelan greeted the 3 kings and reported their names. Soon after, Granny Xianxia brought up the matter of Xiao Yuelan's participation. The 3 kings did not object, they are even very happy. The smile on Qin Fire King's face suddenly disappeared and he said with grave expression, this time, you 10 youngsters are shouldering a heavy responsibility. Fire King, aren't we just exchanging pointers with other races and sects? Granny Xianxia said with frown, why are you shouldering such a heavy responsibility? It's not a simple exchanging pointers. Qin Fire King said. The reason why we don't have enough people is because we were too impulsive. We probed the strength of primal chaos race and heavenly beings, causing many people to be injured. Pale King Qin said. They want to compete with primal chaos race, this caused Qin Yun to feel shocked in his heart, but at the same time, he is also incomparably looking forward to it. Why are we exchanging pointers with people from primal chaos realm? Why didn't you tell me before? Granny Xianxia said with a worried expression. Xianxia, let's put it this way, the Medicine King Assembly is a gathering for our Qin imperial clan to display our strength to all the other powers. Regardless of winning or losing, we must appear united, otherwise our Qin imperial clan will be torn apart like a plate of loose sand. Medicine King Qin said. The reason why the various clans of the imperial clan are unable to unite is not only because of internal factors, there are also external factors. Some people are worried that our imperial clan will unite. After all, our imperial clan once dominated the Nine Desolate. There was once an era of imperial clan. Pil King Qin said. Our Qin imperial clan must set an example. We must endure all kinds of pressure, gather our strength and not fear strong enemies. Qin Fire King sighed. This time's Medicine King Assembly, some people are secretly colluding to tear apart the Qin imperial clan. Moreover, it will start from Medicine King City. A youngster said, then why do we still need to hold the Medicine King Assembly? Wouldn't it be fine if we don't hold it? We must hold it because regardless of whether we hold it or not, they will take action. Therefore, we must use this time's Medicine King Assembly to see which powers are worth paying attention to. Moreover, all the imperial clans are watching to see if our Qin imperial clan can still unite or not. Medicine King Qin said. Apart from Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan, all the youngsters present are feeling great pressure because they feel that if they lose, the Qin imperial clan will be torn apart. The older generation will also secretly confront each other. The Qin imperial clan is facing such a grim situation. This caused Qin Huayu and the other younger generation to feel even more pressure. What's the point of them probing our strength? We are only youngsters, we shouldn't be afraid of them. A Qin family woman asked. What they want to do is to let the other clans see that our Qin imperial clan is only SOSO when united. First, it can deal a blow to our Qin imperial clan's confidence. Second, it can make the other clans completely give up on the idea of unity. Qin Yaowang said. The elders want us to show unity no matter what. Does this mean that we will lose miserably? Qin Da asked. Qin Huang and the other two elders only slightly shook their heads and did not directly answer. Granny Qianghua said with smile, everyone, be a bit more confident. You will definitely perform very well. Qin Yan thought of something else and asked, why are they so afraid of us uniting? This is not as simple as the rise of an imperial clan, right? The three kings looked at each other, they are somewhat surprised. Because Qin Yan asked such a question, it is clear that he knows something. Our imperial clan has half of the Nine Sun royal family's bloodline. Normally, we need to merge with the Dark royal family to have a complete bloodline. However, after the Myriad Realm's divine sun appears, our imperial clan might be able to restore our bloodline. Qin Huang said. Qin Yun is secretly alarmed. He previously felt that after the Myriad Realm's divine sun appears, the Nine Sun royal family will most likely reappear in the Nine Sun heavenly domain. He was only guessing, he did not expect it to be true. Xiao Yuan is also secretly excited and asked, Myriad Realm's divine sun can help restore the Nine Sun bloodline, is there any condition? Clan Emperor received the divine sun's instruction that the new Nine Sun royal family will be divided into 9 clans. As for how they will be divided, it is still unclear. If we want to obtain the Myriad Realm's divine sun to help restore our bloodline, we need to gather enough imperial clan disciples and make our imperial clan's blood energy vigorous enough. Because back then, our Nine Sun royal family was not united, that's why we split. If we want to restore our bloodline, we need to gather a large amount of blood from our imperial clan. As for how to do it, only our Qin clan emperor knows. When Qin Yaowang spoke of this matter, he is somewhat excited but also helpless. The reason for that was because merely the blood aura of all of the Qin imperial clan's disciples would not be enough to make the Myriad Realm's divine sun reveal its might. Thus, this time around, no matter what, we, the Qin imperial clan, must hold on. We cannot allow ourselves to be destroyed. Only by doing so will we have a chance to recover our Nine Suns bloodline. Only with such a powerful bloodline can we fight against the primal chaos race and other powerful races. Qin Huang said. What about the other clans? Do they know about this? Qin Huayu asked. They know, but they don't believe it. Because only our Qin clan's emperor has received instructions from the Myriad Realm's divine sun, our clan's emperor has no proof, so the other clans think that our Qin clan's emperor is too ambitious and wants to rule over them. Pil King Qin said helplessly. My guess is that it might require 9 types of emperor clan's blood, and enough of it, to be sacrificed together. Through a special altar or something, only then can the blood energy be stimulated and let the myriad realms divine sun sense it. Qin Yan said. This, you guessed it right. Medicine King Qin is slightly startled. He doesn't know who this Qin Fei is. He only learned from Granny Xianxia that he is an inscription pill master from the lower realms and has mastered inscription do technique. Pill King Qin and Qin Huang are also very shocked because the Qin clan's emperor indeed told them this, they did not say it out loud. This information has been leaked out and other powerful factions have learned about it. Qin Yan shook his head and said, it must be the Qin clan's emperor who discussed this matter with the big shots of the other clans. Some of the big shots leaked it out, that's why they want to stop the unification of the emperor clan. The three kings looked at each other in dismay because Qin Yan is correct again. If this matter can be kept absolutely secret, the other emperor clans will not be dismantled. Now, even the Qin imperial clan is facing the danger of being dismantled. Qin Yan also has the Qin imperial clan's bloodline in his body. Moreover, it is rather pure. If he can obtain the complete Nine Sons bloodline, his strength will be even stronger. He also desires to obtain the complete bloodline. One must know that the myriad realms divine sun is very powerful. It can make the myriad heavens and myriad realms fuse together into the myriad heavens divine desolate. If he could obtain the myriad realms divine sun to complete his bloodline, he would definitely become incomparably powerful. The reason why the primal chaos race is so strong is because of the primal chaos divine Sunday. And the myriad realms divine sun was born from devouring the primal chaos divine sun, so it is definitely stronger than the primal chaos divine Sunday. Every time we hold the Medicine King Assembly, we try our best to let the other clans participate and give them good treatment. But this time, the other clans are not participating in the exchange, they are just here to join in the fun. Medicine King Qin sighed. Xiao Yuelan said, the reason why the other clans split up is because of internal factors. They definitely feel that the Emperor clan is too weak and can't withstand a single blow from the other strong clans. Therefore, there is no need for them to exist, so they split up. Yes, in addition to external factors, other strong clans induced them or used some methods to break them up. Qin Huang said very angrily, the Heavenly Law Divine Realm and the Primal Chaos Realm are definitely behind this. Back then, the Nine Sons royal family dominated many heavenly domains and left behind indelible memories in many heavenly domains. The myriad heavens divine desolate is a combination of many heavenly domains and many realms. If the Nine Sons royal family appeared again, they would definitely dominate this incomparably vast myriad heavens divine desolate. And all the major powers in the myriad heavens divine desolate do not wish for anyone to suppress them. Xiao Qin, you must have experienced a lot in the lower realms. Do you have any ideas? Granny Qianghua suddenly asked. She knows that Qin Yan is very experienced in all aspects. He can be considered an old fox. Qin Yan sat there and pondered for a moment. Then he said, since the matter of restoring the Nine Sun bloodline has already been leaked, we might as well make it public and let all the disciples of the imperial clan know. Of course, there will definitely be people who will spread the news that this is a rumor or a conspiracy of our Qin imperial clan. But no matter what, the other disciples of the imperial clan will be skeptical. We also thought of doing this before, but we are worried that it will only speed up the disintegration of the Qin imperial clan. Medicine King Qin said. Don't worry, the more people try to disintegrate us, the more it proves that it is true. The disciples of the other imperial clan will believe it even more. Qin Yan said, therefore, what we need to do is to defend well, build a safe and stable place and gather the disciples of the other imperial clan together. Xiao Yuelan said, these things will definitely not be easy to do. Medicine King Qin nodded and said, we will talk to the clan emperor. After Qin Yan and the other 10 juniors found out about this, the pressure in their hearts is not small. Qin Yan, Xiao Yuelan and Qin Huayu followed Granny Qianghua and left. The other 7 stayed behind to carry out special training. Qin Huayu also seized the time to learn medicine techniques. At that time, she might have to face the young alchemists of the primal chaos realm. And with Xiao Yuelan's help, Qin Yan continued to cultivate. Time is too tight. If I can have profound God cultivation, it will be even more stable. Inside the floating cloud pagoda, Qin Yan's heart is restless and impatient, he is unable to calmly cultivate. Let's go back to the Flower Moon Pavilion. Shuiru should be arriving at the Qin Medicine King city soon. I will let her go to the Wild Beheader Villa and use a secret technique to speed up the growth of the Xianwing Divine Grass there so that you can obtain more Xianwing Divine Pills. Then, we will cultivate together with you. Maybe you can cultivate the 9th Divine Spirit before the Medicine King Association, Xian Dao Image. Xiao Yuelan said. Shuiru has a secret technique to speed up the growth of the Xianwing Divine Grass? Qin Yan said with a frown. Did you forget about your Sun Moon Divine Bowl? The Sun Moon Divine Bowl can now condense a kind of Sun Moon Divine Dew. It is very powerful but it is rather small. Xiao Yuelan said with smile, Shuiru has some Sun Moon Divine Dew, she will definitely help you. Alright, then let's greet Granny Qianxia. Qin Yan said, Sister Rujing and Sister Star God should be back soon. And, when Sister Shuyan arrives, we will cultivate together with you. We can help you quickly refine the Xianwing Divine Pill and quickly cultivate the Divine Profound Dao Image. Xiao Yuelan said. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan went to find Granny Qianxia. Granny Qianxia knows that Xiao Yuelan is from the Guanghan Palace but she is still worried about them returning to the Flower Moon Pavilion. Later, Granny Qianxia found out that Slaughter God, Star God and Ice and Snow Goddess are about to arrive at the Flower Moon Pavilion. Only then did she feel relieved and let them return. Moreover, she personally escorted them to the Flower Moon Pavilion. After Qin Yan returned to the Flower Moon Pavilion, he left many secret marks outside and contacted the Dog God. He wants to investigate the situation of the Qin Medicine King City through the Dog God. Moreover, he wants to let the Dog God announce the matter regarding the 9 Sun royal family bloodline. Nangong Shuiru has not returned yet but she will return soon. Inside a basement of the Flower Moon Pavilion, the Dog God's puppet avatar arrived. The Dog God's puppet avatar has delicate and pretty features, it is completely different from the Dog God. Divine King, do you have any instructions? The Dog God found the Flower Moon Pavilion and brought it here. Dog God, have you heard the news regarding the revival of the 9 Sun royal family bloodline? Qin Yan asked. I have heard that the Qin clan's great emperor met with the elders of the other emperor clans. They said that the Myriad Realm's Divine Sun can help the emperor clans recover their 9 Sun bloodline but they will have to pay a great price. They want the 9 emperor clans to gather together and sacrifice a lot of blood, the Dog God said. The emperor clans have many emperor clans, as long as there are 9 emperor clans, it is clear that the Myriad Realm's Divine Sun is very lenient. But this also means that the 9 emperor clans must be very strong, otherwise the blood won't be enough. Then do you think this news is true or not? Qin Yan asked. I feel that it's extremely likely to be true. According to the information I've obtained, other than the Qin Imperial clan, the other clans of the Imperial clan are unable to unite. Every single clan is divided into several factions. There are even people trying to drive a wedge between them, causing conflicts between the various clans. The Dog God said. Dog God thought about it carefully and realized Qin Yan's intention. However, he is still somewhat doubtful and said, Divine King, if you do this, you can indeed let other imperial races' younger generation know about this matter. However, it will also cause Qin Imperial clan to face even greater pressure. No matter, I know what to do. Qin Yan said. Many people from other imperial races' younger generation have come to the Medicine King Assembly. Therefore, Qin Yan wants to let them know this secret. If Primal Chaos Realm and Heavenly Law Divine Domain start attacking Qin Imperial Clan now, it will be even more true. Alright. Dog God nodded. Oh, that's right, are there any gods in Myriad Realm's Divine Court who haven't passed down their position? Qin Yan asked. The God of Thunder and the God of Love, the God of Medicine, the God of Pills, the God of Slaughter, they're all old gods from back in the day. Divine King, the gods from back when you were still on the throne have either died, left, scattered, or retired. Now, the majority of them are new gods. The gods of the Divine Court of Myriad Worlds could obtain many benefits through the godly sons of Myriad Worlds. Dog God, when you spread the news, it would be best if you make people think that it was spread by Heavenly Law Divine Domain. Can you do it? Qin Yan said again. No problem. Dog God very confidently said. Alright, you can go. Qin Yan nodded. Dog God immediately started working. Qin Yun is very assured with Dog God, his mind will also participate in this matter. These two gods' cultivation is not high, but their ability and connections are very good. Moreover, they are very shrewd. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan are cultivating inside the Flower Moon Pavilion. Nangong Shuiru finally arrived at the Flower Moon Pavilion in the middle of the night. She is wearing soft armor, white robe and bamboo hat. She arrived at the Flower Moon Pavilion and saw little Rainbow Phoenix. She knows that Qin Yun is here and immediately went to find him. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan walked out of their room and arrived at the living room. They saw Nangong Shuiru taking off her bamboo hat. Sister Shuiru. Xiao Yuelan immediately rushed over and hugged the tender and beautiful person who is as gentle as water and said with a charming smile. Nangong Shuiru is already used to Xiao Yuelan's enthusiasm. After she saw Qin Yun, she very happily said with smile, "I thought you wouldn't be able to come to God Desolate." "How is that possible?" said Qin Yun with a smile. "The sun god tree has changed a lot, especially after the appearance of the myriad world's divine sun. The change is even more astonishing." Nangong Shuiru immediately reported about the sun god tree. Qin Yun listened patiently. Nangong Shuiru planted the sun god tree in the divine moon of myriad heavens. She said that the sun god tree has grown very quickly and turned into a huge tree. Moreover, there are 2 fruits on it. The 2 fruits were like suns, hanging on the branches. Apart from that, there were also many flowers in full bloom. "Continue planting, wait for the fruit to ripen," Qin Yun said. "All right." Nangong Shuiru nodded. Soon after, Xiao Yuelan brought up the matter of the Xianwing divine grass. Nangong Shuiru immediately agreed to go to the Wild Beheader Villa and use the Sun and Moon Divine Dew to speed up the growth of the Xianwing divine grass. Nangong Shuiru rested until dawn, then brought Little Phoenix and the others to the Wild Slayer Manor. Qin Yun wanted to seize the time to cultivate, so he stayed in the training room with Xiao Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan used the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra to help Qin Yun refine the Xiani divine pill. Not only could it speed up the refining process, it could also make the medicinal power of the Xiani divine pill even stronger. Early morning, Nangong Shuiru left. At noon, Star God and Xian Rujing arrived. They know that Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan are in the training room, so they immediately went over. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan came out of the training room and arrived at a small hall. They saw Xian Rujing and Star God. Xian Rujing is wearing a white long skirt, she is emitting a clear and cold temperament. After seeing Qin Yun, a smile appeared on her cold and elegant face, her beautiful eyes are filled with tenderness. Qin Yun also finally saw Star God. Before, he only saw Star God's illusion through the altar. Now that he has seen her with his own eyes, he can feel the soul-stealing charm of Star God. Star God and Yu Shutian have the same appearance, but Qin Yun thinks that they are completely different. Star God is not at all unfamiliar with Qin Yun. This beautiful and charming woman is wearing a white gown. After seeing Qin Yun, she took off her white gown. Her body is simply covered with a light purple gauze dress. Separated by the translucent gauze dress, her graceful and fiery jade white body is faintly discernible, making her even more alluring. Qin Yun often saw Star God wearing this kind of attire through the altar. But now that he is seeing her with his own eyes, this extremely charming and gentle beauty is overflowing with 100 kinds of charm, it is incomparably bewitching. "Demon, quickly put it on." Xian Rujing lightly groaned. "It's too hot, I won't wear it," Star God said with charming smile. "Big sister Star God, you are so beautiful." Xiao Yuelan's beautiful eyes are glittering, she promptly hugged this incomparably alluring and charming beauty and enjoyed her charm and gentleness. Xian Rujing walked over, used her ice-cold lily-white palm to slap their buttocks, causing them to let out a delicate cry. "Don't mess around, we need to do proper business." Xian Rujing's tone is that of a big sister as she lightly yelled. "Io, pure as ice and clean as jade, aloof and remote ice and snow goddess, your jealous appearance is so cute." Star God giggled and said. "Demon, quickly take out your god position." Xian Rujing can only vigorously pinch Star God's waist. Star God touched her waist, then took out her god position and handed it over to Qin Yun. She said with smile, "My little brother Divine King, I hand it over to you." Star God's god position is rather special, it is a black pearl that looks like a small star. But if you look carefully, you can see that there are many light specks inside the black pearl. Inside and outside are light specks. It has been sealed. Qianyan said with frown, it is Love God's seal. He promptly took out his Divine King Heavenly Seal and imprinted a few times on Star God's God position. Each time he imprinted, a very formidable power burst out. Very soon, the black pearl suddenly became transparent, the countless light specks inside became even brighter. All right. Qianyan laughed and returned the God position to Star God. So this is the true Star God position. Star God very happily said with smile after receiving the God position. Then she hugged Qianyan, moved her delicate body closer to Qianyan and even kissed his face. Sister Star God, your God position has been unsealed, there should be a new inheritance, you can become even stronger. You should first properly adapt to it. Qianyan said. Little brother Divine King, thank you. How can I repay you? Can I devote myself to you? Star God's charming eyes are like silk, flickering with an incomparably captivating soft light. Of course you can. Xiao Yuelan said with smile, from today onwards, you are mine. Xian Rujing pinched Star God's butt and said, Demonis, quickly adapt to the God position. You must quickly become stronger and help Xiaoyun deal with Thunder God. Xian Rujing just returned and found out that little Thunder God was captured by a bearded man. She immediately guessed that the bearded man is Qianyan. Thunder God is now in the city, it is very likely that he will have a conflict with Qianyan. Thunder God, this bastard. Speaking of Thunder God, Star God became very angry and said, I will now go adapt to my God position, I will become even stronger. The Star God entered a cultivation room. Let's go, we will cultivate together. Xiao Yuelan said with mischievous smile, then pulled Qianyan and Xian Rujing to a room. Yuelan, when did you arrive? Xian Rujing asked. She found it somewhat unexpected that Xiao Yuelan is in Flower Moon Pavilion. I was plotted against by a group of people and ran here. Soon after Xiao Yuelan simply narrated how she was besieged. Xian Rujing became very worried after hearing this, she kept asking about Xiao Yuelan's injuries. After knowing that Xiao Yuelan is fine, Xian Rujing felt relieved. Sister Rujing, you have 9 yin divine veins, me and Xiaoyun have 9 sun divine veins, let's try cultivating together. Xiao Yuelan's beautiful eyes turned, she said with smile, how about this, we soak in water and cultivate together, it will be very good. Myriad Heaven Divine Moon Spring is specially used to cultivate Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. What is it? Qianyan asked. Don't ask so much, let's begin. Xiao Yuelan stuck out her tongue and said with smile. Xian Rujing is somewhat reserved but she was still pulled into a pool by Xiao Yuelan and soaked in Myriad Heaven Divine Moon Spring to cultivate together with Qianyan. What caused Qianyan to almost vomit blood is that Xiao Yuelan actually made Xian Rujing release her ice spirits and snow spirits. This little girl Yuelan, she is truly evil. Qianyan saw Xiao Yuelan touching and rubbing the bodies of those 2 spirits, he can't help but pinch her face to make her concentrate on cultivation. Xian Rujing pursed her lips and lightly smiled, she is already accustomed to Xiao Yuelan acting like this. Qianyan's Xianwing Divine Grass seeds are almost used up, he still has a few Xianwing Divine pills. With Xian Rujing joining in, the cultivation speed has become a lot faster. After cultivating Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, the speed of refining Xianwing Divine pills has become very fast. Within 2 days, Qianyan's Divine Saber Dao image has already been cultivated to peak. And his Xianwing Divine pills have already been used up. After Divine Saber Dao image is cultivated to peak, it means that the 8th Divine Profound Dao image has appeared. A vague shadow appeared on the 8th Divine Profound Dao image, it looks like a silver round thing. 8th Divine Profound Dao image, don't tell me it is a moon. Qianyan, who was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, suddenly sensed something, he suddenly sat up and said in amazement. I'm not surprised. Xiao Yuelan said with a smile, we cultivated the Divine Moon Dao image back then. Qianyan looked at Xian Rujing and asked, Sister Rujing, have you also cultivated Divine Moon Dao image? N. Xian Rujing nodded and said, we all cultivated it, the first one is it. It was given to us by Mother Moon. My moon is different from yours. Because I did not obtain the help of Mother Moon. Qianyan said. Xian Rujing got up and put on her clothes, then Xiao Yuan came over and helped her comb her hair. At this time someone knocked on the door. It is Xianxia's voice. She said in soft voice, Yuan, is your little husband inside? Some guy called Old Dog is looking for him, he said he has important matter. Old Dog is dog god. Qin Yin immediately went to open the door. After opening the door, Xianxian discovered to her amazement that Xian Rujing is also inside. He is in the basement, right? Qin Yin asked. Qin Yin arrived at Flower Moon Pavilion's underground secret room and saw Dog God's puppet avatar. This puppet avatar is exactly the same as a real person. It is very difficult to see any difference between it and a normal person. Dog God is very anxious. He saw Qin Yin arrive and promptly took out 3 small objects and handed them over to Qin Yin. Qin Yin said in amazement, these are Mind God, Ox God, and Great Strength God's God position? The 3 small objects were a heart-shaped crystal, a golden figurine full of muscles, and a black calf. Mind God, Ox God, and Great Strength God's God position are in Dog God's hands. The 3 of them have been captured, they might not be able to come back. Quickly take their souls into their God positions and let them be reborn. Dog God said. They have been captured? Who captured them? Qin Yan's expression sank. Mind God is Qin Yan's friend, he and Dog God are working for him. Although Ox God and Great Strength God have not met him, they will surely become his friends in the future. Divine King, don't ask, quickly begin. Dog God hastily said. This won't do, I must know who captured them. I will go save them now. Qin Yin said. It's people from Primal Chaos World who captured them. They are just outside the city. Many powers came to participate in the Medicine King gathering but none of them entered the city. Dog God said. Qin Yin said with frown, they are 3 gods sent by myriad realms divine court, they dare to attack them? Those fellows from the Chaos Realm are also too willful. Dog God's expression is filled with anger as he said, those youngsters from Primal Chaos World want to obtain God position and become God. Thunder God also agreed to let Mind God and the others go out to greet Primal Chaos World people. I did not expect. I understand now. It was Thor who sold them off. Qin Yin is also very angry, he tightly clenched his fists and said, Dog God, take me out now, I will go save them. Celestial King, don't go there. Dog Deity hurriedly shook his head. You are no match for them. You should focus on growing up. Qin Yan's voice became stern, he said, just bring me there, I will definitely rescue them. Dog Deity saw Qin Yan's eyes turn red and sensed a familiar power aura. He was very sensitive to the aura of all kinds of energy, and now, he could sense the aura of the Heaven's Eye. Back then, the Heaven's Eye had appeared in the skies of the myriad worlds, and it had caused a huge commotion. Dog Deity could still remember the terrifying aura of the Heavenly Eye. All right. Dog God can only agree, but he is very shocked in his heart. He did not expect that the mysterious Heavenly Eye would be obtained by Qin Yin. It was early in the morning. After Qin Yin and Dog God left the city, they saw a very large palace. That palace was brought here by those fellows from the Primal Chaos Realm. Normally, the palace is shrunk and placed in a storage artifact. When they need it, they will let it out to stay. Dog God said as he pointed at the palace. Do you know who that is from the Chaos Realm? When Qin Yin saw the palace's barrier, he knew that the person who came was definitely of high status. There are 8 kings in the Chaos Realm. I suspect that guy is the grandson of a king. Dog God said, those fellows from the Chaos Realm are very dreadful. With the same cultivation, we are not their match. Where is Thunder God? Qin Yin asked again. He is still in the city. Maybe because we haven't found Little Thunder God, he wants to kill us. Dog God furiously said. Qin Yin looked at the palace and said in low voice, wait for me here. If I don't come back within an hour, go to Flower Moon Pavilion and find Xiao Yuan. Tell her about this matter. All right. Dog God nodded. Qin Yan's body suddenly flickered and disappeared without a trace. He used light transformation sacred pupil and arrived beside the palace in a blink. The palace is protected by a very strong barrier but it can't stop Qin Yin. With a few moves, Qin Yin broke through the barrier and entered the palace. After entering, he used the three god positions in his hand to sense their location. Not long after, he arrived at the main hall of the palace. Xianxia entered stealthily, so the people inside did not discover him. There are 3 pillars inside the main hall that are burning red. The thin and small mind god is tied to one of the pillars by burning red iron chains. His face is filled with pain and he is screaming loudly, his body is burning and emitting smoke. The other 2 pillars are tied to the tall and sturdy great strength god and the robust pitch-black bull-head human body god. They are the bull god. And inside the main hall, there are many luxuriously dressed people drinking, eating and chatting. They are looking at the 3 gods being tortured and screaming miserably, they are laughing again and again. The person sitting in the most beautiful chair is the grandson of the Chaos Realm. Xianxia secretly used Heavenly Eye to scan the people sitting in the main hall. There are more than 100 people here, at least half of them have gray energy flowing within their bodies. That is the power of Primal Divine Sunday. Xianxia encountered Primal Chaos people in Sacred Desolate Sun Sacred Land, but they were all very weak. In that Sun Sacred Land, there is a mysterious nameless old man who used Primal Chaos Divine Sun power to refine Primal Chaos Frost power. This Primal Chaos Frost power is a kind of power used to deal with Primal Chaos creatures. Xianxia has mastered a lot of Primal Chaos Frost power. Xianrujing also cultivated with him and helped him condense the Primal Chaos Frost power's origin. That origin is stored in his Nether Sunday. If necessary, he can use that origin to release a certain amount of Primal Chaos Frost power. I wonder if Primal Chaos Frost power will have any effect on these guys. Xianxia said in his heart. Xiaoyun, use 9 Desolate Divine Saber. 9 Desolate Divine Saber absorbed so much Divine Universe Golden Stone's power, it must be very strong. Ling Yuner said. Xianxia quickly calculated in his heart and then took out several black jars. These black jars contain the poison inside Poison God's storage magic tool. After Xianxia opened the lid of the jars, a large amount of colorless and odorless poison gas gushed out. These jars are storage magic tools, they contain a large amount of poison gas. Several jars containing different kinds of poison gas frantically rushed out and filled the entire main hall in a short while. Poison God's poison has a special characteristic: when it is used, no one knows. Once the poison flares up, the poison power will quickly erupt. Xianxia took out the 9 Desolate Divine Saber. When he first obtained this saber, it was severely damaged and he broke it with a palm strike. Now it has already repaired itself and turned into a very strong divine saber. As for how strong it is, he still doesn't know, he will only know after testing it. When he tightly held the 9 Desolate Divine Saber, Xianxia sensed a violent and surging power. This kind of feeling is as if he can command all the heroes of the 9 Desolate. It must be said that the people inside the main hall are all very strong. They quickly discovered the poison gas. Someone is using poison. Quickly resist the poison power. Quickly release the signal, let people come over. Who is using poison? The chains on Mind, Ox God, and Hercules God who are tied to the flame pillar suddenly broke. Xianxia took action, he saved the 3 gods and placed them inside a pearl of the 9 Sun Divine Soul. Then he rushed towards the Primal Chaos Race Royal Grandson who is sitting on the most luxurious chair. You are, Big Beard. The royal grandson saw a masked man with big beard appear and shouted in a deep voice. Big Beard was killed by Poison God, his prestige is still very great. Scram, a lowly creature like you dares to kill a member of the Primal Chaos Royal Clan, the royal grandson coldly shouted, his body released a grey Primal Chaos Divine Sun Divine Power. This Primal Chaos Divine Sun power is incomparably scorching. When he felt this power, the fear in Xianxia's heart suddenly surged out. Back in the ancient Desolate, he was defeated by a wimpy kid because of this power. This made him feel incomparably familiar. Xianxia suppressed the fear in his heart. The 9 Desolate Divine Saber in his hand suddenly burst out with Primal Chaos Frost power. After the Primal Chaos Frost power passed through the 9 Desolate Divine Saber, it became even more powerful. The saber slightly trembled and a very strange power surged out, blowing away the Primal Chaos Divine Sun power on the royal grandson's body. Xianxia poured his Divine Saber Tao Image's power into the 9 Desolate Divine Saber. The 9 Desolate Divine Saber suddenly surged out an even stronger power and split apart the royal grandson's Primal Chaos Divine Sun power. The broadsword slashed down with a berserk power. shattering the terrified royal grandson along with the luxurious chair. In the great hall, half of them were from the primal chaos race and the other half were from the heavenly law divine realm. They were all from the heavenly emperor and heavenly mother. In their eyes, the royal grandson of the primal chaos race had an extremely high status. Although they were usually very arrogant, none of those royal grandchildren were weak. In the same realm, those royal grandchildren were invincible existences. Even if they were 1 or 2 realms higher than the royal grandson of the primal chaos race, it would still be difficult for them to defeat him. But now, that royal grandson had been blasted into smithereens. The faces of the heavenly men and primal chaos race members in the great hall were filled with shock. Some of them even cried out in alarm. Xianxia gathered his strength and gripped the trembling 9 desolate divine saber tightly. He swept it towards the group of primal chaos race members who were seated not far away. Suddenly, the hall was filled with layers of saber shadows and the sound of saber wind whistling incessantly. The violent and ferocious power made the entire palace seem as if it was about to collapse. The group of primal chaos race and the powerful heavenly men were all killed by the chaotic slashes. This happened too quickly. After they were poisoned, Xianxia suddenly appeared and randomly slashed at them. The saber in his hand was still so terrifying, they didn't even have time to react before they were killed by Xianxia. The one who is the most shocked is still Xianxia. Because the 9 desolate divine saber in his hand is ridiculously powerful, but it is also very difficult to control. He seems to be very excited and extremely bloodthirsty. He immediately suppressed the 9 desolate divine saber and placed it inside the box. After the 9 desolate divine saber was placed inside, cracks appeared on its surface. This blade. What exactly is going on? Xianxia sensed that someone was coming over and immediately rushed out of the palace. When he rushed out, the palace also collapsed. Xianxia quickly left the palace and returned to the Xianxia royal city. Then, he gave the 3 of them the antidote. After meeting with the dog god's clone, they quickly left for the wild beheader villa. The dog god didn't dare to ask much along the way. He was extremely shocked because the palace had collapsed and Xianxia had returned safe and sound. Xianxia and dog god arrived at Wild Slayer Manor early in the morning. Xianxia also quickly came over to entertain Xianxia and others. Nangong Shuiru is also here. She, Little Phoenix and the others are using Sun Moon Divine due to speed up the growth of the Xianwing Divine Grass. Xianxia came here mainly to collect the deity position of the Earth God. He first went to take a look at Nangong Shuiru and discovered that the Xianwing Divine Grass is growing very quickly. The growth speed was very fast. Perhaps by tonight, this batch of Profound Wing Divine Grass would almost be mature. This batch of Xianwing Divine Grasses is enough for me to refine a large number of Xianwing Divine Pills. Xianxia said to Nangong Shuiru with smile, after planting this batch, stop using Sun Moon Divine Dew. Your method is very fast when used to grow Profound Wing Divine Grass. Moreover, there are a lot of Profound Wing Divine Grass that have survived. It's much more brilliant than the Medicine God's method. Nangong Shuiru has been here for a day. She learned many methods to grow Xianwing Divine Grass from Feng Honglan and the others. Continue with your work. Xianxia entered a room and released Titan God, Mind God, and Ox God. The 3 of them had been poisoned before, and they had just detoxified the poison. In addition, they had been tortured before, so they looked very weak. The mind knew that Xianxia was the king of gods, but Ox God and Hercules did not. Dog God and Mind God are very cautious, they don't dare to let Ox God and Hercules God know that Xianxia is the king of gods. However, Ox God and Hercules were extremely grateful to Xianxia. Originally, they thought that they were doomed. Dog deity had tried to save them before, but because he had sent a puppet clone, he had been unable to save them. He could only take their godhoods. The deity thrones will be returned to them as well. In order to save you, I poisoned everyone in the lobby. The situation at that time was special, please understand. Xianxia said with smile. We understand. Big brother, thank you so much for saving us. The ox deity laughed. Don't talk about poisoning us. Even if you give us a quick death and avoid torture, we will still be very grateful to you. I was almost tormented to death. Those guys from the primal chaos realm are truly too savage. Hercules said. Thor, that bastard. He actually sold us out. Fortunately, this brother saved us, the mind said angrily. Don't go back to the myriad world's divine court. Xianxia said, Thunder God knows that the three of you have been captured. Now that you have been rescued and the guy who captured you has been killed by me, Thunder God will definitely look for you. What? The mind exclaimed. Those guys, they've all been killed? Hercules couldn't believe it. With a horrified expression, he said, those fellows are all from the Chaos Realm, and there are even Chaos royalty among them. Dog Deity shivered and said in a low voice, Big brother, I thought you only killed a few of them. You actually killed them all? If I don't get rid of them, I won't be able to escape. Xianxia said with smile, it shouldn't be a big deal if I kill those guys, right? Niaoshan slapped his thigh and laughed, well done. Those bastards deserve to die for torturing us like this. Brother, don't be afraid, we won't sell you out. Right at this moment, a powerful aura swept over the sky above the Medicine King city. Xianxia and Dog Deity immediately went out and looked at the sky. Granny Jade Flower, Medicine King Qin, Fire King Qin, Pill King Qin, Thunder God, Medicine God, Pill God, 2 Heavenly Mothers, 3 Heavenly Emperors, Elders of the Divine Inscription Palace and the Heavenly Pill Palace, Elders of the 8 Great Nine Sun Sects, and the Ancient Dan God Sect Master. A large group of important figures are flying out of the city at their fastest speed. Dog Deity said with grave expression. He has seen all these people before, so he is very sensitive to their aura. Dog Deity, quickly hide your true body. Thunder God will surely find your true body. Xianxia said. I hid it long ago. Dog Deity said. He sighed in his heart, he really did not expect that Xianxia would actually kill everyone in the lobby. He is a royal grandson of primal chaos race, his status is very high, that is why he alarmed so many important people. What makes Dog Deity feel the most inconceivable is that primal chaos race people are very strong, especially primal chaos royalty, yet they were all killed by Xianxia in such a short time. Xianxia and Dog Deity promptly returned to their room. In order to keep this matter a secret, Dog Deity and the others signed a soul contract. This way, even if they are tortured, their souls will scatter and scatter before they can say anything. Xianxia still doesn't realize how important that royal grandson is, so his mood is very relaxed. But Dog Deity and the others are different, they know that this matter will surely shake the entire primal chaos world. Oh, that's right, what is that royal grandson's cultivation? Xianxia curiously asked. Primal chaos race people should be very strong, right? Boss, you. Dog Deity is somewhat speechless. Heart Deity, Vigor God and Ox Deity are also stunned. They already killed that guy but they still don't know his cultivation. It happened too fast, I didn't even have time to check their cultivation before I killed them. Xianxia said with laugh. What he said is also the truth. He rushed out, first killed that royal grandson with one saber strike, then like chopping vegetables, he used all his power to control the 9 desolate divine saber and crazily hacked at the primal chaos race people and heavenly beings in the lobby. That royal grandson is a great god, even a very strong heavenly god might not be his match. And most of the primal chaos race people here are great gods, that is equivalent to many heavenly gods. Heart Deity exclaimed in admiration. Primal Chaos War Devil might take action. I heard that Primal Chaos War Devil is a great god, he can sweep away all the heavenly gods in the divine desolate. Great strength, you are a heavenly god, according to reason, you shouldn't have been captured. Dog Deity asked. When Thunder God brought us over, he electrocuted me and paralyzed my whole body, then I was captured. Vigor God said. Both Vigor God and Ox Deity are heavenly gods, even if they can't defeat the primal chaos race people, if they go all out, it will be very difficult to capture them. There is an Earth God's deity position here, I will go deep underground to look for it, you guys rest well. Xianxia suddenly recalled this matter. No wonder I sensed the Earth God's aura, he was actually hiding underground. Dog Deity said in amazement, the Earth God's deity position was not passed down, I heard he lost it. Xianxia left the hut, Vigor God, Mind God and Ox Deity seized the time to heal their injuries. And Dog Deity left the wild beheader manor, strolled around the city to scout for information. Xianxia entered the medicine garden, took out his divine king heavenly seal and sensed the Earth God's deity position through it. Several hours later, he finally sensed the power of the deity position. "It's me!" Xianxia lightly yelled using his mind. Suddenly a pearl condensed under the Divine King Heavenly Seal. There is a lot of wriggling soil inside it. The Earth God's deity position has returned. It is already afternoon when Xianxia came out from underground. Dog deity's puppet avatar has also returned. Mind God and others have also recovered quite well. After Xianxia obtained Earth God's deity position, he wanted to go find Mind God and others, but he saw Xianrujing inside the medicine garden. After seeing Xianxia, Xianrujing promptly flew over. The cold and elegant moving ice goddess has a very anxious expression. After seeing Xianxia, she immediately threw herself at him and tightly hugged him. Xianxia is startled. He doesn't know why Xianrujing is so anxious. "Xiaoyun, it's good that you are fine." Xianrujing looked at Xianxia and kissed his lips. At this time, Mind God, Ox God, Great Strength God and Dog Deity just came out from a corner and saw Xianxia and Xianrujing tightly hugging each other. They are immediately stunned. This is Ice Goddess. It is very difficult for them to not know her in Myriad Realm's divine palace. Moreover, everyone knows that Ice Goddess is suffering from lovesickness and drowns her sorrows in wine all day long. She is usually ice cold. But now, she was like a little girl, hugging someone incomparably affectionately. "The sun is so big, it is blinding our dog eyes." What happened? What happened? Mind God promptly raised his head to look at the sun in the sky. We didn't see anything." Dog Deity spread open his arms, wanting to drag Mind God and others away. Mind God and Dog Deity know that Xianxia is the God King. It is understandable that he can capture Ice Goddess. But Ox God and Great Strength God do not know about this. They only feel that Xianxia is very awesome. Not only did he kill those primal chaos race people, he even subdued Ice Goddess. Xianrujing is also somewhat amazed. She did not expect these gods to be here. Xianxia and Xianrujing are not hugging each other, they are holding hands. "Dog Deity, what is the situation outside?" Xianxia asked. It is very chaotic." Dog Deity laughed loudly and replied. "You have been here the whole day?" Xianrujing looked at Xianxia with a doubtful expression and said, "I thought you were the one who did it. I was worried to death." Xianrujing knows how powerful Primal Chaos Realm is. She is very worried about losing Xianxia again. Xianxia took out Earth God's deity position and said with smile, "I came here early in the morning to find this thing. Earth God's deity position. I finally found it. I wonder who the new owner will be." Dog Deity said with smile. Xianxia said, "Give it to old Qin. I will go find him later." "It is good that you are fine. Myriad Realm's Divine Palace's Divine Judge is here to preside over the meeting." Xianrujing suddenly looked at Dog Deity and the others, causing them to tremble in fear. She asked, "Are you going to the meeting?" "We have other important matter. We have to investigate Poison God's death. We are only following the orders of Elder Cabinet's Great Elder. Divine Judge cannot mobilize us." Dog Deity promptly replied. "How about this? I will go to the meeting first. This matter has become too big. Myriad Realm's Divine Court will have to toss about." Xianrujing said in cold voice, then glanced tenderly at Xianxia and left the wild beheader manor. Xianxia promptly brought Dog Deity and the others to a secret room. "Boss, what is your background? You actually managed to capture Ice Goddess." Great Strength God said with expression of admiration, "Thunder God is a smelly tramp, even in front of Ice Goddess. Ice Goddess is from Divine Moon World." This surprised Xianxia. He never expected that the Chaos race would send a royal grandson over. Wang Sun's strength was indeed not bad. If Xianxia did not use poison or the 9 desolate divine saber, it would not be easy to defeat him. He might not even be able to defeat him. Of course, this was only limited to his current cultivation. If he could become a profound god, then that might not be the case. If that's the case, will the Chaos clan send another one over after this prince's death? Xianxia pondered and asked. Of course it will. The Medicine King assembly this time was different from the previous ones. In the past, the other clans of the imperial clans would more or less participate. But now, they are not participating, but the Primal Chaos race is participating. Dog God said. Apart from the Chaos world, what other factions will participate? Qin Yan took the opportunity to learn more. The dog god said, Natural Law Divine Realm, 9 Suns Sect, Thunder God Hall. Those sent out by the Natural Law Divine Realm are naturally those very strong Heaven Realm people. These kinds of Heaven Realm people are called Heaven War Gods. As for the 8-9 Suns sects, they will gather 10 young disciples to fight. As for the Thunder God Hall, they will also send 10 young geniuses to fight. The Thunder God was actually also participating. Evidently, he was planning to attack the Qin Imperial clan's competence together. The Heavenly Tao Divine Domain, Thunder God Hall, and the 9 Sun sect posed no threat to Qin Yun, but the Chaos World was different. At night, Qin Yun called Qin Zhongquang to a secret room and made him cover his eyes. Through the Divine King Heavenly Seal, he passed the Earth God's deity position to him. Qin Zhongquang was very excited to obtain the Earth God's godly seat. Of course, his deity position was the new kind. The original deity throne of the Earth God was still in Qin Yun's hands. Previously, Qin Yun had used this method to give Little Phoenix and the others the Rain God's deity authority. Qin Yun originally planned to pass the position of Grass God to Qin Zhongquang, but he was afraid of being suspected, so he gave up. Now, Qin Yun has Grass God, Rain God, Snake God, Poison God, and Earth God. They are all primordial deity positions. I wonder if I can have 2 deity positions. Qin Yun looked at his Divine King Heavenly Seal. There wasn't much Heavenly Tao divine power left inside, so he couldn't continue passing it down. He could only wait until he accumulated enough Heaven's Path divine power before giving it a try. At night, Qin Yun finished harvesting the Xianwing divine grasses and obtained many seeds. Then he returned to Flower Moon Pavilion with Nangong Shuiru and the others. Xian Rujing has not returned. She and Xiang Yalan have been summoned by the Divine Chief Judge for a meeting. After Qin Yun returned to the Flower Moon Pavilion, he went to find Xiao Yuelan. Xiao Yuelan stayed in the training room to cultivate. When Qin Yun arrived at the training room, he sensed that something was amiss with Xiao Yuelan. She sat cross-legged on the soft cushion with her eyes closed. Her face was cold and her whole body was emitting a threatening murderous aura. Yuelan! Qin Yun lightly shouted. Xiao Yuelan opened her eyes, her ice-cold expression gradually disappeared and a sweet smile appeared on her beautiful face. Xiao Yun, are you all right? Xiao Yuelan smiled gently, got up and threw herself into Qin Yun's embrace. What can happen to me? Qin Yun caressed her face and said, What cultivation technique are you cultivating? You looked quite scary just now. I am not cultivating anything, I am just cultivating more seriously than usual. You killed Primal Chaos Race's royal grandson, of course I want to become stronger as fast as possible, that way I can protect you. Xiao Yuelan said. What royal grandson? Qin Yun pretended not to know. Xiao Yuelan lightly snorted, rolled her eyes at Qin Yun and said, Xiao Yun, apart from you, who else has this kind of courage? Who else can do such a thing? Yuelan, don't worry, I really didn't do it. I have been in the wild beheader villa all day long. Shuiru can testify. Qin Yun said with relaxed smile. He would rather die than admit it because he doesn't want Xiao Yuelan to worry. You still want to lie to me? Xiao Yuelan pinched Qin Yun's waist and said with charming smile, Xiao Yun, it was definitely done by you. You are the king of gods, 9 Sun Palace king, you fear neither heaven nor earth. Apart from you, who would dare to attack that royal grandson? Qin Yun sighed and said, I really didn't do it. Xiao Yuelan's beautiful face suddenly became solemn. She very earnestly looked at Qin Yun and said, Xiao Yun, the situation this time is very serious. You must make sufficient preparations. All right, I did it. Qin Yun spread out his hands and told Xiao Yuelan the ins and outs of the matter. After Xiao Yuelan finished listening, she is very calm. She nodded and said, You did well. Primal Chaos Race is very strong, but they are not the strongest race in the Divine Desolate. Yuelan, why do you say the situation this time is very serious? Qin Yun said with frown, could it be that Primal Chaos Race is going to flatten this place? It is possible. Primal Chaos Race has 8 clan kings and 1 clan emperor. Now that the little grandson has been killed, in a fit of rage, the clan king might kill his way over. Xiao Yuelan said, of course, if he wants to deal with Qin Imperial clan, he will have some misgivings. Qin Imperial clan's emperor is not weak. Qin Yin said with smile, Sister Rujing doesn't know that I did it, don't tell her. She is so worried that she directly went to the wild beheader villa to find me. When the matter happened, I kept telling her that it has nothing to do with you. Xiao Yuelan's solemn face suddenly revealed a smile and said, she is truly afraid of losing you. Qin Yin took out a large amount of Xianwing divine grass seeds, placed them inside the pill transformation heavenly furnace and began refining pills. Then Xiao Yuelan went to find Nangong Shuiru and the others to help Qin Yin refine the Xianwing divine pill. Inside the cultivation room, Qin Yin is holding Feng Honglan with his left hand and Xiao Yuelan with his right hand. Shui Weiwei, Yuan Yening, Gu Qiufei, Little Phoenix, and Nangong Shuiru are all gathered here. Xiao Yuelan operated Sun and Moon Heart Sutra and began helping Qin Yin refine the Xianwing divine pill. The Xianwing divine pill Qin Yin refined this time is also very big because he put in a large amount of Xianwing divine grass seeds and divine flame leaves. After eating it, Qin Yin sensed a very formidable power attacking his body. Nether Sun is spinning crazily. After refining the Xiani divine pill, it spewed out a special medicinal power and passed through Qin Yin's body to Xiao Yuelan. Through Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, Xiao Yuelan transformed the medicinal power into a stronger one and then transmitted it to Gu Qiufei and the others. Finally, it returned to Qin Yin's body through Feng Honglan. Qin Yin is currently cultivating the 8th divine mystic Tao image, the divine moon Tao image. He originally thought that the divine moon Tao image had some connection with the nether moon, but after it gradually formed, there was no connection at all. After cultivating for an entire night, he had only managed to refine a single great enigmatic wings divine pill. According to this speed, Qin Yin would be able to cultivate 9 divine mystic Tao images before the Medicine King gathering and even step into the profound God realm. After Xian Rujing and Xiang Yalan returned, they also joined in. Qin Yin didn't ask much about the chaos race. In short, the atmosphere in Xinyao Royal City was very tense. Qin Yin's instructions to Dog God were done very well. As long as the arch races are united, they will be able to obtain the complete bloodline of the Nine Sons royal race. This rumor spread like wildfire in Medicine King City. And this rumor came from the mouths of many heavenly people in the heavenly law divine realm. Dozens of primal chaos races clansmen were killed. It caused a huge commotion in Medicine King City. And now, after the news of the Nine Sons royal race's bloodline spread, the city became even more lively. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. Qin Yin has already cultivated the 8th divine mystic Tao image. The 9th divine mystic Tao image has already appeared, however, he has not been able to cultivate it to form, causing him to be unable to know what kind of divine mystic Tao image it is. More and more people are arriving outside of Medicine King City. Because many people believe that once the Medicine King gathering begins, the Qin imperial clan will be exterminated. A royal grandson of Primal Chaos race was killed outside the city. The clan king of Primal Chaos race will most likely vent his anger on the Qin imperial clan. Furthermore, many big shots of the arch race's clansmen have arrived with their clansmen. Even the Imperial Dragon clan has gathered many powerful old dragons. Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor, along with Qin Long and Divine Universe Ice Dragon, arrived outside of Medicine King City. And more than 10 Heavenly Mother Heavenly Emperors have arrived from the Heavenly Law Divine Domain. With Xinyao King City as the center, many people have gathered outside of the city. Variant Dragon Race, Outer Heaven Domain Alliance Army, 9 Underworld Realm have all sent many people. Because this Medicine King gathering will most likely erupt with a super battle since the birth of Myriad Heaven's Divine Desolate. Everyone wants to spectate and try their luck to see if they can pick up some divine treasures. Originally, Qin Imperial Clan was under great pressure, but they found out that many big shots of the Arch race have brought a large group of people to support them. They are very moved. From time to time, Divine Judge will call Xian Rujing away. Myriad Realm's Divine Court wants to prevent the war from erupting, otherwise their Divine Court will be useless. When the time comes, even Thunder God will have to endure the pressure to prevent the war between Primal Chaos race and the Arch race. Myriad Realm's Divine Court was established to maintain order in Myriad Heaven's Divine Desolate. Many powerful factions have participated and promised to cooperate with the Myriad Realm's Divine Court. Thunder God has been looking for Mind and others. He doesn't know if they are still alive or not. Only Thunder God knew that the little grandson was torturing Mind and the other two before he was killed. Qin Medicine King City looks very calm, but a storm is surging in the dark. There are only 3 days left until Medicine King Gathering. Qin Yan's ninth divine profound Tao image is finally unable to continue growing. Its absorption of Xianxia divine pill has reached its limit. The ninth divine profound Tao image has already been cultivated to perfection. However, Qin Yan doesn't know what kind of divine profound Tao image it is. He can only see a large energy mist floating beside the nether sun. The other divine profound Tao images are all revolving around the nether sun. Only the ninth divine profound Tao image is not revolving around the nether sun. It seems to be very aloof and not under the nether sun's control. What kind of divine profound Tao image is this? Qin Yan is very puzzled in his heart. Xiaoyun, don't worry about it. Since the 9 divine profound Tao images have been cultivated to the pinnacle, let's start opening Xian divine Tao meridian. Xiao Yuelan said. Through the divine profound Tao image, open Xian divine Tao meridian. Xian divine Tao meridian uses the divine veins within the body as the foundation and cooperates with the divine profound Tao image to open. After opening Xian divine Tao meridian, the divine power will become even stronger and the divine profound Tao image will become even stronger. The process of opening the divine veins was rather difficult. Many people had been stuck at this step for many years before being able to break through. The reason why it was so difficult was because one had to rely on one's perception to comprehend the heavenly Tao. Together with one's own divine profound Tao image, one had to sense the heaven and earth and open a meridian that led to the Tao. The Xian God Tao vein was very mystical. After it was opened, one end was connected to the illusory Tao and the other end was connected to the soul and body. Many people could only open 3 or 4 Xian God Tao veins. This mainly depended on how many divine profound Tao images they had. Qin Yan had 9 divine profound Tao images, so he would definitely be able to open 9 Xian God Tao veins. The process was extremely difficult. He closed his eyes and focused all of his attention on the few divine profound Tao statues. He wanted to use the divine profound Tao statues to sense the illusory Tao. In the process of opening the Xian God Tao veins, some people could open them very quickly. They could succeed in a few days or even a few hours. Some people, on the other hand, needed a few years or even a few decades or even a few hundred years. Qin Yan was alone in the secret room to comprehend. He did not know how long he would need. Right now, he urgently needed to raise his cultivation because it was very likely that he would have to face a very strong primal chaos race. If he became a profound god, he would not need to be afraid even if he faced a god. Qin Yan knew that if he was too impatient, it would be very difficult to calm down. Fortunately, over the years, his mental state was extremely high. Even if he encountered a very dangerous situation, he would be able to quickly calm down. Qin Yan is currently very calm, his heart is incomparably calm. He can even seal off his various senses and temporarily forget everything. He can wholeheartedly allow his subconscious to comprehend the Tao. He was immersed in this state for an unknown period of time. Suddenly, he felt that the heavenly Tao divine rune inside the nether sun had a huge reaction. Qin Yan suddenly woke up from his state of selflessness. He could only feel that his body and soul were connected to something. An indescribable and powerful energy surged into his body, quickly strengthening his soul and body. I've finally opened a Xian God Tao vein. Qin Yan's nether sun spun, greedily absorbing the energy that surged in from this Xian God Tao vein. After this power entered Qin Yan's body, it absorbed the power of myriad worlds' divine sun and combined it into a very strong divine power and stored it inside his nether Sunday. Through the heavenly Tao divine rune image, Qin Yan opened up a profound God Tao meridian and finally became a profound god. The divine power in his body was rapidly evolving and becoming stronger. Qin Yan discovered that his 9 sun divine vein has played a great role. One of the divine vein merged with the profound God Tao vein, and at the same time absorbed the power of the divine sun through the 9 yang divine veins. It could quickly fuse the 2 powers. Could it be because of the heaven veins in my 9 yang divine veins? Why do I feel that the heavenly energy and the divine sun energy have fused together? Qin Yan seriously sensed it. Then, through the 9 Extinction Heart Sutra, he condensed the absolute yang divine power. He discovered that the absolute yang divine power was much stronger than before. Especially when it was concentrated on 2 of his fingers, the flesh, bones, and tendons of his fingers were in excruciating pain. This meant that his physical body could not keep up with the power in his body. Qinyan's body shook as he unleashed the heavenly might overlord body. He allowed his body to suddenly become stronger. Only in this situation would he be able to release an even stronger absolute yang divine power. This won't do, my 9 extinction divine body needs to be strengthened, otherwise it won't be able to keep up with my divine power. Qinyan never thought that after opening up the Xian God Dao meridian, his divine power would actually increase to such a terrifying level. This meant that the Dao that his Xian God Dao meridian had absorbed was even stronger. This is only opening one Xian God Dao meridian. If I were to open up 9 of them, in addition to my powerful divine profound Dao images, wouldn't my divine power be terrifying to the extreme? Qinyan did not dare imagine how strong he would be if he opened up 9 Xian God Dao veins. Although it would allow him to obtain a very strong divine power, it also meant that he needed an even stronger divine body in order to be able to withstand that kind of terrifying divine power. Otherwise, even if he grasped a strong divine power, he would not be able to release it. When Qinyan was only a divine man, he was already able to beat up ordinary great gods. Now, fighting against heavenly gods was not a problem at all. Thunder God, if you were still a heavenly god, I would be able to kill you with one slap. Qinyan secretly released his strongest absolute yang divine power. Xiaoyun, you can't do it anymore. If you continue to release it, your body will be injured. Ling Yun'er suddenly shouted. Ling Yun'er promptly suppressed Qinyan's nether sun, not allowing him to release his divine power. One must know that this is only the power of one nether Sunday. Ling Yun'er's little nether sun's power has not been released yet. Thunder God is most likely the sacred god. Then, can you still defeat him? Ling Yun'er asked. If he is the sacred god, then I can't do anything. The sacred god is still very strong. Qinyan shook his head. If I open 2 more Xian God Dao veins and my body is strong enough, maybe I can. Even if Qinyan opened 2 more meridians, his body would not be able to withstand such a powerful absolute yang divine power. What if it's combined with the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation? Ling Yun'er asked again. Qinyan's 9 dragon heavenly origin formation was refined in conjunction with 9 sun altars. This is a trump card. If it was combined with the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation, it would be hard to say. I don't know, let's see the situation. Qinyan said, once the 9 dragon heavenly origin formation appears, the 9 sun altars will definitely be exposed. However, sealing and suppressing the thunder god should not be a problem. Qinyan changed into light blue inscription master robe, then looked at the mirror and began trimming his beard. He trimmed his beard, kept his chin a bit, put on a pumpkin hat and an eye patch, making himself look like a one-eyed dragon. Even his acquaintances wouldn't be able to recognize him immediately. After Qinyan walked out of the secret room, he saw Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan is wearing a black tight-fitting leather outfit, her hair is tied up. That blue hairband is a small and exquisite divine talisman tool Qinyan made for her. When she saw Qinyan's one-eyed dragon attire, she was startled for a moment and then tenderly giggled, one-eyed little husband. She walked over and pulled Qinyan's eye patch. Qinyan slapped away her mischievous little hand and said with smile, the Medicine King assembly will begin tomorrow. Let's go to Jasper Flower Valley. He has not left Flower Moon Pavilion these past few days. He only knows that Medicine King City is peaceful. Of course, the outside of the city is very lively. In less than a month, the people of the major powers stationed outside the city released their palaces and mansions. The outside of the city is densely packed with gorgeous pavilions and palaces. It is even more magnificent than the rich and powerful areas inside the city. Jasper Flower Valley, Qinyan and Xiao Yuan arrived at Granny Jasper Flower's secluded pavilion. Only Granny Jasper Flower is here, the 3 kings are not here. Granny, what is the current situation? Xiao Yuan asked. Have the clan emperor and the other 7 kings arrived? Qinyan asked. The clan emperor and the other 7 kings have arrived, but they are outside the city. If war breaks out, Primal Chaos Race won't be able to break the city's great formation in a short period of time. It will be more convenient for them to fight the Primal Chaos Race outside. Granny Jasper Flower said, the other 3 kings and many other Qin family experts are inside the city. Qinyan muttered, will they really start fighting? Granny Jasper Flower shook her head and said, it's hard to say. From the current situation, the Myriad Realms Divine Court has played a certain role. They are temporarily suppressing the Primal Chaos Race King. The Myriad Realms Divine Palace, the Heavenly Law Divine Realm and the Primal Chaos Race joined hands, but they still can't find out who killed the little grandson? Xiao Yuan asked. I can't find him. I've received news that it might be the work of the nameless Protoss. Grandma Xianxia said, the Pill God told us, this news came from the Myriad World Divine Court. Nameless God Race? Qin Yan is somewhat alarmed. He recalled the nameless old man he met in the Sacred Desolate. Yes, the nameless celestial race possesses a power that specifically restrains the primal chaos race. At the scene of the little grandson's death, find the remnants of that energy. Grandma Xianxia said, this nameless god race is very powerful and mysterious. It is a powerful race that has existed since ancient times. Qin Yan was secretly alarmed. He told himself not to use that powerful chaos frost power in public. That was a power grasped by the nameless god race. If it was used, it would definitely be exposed. Is there any news from the Myriad World's Divine Court? Sister Yalan is the flower god, why didn't you tell me? Xiao Yuan snorted. Only the core knows about this. Pill god and medicine god also asked around. Grandma Xianxia said, in any case, the person who killed the little grandson must be the sacred god. Only the sacred god can kill a group of primal chaos race people and heavenly beings in such a short period of time. Since they have a direction, they shouldn't be attacking our Qin family, right? Qin Huayu walked in wearing a simple and elegant white dress and asked. The other clans of the imperial race are all gathered here. If our imperial race truly obtains the 9th Sun royal race's bloodline, it will definitely pose a great threat to them. Grandma Xianxia said, therefore, it is still possible for them to make a move. Qin Yan faintly felt that if he could obtain the 9th Sun bloodline, his body would become even stronger. Even if he opened even more Xian God Dao veins, he would not be afraid that his body would not be able to withstand it. Right now, he is having a headache about how to strengthen his body. This might be a good opportunity. Qin Yan said, our imperial race might be able to completely unite and restore our bloodline through this time. At this moment, Uncle Niao suddenly rushed in and shouted, not good, there's a fight outside. What? A battle has started? Grandma Xianhua's expression changed greatly. When Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan heard this, their expressions also abruptly changed. It's not that we are fighting, it's that someone is fighting. It's the killing god, she's fighting with a heavenly mother. Uncle Niao said. Killing god and heavenly mother? Come, let's go out and take a look. Grandma Xianxia said, Yuan, the killing god is from your divine moon world. If a conflict breaks out between the divine moon world and the heavenly law divine realm, the Myriad Realms Divine Court and the primal chaos race might intervene. Qin Yan had previously asked Xiao Yuan why Liu Shuyan had not arrived yet. Xiao Yuan said that she was delayed by some matters on the way. Now, Liu Shuyan has arrived and is even fighting with the Heavenly Mother. With how powerful the 9 Suns world-extinguishing scripture was, one would normally not use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Qin Yan also cultivates the 9th Sun World Annihilation Sutra, but he is still lacking in maturity. This is mainly because he doesn't have the World Annihilation Soul. But even without the World Annihilation Soul, he had mastered a few moves. Therefore, he knew that once he used the 9th Sun World Extermination Scripture, it would consume a great deal of energy. According to the current information, he only knew that the one fighting against Liu Shuyan, the god of slaughter, was the Heavenly Mother from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. Qin Yan was initially worried that it was the Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound, but he immediately realized that the Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound did not possess the strength to fight Liu Shuyan. Liu Shuyan, the killing god, received the care of the deities and moons. In addition, she was the 9 Suns Divine Lady, and her strength was unfathomable. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother was only a minor Heavenly Mother, it was impossible for her to contend against powerful gods like Liu and Shuyan. What a terrifying might! Qin Huayu exclaimed in surprise when she sensed the invisible world-destroying might inside the flying ship. This is the 9 Sun World Annihilating Scripture. Granny Xianxia said, the killing god's peerless divine skill has caused many powerful forces to worry. I heard that the natural law divine realm also has the 9 Suns World Extermination Scripture. Qin Huayu said. But the natural law divine realm is unable to grasp it, and the slaughter god can, so the natural law divine realm has always wanted to capture the slaughter god and have her teach him the secret. The Grandma Xianxia said. Qin Yin sneered inwardly. The 9-Yang World Annihilation Sutra was something that Lui Shuyan had paid a huge price to obtain. Furthermore, she had spent many years to grasp the basics of it. How could she hand it over so easily? And it was even given to the natural law divine realm. After learning of this matter, Qin Yin hated the heavenly law divine realm even more. Granny Chenghua's flying boat soon flew out of the city. After passing through the densely packed buildings outside the city, it came to an open space. Many experts were here, watching from the sidelines. Liu Shuyan wore a pitch-black battle armor and a black mask that was brimming with killing intent. She wielded a red scimitar that resembled a red crescent moon. She circulated the 9-Sun World Extermination scripture and used a very strong world extermination power. When that kind of power erupted, it was extremely terrifying. What was shocking was that Liu Shuyan's opponent was not only a heavenly mother, there was also a heavenly emperor, and both of them were elders. Stop. Suddenly, a dignified voice rang out. That voice seemed to shake heaven and earth, causing everyone's hearts to contract. It's the Grand Magus. Grandma Jade Flower said. Xian Rujing and Star God also arrived at the same time as Holy Judge. Qin Yin also saw a burly middle-aged man with a cold expression and eyes like lightning following behind the divine judge. The middle-aged man was wearing a white armor that was surrounded by lightning. He looked mighty and powerful, and he had a powerful aura that looked down on the world. That middle-aged man was the god of thunder. He is a sacred god. Qin Yin secretly suppressed the killing intent in his heart and calmed his heart. He had finally met the god of thunder, who was as powerful as the legends said. The god judge is also very strong. He is a strict old man wearing golden embroidered clothes and a golden dragon robe. After he arrived, the battle between Liu Shuyan and the two heavenly emperors and heavenly mothers suddenly stopped. What's going on? God Slaughter, you are a strong god of the Myriad Realms Divine Palace, and the Myriad Realms Divine Palace is on good terms with the Natural Law Divine Realm. Why did you offend a friend of the Natural Law Divine Realm? The Thunder God shouted coldly. Shut up. It's not your place to speak. Liu Shuyan's furious and cold voice sounded out, accompanied by a killing aura that enveloped Thunder God's body. Everyone was in an uproar. The god of slaughter actually insulted the Thunder God in front of everyone. Thunder God's body suddenly exploded with lightning. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. A golden staff appeared in the hands of the god judge. He floated in the air and waved the staff with great force. The auras of the god of slaughter and the Thunder God instantly dissipated. Enough, don't you think there's enough? The god judge looked at the Thunder God behind him and angrily rebuked, Thunder God, don't be biased towards the Natural Law Divine Realm. In front of us are clearly two experts from the Natural Law Divine Realm attacking the god of slaughter. The Thunder God snorted and did not say anything else. Qin Yin is somewhat surprised because the god judge seems to be rather impartial. When I came to the Qin Medicine King City, I discovered an ancient mountain on the way. The ancient mountain is actually a divine mountain, and because I was the first to discover it, that divine mountain belongs to me. Liu Shuyan said, there is a divine universe golden stone inside the divine mountain, but it was taken away by them. We discovered that divine mountain a long time ago. We thought that the location of the divine mountain was remote and no one would discover it. Who would have thought that you would take it for yourself? The heavenly emperor sneered. Bullshit, the number of people under your heavenly emperor and heavenly mother are as many as locusts. Don't tell me you won't leave a portion of them to guard the divine mountain? Liu Shuyan said coldly. We did, but you killed us. The old heavenly mother said. The god judge said loudly, how about this, all of you sign a soul contract and then discuss this matter. Make sure that what you said is true. Our souls belong to the heavenly Tao, we can't sign a soul contract. The heavenly emperor said coldly. Then I'll sign it. Liu Shuyan shouted. Who knows what kind of method you will use to bypass the soul contract? You come from the Divine Moon Realm's Guanhan Palace and have the help of the Divine Moon. Even if you sign a soul contract, we don't believe that the soul contract can restrict you. The Heavenly Mother said. Everyone present could tell that the natural law divine realm did not have a reason for this matter. Liu Shuyan said angrily, since that's the case, then we can only fight. You guys injured me and even stole my divine universe golden stone, how can we just let it go like this? When Qin Yan heard that Liu Shuyan was injured, he was immediately infuriated. He quickly calculated in his heart and made all sorts of preparations to take action. God Judge, how do you think we should deal with this matter? Thunder God asked. God of Slaughter, the two of you from the heavenly law divine realm, stop this matter for now. I will give you a satisfactory result. The God Judge said. If they don't hand over the divine universe golden stone, I won't stop. I want an outcome today. Liu Shuyan said angrily. At this time, more than 10 Heavenly Mother Heavenly Emperors rushed over with a mighty aura. Just that kind of power made many profound God present feel their souls tremble. If you want results, then come and get them. When the Heavenly Emperor saw that his helper had arrived, he immediately laughed out loud. Our heavenly law divine realm is not afraid of the divine moon realm's Guanghan palace. The God Judge said, please give me some face. Is your face worth a divine universe golden stone? Liu Shuyan snorted, God Judge, for that very big divine universe golden stone, they did something like robbers. Do you think they will let it go? The God Judge was silent. How could he not see that the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Mother of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm had forcefully snatched away Liu Shuyan's things? Xiao Yuelan gave Qin Yun a meaningful glance and then secretly transmitted her voice, Xiao Yun, think of a way to make a move and get rid of the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Mother. Do you have a way? Qin Yan's body suddenly trembled. No one noticed anything amiss. After all, he was just a small character. Only Xiao Yuelan knew that the one-eyed bearded man floating beside her was only a body condensed from energy, and the real Qin Yun was already invisible. After Qin Yun became invisible, he quickly took out his beard and put it on. Then, he put on a mask. The Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Mother who were confronting Liu Shuyan, their old faces were filled with complacent sneers, causing Liu Shuyan to be incomparably furious. Just as Liu Shuyan was about to attack, Qin Yan suddenly sent her a voice transmission, Sister Shuyan, let me do it. Liu Shuyan is stunned. She saw a black-robed bearded masked man suddenly appear behind the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Mother. All the people present are incomparably shocked. The bearded man who killed the Primal Chaos race's young grandson has actually appeared in front of many experts, especially Granny Xianxia. She suspected that the person who killed the Primal Chaos race's young grandson was Qin Yun. Because Qin Yun once disguised himself as a bearded man and participated in the treasure auction to kill Poison God. But she also thought that Qin Yun does not have the strength to deal with the Primal Chaos race's young grandson, and now, Qin Yun is beside Xiao Yuelan, so Granny Xianxia no longer suspects Qin Yun. The moment they saw the bearded man appear, Thunder God and God Judge immediately released a very strong power and rushed over with extremely fast speed. Boom! Qin Yun shot out 2 Primal Chaos Frost power. The explosive cold power poured into the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Mother's body and then quickly took away their storage magic tools. When God Judge and Thunder God arrived, the space fluctuated violently and shook them away. Qin Yun immediately left, leaving behind a very strong spatial power. This is the spatial power he obtained from the Little Ant Queen, allowing him to use Heaven Extinction Step's Transcending Void Step to cross space and leave. Heaven Extinction Step is an improved version of 9 Extinction Steps. During this period of time, Qin Yun has been studying and comprehending it. He has mastered it very well. Transcending Void Step combined with spatial power can cross space. It is a very powerful footwork technique. The moment God Judge and Thunder God arrived, Qin Yun already left. As for the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Mother's body, it gradually stiffened, turned into ice and shattered. Primal Chaos Frost power. God Judge said coldly, it is indeed a nameless god race person. The Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Mother are only heavenly gods. The reason why they are so powerful is because they have equipment. But in Qin Yun's eyes, their equipment is like paper. Qin Yun is currently hiding in the chaotic space. It can be said that he is very safe. Because only the Little Ant Queen's power can easily enter and exit the chaotic space and normal space. Many experts present felt fear, their backs turned cold, they are all vigilant of their surroundings. The nameless god race person suddenly appeared, killed 2 Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Mother and then suddenly disappeared. In front of the formidable God Judge and Thunder God, he can come and go as he pleases. With such strength, it is no wonder he dared to kill dozens of primal chaos race people. Let's leave quickly, otherwise that nameless God race person will start a massacre. Xiao Yuan said, then pulled Qin Yun's illusory body and flew away. These two bastards died so easily, they got off lightly. Liu Shuyan coldly snorted and flew towards Qin King City. It is unknown who suddenly shouted, quickly run. The nameless God race wants to kill us, quickly run. Hearing this, everyone rushed towards Qin King City in fear. The scene became very chaotic, a tyrannical aura filled the air, completely covering the remnant aura from earlier. Even the dozen or so heavenly emperors and heavenly mothers who arrived with great momentum are now fleeing in fear. They are worried that they will be killed by the nameless God race person. At this moment, the nameless God race is like a demon in the hearts of many people. Primal chaos race, heavenly law divine realm and myriad realms divine palace are all helpless against the nameless God race. The most terrifying thing is that the nameless God race actually dared to brazenly kill the heavenly mother heavenly emperor of the heavenly law divine realm in front of so many experts of the divine desolate. The heavenly mother heavenly emperor of the heavenly law divine realm are all very powerful heavenly gods. Although they look rather old, they all have the divine equipment of the heavenly law divine realm, but they were still killed in an instant. The person who killed them never showed his face from the beginning to the end. The heavenly law divine realm is also afraid of the nameless God race. They have a certain understanding of the nameless God race, but they don't know why they were targeted by the nameless God race. In the sky above Qin King City, there are many people floating. They are all far away from the battlefield, worried that they would be instantly killed by the mysterious nameless God race. And on top of a tall mountain not far from the city gate, there is an old man and a young man wearing white robes and conical bamboo hats. The young man said in a low voice, "Grandfather, when did such a powerful guy appear in our clan?" To actually be able to kill two powerful heavenly gods in front of the divine judge, Thunder God, and many heavenly mother heavenly emperors and still be able to escape unscathed. The old man shook his head and said, "That person is not a member of my nameless God race. I also thought it was strange before, who would be so daring as to kill the primal chaos race's little grandson, so I specially rushed over to investigate." Ah? Not a member of my nameless God race? Then why does he control the primal chaos cold power? The young man said in shock. I think I know who it is. Let's go into the city. The old man laughed and said, "That's a very interesting guy, I didn't expect him to grow so fast." Qin Yun has already quietly returned to Xiao Yuan's side and retrieved the energy clone. Xiao Yuan hugged his arm and said with a smile, "Xiao Yun, you're really awesome. After you became a profound god, you became even stronger. Possessing 9 divine profound Tao images is really different." Only Xiao Yuan and Liu Shuyan knew that the person who attacked just now was Qin Yun. Liu Shuyan has already returned to Flower Moon Pavilion with Xian Rujing and Star Gods. She will not speak of this matter. On her way here, she had heard that a royal grandson of the Chaos race had been killed. Back then, she suspected that it was Qin Yun's doing, but she didn't really believe it. Now, she is very sure that it was done by Qin Yun. Liu Shuyan is injured and needs to go back to heal. She saw that Qin Yun has become so strong and even helped her kill the enemy. She is incomparably happy. She really wants to quickly go see Qin Yun and get intimate with him. In Granny Jasper's flying boat, Qin Huayu said in a low voice, "The nameless celestial race is really terrifying. They killed the 2 powerful heavenly monarchs and heavenly mothers without even showing up. Qin Yun attacked just now to see how strong he is. He is very satisfied with his current strength. The only flaw he felt was that his corporeal body was too weak, so he couldn't unleash more powerful divine power. With the nameless God race here, the primal chaos race and the natural law divine realm will more or less have some misgivings. They will avoid fighting with us to the point where both sides are injured, so as not to be exterminated by the nameless God race." Granny Jasper's expression eased up a lot as she said with a smile, "This can be considered a good thing for our imperial clan." Qin Yun impersonating the nameless God race was also considered in this regard. It would definitely have some effect. What he did not know was that the real nameless God race had already arrived. The Medicine King Guild's main purpose was to exchange pill techniques, but now, due to various factors, it was no longer as simple as exchanging pill techniques. Tomorrow, the Medicine King Guild would officially begin. If it was in the past, the alchemists who competed in the Medicine King Guild would receive rewards from the Medicine King Qin if they performed well. The rewards from the Medicine King Qin were different every time. This time, there were 5 Yuhua Dan, and 5 people would be able to obtain them. The Yuhua Dan could be considered a Shengping Dan. And the Shengping Dan was very suitable for Empyrean gods to eat. After eating it, Empyrean gods could cultivate in seclusion for thousands of years and could even break through a great realm. It was said that some Empyrean gods could even directly ascend to become sacred gods after eating it. The Yuhua Dan was also refined using the Qin imperial clan's ancestral secret recipe. It is quite famous. Qin Yun, Qin Huayu, Xiao Yuelan, the 3 main pillar brothers, as well as the other 4 Qin imperial clan disciples, are listening to Granny Xianxia explain the contents of tomorrow's competition. Tomorrow, our Qin imperial clan disciples will compete with the young disciples of other powers in public. It is mainly a competition between great gods, so at the beginning, there will be a realm test. After the realm test, we will start beating the Primal Chaos God race's Primal Chaos Divine Drum. This segment was proposed by the Primal Chaos race. If you can't beat the Primal Chaos Divine Drum, you will have to leave. Granny Xianghua's solemn expression is slightly worried. Because she does not know what the Primal Chaos Divine Drum is like. Qin Huayu said, I am only a profound god, I am not good at fighting. Don't worry, the 2 people who are in charge of medicinal pills don't need to beat the drum. Only by participating in the battle will you beat the Primal Chaos Divine Drum. Granny Xianghua patted Qin Huayu's head and said, You and Xiao Qin don't need to beat the drum. Granny Xianghua sensed Qin Yun's Xian God Dao Vein's divine power and realized that Qin Yun has become a profound god. While feeling shocked, she also felt a lot more at ease. Xiao Yuelan said, Granny, what kind of people will the Primal Chaos race send? Speaking of this matter, Granny Xianghua sighed and said, they might send 1 or 2 royal grandchildren. In short, according to the information we have, they have 3 royal grandchildren. 3 royal grandchildren, if they are all great god realm royal grandchildren, they are as powerful as heavenly gods. After hearing this news, Qin Huayu and others' mood became rather heavy. Don't think too much, you must unite. Granny Xianghua said, you just need to do your best tomorrow. Go back and properly adjust your condition. Tomorrow morning, it will begin at the Medicine King Plaza on the east side of the city. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan are resting in Jasper Flower Valley, they are not going anywhere. They are inside the floating cloud pagoda discussing this matter. Xiao Yun, sister's divine universe golden stone was stolen, she must be very sad. Xiao Yuelan lightly sighed and said. I snatched it back. Qin Yun took out the storage bracelet and said with smile, it's inside. If this storage bracelet is forcefully opened, it will self-destruct. However, Qin Yun has Little Queen Ant. After Little Queen Ant opens it, he can take out the things inside. There are many Sun Divine Crystals in Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Mother's storage magic tools. Moreover, they are all relatively large pieces. There are a total of 2 billion Divine Crystal cards and the ready-made Sun Divine Crystals are as big as a small mountain. They are all of extremely high quality. Qin Yun counted the things and said with smile, there is also the Purple Gold Divine Universe Divine Tool. Finally, he found Lu Yushiyan's Divine Universe Golden Stone. It is as big as a thumb, it is indeed not small. No wonder Lu Yushiyan is so angry. Wait until I see Sister Shuyan, then I will return it to her. Qin Yun said with smile. Xiao Yun, if you face Primal Chaos race people, will you expose Primal Chaos cold power? Xiao Yuelan asked because only by using Primal Chaos cold power can one restrain Primal Chaos divine sun power. I'll see. Qin Yun said, I don't need to fight, so it's up to you. Can you deal with Primal Chaos race people? I am 9 Sun Divine Maiden, of course I have no problem. Xiao Yuelan said with smile. Medicine King City, in a very spacious area on the east side of the city, there is a plaza that is several thousand meters wide. This place is not suitable for growing medicinal ingredients, so it has been converted into a plaza. Early in the morning, many people have gathered in the sky above the plaza. The plaza is also surrounded by many formation pillars. Qin Imperial Clan's inscription masters are currently adjusting the barrier to prevent the battle from becoming too intense and affecting the entire city. In the sky above the plaza, there are many palaces and luxurious large carriages floating. There are all kinds of important people inside. Myriad realms, divine courts, divine judge and thunder god are inside their respective large carriages, overlooking the plaza through the windows. On the other hand, the primal chaos tribe was on a huge floating island. The huge objects floating above the Medicine King city did not enter the city's barrier. They are all watching the Medicine King assembly from outside the barrier. Primal chaos race, heavenly law, divine domain, 9 sun sex, thunder god hall, they have already secretly joined hands. They want to take advantage of this Medicine King assembly to ruthlessly attack Qin Imperial clan's confidence. They want to let other Imperial clans see that Qin Imperial clan has been united for so long, but the youngsters they nurtured are pitifully weak. They want to let other Imperial clans' younger generation feel that there is no meaning in uniting. Only a small number of primal chaos race people entered the Medicine King city. Although Thunder God Hall is participating, Thunder God did not enter the city. Liu Shuyan, Star God, and Xian Rujing are inside the city because they can support Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan at any time. Everyone is very nervous. First, the big shots of other Imperial clans have brought their clansmen and gathered outside the city. It is very likely that they will unite. Second, the mysterious nameless god race caused many people to feel fear in their hearts. As for whether or not Imperial clan and primal chaos race will fight, no one can say for sure. Although they are temporarily suppressed by the Myriad Realms Divine Court, if they truly fight, the effect of the Myriad Realms Divine Court will be limited. After daybreak, all the people participating in the Medicine King assembly arrived at the Medicine King Plaza in the east of the city. And Primal Chaos Race's Primal Chaos Divine Drum is also placed in the middle of the plaza. 10 people from Qin Imperial Clan, 10 people from Primal Chaos Race, 10 people from Thunder God Hall, 10 people from 8-9 Sun Sex, 10 people from Heavenly Law Divine Domain. They all look like youngsters. Once they entered, they began to test their cultivation. They all tested each other to prevent heavenly gods above Great God Realm from sneaking in. After the test, the result will be announced. What caused everyone to be shocked is that among the 10 people from Qin Imperial Clan, there are actually 2 profound god. Although they are Pill Masters, sending young profound god-level Pill Masters is still too weak. Because the Pill Masters of Thunder God Hall, Primal Chaos Race and 9 Sun Sex are all Great God Realm. 5 groups of people entered the arena. There are more men than women among them. They all look handsome and beautiful, they are all young people. As for how long they have lived, no one knows. In short, those who possess extremely high cultivation and still maintain their youthful appearance are considered as young people in the Divine Desolate. However, there are still many old fellows here. That's why they limited their cultivation to Great God Realm, to prevent Heavenly God Realm old fellows from sneaking in and bullying people with their young faces. In terms of soul age, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan are the oldest here, they can be considered old fellows. In the sky, everyone looked at the 1 zhang wide Primal Chaos Divine Drum in the center of the plaza. The Primal Chaos Divine Drum is completely gray, the drum's surface is like a mirror, flowing with gray energy. Next is to beat the drum. If one is unable to beat the drum, they will have to leave the arena. Beating the Primal Chaos Divine Drum proves that they have enough strength to stay here. This is the request of the Primal Chaos Race. The Qin Imperial Clan did not object because they have seen this Primal Chaos Divine Rod before and felt that their Qin family's disciples should be able to beat it. Medicine God, the little disciple you just accepted is actually from the Medicine King family. Pill God chuckled and said, "She is only a profound god, to be so calm in this kind of situation, it's not bad." One must know that in the sky above the Medicine King Plaza, there are many experts watching. In addition, there are hundreds of thousands of people watching. If they are not calm enough, it will definitely affect their performance. The first to start beating the drum are the disciples of the Thunder God Hall. There are a total of 3 women and 7 men in the Thunder God Hall. 8 of them are going to beat the drum, the other 2 are alchemists, they don't need to take the strength test. Thunder God Hall's 8 people are 5 men and 3 women. They walked over, released very strong Great God's power and used their fists to attack the Primal Chaos Divine Drum. Everyone is watching seriously. The youngsters participating in the competition in the plaza can be considered the top great gods of the Divine Desolate. Therefore, the other great gods watching want to see how big the gap is between them and those people. After the Thunder God Hall's disciples tested, only the 5 men managed to beat the primal chaos divine drum, the other 3 women did not. What was surprising was that even the great godly stage disciples of the Thunder God Hall could only barely sound the chaos divine drum, and the sound was not very loud. The expressions of the Qin imperial clan's older generations all changed. They were all very worried. If no one from the Qin imperial clan was able to sound the primal chaos divine drum, they would definitely be humiliated. In the end, they would not even have the chance to unite and fight. The 3 ladies of the Lightning God Hall could only leave, which meant that only 5 people could fight. Following that, it was time for the people from the Natural Law Divine Realm. The people from the Natural Law Divine Realm were all men, and out of the 8 of them, 6 of them were able to sound the primal chaos divine drum. The drum sounds they produced were slightly louder than the 5 disciples of the Thunder God Hall. It could be seen that their divine power was stronger than the disciples of the Thunder God Hall. After that, it was time for the 8 disciples of the 9 Sons sect, 2 women and 6 men, to hit the drum. Only 1 woman and 4 men could hit the chaos divine drum. It was time for the chaos race to beat the drum. A commotion broke out among the crowd. They would soon have a rough idea of how powerful the chaotic race was. The members of the chaotic clan were all at the great god realm. There were 2 women and 6 men. The other 2 alchemists were men. All of their faces were cold and indifferent. The first to come out and hit the drum was a woman. She lightly hit the primal chaos divine drum and immediately, a boom sound exploded out. The entire plaza immediately shook violently. The shockwave from the sound of the drum caused the ears of the surrounding people to buzz. The entire crowd burst into cries of alarm. With just a light tap, it produced such a loud sound. The strength of the chaotic race was actually this powerful. Not only were the people from the Qin imperial clan astonished, even the disciples of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, the 9 Sons sect and the Thunder God Hall were moved. They knew that the primal chaos race was very strong, but they never expected them to be this strong. The thing that made people feel the most despair was that the 8 great gods of the primal chaos race were all able to make a very loud noise. It caused the entire arena to erupt into a series of explosions, as well as enthusiastic shouts. Xianxia finally understood that the primal chaos race wanted to use this opportunity to display the strength of their primal chaos race and establish an even stronger prestige in the divine desolate land. Next, it was time for the people from the Qin imperial clan to take action. The pressure on the disciples of the Qin imperial clan was immense. This was because they originally had a group of stronger geniuses, but in order to probe the strength of the primal chaos race, they were all injured. Right now, most of these people were put together at the last minute. First, the 3 brothers who carried the main beam went over to beat the drum. What made people speechless was that they actually did not beat the primal chaos divine drum. This caused Qin Zhangquang to go crazy in his heart. The crowd also burst into laughter. From the very beginning, 3 people from the Qin imperial clan knelt down. Next, 2 men and 2 women from the Qin imperial clan went up to beat the drum one after another. What made everyone from the Qin imperial clan feel sad is that these 2 men and 2 women also did not beat the primal chaos divine drum. This meant that the Qin imperial clan directly eliminated 7 people. Originally, they were supposed to fight together, but now, there was no chance to fight together. This made the people from the Qin imperial clan feel very embarrassed. On the stage, only Xiao Yuan, Qin Yun and Qin Huayu remained. This Qin imperial clan is only SOSO. They seem to be united, but the youngsters they nurtured are so weak. Thunder God said with sneer, with their level, even if they recover the 9 Sons royal clan's bloodline, what use would it be? The Qin imperial clan spent so much effort to unite, but they are still so weak. It seems like we worried too much. The one who spoke is a heavenly mother from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. She said with a mocking tone. Fortunately, the other imperial clans did not learn from them. Even if they unite, it will only be a waste of time. Thunder God continued to mock. The surrounding big shots of the other imperial clans all shook their heads and sighed because the performance of the Qin imperial clan is truly too poor. Now, in the Medicine King Guild, they don't even have the chance to unite and fight. Of course, the elders of the other imperial clans are very clear that even if they send people up, it won't be any better. Grandma Xianxia, Medicine King Qin and the other elders of the Qin imperial clan all have unsightly expressions. They never expected that this would be the result from the very beginning. This caused them to suffer a great blow. Yuelan, I will also go beat the drum. Qin Yin said, the rules do not restrict alchemists from fighting. Xiao Yuelan nodded her head. She did not change her appearance, so the heavenly law divine realm and the primal chaos race recognized that she came from the divine moon world's Guanghan palace. That woman seems to be from the Guanghan palace. Is she also from the Qin imperial clan? A heavenly mother of the heavenly law divine realm said coldly. She married a member of my Qin family, so naturally she is also a member of my Qin family. Grandma Qianghua replied. Thunder God and some heavenly mother heavenly emperors all know that Xiao Yuelan is the nine-sun goddess, but they did not say anything. They want to see how strong this nine-sun goddess is. Xiao Yuelan went over to beat the drum and used a great amount of power to attack the primal chaos divine drum. Boom. The sound of the drum vibrated. The sound is not any weaker than the primal chaos race. Everyone immediately cried out in alarm. On the Qin imperial clan's side, someone actually struck the primal chaos divine drum. She can't be considered a disciple of your Qin imperial clan, there's nothing to be proud of. Thunder God said with sneer. The Qin imperial clan's elders are all dumbstruck. Not only them, even the people from the other powers are very shocked. They all want to know who is so lucky to be able to marry such a powerful woman from the Guanghan palace. A heavenly mother said with sneer, Qin imperial clan, you only have one person who can fight and it's from the Guanghan palace. Don't you feel ashamed? Who said there's only one? Qin Yin suddenly shouted. Everyone immediately looked at the one-eyed bearded man. He and Qin Huayu are both Xian God realm alchemists, everyone present knows this. Because all of his energy is focused on medicinal pills, it is normal for his cultivation to be low. A Xian God realm alchemist actually wants to strike the drum. The youths of Thunder God Hall, Heavenly Law Divine Realm, Nine Sun Sects and Primal Chaos Race all revealed disdainful smiles. You really want to strike the drum? You are an alchemist. If you want to strike the drum and participate in the battle, if you can't strike the drum, you won't be able to participate in the pill competition. Thunder God laughed loudly and said, at that time, your Qin imperial clan will only have 2 women left on the stage. Qin Yin ignored Thunder God and walked towards the primal chaos divine drum. He could not let Xiao Yuelan face so many strong enemies by herself, so he had to go out and fight. An old man from the primal chaos race said with a sneer, forget about ordinary profound God beating the drum, even our primal chaos race's profound God would not be able to sound the primal chaos divine drum. You are truly overestimating yourself. That's because your primal chaos race's profound God are all trash. Qin Yin sneered. When everyone heard this, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Someone actually said that the primal chaos race's profound God was trash. None of the youths from the primal chaos race present were angry. Their arrogant faces were filled with disdainful smiles as they looked at Qin Yin as if they were looking at an idiot. Has the fellow from the Qin imperial clan gone mad from the blow? A woman from the primal chaos race said with a sneer. A disciple of the Thunder God Hall laughed. He might feel that their Qin imperial clan hasn't lost enough face, so he brought disgrace upon himself and completely lost enough. A man from the heavenly law divine realm laughed loudly and said, this profound God really has some ideas. Profound God is going to strike the primal chaos divine drum, isn't he afraid of being killed by the backlash? Just as everyone was ridiculing Qin Yin, Xiao Yuelan lightly shouted, little husband, don't mind what those guys said. You're the best. Although her voice wasn't loud, everyone present could hear it clearly. Just now, everyone wanted to know who this powerful woman from the Guanghan palace was going to marry into the Qin family. Because a man who was worthy of such a woman must be extremely powerful. Many people suspected that that person must be a young heavenly god, but now, everyone is dumbfounded. Xiao Yuelan's man is actually just a profound god. At the same time that everyone was shocked, a boom was heard, the primal chaos divine drum exploded. Although the sound wasn't loud, it was even louder than the fight between the disciples of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, Thunder God Hall and the Nine Suns sect. This was mainly because Qin Yin had held back his strength. Otherwise, it would have been even more shocking. But even so, many people found it hard to believe. Everyone was dumbstruck as they looked at Qin Yin, who was beside the primal chaos divine drum. profound God could actually sound the primal chaos divine drum. The old man from the primal chaos race had just said that even the primal chaos race's profound God would be unable to sound the primal chaos divine drum. And the Qin imperial clan's profound God was actually able to sound the primal chaos divine drum. The youths who mocked Qin Yun earlier, including the thunder god and the heavenly mother heavenly emperors, all felt extremely embarrassed and shocked. They were extremely surprised that the Qin family had such a genius. Qin Yan's words just now sounded very ear-piercing and arrogant to the primal chaos youths. The thunder god Hall's disciple said with sneer, "You are a profound god. It is quite amazing that you can strike the primal chaos divine drum, but the sound of your drum is about the same as ours. It is far inferior to the geniuses of the primal chaos race. You can't even defeat our thunder god Hall's disciples, let alone deal with the geniuses of the primal chaos race." Thunder god Hall, was it founded by the dog of thunder god? Is there anything you dogs can't beat? Qin Yun said indifferently. One-eyed dragon, you. Just you wait. A tall youth from the thunder god Hall pointed at Qin Yun and said angrily. In the sky, thunder god's expression is also very unsightly. He wished that he could pinch this one-eyed dragon to death. Qin Yun's current appearance is somewhat different from when he was the king of gods. In addition, he is wearing a one-eyed mask and has grown a beard. Thunder God can't recognize him. He dressed like this because he was worried that he would be recognized by the old god from back then. The Qin imperial clan side finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, they still feel very regretful because none of their true Qin imperial clan disciples were able to stay here. The older generation now know that the one-eyed dragon's name is Qin Fei. He just joined the Qin imperial clan not long ago and he even brought a very strong wife with him. If it wasn't for them, the Qin imperial clan would have been utterly humiliated today. But even so, the older generation are still worried that something might happen to this couple. Because there are only two of them, but they have to face the challenges of several great powers geniuses. The Medicine King Guild is mainly about exchanging pointers in pill concocting techniques. The battle is to enliven the atmosphere of the Medicine King Guild. An old man on the stage said, "Then, let's begin exchanging pointers and pill concocting techniques." That old man is from the primal chaos race, his face is filled with a sinister smile. Qin Yun already knew that the rules of exchanging pointers had already been discussed. They were mainly proposed by the primal chaos race and the heavenly law divine realm. When exchanging pointers, many powers will join hands to challenge the Qin Medicine King City. Qin Yun felt that the Qin imperial clan's preparations were not sufficient. If he and Xiao Yuan were not present today, the Qin imperial clan would not have any business at all. It is a medicine with 30% poison. The pill concocting technique that you are exchanging pointers is to refine poison into a pill that can be eaten, and then refine the poison. This is a great test of an alchemist's skill. The rules are like this. The Thunder God Hall, the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, the Nine Sun Sects, and the Primal Chaos Race will each provide one type of highly poisonous medicinal ingredient, and the two alchemists from your Qin Imperial clan will refine these four types of highly poisonous medicinal ingredients into 2 pellets to eat. When everyone heard this rule, they all frowned and shook their heads. This was equivalent to suicide. Then, are you not going to do anything but provide toxic herbs? Qin Yun said with a sneer. Of course not. Your Qin Imperial clan, provide 2 types of highly toxic medicinal ingredients to the other 4 sides and have them refine them into pellets to eat. That old man evilly laughed and said, we can't not refine them and we can't not eat them. If one were to be poisoned after eating a pill that he had refined himself, it would mean that the alchemist was not skilled enough and had asked for it. What if he dies from eating it? Qin Huayu asked with a frown. Generally speaking, an alchemist can remove most of the poison after dealing with the medicinal ingredients. If he dies from being poisoned, it is the alchemist's own responsibility. If you are afraid, you can admit defeat right now. The old man from the Primal Chaos Race laughed sinisterly. Are you guys afraid? Qin Huayu snorted, I'm not afraid, but it's unfair. You provide us with 4 types of highly poisonous medicinal ingredients. We need to refine 4 types of highly poisonous medicinal ingredients, and you only need to refine 2. But if your highly poisonous medicinal ingredients are powerful, then we will have 8 poisoned and injured alchemists on our side. You guys will have profited greatly. That old man laughed and said, "Young man, this is our challenge to your Qin imperial clan." "What is a challenge? Don't you know?" Qin Yin patted Qin Huayu's shoulder and said, "You can begin." This kind of sparring method had a certain amount of risk. If it was not handled well, he might be poisoned and die in the end. Those people from the heavenly law divine realm who were in charge of fighting sneered and said, "That one-eyed dragon is an alchemist. If he is poisoned, let's see how he will fight next." He even boasted shamelessly before, saying that he is more than enough to deal with us. I think he might even be poisoned to death. Everyone also thought of this point. If Qin Yin was poisoned, he would not be able to participate in the following battle. This immediately caused the older generation of the Qin imperial clan to be secretly worried. Granny Xianxia is actually not that worried. She knows how the poison god died. He was poisoned by Qin Yin and was unable to retaliate before being killed with a single slash. Qin Yin promptly took out the highly poisonous medicinal ingredients from the 9-sun divine spirit and gave them to the 4 groups of young alchemists. He only gave out 2 kinds of highly poisonous medicinal ingredients. They are the heavenly poison grass and the soul-devouring flower. When Qin Yin handed over the medicinal ingredients, he secretly branded some runes on them. The heavenly poison grass has a very strong paralysis effect and the soul-devouring flower can cause serious damage to the soul. These 2 poisons are not very poisonous. After eating them, there won't be any big reaction. What is formidable is that the after effect is very strong. Adding on the runes Qin Yin secretly added, it will cause the poison to be unable to be completely removed and will retain a bit of very strong poison power. That bit of poison power is enough to put people down. How do we determine the winner and loser? Qin Yin asked after receiving the 4 kinds of highly poisonous medicinal ingredients. This is only the first round. If all the alchemists can endure this round, we will proceed to the second round. The old man from the primal chaos race said with smile, "If you are poisoned and unable to endure, you will lose." Next, they would be checking their alchemy equipment to prevent them from having the ability to store items and cheating. Many inscription masters are conducting the inspection. It is very strict. The main purpose is to prevent the other party from cheating. The time limit is 1 hour. The sand in the hourglass began to leak out. There are many experts watching from all directions. Therefore, it is very difficult to play any tricks during the refining process. Qin Huayu looked at the 4 brightly colored highly poisonous medicinal ingredients and said with frown, "Xiao Qin, just the smell of these medicinal ingredients is very strong. If you come close and smell them, you will be poisoned." She has quite a brilliant technique when dealing with highly poisonous medicinal ingredients. Therefore, she is not afraid of poison. In the sky, the pill god and the medicine god are surrounded by experts. "Medicine god, do you know what kind of highly poisonous medicinal ingredient that is?" someone asked. "Qin Huayu is your disciple. Will she be fine?" "I don't know. I have never seen those highly poisonous medicinal ingredients." The medicine god shook his head and said, "I have yet to impart the method to deal with poison to that little girl Huayu. However, she is the descendant of medicine King Qin, so she must have mastered this method. During pill refining, under special circumstances, it is necessary to match some highly poisonous medicinal ingredients in order to successfully refine the pill. The medicinal ingredients that contain highly poisonous medicinal ingredients have very strong and special energy inside them. If the poison is removed and only that kind of energy is left, then it will become a very good divine medicine. A powerful alchemist not only knows how to grow medicinal ingredients, they also need to master how to remove the toxicity of highly poisonous medicinal ingredients. Of course, generally speaking, it is very difficult to completely remove the toxicity of highly poisonous medicinal ingredients. There will still be some remaining, so this kind of pill can't be eaten too much. "Sister Qin, you are in charge of medicine making, I am in charge of pill refining." Qin Yin said with smile and low voice, "If there is anything you don't understand, I will teach you." Qin Yin is actually very relaxed because even if they are poisoned, he can detoxify them. Someone asked the medicine god, "What are the 2 highly poisonous medicinal ingredients that the Qin imperial clan gave out? Can you tell?" "I can't tell either." The medicine god shook his head and said, "The divine desolate is so big and it has only been formed for 100 years. It is impossible for me to recognize all of the highly poisonous medicinal ingredients. The heavenly poison grass that Qin Yun gave them was a large clump that was dug out from the huge heavenly poison grass seed. Furthermore, it has been specially processed and branded with some runes. It is a very evil medicinal ingredient. After the two young alchemists from the Thunder God Hall received the highly poisonous medicinal ingredients from Qin Yun, their faces are filled with disdain. Is the Qin imperial clan only at this level? They can't even take out decent highly poisonous medicinal ingredients, one of the alchemists said with sneer. This clump only has a certain numbing effect. Heavenly Law Divine Realms alchemist laughed and said, the other flower has a certain amount of damage to the soul. Its toxicity is very ordinary. Nine Sun Sect's alchemist said with a casual expression, I'm not afraid of eating these things raw. Primal Chaos Race's alchemist directly took a bite of the heavenly poison grass and swallowed it. He laughed loudly and said, it's just a numbing tongue. I will be able to expel this poison very quickly. Seeing how the other four groups of alchemists treated the highly poisonous medicinal ingredients given by Qin Yun so casually, everyone felt that the Qin imperial clan's preparations were not sufficient. The Qin imperial clan's elders did not say anything because this is a competition between youngsters. They only watched quietly and patiently from the side. Granny Xianxia, Dog God, and the others knew that since Qin Yun was able to defeat the poison god, the highly poisonous medicinal ingredients he gave were definitely not casually given out. Qin Huayu very earnestly processed those highly poisonous medicinal ingredients. She is indeed very talented. When processing, she directly removed a large portion of the poison. Adding on Qin Yun's pointers from the side, she was basically able to remove all of the poison. It had already been an hour. Leave the rest to me. When I'm concocting pills, I can directly refine the poison. Qin Yun said with smile, Big Sister Qin, you did really well. Qin Huayu also revealed a trace of a smile. She is still very nervous in her heart. The pill furnace Qin Yun used was very ordinary, it was not the pill transformation heavenly furnace. He rarely used a normal pill furnace to concoct pills, but that did not mean that he did not know how to do it. He placed the processed medicinal powder and crushed medicinal ingredients into the pill furnace. He directly used the Nether Sun Divine Flame to refine it. While refining, he also discovered that the remaining poison was very powerful. Fortunately, he could use the Nether Sun to directly break it down and then swallow it into the Nether Sun. Before 2 hours had passed, the few groups of alchemists who were exchanging pointers all finished concocting pills one after another. Qin Yun refined 2 pills. He and Qin Huayu each took one and swallowed them under everyone's supervision. As for the alchemists of the Thunder God Hall, the Nine Sun Sect, the Primal Chaos Race, and the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, they all ate 1 pellet each. The pellets they ate were refined from the heaven poison grass and soul-devouring flower that Qin Yun had provided. Qin Yun and Qin Huayu ate the pills refined from 4 types of toxic herbs and appeared to be completely fine. This surprised many people. Is everyone alright? Someone asked doubtfully. If there's nothing else, we can only enter the next round. These young alchemists are still quite impressive. The Qin Imperial clan's alchemist should be the best. The elder from the Primal Chaos tribe chuckled. Everyone might not know this, but those 4 highly toxic medicinal ingredients are all heavenly spirit poisons. Knowing that it was the heavenly spiritual god poison, all the alchemists present were visibly moved. The heavenly spiritual god poison was an innately poisonous herb. These herbs were mainly for poisonous beasts to eat. Some poisonous beasts needed to eat highly poisonous herbs in order to grow and strengthen their poison. Therefore, those venomous beasts would take great care of the Sky Spirit Divine Poison and use their inherent toxicity to strengthen the Sky Spirit Divine Poison. Generally speaking, the Heavenly Spirit God Poison would only mature after being taken care of by the poisonous beast for many years, and it was also the most poisonous. If this poison was dropped into a huge lake, it would turn the entire lake black, turning it into a black poisonous quagmire. There were many records regarding this Heavenly Spirit Divine Poison, and many experts were afraid of those poisonous beasts. These 4 Heavenly Spirit Divine Poisons are extremely precious. To use them to test the level of the Qin Imperial clan's young alchemists, it can be seen how generous we are. The Thunder God's clear and bright laughter was heard. He deeply detested the people from the Qin imperial clan. Just a moment ago, Qin Yin called him a dog with 3 surnames, but he couldn't teach Qin Yin a lesson. This made him lose all face. The Chaos Race's alchemist looked at Qin Yin and Qin Huayu and said with a smile, "Don't think that they are completely fine now. The poison has already entered their bones." The young alchemist from the natural law divine realm looked at Qin Yin and Qin Huayu as if he was looking at a dead person. He said with a smile, "No one can completely remove all the poison. Even if there is only a trace of the remaining heavenly spirit poison, they will definitely die." The medicine god's old face was slightly sorrowful as he sighed with melancholy. "The flower language girl is a good seedling. What a pity, what a pity." The pill god beside him also patted his shoulder, comforting him. When the crowd heard what the medicine god said, they knew that the 2 alchemists from the Qin imperial clan were done for. Even the divine alchemist was certain that Qin Yin and Qin Huayu were dead. That meant that the heavenly spirit god's poison was truly terrifying. A heavenly mother from the heavenly law sacred realm looked coldly at Granny Xianxia from midair. With a cold sneer, she said, "Xianxia, is this the level of your Qin imperial clan? It's no wonder. After all, you're a clan that has fallen from grace. You're still fantasizing about restoring the strongest bloodline. How naive." Just as everyone believed that Qin Yin and Qin Huayu were about to die from the poison, an alchemist from the Thunder Divine Hall suddenly hugged his head and fell to the ground, convulsing. Following that, the young alchemists of the Nine Suns sect and the Natural Law Divine Realm all fell to the ground one after another. They all hugged their heads and screamed in pain, their bodies twitching non-stop. They looked like they were in extreme pain. Ah! Even the 2 powerful alchemists from the chaotic tribe let out painful screams. This scene left many alchemists of the older generation dumbfounded. The ones who were knocked down were not Qin Yin and Qin Huayu, but the other 4 groups of alchemists. The seniors at the side hurriedly took the antidote pills and rushed over to help cure the poison. However, it was of no use at all. Thunder God, who was in the air, suddenly shouted, "What's going on?" An old man from the Thunder Divine Hall was inspecting the situation of the disciples of the Thunder Divine Hall and replied, "Their souls are severely injured. The poison's power has already severely damaged their souls?" "What? They tore their souls apart? Didn't they sense anything before?" The Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm asked anxiously. "The pain in their souls has been numbed. Only when it has been damaged to a certain extent and the numbing poison power has receded did they begin to notice it." After an old man from the Natural Law Divine Realm finished speaking, he glared at Qin Yin angrily, "This bastard is extremely vicious." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This kind of poison would only show signs after a person was deeply poisoned. This was simply terrifying. There was simply no time to cure the poison. Many old men were sweating profusely. They used all sorts of methods to help the young alchemists stabilize their situation, but it didn't seem to be of much use. The old man from the Nine Suns sect said with a sorrowful expression, "Their souls are all broken. If they want to completely recover, they will need to recuperate for many years." Even the alchemists of the primal chaos race were unable to escape. The injuries to the soul were the hardest to recover from, not to mention the fact that the soul was poisoned. "What right do you have to say that others are vicious? You were just very proud of that heavenly spirit god poison." Qin Yin snorted and sneered, "They are all alchemists, they are unable to remove the poison power. They can only blame themselves for eating the poison they refined and being poisoned." Granny Xianxia, Dog God, and the others who knew Qin Yin all secretly admired him. As expected of someone who could put down the poison god, his methods were brilliant. Just now, not only the Qin imperial clan, even the people from the other imperial clans felt very sad. They thought that Qin Huayu and Qin Yin were finished. But now, it seemed that the ones who were finished were the other alchemists. As for Qin Yin and Qin Huayu, they were completely fine and unscathed. The elders of the Nine Suns sect, Thunder God Hall, Heavenly Law Divine Realm and the Primal Chaos Race were all furious. "Then hurry up and help cure the poison." The old man from the Primal Chaos Race angrily rebuked Qin Yin and released a very strong pressure. "I don't have a way to cure the poison." Qin Yin laughed, "I remember that the rules of this competition were set by you, right? Why didn't you think that the ones who would be in a desperate situation would be you? The people who were watching the show all found it funny. The primal chaos race had really lifted a rock to hit their own feet. Everyone could tell that the primal chaos race had originally thought that victory was in their grasp with the heavenly spirit god poison. Furthermore, they were very confident that their alchemists would be safe and sound. They had completely underestimated their opponents. What was admirable was that Qin Yun and Qin Huayu had not been poisoned yet. They were standing there watching the show unscathed. Then tell us, what poison did you use? Let us concoct the antidote. An old man from the Nine Suns sect shouted. Heavenly poison grass and soul-devouring flower. The heavenly poison grass has a very strong paralyzing effect, and the soul-devouring flower is used to deal with the soul. Qin Yin said, these two poisonous herbs are not particularly poisonous, right? Compared to your heavenly spirit god poison, they are far inferior. When the medicine god and the pill god heard this, they repeatedly exclaimed in admiration. The pill god exclaimed, the soul-devouring flower's poison power will search for the soul on its own. Furthermore, it has a very strong devouring power. The soul-devouring flower must have devoured the heavenly poison grass's poison power and then entered the soul. In this way, when the soul-devouring flower's poison power devours the soul, it will produce a paralyzing effect, causing people to feel no pain. The medicine god said, these two poisons are not very poisonous. Furthermore, they seem to have discovered that these two medicinal herbs have the effect of numbing and devouring the soul. However, they still fell for it. Some poisonous insects have a paralyzing poison power. When they bite, they can cause people to feel no pain. Then, they burrow into a person's body or suck blood for a long time without being detected. Qin Yin used this kind of thinking to use poison. Granny Qianghua said with a smile, the use of poison is ingenious. Even if it's not a deadly poison, it can still be fatal. The complexion of Thunder God and the others became incomparably unsightly. Everyone secretly sighed in admiration. Two seemingly not very poisonous poisons can actually have this kind of reaction. Before, everyone was very puzzled as to why a powerful woman like Xiao Yuelan from Guanghan Palace would marry a profound god. Now it seems that he is a very high-level young pill master, although his level is not bad compared to other young pill masters. When compared to Qin imperial family, the difference between them is very clear. Many people are not satisfied, especially those pill masters who came to watch the Medicine King assembly. They all want to see Qin Yun's pill concoction techniques. None of the people present are blind, they all know that Qin Yun is very secretive. He must have even more brilliant pill concoction techniques, they all want to broaden their horizons. However, there is no second round of pointers because the other four groups' pill masters have all been crippled. Even the Primal Chaos Realm's pill master's soul could not withstand the torture and completely fainted. If they want to recover, it will take at least several decades. Xian Rujing and Xiang Yalan are together, they are laughing in their heart, old ginger is spicier. Qin Yun, who has the status of Nine Sun Palace King and King of Gods, sparring with others is simply bullying people. From beginning to end, Xiao Yuelan's expression did not fluctuate at all. She is very clear about Qin Yun's strength, so she already anticipated the result. You must be careful. Qin Huayu suddenly pulled Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan's hands because the following battle will begin. From Qin imperial family's side, only Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan can fight. As for the other powers, they all have several people. Especially Primal Chaos race, all 8 of them can strike the Primal Chaos divine drum, so they can all fight. Sister Huayu, don't worry. Xiao Yuelan said with light smile. Qin Huayu is about to leave, all the elders in the plaza are also about to leave. Because during the battle, other people are not allowed to be on the battlefield to avoid being disturbed. In the sparring of alchemy, the alchemists of the other 4 factions had suffered great losses, and their souls had been severely injured. Then in the following battle, they will definitely get back at them, their attacks will not be light. Everyone is looking forward to the battle even more. On Qin imperial family's side, there is only a husband and wife, the woman is from Guanghan Palace and the man is profound god, moreover, he is also a pill master. Therefore, it is very important whether or not Qin imperial family can defend this final hurdle. If Qin imperial family wins, then what will Primal Chaos race and Heavenly Law Divine Domain do next? Would the other imperial clans join hands with the Qin imperial clan to restore their 9 sons' bloodline? This is the question that many people are concerned about. On the Medicine King Plaza, on the Qin imperial clan's side, there are only Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan. And they are fighting against the 5 disciples of the Thunder God Hall. The Thunder God Hall is a power created by the Thunder God himself. Compared to the Heavenly Law Divine Domain and the 9 Sons sects, it is indeed a bit weaker. However, the strength of the Thunder God Hall's disciples is not weak. After all, those who can sound the primal chaos divine drum are all very strong. Now that the Qin imperial clan is facing a challenge, they have to accept the challenges one after another. This is a test of their strength. If there was no primal chaos race, the pressure on the Qin imperial clan would not be that great. However, with the primal chaos race here, the Qin imperial clan does not plan to win. They only hope to unite and fight. Even if they lose, they must leave behind a deep impression of unity. This is the plan that the Qin imperial clan's elders had discussed before. It can't be said to be good, but the most important thing is to awaken the unity of the other clans. They never expected that a primal chaos divine drum would completely destroy their previous plan. The 5 disciples of the Thunder God Hall are all tall and mighty. They are wearing blue lightning divine armor and holding divine sabers. They are looking at Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan with fiendish expressions. In battle, weapons can be used. Generally speaking, when exchanging pointers, weapons are restricted. Now that they are allowed to use weapons, it was also proposed by the Primal Chaos race. The Primal Chaos race and the Heavenly Law Divine Domain have the best equipment. The Qin Imperial clan is definitely inferior to them, so they are not worried at all. The Qin Imperial clan feels that if they use equipment, they will not be lacking. At least, they can use divine talismans and the like to save their lives at a crucial moment. The Qin Imperial clan's elders gave Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan a lot of life-saving equipment. They won't be able to use it. In terms of equipment, Qin Yun can completely say that everyone here is trash. In this kind of battle, if you want to survive, you can only rely on yourself. If you are killed, that is your own problem. Thunder God's voice is filled with chilliness. Everyone can see that he is ordering the Thunder God Hall's disciples to kill Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan. If your people die, don't say that they are vicious. Granny Xianxia said with sneer. Thunder God said with sneer, Xianxia, you are already so old, yet you are still so naive? Fighting 2 against 5, it's already good enough that they can guarantee their own survival, yet they still want to kill the disciples of my Lightning God Hall? Everyone nodded in agreement. Not to mention the fact that the Qin Imperial clan was fighting 2 against 5, there was also a profound god among them. In terms of cultivation, there was an enormous gap. The crowd all felt that the Qin Imperial clan's young couple would be lucky to be able to keep their lives. Yet, they actually wanted to kill them. Thunder God Hall and the other faction's alchemists had their souls injured by Qin Yun earlier, so they hate Qin Yun very much. In battle, he would definitely be ruthless. If your disciple dies, don't make a fuss about it. Medicine King Qin mocked. You'll know once you fight them. You think you can win 2 against 5? If the disciples of my Lightning God Hall lose, I will personally cripple them. The Lightning God threatened. This meant that the 5 disciples of the Thunder God Hall would attack Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan with all their might. The battle was about to begin, and within the boundary of the square, the murderous aura was getting thicker and thicker, and the atmosphere was very oppressive. Xiao Yuelan's expression gradually turned ice cold. Her beautiful eyes turned blood red, filled with a domineering killing intent. You step back, I'll do it. Xiao Yuelan said coldly. All right. Qin Yun understood Xiao Yuelan's intention. Xiao Yuelan wanted him to preserve as much power as possible to deal with the 8 warriors of the Primal Chaos race. Xiao Yuelan, who has entered a state of slaughter, is extremely dreadful. Xiao Yuelan is wearing tight-fitting clothes, holding a snow-white long saber in her hand. Her ponytail is slightly fluttering along with the cold murderous wind. She stood there as straight as a ramrod, tightly gripping her long saber. Her red eyes are filled with ruthless killing intent. A berserk killing intent whistled along with the wind, filling the battlefield's barrier, appearing incomparably dreadful. Even the 5 disciples of the Thunder God Hall are somewhat afraid at this moment. Xiao Yuelan is a great god. The 5 disciples of the Thunder God Hall are also great God realm. However, in terms of aura, Xiao Yuelan is far stronger than them. Outside the barrier, they can't sense Xiao Yuelan's dreadful killing intent, so they naturally don't know the situation inside the battlefield. The 5 disciples of the Thunder God Hall secretly told themselves that their opponent is only a woman. They don't place the profound God Xianxia in their eyes at all. Furthermore, they feel that their equipment is very powerful. Those are divine sabers that the Thunder God asked the Saber God to tailor-make for them. They are very strong in all aspects. They secretly gave themselves confidence and suppressed the fear that surfaced in their hearts. During battle, eliminating all kinds of negative emotions in one's heart is something that many warriors must master. Xiao Yuelan's red eyes are a pair of sacred eyes. They possess very strong mental attack power. Furthermore, because she is the 9-sun divine maiden, she has mastered a very heaven-defying ability. Her ability is to copy other people's various strange powers. For example, Xiao Yuelan can also completely master some of the divine abilities that Qin Yun has mastered. They are still very powerful. Although Qin Yun is very confident in Xiao Yuelan's strength, he is still worried that his wife is going out to fight. Therefore, he is holding the small pistol that the 9 Heavens Dragon Lion cannon has turned into. If necessary, he can kill one with one shot. Apart from this, his Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron is also ready at all times. In terms of equipment, no one here can compare to him. Humph, your man is indeed a useless guy, he only dares to hide behind you, a Thunder God Hall disciple said with sneer. Alright, you will be the first to die. Xiao Yuelan looked at that disciple, her voice is filled with ice-cold killing intent. Boom, the Primal Chaos Race Old Man in the sky beat the Primal Chaos Divine Drum. It means that the fight can begin. The moment the fight began, Xiao Yuelan's eyes shot out 2 red light beams towards the square-faced man who mocked Qin Yun earlier. After that man was hit by the red light beams, he immediately grabbed his head and screamed loudly. Everyone burst into an uproar. They did not expect that Xiao Yuelan's attack would cause a Thunder God Hall disciple to scream miserably. That's a sacred eye, moreover it has very strong mental attack power, someone shouted. The other 4 Thunder God Hall disciples immediately scattered and attacked Xiao Yuelan from 4 different directions. They did not engage in close combat, instead they brandished their sabers and released Berserk Divine Power Saber energy. The battlefield immediately became filled with all kinds of tyrannical air whistling, as well as all kinds of light blades. What is shocking is that Xiao Yuelan is completely fine. On the surface of her body, there is a small red flame dragon coiling around her body. Fire dragon body protection, this caused everyone to burst into cries of alarm. Is that the Divine Dragon Dao image? After the Divine Dragon Dao image fuses with the Xian God Dao veins, it can be released. No wonder she is so powerful, she actually cultivated this level of Divine Profound Dao image. This is a super first-rate Divine Profound Dao image. Everyone exclaimed in admiration and envy. Many people would be satisfied if they had a first-rate Divine Profound Dao image, let alone a super first-rate Divine Profound Dao image. 4 people besieged Xiao Yuelan but they did not even manage to injure her clothes. Thunder God's expression is grave. He glanced at Granny Qianghua and cursed in his heart. Previously he thought that Granny Qianghua was just talking big. And now, he feels that Xiao Yuelan might be able to kill his Thunder God Hall disciples. Qin Imperial Clan's Qin family disciples all shouted loudly, cheering for Xiao Yuelan. Many Imperial Dragon Clan disciples are also secretly envious of Xiao Yuelan because even Imperial Dragon Clan's dragons or dragon men do not have Divine Dragon Dao image. You want to kill us with just this bit of ability? Xiao Yuelan coldly sneered. The fire dragon on her body suddenly roared. Ferocious dragon might accompanied the flame wave and rushed out. The flame wave is like a dragon, it rushed towards the 4 Thunder God Hall disciples. The 4 Thunder God Hall disciples promptly retreated to block. And at this moment, Xiao Yuelan is already rushing towards the square-faced man who was hit by her sacred eye. After she arrived, her long saber sprayed out flames, her hand rose and the saber fell. The square-faced man directly turned into a burst of flame fragments and scattered. Thunder God Hall's great god disciple actually died just like that. Thunder God's expression greatly changed. He was just about to shout loudly and concede, but Xiao Yuelan's speed is incomparably fast. In a split second she jumped 4 times. Every time she landed in front of a Thunder God Hall disciple, she quickly brandished her saber. The 4 disciples of the lightning god Hall were unable to move at all, because there was an invisible force pressing down on them. This is Qin Yun secretly releasing supergravity. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yuelan's figure very quickly flashed beside those 4 Thunder God Hall disciples. Those 4 Thunder God Hall disciples were hacked into flame and scattered all over the ground. Seeing the flame fragments on the battlefield, the entire place became deathly quiet. The disciples of the Thunder God Hall are all wearing divine armors. Even if a very powerful divine weapon were to hack at them, it shouldn't have shattered to such a state. Everyone looked at the saber in Xiao Yuelan's hand and could not see anything. Xiao Yuelan's saber is not simple. It has been tempered in the heart of the moon. Furthermore, there are very strong inscription masters in the Guanghan Palace. Their weapons are not weak. The 5 disciples of the Thunder God Hall have all been killed. This scared the people of the Heavenly Law Divine Domain and the 9 Sun sects to the point of secretly feeling fear. Next, will it be the Heavenly Law Divine Domain or the people from the 9 Sun sects who will come to their deaths? Xiao Yuelan's red eyes looked at the group of people outside the barrier and said coldly, "If you want to die, then hurry up and come. I will give you all a quick death." They are both at the great god realm, but the disparity is actually so great. The scene also erupted into a heated discussion. Many people felt that it was not because Xiao Yuelan's weapon was powerful. Because her movement speed is very fast and her divine power is very strong. Otherwise, no matter how powerful a weapon is, without enough power to activate it, it would not be able to split apart those divine armors. There are many seniors present. They can tell with a glance that Xiao Yuelan is a person with many Dao images. The so-called many Dao images meant that there were more than 3 divine profound Dao images. Generally speaking, this kind of person's divine power was even stronger. "Hurry up and attack, don't waste time." Grandma Xianxia, who is in the air, shouted softly. The Natural Law Divine Realm and the 9 Sun sect were both famous and powerful forces in the divine wasteland, but they were actually ridiculed in public. It was one thing if they couldn't win in terms of elixirs. But now, they were about to lose in a battle. Furthermore, this was in a situation where they had the advantage in numbers. One must know that there were only 2 people on the Qin imperial clan's side. Furthermore, one of them was a profound god. What are you showing off for? The person who defeated the lightning god Hall is your wife. She comes from the moon god world's moon Guanghan. What does that have to do with you? It can be said that she possesses great strength and has nothing to do with the Qin imperial clan. The old man from the Natural Law Divine Realm who was floating in the air retorted. An old lady from the 9 Sun sect also sneered. In terms of battle, the Qin imperial clan can only rely on their women. Yet, they're actually proud of that. Thunder God also snorted and said, "In the alchemy competition just now, it was Qin Huayu who contributed the most. After all, she is the medicine god's disciple." Sure enough, the Qin imperial clan relies on women. Xiao Yuelan knows that if Qin Yun takes action, nothing will happen to her. She knew that Qin Yun was very strong, but she didn't know how strong he was. Even Qin Yun didn't know how strong he was. "Are you guys going or not?" Xiao Yuelan looked at the people from the Natural Law Divine Realm and the 9 Sun sect and shouted, "If you don't want to go, then scram. Don't waste time." A heavenly mother from the Natural Law Divine Realm said, "How about this, since you are so strong and so fond of fighting, how about our Natural Law Divine Realm and the 9 Sun sect attack together?" The Natural Law Divine Realm had 6 people, while the 9 Sun sect had 1 woman and 4 men. If they were to attack together, it would be 11 people. As for the Qin imperial clan, there were only 2 people. The reason for that was because Qin Yun was a profound god. Furthermore, he had not fought earlier. Therefore, no one counted him in. Xiao Yuelan alone had to face 11 great gods. Even if it was someone with many Dao images, the pressure would still be great. Furthermore, the people from the Natural Law Divine Realm and the 9 Sun sect already knew that Xiao Yuelan was very strong. When they went on stage, they would definitely be prepared. For example, they could use divine talismans or other Dharma treasures to bombard the area. That would definitely be very effective. It's good that all of you die together. You can have more companions. Xiao Yuelan sneered and said, "Then all of you can attack together." The woman from the 9 Sun sect gripped her sword with both hands and wore red battle armor. She coldly shouted, "Don't think that just because you're from the Moon Palace, you're invincible. You'll die a miserable death." Hearing that Xiao Yuelan had agreed to allow the Nine Suns sect and the Heavenly Law Divine Realm to attack together, everyone was overjoyed. If the Nine Suns sect and the Natural Law Divine Realm were to cower, then there would be one less show to watch. Many people wanted to see just how strong this woman from the Guanghan Palace was, and whether or not she could defeat the 11 people from the Nine Suns sect and the Natural Law Divine Realm. Very quickly, the 11 people from the Nine Suns sect and the Natural Law Divine Realm arrived at the battlefield. Just like before, Qin Yin stood at the back and watched quietly. He had no intention of making a move. Everyone ignored him, because they all felt that profound God had no room to interfere in this kind of great God-level battle. Regardless of whether it was the strength of his divine power, the divine power he had stored up, or his physical body, the profound God was far inferior to the great God. What they did not know was that Qin Yun was a person with many Tao images, and he even had 9 divine profound Tao images. The divine power of the 9 divine profound Tao images erupted together. It was extremely powerful, and even Qin Yun's body could not withstand it. Xiao Yuelan wanted Qin Yun to conserve his strength to deal with the primal chaos race, so she did not let him take action. The primal chaos divine drum suddenly shook. The battle began. The moment the battle began, the 11 people suddenly spread out to the side of the plaza and threw a large pile of divine talismans at Xiao Yuelan. Boom! 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 In the center of the plaza, all sorts of flames and lightning exploded. Wave after wave, they exploded crazily and tyrannically. There were also many divine talisman weapons and magic treasures that flew in and were controlled by people to attack Xiao Yuelan. No one was surprised. This was all within everyone's expectations. They only felt that the scene was rather shocking. There were also some people who felt their hearts ache because those divine talismans were all extremely expensive. At this moment, in order to deal with a single person, they were all thrown out. Xiao Yuelan is very strong. In a very short period of time, she killed a few great gods of the Thunder God Hall. Therefore, the disciples of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm and the Nine Suns sects immediately used all sorts of divine talismans and magic treasures. As long as they could injure Xiao Yuelan and consume her power, then they would be able to win this battle. Qin Yin used his heavenly eye to look at the center of the explosion. When he saw Xiao Yuelan's divine moon Tao image come out and float in the air, he felt incomparably relieved. As for the divine dragon Tao image, it coiled around her body, forming a very strong defense that blocked all kinds of berserk attacks. Xiao Yuelan said before that they all had 6 divine profound Tao images. Now, she only released 2 divine profound Tao images, which was enough to protect herself. The people of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm and the Nine Suns sects only had 3 divine profound Tao images. They were far inferior to Xiao Yuelan. That woman is finished. Quickly go and get rid of that profound god brat. A heavenly emperor from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm suddenly shouted. The 6 people from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm immediately flew towards Qin Yun. All of them had sinister smiles on their faces. The purple gold divine universe swords in their hands overflowed with divine power as they pierced towards Qin Yun. Just as they flew over and were about 10 meters away from Qin Yun, they felt their bodies suddenly become incomparably heavy. It was as if there was a huge mountain in their bodies. They were unable to handle the weight for a moment and their bodies fiercely smashed to the ground. This was the supergravity that Qin Yun had released. In the middle of the plaza that was filled with violent flames and lightning, a figure suddenly flashed out. Xiao Yuelan came out. Without the continuous attacks of the 6 people from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, the pressure on Xiao Yuelan immediately lessened and she was able to free herself. The entire audience burst into shouts. Xiao Yuelan was actually completely fine. Xiao Yuelan, who had rushed out, swept past the 6 people from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. At the same time, the saber in her hand also swiftly chopped down, turning all 6 of them into flame fragments. After killing the 6 people from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, Xiao Yuelan suddenly disappeared. With an extremely fast speed, she charged towards the 5 disciples of the Nine Suns sect. When Xiao Yuelan went over, the 5 disciples had already recovered from their shock. However, just as they reacted, their souls were attacked by the red light released by Xiao Yuelan's sacred eye. After they let out a blood-curdling screech, their bodies were chopped into pieces by Xiao Yuelan's long saber. Xiao Yuelan's attacks were fast and ruthless. In just a short span of 2 to 3 moments, she had killed all the people from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm and the Nine Suns sect. Qinyan smiled slightly because this was not Xiao Yuelan's full strength. He felt a lot more at ease now because he was worried that Xiao Yuelan would not be able to deal with the primal chaos race. But now, it seems that Xiao Yuelan possessed this kind of strength. Although Thunder God looked furious on the surface, he felt a lot more at ease in his heart. This was because the disciples of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm and the Nine Suns sect had also been annihilated. The 5 disciples of the Thunder God Hall did not die alone. The tens of thousands of spectators around the plaza were all in an uproar. The souls of the Thunder God Hall, the Nine Suns sect and the Heavenly Law Divine Realm were crippled and the warriors died without a complete corpse. Only those who did not sound the primal chaos divine drum were spared. Of course, the next ones to fight would be the 8 people from the primal chaos race. The 2 women and 6 men from the primal chaos race seemed to be very powerful warriors. When they struck the primal chaos divine drum, they could produce a very strong sound. When they saw Xiao Yuelan's strength, their faces still had a faint look of disdain. Because in their eyes, no matter how powerful she was still a lowly ordinary human. Grandma Xianxia suddenly shouted, "Enough, we admit defeat." Admit defeat, the Qin Imperial clan actually wanted to admit defeat, Medicine King Qin said, "Our Qin Imperial clan knows our limits. We know very well that our young people are no match for the primal chaos race. Not to mention us, who here can compare to the primal chaos race?" In the eyes of the Qin Imperial clan's older generation, being able to defeat the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, Nine Suns sect and Thunder God Hall is already a great victory. Everyone knows how terrifying the primal chaos race is. Qinyan and Xiao Yuelan are both very outstanding youngsters. The Qin Imperial clan's older generation do not want these 2 youngsters to suffer any losses. Our people came from afar to participate in the Medicine King Assembly. If you say you won't fight, it's not up to you, the old man from the Primal Chaos race furiously said. Primal Chaos race, we know that one of your royal grandchildren died. However, that was done by a nameless god race. You can't vent your anger on us. Medicine King Qin said with sneer. It has nothing to do with this matter. Our Primal Chaos race is seriously preparing to participate in your Medicine King Assembly and exchange pointers with your Qin Imperial clan's disciples. Yet you are fooling us like this. The old man from the Primal Chaos race coldly said, "If you really don't want to exchange pointers with us, then our Primal Chaos race can only fight with your Qin Imperial clan. The war has begun." Qinyan suddenly said from below, "The real reason why we don't want to exchange pointers with your youngsters is not because we can't defeat you but because we are afraid that after we kill your youngsters, you old guys will act shamelessly and start a war with the Qin Imperial clan." What did you say? A middle-aged man from the Primal Chaos race shouted explosively from the sky. Although they are separated by a barrier, the sound wave caused the entire Medicine King city to tremble. I said, "We will kill your Primal Chaos race's youngsters. At that time you will become angry and start a war with our Qin Imperial clan." Qinyan calmly replied to the anger of the Primal Chaos race's people. Your Primal Chaos race's royal grandson was clearly killed by a nameless god race, yet you want to attack the Qin Imperial clan. If you aren't acting shamelessly, then what are you? Xiao Yuelan said in cold voice. We admit defeat, we will not exchange pointers with your youngsters, you will start a war with us. And if we exchange pointers with your youngsters and accidentally kill your youngsters, you will also start a war with us. Qinyan laughed and said, "Tell me, what exactly does your Primal Chaos race want?" A chaotic race youth in the square pointed at Qinyan and shouted, "Shut up. An ignorant lowly race like you knows nothing about the power of our Chaos God race." Qinyan didn't even look at him. His disregard made the youth from the Chaos clan even angrier. My words are very clear. In this battle, the Primal Chaos race will definitely suffer casualties. Even though you are very confident that there won't be any casualties, we are also confident that we can cause casualties to you. Qinyan said. What he wanted was a promise from the Primal Chaos clan. Otherwise, regardless of whether they won or lost, their Qin Imperial clan would still be attacked by the Primal Chaos clan. The Qin Imperial clan was currently developing quite well. If they were to be split apart after the Medicine King alliance, it would be very difficult for them to unite again in the future. The old man from the Primal Chaos clan narrowed his eyes and sneered, "You want us to promise not to attack the Qin Imperial clan?" Xianxia looked at Grandma Xianxia in the sky and nodded, "That's right. Sign a soul contract and agree that regardless of the outcome, you will immediately leave the Qin Medicine Royal City. Furthermore, the entire Primal Chaos clan will not attack anyone from the Qin Imperial clan." A middle-aged man from the Primal Chaos clan burst into loud laughter, truly naive. "If your Qin Imperial clan were to provoke us in the future, would we not be able to attack you?" "We won't provoke you," Grandma Xianxia said. "That won't do either. Within the gods' wilderness, the various forces are all vying for territory. It's inevitable that there will be some conflicts in the future. If we promise not to do anything to you guys, should we, the Primal Chaos race, have no choice but to endure any conflicts in the future?" The old man from the Primal Chaos race said. Medicine King Qin said, "Your Primal Chaos race is so powerful, if you want to attack us, no one can stop you. Young people are more irascible, and when they fight, it is inevitable that there will be casualties. If your young people are really killed or injured, will you not take action?" Everyone could understand the Qin Imperial clan's worries. However, the Primal Chaos race felt that it was ridiculous. The Primal Chaos youth shouted, "Don't be arrogant, our Primal Chaos race will not lose to you. Moreover, they won't be killed or injured by you." Xiao Yuan sneered, "Since you are so confident that you won't lose, why are you fighting us? Isn't that unnecessary?" Xiao Yuan's words immediately caused everyone to whisper and nod. The Primal Chaos clan believed themselves to be undefeatable, and the Qin Imperial clan also believed themselves to be no match for the Primal Chaos clan. Thus, they decided to concede and not fight. However, the Primal Chaos race insisted that he take the field. Wasn't this contradictory? "Very well, we promise that we will not attack your Qin Imperial clan for the next 3 years." That old man from the Primal Chaos clan seemed to possess enormous authority. Likely, he possessed a certain amount of authority. "Are you using your life as a guarantee?" asked Qin Yun. "That's right. I will use my soul to sign the contract. If the chaotic tribe attacks you within 3 years, my soul will be destroyed," the old man said coldly. "Then what is your status in the Primal Chaos race?" Xiao Yuan said with a look of disdain, "If your status was very low, who would care about your life and death?" The old man revealed a slightly angry expression and said proudly, "I am one of the 8 kings of the Primal Chaos race, the Chaos Fire King, Xianxia." The members of the Primal Chaos race rarely came out, so it was normal that they did not know them. The elders of the other factions stared at the old man in horror. They knew that he was very strong, but they had never expected him to be one of the 8 monarchs of the Chaos tribe. Qin Yun is somewhat doubtful because the Chaos Fire King in front of him does not give off a particularly strong feeling. Back then, the Primal Chaos race he met in the Ancient Desolate was extremely terrifying. A child was able to hang up and beat up a sacred god like him. Although the Primal Chaos race here are also very strong, they are far inferior to the Primal Chaos race from the Ancient Desolate. Could it be that the Primal Chaos race from the Ancient Desolate has been sealed and can't come to the Divine Desolate? Qin Yan also doesn't know how to go to the Ancient Desolate. Soon after, Xianxia signed a soul contract with Medicine King Qin and Granny Xianxia. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan felt relieved when they saw the soul contract was signed. Otherwise, they would definitely have their hands and feet tied when fighting. If they truly killed those young geniuses of the Primal Chaos race, the Primal Chaos race might really attack. At that time, the unification of the Imperial race and the restoration of their bloodline would all become floating clouds. "Do you want to attack together?" Xiao Yuan looked at the 8 youths of the Primal Chaos race. The 8 youths entered the barrier with mocking smiles on their faces. Because in their opinion, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuan will definitely be tortured miserably by them. They are not really arrogant. The main reason is that they have fought with many powerful races of the Divine Desolate. Within the same level, they are practically invincible. Even the dragons of the Imperial Dragon Clan cannot defeat them. In their eyes, within the same level, only the dragons of the Imperial Dragon Clan are the strongest. The other races are all trash. Xiao Yuan is the 9-son divine maiden. Her soul is born with a very strong ability, allowing her to cultivate extremely powerful divine power. Therefore, she is also extremely confident. What big words. Not to mention the 8 of us attacking together, any one of us would not be able to withstand it, a youth said with sneer. Among the 8 people of the primal chaos race, the youth in the lead is the strongest. This man has a sharp and fair face, a pair of ice-cold eyes and a grave and stern aura. He is wearing a white gown and within his handsomeness, he is also rather callous. Qin Yan can tell with a glance that this man is definitely a royal grandson. It is extremely likely that he is the grandson of the Primal Chaos Fire King. At this time, Qin Yan also looked at the Primal Chaos Fire King. You are a royal grandson, right? Qin Yan asked. That's right, my name is Xianxia. Don't worry, I will try my best to be merciful and won't hurt your wife because I have already decided to make her my female slave. Xianxia laughed coldly. As for you, I will let you die a bit more happily. Qin Yan's expression suddenly turned cold. This Xianxia actually dared to have such thoughts about Xiao Yuelan. Among the 8 people of the primal chaos race, there is only one woman. She is also quite beautiful, but in front of Xiao Yuelan, she is inferior by a lot. Xiaoyang, you must remember that our primal chaos race cannot let a woman from another race borrow a seed to give birth. You can only play with that woman, you can never let her get pregnant. The woman looked at Xiao Yuelan with a sinister expression and said, no matter how strong this kind of woman is, she is still lowly and only worthy to be a female slave. Xiaoyang laughed sinisterly a few times. Don't worry, this kind of woman is not worthy of me playing with. After all, she is someone else's woman. But I will bestow it to someone else. Qin Yan's anger rose in his heart. He secretly clenched his fists and looked at Xiaoyang and the primal chaos race woman with a cold gaze filled with killing intent. The other primal chaos race people also laughed loudly. In the eyes of the primal chaos race, other races are all lowly. You husband and wife will soon be separated by life and death. I will make that woman from the Guanghan Palace the best female slave. Xiaoyang looked at Qin Yan and laughed loudly. One-eyed dragon, weren't you very arrogant before? What, now you don't even dare to fart? The woman from the primal chaos race sneered and said, Xiaoyang, I think he is so scared that he doesn't dare to speak. Qin Yan looked at the primal chaos fire king in the sky and said coldly, Primal chaos fire king, sound the drum and begin. But before that, I want to tell you that you are about to lose a descendant. Xiao Shenhua sneered and said, lowly fellow, you are about to die yet you are still so arrogant. However, since you can see the most powerful race in the divine desolate before you die, your death is worth it. He took out the primal chaos divine drum and fiercely beat it. 7 of the 8 people from the primal chaos race retreated to the side. Only Xiaoyang stood up. Xiaoyang proudly stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan and shouted, our primal chaos race will not bully lowly people like you. I alone can take care of you. He looked at Xiao Yuelan and shouted again, you, if you don't want your man to die in pain, kneel down, crawl over and lick my shoes clean. Xiao Yuelan's brows knitted together. She has seen many arrogant people but never this kind of person. In the sky, Xian Rujing, Star God, and the other Guanghan Palace people are very worried because Primal Chaos Race is indeed very strong. They have seen how strong they are. And although Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan are very strong, they are few in number. Only Lu Yu, Shu Yan, Dog God, and the others are not worried. Especially Dog God, they know that Qin Yan killed a Primal Chaos Race royal grandson as well as many Primal Chaos Race experts. The Qin Imperial clan's elders are preparing to open the barrier at any time to prevent Qin Yan and Xiao Yuelan from being killed. Seeing Xiaoyang speak such arrogant words, no one else found it strange. Because they believe that Xiaoyang, the royal grandson, has the qualifications to say such words. What are you still standing there for? Quickly do as I say. The Primal Chaos Race woman furiously shouted at Xiao Yuelan, you slut, don't you understand my words? Xiao Yuelan is already extremely angry but she knows that Qin Yan is even more furious than her. Xiao Yuelan, whose face is ice cold, suddenly moved. She did not attack, instead she retreated. Xiao Yuelan retreated to the side of the stage. When facing the Heavenly Law Divine Domain, Thunder God Hall and 9 Sun Sects, it was Qin Yan who retreated to the side. But now, facing the strongest Primal Chaos Race, it is Xiao Yuelan who retreated to the side and let Qin Yan, the profound god, fight. Everyone is puzzled and whispered. When facing a strong enemy, it is actually the great god Xiao Yuan who retreated and led a profound god realm alchemist fight. This caused many people to be unable to understand. What is this couple doing? Could it be that the one-eyed dragon is stronger than the girl from the Guanghan palace? Medicine god said in shock. Forget about profound god, even a heavenly god might not be able to defeat that royal grandson, right? Pill god shook his head. Thunder god said with sneer, some people are overconfident and have this kind of performance. That guy definitely doesn't know how to write the word death. Even Xiaoyang is stunned for a moment, then he raised his head and laughed loudly, you guys are truly laughable. Since that is the case, I can only send you on your way. Qin Yan slowly rolled up his sleeves and said indifferently, Primal Chaos Race people, do you know which race is the strongest race in God Desolate? Nonsense, of course it is our Primal Chaos race. Xiaoyang said with sneer. Humph. If your Primal Chaos race was really strong, you wouldn't have been killed so miserably by the nameless God race. Qin Yan said with sneer, it is clear that your Primal Chaos God race is only SOSO. Xiaoyang said in cold voice, the nameless God race is very strong because they sent very strong experts to deal with our younger generation. Moreover, they used sneak attack. Our Primal Chaos race is invincible among people of the same level. You are wrong, the strongest race in God Desolate is not your Primal Chaos race. Qin Yan said unhurriedly, it is clear that he is very calm. You want to say that the nameless God race is stronger than our Primal Chaos race? Are you trying to destroy our confidence? Primal Chaos Fire King Xianxia said with sneer, the entire nameless God race has less than 100 people, do you know the reason? Wasn't it because we killed them? The strongest race in God Desolate is our Primal Chaos race. It is our Primal Chaos race. The nameless God race has less than 100 people. Qin Yan is secretly alarmed but he still laughed loudly and said, the strongest in God Desolate is naturally the Nine Sun Royal race. Xiaoyang also laughed loudly and said, Nine Sun Royal race? They have been dead for God knows how many years. Your Qin Imperial race is just a Nine Sun Royal race with incomplete bloodline, yet you still dream of being a powerful race. Fine, today I will let you see how strong Nine Sun Royal race is. Qin Yan looked at Xiaoyang and said with faint smile, I have awakened the complete Nine Sun bloodline, you are lucky enough to see how strong Nine Sun Royal race is, your death is worth it. What? Nine Sun Royal race's complete bloodline, all the big shots of the Imperial race are completely shocked. There are many holy god experts from Darkness Royal race here. They also find it hard to believe, even Granny Xianxia and Medicine King Qin are scared by Qin Yan's words. Not only them, even Xian Rujing, Lu Yu, Shu Yan and other women from Guanghan Palace, as well as Dog Deity and the others are all emotionally moved. Only Xiao Yuan knew that Qin Yan was lying. When Qin Yan was immortal King Fuyun, he was a great swindler. Right now, Qin Yan was also taking advantage of this opportunity to swindle them. Only by doing so would he be able to make the other imperial clans desire powerful bloodlines, and ally together. At the same time, he could hide his true strength. If Qin Yan could really defeat the Chaos race's royal grandson, others would think that it was because he possessed the Nine-Yang royal family's bloodline. Xiaoyang, attack and kill him. Xiaoxinhua's expression is gloomy. Clearly, he believes Qin Yan's words and shouted, he must be eliminated. Xiaoxinhua already felt threatened. If Qin Yan really exploded with a very strong power and defeated Xiaoyang, then the other imperial clans would definitely join forces and awaken their strongest Nine Sun bloodline through the myriad realms. Divine Sunday Xiaoyang roared, and a powerful grey divine power gushed out of his body. The earth immediately shook violently. The grey divine power seemed to be roaring, emitting waves of trembling sounds. Even with the barrier separating them, the people outside could still feel the terror of the chaos divine power. Xiaoyang is now like a powerful devil god. He looked at Qin Yan with a deep roar and walked towards him step by step. With every step he took, the earth produced a boom sound. Moreover, it is a very fierce tremor. Weak lowly bastard, do you see? We are the strongest. Xiaoyang laughed wildly. Qin Yan's body suddenly shook, he used heaven's might tyrant body. A vast and mighty heavenly might power emerged. The expressions of the other 7 primal chaos youths changed slightly because they have never felt this kind of heavenly might before. They only felt an indescribable fear. Qin Yin used Heaven's Might Tyrant Body because he wants to use even more power. Only by doing so can his body withstand the formidable explosion of divine power. Yunar, double Nether Sun. Qin Yin shouted in his heart. Ling Yunar is already prepared. After Qin Yin used Heaven's Might Tyrant Body, she controlled the two Nether Suns and released a very formidable power. Huu, the power of the double Nether Sun formed a supergravity that pressed down on Xiaoyang's body. Xiaoyang's body erupted with a very strong chaos divine power. He walked towards Qin Yin step by step, but now he suddenly stopped. Xiaoyang's expression changed slightly because he felt a very strong power pressing down on his body. After stopping, Xiaoyang's expression gradually turned unsightly. Everyone present cried out in alarm because they could see that Xiaoyang was attacked by an invisible power. Ah! Xiaoyang roared and suddenly lowered his head. He was pressed down by a very strong supergravity and had no choice but to lower his head. Boom! Xiaoyang finally couldn't bear it anymore. His knees suddenly collapsed and he was pressed to the ground. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Qin Imperial Clan's profound god actually made Primal Chaos Race's great god realm royal grandson lower his head and kneel. Xiaoyang! Xiao Shenhua suddenly shouted. He also can't believe what is happening in front of him. Their Primal Chaos Race despises any other race and are invincible in the same level. But right now, their great god is being suppressed by a profound god. Qin Yin took a step forward, put two fingers together and pointed at Xiaoyang's head and said with a sneer, "You are much worse than the Primal Chaos Race I have seen." After he finished speaking, heaven exploding finger power surged out, boom, an earth-shaking explosion rang out. Xiaoyang's head and body were penetrated by the index power and his entire body was torn apart. This scene caused everyone to feel incomparably shocked. The Primal Chaos Race's royal grandson, who is also a great god, was actually killed by a profound god in one move. Xiaoyang is much weaker than Qin Yin imagined. This is not the Primal Chaos Race he is familiar with. He thought that the Primal Chaos Race he met here would be as terrifying as the Ancient Desolate, but he never expected that in his eyes. They are only slightly stronger than ordinary people. After Qin Yin killed Xiaoyang, he suddenly looked at the Primal Chaos Race woman. Just now, this woman spoke rudely to Xiao Yuelan. At the same time he looked over, a supergravity followed his gaze and attacked. The gravity turned into a sword and whizzed over Xiao. A sharp whistling sound rushed through the air and pierced through the woman's head in an instant. That woman is also a great god. Qin Yin only glanced at her and actually killed her. Just what kind of terrifying power is that? The Nether Sun roared and the gravity is like the sky. It fiercely fell and pressed down on the other 6 Primal Chaos Race people, directly pressing them to the ground. Qin Yin's figure rushed over like lightning. His palm is like a wild blade as it swept across the few Primal Chaos Race youths. In a split second, violent thunder poured out like a waterfall. It is as if mighty heavenly thunder surged like a huge wave, accompanied by a ferocious vibration. It landed on those people's bodies. This is the heavenly quake and thunder collapse of the heavenly extermination 9 style. When these two moves are combined into one, their power is incomparably shocking. The 6 Primal Chaos Race youths were directly blasted into ashes. The 8 Primal Chaos Race youths are no longer on the stage. They all died without an intact corpse. Qin Yin let out a light breath. He only felt some pain in his body. Just now, he used nearly 80% of his power. Even if he used Heavenly Might Tyrant Body and Heavenly Tenacious Tao Technique to strengthen his body, it is still somewhat unbearable. He also doesn't know why his divine power is so strong. It far exceeds what his body can endure. He suspects that it is related to his 9th god Profound Tao Image. His 9th god Profound Tao Image is very mysterious. It does not have any form but it is very powerful. This is the power of the 9 Sun bloodline. Qin Yin's expression is cold. His calm voice spread in all directions. The spectators in the plaza fell into a period of silence. After hearing Qin Yin's voice, they suddenly burst into thunderous shouts and discussions. The 9 Sun bloodline has reappeared in the 9 Desolate. How shocking is this? Many of the powerful races in the Divine Desolate are now feeling fear. Especially the Primal Chaos Race. They are no longer the strongest race. The 9 Sun Royal race that once dominated the 3,000 heavenly domains, is it coming back? The Divine Desolate was formed by the merging of the 10,000 heavenly realms. Many of the previous heavenly domains know how terrifying the 9-sun royal race is. The ones who are the most excited are none other than the imperial race's families. They saw hope in Qin Yun. Previously, they thought that the Qin clan's emperor was tricking them, so they did not believe that the 9-sun royal race bloodline could reappear. But now, the Qin imperial clan really has a disciple of the Qin clan who has recovered his bloodline. The reason why I am where I am today is because of the Qin imperial clan's unity. They used all their strength to restore my bloodline through the myriad realms' divine sons. Qin Yun said with a clear voice, the 9 Suns royal clan will rise again. Even the Qin imperial clan's older generations were stupefied. They had never done such a thing before. Those imperial race elders are all extremely excited. They have already decided to ally with the Qin imperial clan and work together to restore the imperial race bloodline. Xianxia's face is twitching. His eyes exploded with sharp killing intent as he stared coldly at Qin Yun below. Xia Yang was his descendant, but he was killed by Qin Yun. Furthermore, he died at the hands of a 9-sun royal race. In this Medicine King assembly, the primal chaos race suffered the most casualties. The young people of the Qin imperial clan and the other imperial race clans are all cheering. Qin Huayu is very puzzled because she knows very well that Qin Yun came from the lower realms and has just joined the Qin clan. How can he have the royal race bloodline? Moreover, it was restored with the help of the Qin imperial clan's elders. Granny Xianxia is also secretly suspecting whether or not the Qin imperial clan's elders are hiding it from her and secretly helping Qin Yun recover his bloodline. Even Xian Rujing and the others believe that Qin Yun has truly recovered his 9-sun royal race bloodline. That is why he is so powerful. Xia Shenhua became silent for a while, then let out a furious roar and left. If he doesn't leave, what else can he do? Thunder God said coldly. Even if it is the 9-sun royal race, they must follow the rules of the myriad realms' divine court. Your Qin imperial clan shouldn't be arrogant. Don't rely on your powerful bloodline to run amok. This will only make you the public enemy. After Thunder God finished speaking, he was about to leave, but Qin Yun suddenly rushed up. Thunder God, don't be in such a rush to leave. I have a debt that I want to settle with you. Qin Yun said. What? You still want to challenge me? Thunder God looked at Qin Yun, his furious eyes flickered with lightning. The moment the chaos race left, Qin Yun flew out to attack Thunder God. Furthermore, he said such arrogant words, saying that he would take Thunder God's life, if not for the fact that they had seen how Qin Yun had killed the Chaos Royal grandson. Everyone would have been amused by his extremely arrogant words. At this moment, no one dared to laugh at him. When Qin Yun killed the Chaos Race's royal grandson, he had done it very easily and quickly. This meant that he was still hiding a very powerful strength. However, many people still felt that it was impossible for Qin Yun to defeat Thunder God. After all, Thunder God is a very powerful sacred god, one of the 4 guardian gods of the myriad realms' divine court. The Thunder God was not weak. He was an old god who had lived for many years. What did you say? The Thunder God said in a low voice. His voice contained killing intent. Even he was surprised that this Qin imperial clan's 9 sons bloodline would dare to provoke him. I said, I want to take your life. Are you going to deliver yourself to me, or do you want me to do it for you? Qin Yun was not afraid of Thunder God at all as he explained his actions once again. Granny Xianxia, Medicine King Qin, Fire King Qin, Alchemy King Qin and many of the Qin imperial clan's older generations immediately rushed over. At the same time, powerful auras started to pour in from outside the city. The Qin clan's emperor was a sacred god. Now that the chaotic race had left, they didn't have to wait outside for the battle to start. They naturally had to protect the disciples with the 9 sons bloodline. Qin Yun also used this reason to see if he could take down Thunder God this time. The divine chief was also incomparably surprised. He said, Little brother, if there's anything, we can properly discuss it. Your Qin imperial clan has just resolved a crisis. Could it be that you wish to involve yourself in another crisis? It's not that I want to get involved in the crisis, but Thor really deserves to die. Qin Yun said coldly, Thunder God has repeatedly used vicious means to control many deity positions. He even snatched the deity positions. Why aren't your myriad realms divine court cleaning up a fellow like him? Why are you protecting him? Hearing Qin Yun's words, everyone immediately distanced themselves from Qin Yun and the divine judges group because it is very likely that a fight is about to break out. Everyone had more or less heard of Thunder God's evil deeds, but no one had ever dared to expose them. Don't slander me. Thunder God coldly looked at Qin Yun. Poison God is your subordinate, he often poisons others and uses detoxification to threaten others. Qin Yun said with sneer. The god of poison is already dead. Even if such a thing really happened, it is the god of poison's own doing. I have never instructed him to do anything evil. Thunder God furiously said, you have no evidence yet you are slandering me. Don't think that just because you have the 9-son bloodline, I won't dare to make a move against you. The divine judge remained silent. Many powerful gods of the divine court of myriad realms were well aware of Thunder God's little tricks. However, they felt that it was just a small matter. Qin Yun saw that the divine preceptor didn't speak and said with sneer, you know the evil god, right? He was in charge of the heavenly evil district and established the heavenly evil sect there, helping the evil demons turn over a new leaf. The Thunder God stepped on his head and forced him to sign a soul contract to become the Thunder God's slave. Thunder God's eyebrows twitched. He thought of many things. The rain god and the serpent god had gone missing in the 8 Evil Ridge, and the evil god in charge of the heavenly evil district had also gone missing. He suddenly suspected that this matter might be related to the one-eyed dragon in front of him. This is all your side of the story. Thunder God said coldly, if you continue to slander me like this, don't blame me for being impolite. Medicine King Qin said, Thunder God, if you dare to make a move, try and see. Grandma Xianxia said with sneer, if you dare to make a move, don't even think of leaving Qin Medicine King City alive. Good, your Qin imperial clan has a young man who has recovered his 9-son bloodline and is already so arrogant. He doesn't even put the divine preceptor in his eyes. Your 9 sons royal family is truly a ferocious clan. No wonder your clan was exterminated. Thunder God laughed angrily. At this moment, the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Mother of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm also flew over. Furthermore, they brought a group of powerful heavenly beings with them. With a glance, it is clear that they want to stand on the Thunder God's side. The 9 sun sects are the same. They are all on the same side as the Thunder God. Xiao Yuan also arrived behind Qin Yun. She was previously besieged by the poison god sent by the Thunder God, as well as the Heavenly Law Divine Realm and the Primal Chaos race. If not for the protection of the Divine Moon, she would have died a long time ago. Thunder God, you even joined hands with the Primal Chaos race of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm to capture my wife. The Poison God had a hand in this, causing her to be poisoned. Qin Yan's voice became colder and colder. Grandma Xianxia and Medicine King Qin originally thought that Qin Yun was just unhappy with the Thunder God. They never expected that there would be such a thing in the dark. Liu Shuyan is also brimming with killing intent. She is naturally aware of the matter of Xiao Yuan being besieged. You are slandering us. One of the Heavenly Mother from the Heavenly Law Divine Realm said angrily to Qin Yun, you don't have any evidence, what nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Yuan suddenly pointed to the few heavenly beings behind the old Heavenly Mother and said, those guys have a share in besieging me. Capture them and sign a soul contract. We'll know once we ask. We heavenly beings never sign a soul contract. The old Heavenly Mother said angrily. That old Heavenly Mother was a heavenly god and the young man behind her was also a heavenly god. He was dressed in battle armor and his entire body was filled with killing intent. It was obvious that he was a very strong assassin. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Everyone knew that the relationship between the Heavenly Law Divine Realm and the Thunder God was very good. Qin Yun looked at the few young men and said coldly, you surrounded and attacked my wife, right? Who ordered you to do so? Who do you think you are? Do you think that just because you defeated a few great God Realm cultivators, you can be arrogant towards us? We are all Heavenly God Realm Celestials, you should show us some respect. A young Celestial shouted at Qin Yun coldly. Qin Yun suddenly used the light transformation sacred pupil, his body transformed into a ray of light and shot out, piercing through the young man's body in an instant. Boom! Boom! Qin Yun suddenly rushed over. It was very sudden and very fast. Furthermore, he continuously used the Heaven Extermination 9 style and killed those few heavenly god realm heavenly beings in the blink of an eye. Profound God instantly killed a heavenly god. Courting death. That old heavenly mother shouted in alarm and anger. She raised her hand and shot out a large amount of berserk lightning. The entire heaven and earth is immediately filled with angry heavenly might. Humph. Xianxia is holding a small pistol in his hand. He suddenly shot a very strong bullet into that old heavenly mother's hand. Boom, that old heavenly mother was only condensing thunder and lightning power. She did not even have time to attack Xianxia and her body exploded. This scene caused the people in the distance to be dumbstruck. In the Qin Medicine King city, he said he would fight, moreover he killed a few heavenly gods, even heavenly mother was killed in an instant. This is in front of the divine judge. The 9-son royal family's bloodline actually possesses such formidable power. This caused many people to be secretly afraid. Liu Shuyan, Xian Rujing, and Star God have already taken out their weapons. The women from the Flower Moon Pavilion are all very aggressive, they are ready to fight. Thunder God tightly clenched his fists, thunder and lightning burst out, his face is also filled with killing intent. Qin Imperial clan's older generation are all ready to jump at each other's throats. The divine judge's expression is very cold. A large golden flag suddenly appeared in his hand and he yelled, "I hope everyone can give me face. If anyone dares to attack here, no matter who it is, I will use all my strength to perish together with them." The large golden flag in his hand suddenly waved, the light released by the myriad realms' divine sun also became very intense. Xianxia is startled in his heart. The large flag in the divine judge's hand can actually sense the myriad realms' divine Sunday. I will have the Heaven Creation Divine Palace investigate this matter. The divine judge's expression is filled with dignity, his eyes are flickering with divine light, he swept his gaze over everyone. I am the divine judge after all, none of you actually put me in your eyes. Many experts present are scared by the large flag in the divine judge's hand, their aura has also been suppressed. Even Thunder God's eyes flashed with fear. You're not doing your job as a divine judge. Xianxia's face is expressionless, he looked at the divine judge with disdain and said with sneer, "You are in the myriad realms' divine palace, it is impossible for you not to know about Thunder God's actions. Why didn't you deal with it earlier?" Granny Qianghua walked over and pulled Xianxia's arm, indicating that it is enough. The divine judge's brows creased, he thought that his large flag would be able to intimidate everyone present. He did not expect that this young man from Qin Imperial clan is not afraid at all and is still insulting him. I said that I will investigate this matter thoroughly and have the Heaven Creation Divine Palace send people to intervene. If I don't investigate this matter seriously, I will take my own life, the divine judge said. Everyone is very shocked hearing the divine judge's words. The divine judge is using his own life as a guarantee. What if Thunder God ran away? If you want to settle this matter, you must give me a satisfactory explanation. Xianxia said with calm expression. A heavenly mother shouted, "Who do you think you are? You want the divine judge to give you an explanation? Do you know what kind of flag he is holding? That is the myriad heaven's divine punishment flag. It is given to the divine judge by the myriad realm's divine sun. It is used to maintain order in the divine desolate." Xianxia thought that the divine judge is just a decoration, he did not expect that he would have some use. Thunder God wanted to kill my wife, the divine judge did not give me an explanation, I will give him an explanation. Xianxia's eyes are filled with killing intent, he looked at the heavenly mother and said in cold voice, "If you are truly tired of living, then say a few more words, I will immediately send you back to the heavens." Although the heavenly mother is very angry, she obediently shut her mouth. Even those formidable older generations secretly admire Xianxia's courage. Facing the divine judge's dreadful pressure, he is completely fine, it seems like his aura is even more powerful than the divine judge's. Is this the power of 9-son bloodline? Many people are thinking so in their hearts. I will temporarily put Thunder God under house arrest. After this matter is thoroughly investigated, I will announce the result to the public. If Thunder God truly made a mistake, I will punish him severely and deprive him of his god position. The divine judge looked at Xianxia and said, "Are you satisfied now? Then keep an eye on Thunder God. If Thunder God runs away, I will treat you as Thunder God's accomplice, I will destroy the entire myriad world's divine court." Xianxia groaned. The divine judge frowned. Everyone also feels that Qin Yan is too arrogant. He actually dared to say such words. Thunder God's face was very unsightly because he was going to be detained. He knew that the Chief Divine Judge was serious now, and it was impossible for the Chief Divine Judge not to know about the evil things he had done. Don't be too cocky. There is always someone better than you. Don't think that the Nine Sons royal family is the strongest. The Thunder God said coldly. Thunder God, I will personally take your life. Qin Yan stared at Thunder God. What surprised him was that Thunder God was still unable to recognize him even after conversing with him at such a close distance. Grand Inquisitor, I hope you won't be deceived by these villains. Whatever you do in the Myriad Realms Divine Court must be done under the supervision of the Elder Pavilion. Don't be willful. Thunder God said. The Divine Judge took out a pagoda and said, Thunder God, a straight body is not afraid of a crooked shadow. If you didn't do anything, then nothing will happen to you. The God of Thunder snorted and was sucked into the tower. Under the Grand Inquisitor's might, Thor had no choice. He could not escape, or he would be killed on the spot. The Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Mother of the Natural Law Divine Realm were all filled with rage. Divine Judge, that guy killed so many of our people just now. Are we just going to let it go? A Heavenly Mother said angrily. You can settle this matter privately. After I leave, you can fight however you want. The Divine Chief's stern old eyes coldly swept across the group of Heavenly Emperors and Heavenly Mothers from the Natural Law Divine Realm. The Heavenly Tao was no longer here. Although the Natural Law Divine Realm was strong, it did not dare to go against the Divine Judge who had raised the Heavenly Punishment flag. Settling it privately was a battle. If the Natural Law Divine Realm and the Qin Imperial clan were to fight, both sides would definitely suffer. Maybe at that time, the entire Imperial clan and the Flower Moon Pavilion would join in, and the Natural Law Divine Realm would definitely suffer even greater losses. Under such circumstances, the Primal Chaos race wouldn't intervene to help, and it was hard to say if the Nine Sons sects and other Outer Heavens forces would help. At the beginning of the Divine Wilderness Great Era, no faction wanted to suffer heavy losses. Even more so, they did not want to suffer heavy losses. Otherwise, they would miss out on this golden era. Just you wait. The Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Mother of the Natural Law Divine Realm left behind some harsh words and brought their people away, causing a huge commotion. The people from the Nine Sons sect had long fled, and the others from the Thunder God Hall could only leave with their tails between their legs. The people from the other clans of the Emperor clan remained outside the city. Especially those big shots of the various clans, they all want to figure out Qin Yan's situation. They want to confirm whether or not he truly possesses the bloodline of the Nine Sun royal family. The power that Qin Yan had displayed was indeed incomparably terrifying. The profound god was able to instantly kill the powerful gods of the Natural Law Divine Realm. Even the Primal Chaos race of the Divine Wilderness couldn't do this. However, even though he had displayed such terrifying power, the elders of the other clans had to verify it before they could discuss how to form an alliance. I am tired, I want to rest. Qin Yan looked at Granny Xianxia and said. Go ahead and have a good rest. Once you are well rested, the city will be much quieter. Grandma Xianxia smiled and said. The Divine Judge said, Little brother, let me remind you that the Chaos race is not to be trifled with. They've only said that they will not attack your Qin Imperial clan for the next 3 years. However, after 3 years, I can't be certain. Even your Myriad Heavens Divine Punishment flags can't stop them? Qin Yan said. I don't know. I hope that after 3 years, you will be able to stop the Primal Chaos race. In short, the Myriad Realms Divine Court won't be able to suppress them. The Divine Judge finished speaking and left. Qin Yan and Xiao Yuan returned to Jasper Flower Valley together. Granny Xianxia and Medicine King Qin now have to meet the elders of the other clans. The other clan kings of the Qin Imperial clan, as well as the clan emperor, are very impatient to understand the situation. When Qin Yan left, he sent sound transmission to Granny Xianxia, telling her to cooperate with the emperor clan kings of the Qin Imperial clan to deceive the elders of the other clans first. Granny Xianxia now knows that Qin Yan might not have the true Nine Sun bloodline. However, this is indeed a rare opportunity to unite. She more or less understands Qin Yan's way of doing things. He has displayed formidable strength and pretended that he has recovered his 9-son bloodline to deceive the other clans. Granny Xianxia now suspects that Qin Yun might be the bearded man who killed that royal grandson. Jasper Flower Valley, inside the floating cloud pagoda, Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan are soaking in the myriad heaven divine moon spring. After surviving a crisis, the young husband and wife have become very relaxed and are enjoying this rare joy. Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan are enjoying this sweet happiness. They entered a resting state together. Within a pavilion in Jasper Flower Valley, Qin Huayu is somewhat nervous. Because Star God, Lu Yu, Xu Yan, Xian Rujing, Xiang Yalan and Namgong Shuiru are all here. They were brought here by Qin Huayu. These women all have different charm, they are undying fragrance and charm, they are as gentle as water, each and every one of them is beautiful, fragrant and dazzling. Qin Huayu is very confident in her appearance, but facing these peerless beauties from the Guanhan Palace, she feels a great pressure. When will they come out? The charming and bewitching Star God propped up her cheek with her lily-white hands. Her expression is filled with hidden bitterness. We are very worried about them, but why don't you go in and take a look? Xian Rujing coldly groaned. Why don't you go in and let me in? Star God mumbled, clearly you and him have such a good relationship. Qin Huayu suddenly blushed and her heart is beating faster. She is also very startled in her heart. She knew that Qin Yun is very outstanding, but she did not expect that Qin Yun and Snow Goddess have another kind of relationship. Xian Rujing rolled her eyes at him and said, he is resting inside. He must have consumed a lot of energy in that kind of great battle, we shouldn't go in and disturb him. I am also worried that something might happen to him. He is a profound god, yet he burst out with such formidable power, I am worried that he will have to pay a great price. Star God said in slight displeasure, I still don't have that kind of relationship with him, I am shy. Qin Huayu is startled again, she can see that this delicate and charming Star God also has a kind of special relationship with Qin Yun. I will go in and take a look. Lu Yu Shuyan lazily smiled. Lu Yu Shuyan entered the floating cloud pagoda and directly arrived at the top floor. She saw Qin Yun and Xiao Yuelan sleeping very soundly. She lightly smiled and was about to leave when Xiao Yuelan suddenly jumped up and pounced towards her. Grab Master Sister. Don't go. Xiao Yuelan said with light smile. Yuelan, Xiao Yun is sleeping. Lu Yu Xian's dreamy and beautiful face has a trace of alarm and worry, she angrily said in low voice, don't mess around. Xiao Yuelan tightly hugged Lu Yu Xian and said with giggle, he is sleeping very soundly, he won't wake up, do you want to go and tease him? Tease your head. Lu Yu Xian's beautiful eyes rolled at her. She knew that coming in would not be a good thing, no wonder Xian Rujing and Star God didn't dare to come in. Xiao Yuelan put on her clothes and said with grave expression, Master Sister, Xiao Yun's injuries are very serious. Before he fell asleep, he told me to find Dog God. Ah? How can he be so seriously injured? Lu Yu Xian's expression changed, she immediately became incomparably worried and promptly walked to the bedside. Master Sister, you should stay and help him heal. His injuries are mainly caused by forcefully using 9-Sun World Extermination Scripture's power, you understand this the most. Xiao Yuelan said with cold expression, it's all because of those guys, otherwise Xiao Yun would not have taken such a big risk. Lu Yu Xian is very worried and said, how can this be? I told him not to use 9-Sun World Extermination Scripture's power unless absolutely necessary, he doesn't have World Extermination spirit. Master Sister, you take care of him, I will go out to handle some matters. Xiao Yuelan said. All right. Lu Yu Shuyan grabbed Qin Yun's wrist, placed her lily-white hand on his chest and poured in her power to probe his body. Xiao Yuelan left this floor, leaving Lu Yu Shuyan alone. She anxiously helped Qin Yun heal his injuries. After probing Qin Yun's body, Lu Yu Shuyan became even more worried. Because Qin Yun's body indeed has signs of injury. Qin Yun sensed someone probing his body, at the same time he smelled a very familiar fragrance. He promptly opened his eyes and saw an indescribably beautiful face filled with worry. That peerless appearance is dreamy and charming, seemingly ice-cold but also filled with boundless gentleness, as if it has boundless magic power. Sister Shuyan. Qin Yun very happily shouted, why are you here? Where's Yuelan? Yuelan said that you told her to find Dog God and let me take care of you. Liu Shuyan said with a worried expression, "Don't get up, I am checking your injuries." "I didn't tell her to find dog god." Qin Yan said with frown. "What? This damned girl, she actually..." Liu Shuyan carefully thought about it and said coquettishly, "Truly a sly girl." Xiao Yuan deliberately lied to her. "Are you seriously injured?" Liu Shuyan's beautiful dreamy face is still filled with worry. Qin Yan hugged her and caressed her face. He said with smile, "It's not too serious, I'm fine." "Humph. Yuan is influenced by the company she keeps. After staying with you for so long, she learned how to deceive people." Liu Shuyan lightly groaned and then said with angry smile. Qin Yan suddenly kissed her vermilion lips. Liu Shuyan also tightly hugged Qin Yan. The two of them have not seen each other for many years and have missed each other for many years. Now that they have met, their feelings have finally been watered, sweetness moistened each other's hearts. "Are you really completely fine?" Liu Shuyan is still somewhat worried. She tightly hugged Qin Yan and said softly, "I'm really fine." Qin Yan tightly hugged this dreamy and beautiful gentle beauty. Although she is a killing god, her entire body is filled with gentleness and charm. It can make people go crazy. Qin Yan and Liu Shuyan, this killing god, can be said to have known each other for many years. Liu Shuyan is 9-sun divine maiden. She met Qin Yan many years ago. But at that time, their feelings were still very vague. Later on, when he became the king of gods, their feelings developed a step further. A day passed and Qin Yan woke up. He shivered violently. He was awakened by an incomparable fear. Being together with Liu Shuyan and enjoying the deep affection and sweetness filled him with endless happiness. But it was also because of this that he was afraid of losing everything. This aroused the fear hidden in the depths of his heart. Therefore, when he woke up, he subconsciously thought that everything he had just experienced was wonderful, as if it was a dream. He looked at the dreamy and gorgeous beauty nestled beside him and felt the gentle touch of her skin. Only then did he know that this was not a dream. Liu Shuyan gently rubbed his heart and said gently, "Don't be afraid, I am here." "Did you have a nightmare?" Qin Yan did not say a word. That fear was his fear of the chaos race. Although he had almost forgotten about this experience several times, it still flashed through his mind from time to time. Back when he was the king of the Nine-Yang Palace, he had been beaten up by a child from the Chaos clan. Qin Yan gently held the delicate lily-white hand that was rubbing his heart and said with a smile, "Did you have a nightmare?" "Why would I have nightmares when I'm with big sister Shuyan?" "I knew it. How could you have nightmares when you're with me? Although I'm the god of slaughter, I'm only a nightmare for others." Liu Shuyan's dreamy and beautiful face is filled with blurred charm, causing Qin Yan to be somewhat absent-minded. Qin Yan had nearly forgotten that this charming and gentle gorgeous beauty was a god of death. "Sister Shuyan, I'm fine now." Qin Yan said with a smile, "By the way, you previously had an avatar that came to the Divine Desolate. How is it now?" "Of course it's good, it's in the Guanghan Palace." Liu Shuyan chuckled and said, "What, do you like my clone more? In the future, I'll let my clone come as well." Qin Yan said with smile, "Sister Shuyan, I really couldn't tell that you are as bad as Yuan." Liu Shuyan charmingly smiled and said, "Don't you know whose disciple Yuan is? This naughty girl once had my soul and soul." Her face suddenly became serious, and she said in a low voice, "Xiao Yun, why were you scared awake? How could you be scared awake when you are with a beauty like me? What are you afraid of? Are you afraid of me? Do I really scare you that much?" Because she once had all sorts of entanglements with Qin Yun, but in the end, they were still together. After all, what happened before was all a misunderstanding. "I'm afraid of losing you." Qin Yun hugged her tightly and said with a sigh, "I am not invincible. In this world, there are many powerful people. I am not their match." Liu Shuyan's jade face rested on Qin Yun's chest and said softly, "What kind of opponent is it? Even you are afraid? Let's not talk about this. There must be many things waiting for me outside." Qin Yun smiled and said, "Sister Shuyan, you and I have already cultivated the Sun Moon Heart Sutra to the 3rd level. Do you feel any changes in your divine veins?" "Yes, I have 9 sun divine veins." Liu Shuyan said with smile, "Xiao Rou said it before, there is nothing strange about it." Qin Yin nodded. He is still somewhat doubtful and said, how can Sister Rujing have 9 yin divine veins? You and Yuelan both have 9 yang divine veins. I don't know, but it doesn't matter. Liu Shuyan charmingly smiled and said, Xiao Yun, have you truly recovered 9 Sun royal family's bloodline? Of course not. Qin Yin shook his head and said with smile, I am having a headache because of this matter. I told a gargantuan lie. Liu Shuyan said with smile, it seems like the swindling memory of immortal King Fu Yun has a great influence on you. However, your swindling was very beautiful, I almost believed it. Not only her, apart from Xiao Yuelan, almost everyone believed it. Even Qin Long thought that Qin Yun has truly recovered 9 Sun royal family's bloodline. But I still underestimated those big shots. They will surely verify my 9 Sun royal family's bloodline. Qin Yun said with frown, I have a headache, how can I fool them? If they know that I am swindling them, they won't cooperate with me to recover royal family's bloodline. This is simple. Liu Shuyan proudly smiled and said. Simple? Sister Shuyan, do you have a good idea? Qin Yin promptly asked. Don't forget, back when I was Yao Feng, I cooperated with you to deal with Devil Immortal Great Emperor. Liu Shuyan mischievously laughed, then took out a small bottle and asked, do you know what's inside? What is it? Could it be that after eating it, one can recover 9 Sun royal family's bloodline? Qin Yin guessed. Even though I am 9 Sun divine maiden, I don't have that kind of thing. If I truly had it, I would have already helped Yuelan, Yuemei, and little Malian recover their bloodline. After Liu Shuyan opened the bottle, a very strong blood energy floated out. Qin Yin smelled the blood energy and said in shock, this is 9 Sun royal family's pure blood. Liu Shuyan mischievously laughed and said, little Yueshi gave it to me. She said that her blood can scare off some rather formidable beasts, I have never tried it. Princess Yushi is the Moon Clan's empress, the only 9 Sun royal family member in Divine Desolate. With her blood, it was indeed proof. Very good, this way I can deceive them. Qin Yin said, I really need to recover 9 Sun royal family's bloodline. Xiao Yun, what exactly did you experience? Why are you so awesome? Liu Shuyan doubtfully asked, did you really use 9 Sun world extermination scripture? Qin Yin shook his head and said, no, I only cultivated 9 divine profound Dao images. After Liu Shuyan heard this, she said in shock, really? Qin Yin nodded and said, really? Very good. Liu Shuyan is very happy, she immediately hugged Qin Yin and smiled tenderly. What 9 divine profound Dao images means, Liu Shuyan is very clear. Don't be silly, Granny Qianghua has been waiting for a long time. Suddenly Xiao Yuelan's laughter arrived. Xiao Yuelan suddenly appeared beside her, this caused Liu Shuyan to shout in shock. Yuelan, when did you come? Liu Shuyan said in panic. I've always been here, I've never left. Xiao Yuelan laughed loudly and walked over to pinch Liu Shuyan's beautiful face. You little girl, you're really messing around, I'll beat you to death. Liu Shuyan is somewhat angry, she immediately vigorously pinched Xiao Yuelan's face. Xiao Yuelan giggled and said, beat me to death so that you can take Xiao Yun for yourself, right? Liu Shuyan and Xiao Yuelan are already in a mess. Qin Yin has already put on his clothes and walked out of the floating cloud pagoda. Looking at his refreshed and radiant face, the star god and Xianxia secretly spat. Because Liu Shuyan had gone in for an entire night and did not come out, the star god somewhat regretted not going in. Qin Huayu really wants to know what kind of divine being this Xiao Qin who calls her big sister Qin is to be able to capture the hearts of so many powerful goddesses. Xiao Qin, the big shots of the other clans are waiting for you. Granny Qianghua said, what should we do now? If you don't have a true bloodline, they won't believe you. Qin Yin took out a small bottle and said, this is a bottle of blood, I'll give you a few drops. Take it out and show it to them. This. Will it work? Granny Qianghua's face is filled with doubt and asked, Xiao Qin, have you recovered your bloodline? Qin Yin said with smile, Granny, let's collect the blood. Granny Qianghua can only take out a jade box. Qin Yin dripped a few drops of blood on the jade box. Those few drops of blood flickered with 9-colored light and emitted a very formidable aura. This, although Granny Qianghua has never seen true 9 Sun royal family blood, it looks exactly the same as the legends. Just give it to them. Qin said with smile, tell them that because I ate a forbidden divine pill, I forcefully erupted with formidable power and injured my body and soul. I need to recuperate for many days, so I can't meet them for the time being. It is best not to meet those old fellows for the time being, so that they won't be able to see through him. All right. These few drops of blood are enough. Granny Xianxia is very happy and said with smile, then you stay in Jasper Flower Valley for a while, I will go deal with those guys first. Granny Xianxia is very excited and promptly left Jasper Flower Valley. Xiao Qin, are you really seriously injured? Qin Huayu anxiously asked. If he is seriously injured, it is because he was tormented by Sister Shuyan and Yuelan. Star God said with giggle. This caused Qin Huayu's face to immediately turn red. Qin Yan pinched Star God's charming face, then sat down and said, will Myriad Realm's divine court make any big move? This time I got the Thunder God locked up. You need to worry about Primal Chaos Race. They will surely make a move in 3 years. Xian Rujing said. Qin Yan's expression gradually became grave when he mentioned Primal Chaos Race. Because the Primal Chaos Race here is different from the ones he met in Ancient Desolate. He also doesn't know if there is a powerful Primal Chaos Race like Ancient Desolate in Myriad Heaven's Divine Desolate. If there is, then it will be very troublesome. I am fine, I want to go back to Flower Moon Pavilion to find Dog God. Are you coming with me? Qin Yan asked. No need to go back to Flower Moon Pavilion, he is at Qin Manor. He has been waiting for you for a long time. Xiang Yalan said with smile. Qin Huayu said, I will let Dog God come. Qin Yan nodded, then entered a secret room and waited for Qin Huayu to bring Dog God over. Dog God came by himself, moreover it is an avatar. Boss Divine King, you are truly awesome. You actually dared to offend Thunder God and even caused him to be imprisoned by Divine Judge. Dog God saw Qin Yan and waited for Qin Huayu to come over, then promptly exclaimed in admiration and said with smile. Dog God, I asked you to investigate the whereabouts of Heavenly Mother in Qinyao King City, have you found anything? Qin Yan asked. I have, she has not left Qinyao King City, she is still in the city. Moreover, she is very low-key, she doesn't look like a Heavenly Mother at all. Dog God said in low voice, Boss Divine King, don't tell me you want to kill her? Or should I arrest her? Why do you ask? Qin Yan asked. The reason why Qin Yan sought out the Heavenly Mother was because he wanted to understand the situation of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. The internal situation of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm was rather complicated. There were some very secret matters that the outside world did not know about. Because of the birth of the Divine Desolate Land, the matters of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm were known by more and more people. However, what most people knew was that it had been whitewashed by the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. There were many shady dealings in the Heavenly Law Divine Realm that were extremely dark. The Dog God said, there is a rumor that the Heavenly Mother's heavenly embryo was taken away and all of her subordinates were killed. She doesn't have any subordinates at all. Furthermore, she comes from the sacred realm. Logically speaking, it would be very difficult for the Heavenly Mother in the sacred realm to come to the God realm. Qin Yan understood all of this better than the Dog God. The Heavenly Mother's heavenly embryo was taken away by the Goddess of Love, the Heavenly Mother Moai. And the reason why the Heavenly Mother was able to come to the God realm was also because of Qin Yan's help. And? Qin Yan asked. In these aspects, she is different from other Heavenly Mothers. The reason why she is special is because she came to the God realm from the sacred realm and obtained a very powerful power, allowing her to obtain a new heavenly embryo. The Dog God said. Then she is still alone and has no other subordinates. Could it be that her heavenly embryo can't give birth to a heavenly man? Qin Yan said. That's the special part. Her heavenly embryo can't produce a heavenly man, it can produce 2 other kinds of creatures. Of course, this is all gossip, I can't verify it. The Dog God said. What 2 kinds of creatures? Qin Yan felt that this was most likely true. Because the Heavenly Mother was able to come to the Divine Desolate Land, she was indeed a rather special existence. Furthermore, she had once received the help of the young seed. Fairies and beasts. The dog god said, her heavenly embryo is not in the heavenly law divine realm but in her own hands. The heavenly mother could give birth to fairies and beasts through the heavenly embryo. This was indeed very special. Dog god, take me to her. Xianxia said. Boss god king, you want to capture her? Dog deity said, I heard that the imperial sound heavenly mother is also a rare and beautiful heavenly mother. Many heavenly mothers are old and faded but she is very young and beautiful. What are you thinking? I just want to see her. Xianxia said with smile. Boss god king, is it convenient for you to leave the Qin manor now? Dog deity asked. They should be watching you very closely, right? The dog deity believes that Xianxia has the 9-son bloodline in his body and the big shots of the various imperial clans are still in the Qin mansion. No problem, bring me to the imperial sound heavenly mother. We will secretly leave. Xianxia said. All right. The dog deity nodded. After Xianxia and dog deity left the secret room, he told Xiao Yuan and others that he will be going out to find Qin Zhangquang and won't leave the city. As for Lu Yu, Shu Yan and the others, they were also returning to the Flower Moon Pavilion. Qin Huayu was also dragged by Xiao Yuan to the Flower Moon Pavilion to play. With that, Xianxia and dog deity followed them out of Jasper Flower Valley and Qin Manor. Xianxia and dog god did not go to Qin Zhangquang's place. They sat in a large carriage and headed towards a residential area in the western part of the city. There are many old houses in the west of the city. Xianxia said, she's staying here? According to my investigation, after she entered the city, she didn't leave the old house in the western part of the city. Even when there was a huge commotion earlier, she didn't go out. The dog deity said. Strange, I feel that the imperial sound heavenly mother is here to investigate the matter of the heavenly Dao Pagoda. The matter of the heavenly Dao Pagoda was done by me. Xianxia said with frown. The dog deity also knows the reason why the imperial sound heavenly mother was sent here. Therefore, he feels that the reason Xianxia is looking for the imperial sound heavenly mother is to kill her or capture her. Dog deity, have you seen her with your own eyes? Xianxia asked again. He feels that the imperial sound heavenly mother is acting so mysterious, she must be up to something. I've never seen her, but I'm sure that she was the only one in the old house. She opened the door but didn't come out. She was wearing a mask, so I couldn't see her face, but I'm sure it was her, the dog deity said. Less than half an hour later, Xianxia and dog deity finally arrived at the old house in the western part of the city. There are many old houses here, on the contrary, there are very few tall buildings here. The main reason is that this place is very quiet, moreover it is not at the center of the treasure land. Although there are medicinal plants growing here, very few people come here. After arriving here, Xianxia learned that the old residences here are all relatively expensive. Some low-key bigwigs live in these old residences. The dog deity's large carriage is parked outside an old house. The old house looks very old but there is a very strong barrier separating the courtyard. Xianxia went over and knocked on the door. Dog deity is very nervous, he is worried that Xianxia will kill the imperial sound heavenly mother and cause a huge commotion. After waiting for a while, no one came to open the door. Is there no one inside? Xianxia looked at the dog deity. Just now he used his mental power to probe but it was blocked by the barrier. There is. Boss Divine King, I knocked on the door a few times but no one came out to open the door. Dog deity said in low voice. Then let's return to the carriage and see if we can wait for her to come out or not. Xianxia also doesn't know what the imperial sound heavenly mother is doing, it seems like she is in seclusion. At night, dog deity's expression suddenly changed, he said in low voice, Boss Divine King, two very strong auras are approaching. A heavenly emperor and a heavenly mother. Xianxia nodded his head and said. Imperial sound heavenly mother has been staying here for many days, she has not gone out to do anything. It is very normal for people to come and ask her questions. Dog deity said. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Mother arrived at the courtyard's entrance and vigorously kicked the door. Imperial sound, quickly come out. We know you are inside. If you don't come out, we will fight our way in, the Heavenly Emperor said in deep voice. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Mother is a heavenly god, it is not difficult for Xianxia to kill them. He is currently holding a small pistol in his hand. They kicked the door for a while but no one came out. Boom, Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Mother used a very strong power and forcibly broke the door. Xianxia and Dog God are inside the carriage, they are looking through the window and seeing something very strange. After Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Mother opened the door, it seems like she saw something that caused them to be very scared and then they were sucked inside. Dog Deity's heart trembled, he said in low voice, Boss Divine King, that imperial sound Heavenly Mother is truly evil. That courtyard's barrier is very strong, when we were floating in the air, we could only see the flowers and grass inside the courtyard, it must be an illusion. Xianxia said in deep voice. He used Heavenly Eye to look but he could not see through the illusion formation. The courtyard's gate closed and everything became calm again. Xianxia said, Dog Deity, wait for me here, I will go take a look. Although Dog Deity is very scared, he is still determined to go with Xianxia. Even though this is his puppet avatar, his perception is very strong. After arriving outside the gate, Dog Deity's expression changed, that Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Mother's aura is gone. Xianxia slightly inhaled a mouthful of air and then sent a palm attack towards the gate. After the courtyard's gate opened, Xianxia and Dog Deity's expression abruptly changed. When they looked at the courtyard from the sky, it was indeed an illusion. After they opened the gate, they saw a very shocking scene. There are many tortured and bloody corpses, their stomachs have been cut open, there are all kinds of mutilated body parts that are leaking poison. Also at this time, a very strong suction force sucked Xianxia and Dog Deity inside. After being sucked in, Xianxia and Dog Deity found themselves in a disgusting and bloody place. Luckily they are very experienced, they are only startled at first but they quickly adapted. They passed through the bloody courtyard, walked towards a door, and entered a large hall. Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Mother is sitting inside the large hall. Now Xianxia and Dog Deity realized that there are many people inside this old residence, there are even people from Primal Chaos race. Dog Deity is very nervous in his heart, but because he is following Xianxia, he feels a lot more at ease. Xianxia has changed his appearance a bit, he has disguised himself as a refined scholar. Who are your sire? Old Heavenly Mother asked. No comment. Xianxia indifferently replied. Who are you to Imperial Sound? When did that wretched slut start colluding with humans? Heavenly Emperor coldly groaned and said. That fat old Heavenly Mother laughed sinisterly and said, Youngster, if you are Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother's friend, then you came at a bad time. She has already been captured and we want to take away her heavenly embryo. Now the expert who seized her heavenly embryo is sealing her. So long as the seal is complete, we will go in and help. Xianxia faintly smiled and said, Sorry, I was invited here to help transfer the heavenly embryo. He is extremely shocked in his heart, Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother has actually been plotted against, no wonder she has not shown herself in public these past few days. So it is one of our own. That expert came from Primal Chaos World, those heavenly men outside are all his research subjects. Heavenly Emperor said. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother is not easy to seal, this woman's heavenly embryo is too strange, it can allow her to erupt with very strong power. Luckily there are experts from Primal Chaos race here, they can barely suppress her, moreover they did not cause any commotion. That fat old Heavenly Mother said. Xianxia said, Then let's go in and take a look. When my friend informed me to come here, he said that the situation here is very urgent. This place can be casually entered and it was created by the people of Primal Chaos race. It can be seen that they are too confident, allowing people to enter and exit as they please. After saying that, Xianxia walked towards a door. After he opened the door, he saw 5 old men surrounding a transparent crystal coffin. Inside the crystal coffin lies the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother. She is wearing a set of purple gold heavenly armor and is currently struggling. Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Mother, who are outside, did not follow them in. They truly felt that Xianxia came to help. You are a heavenly man sent by the heavenly law divine realm? Is it for us to study? An old man said. Xianxia laughed and said, No, I am here to kill you. Just as he finished speaking, a powerful primal chaos cold power surged out, accompanied by a strong supergravity, pressing down on the 5 elders. After killing those primal chaos race elders, Xianxia went to destroy their souls to prevent them from floating away and being reborn. Are these guys really from Primal Chaos race? Why do they look so weak? Dog deity said in low voice. Xianxia arrived beside the crystal coffin and looked at the struggling Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother's eyes are blindfolded, she can't see what is happening outside. They are from Primal Chaos race but they don't seem to be good at fighting. It seems like they are inscription masters and pill masters. Xianxia carefully inspected the crystal coffin to prevent it from exploding. Dog deity is standing at the door to prevent people from coming in. Xianxia's attack caused quite a commotion but those two Heavenly Emperors and Heavenly Mothers did not come in. Clearly they felt that this kind of commotion is very normal, so they were not alarmed. After careful inspection, Xianxia confirmed that the crystal coffin did not have any exploding formation. He also roughly understood how to break the seal. He took out the floating cloud divine needle and opened his heavenly eye to look at the crystal coffin. He grabbed those fine runes and destroyed the key runes. This way, the crystal coffin can be opened. Boss, be careful, the woman inside is very violent. Dog deity said in low voice. Relax, I know her. Xianxia laughed and opened the crystal coffin's lid. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother's voice came out and furiously cursed, I will tear you to pieces. She was sealed inside so her voice couldn't come out. Her hands and feet are tied up but her body can still move. She frantically struggled and jumped, almost jumping out of the crystal coffin. Xianxia promptly took off her blindfold. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother's hair is in a mess, her beautiful face is filled with anger. But after seeing Xianxia, the anger on her face disappeared and she let out a long sigh of relief. Palace King, you finally came. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother also calmly laid down. Xianxia very quickly removed the chains on her hands and feet, she also came out of the crystal coffin. Imperial Sound, how could you be so careless? Xianxia said with smile. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother quickly tidied up her messy hair. Her flirtatious appearance has quite a different kind of charm. If you look carefully, you can see that she is a very good and charming woman. It's a long story. I really didn't expect that the chaotic clan would spend so much to capture me. The Heavenly Mother was very angry when she talked about this. Dog God is very astonished, he did not expect Xianxia to have such a good relationship with the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother. Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Mother are outside, they are here to help Primal Chaos race transfer your heavenly embryo. Xianxia said. I know who those two fellows are. I'll go out and kill them. The Heavenly Mother quickly took out a purple gold Divine Universe sword. Can you do it? Xianxia could not figure out the Heavenly Mother's cultivation level. Although the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother had very strong divine power, it was impossible to determine her cultivation from the divine power aura. Of course. Palace King, you just wait here. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said and rushed out. After she rushed out, screams came from outside. After Xianxia and Dog God went out, they saw that Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Mother has been chopped into pieces. The hall outside is drenched in blood. Their souls have also been destroyed by me. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said, this kind of trash is not my match. Xianxia said to Dog God, you go back first. Yes sir. Dog God nodded and quickly left the old residence. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound said, I came here to investigate the matter of the Heavenly Dao Tower. Since you are here, then the matter of the Heavenly Dao Tower must have been done by you. How long have you been captured? Xianxia walked down and said with a smile. Although this place was drenched in blood, it did not affect the conversation between Xianxia and Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound. It's been quite a long time. Those guys sealed me in that crystal coffin and always wanted to force me to release the heavenly embryo. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound sneered. She did not know what had happened in the past few days, nor did she know that the Primal Chaos royal grandson had been killed outside the city. Xianxia did not tell her much about these matters, he only asked about the situation of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. How did the Heavenly Law Divine Realm get together with the Primal Chaos race? Xianxia asked, it seems like their cooperation is very deep. Let's put it this way, the Heavenly Mother and Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm are very eager to obtain the power that the Primal Chaos race controls. Therefore, the current Heavenly Law Divine Realm can be said to be the subordinates of the Primal Chaos race. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound sighed, the powerful and prosperous Heavenly Law Divine Realm of the past no longer exists. Really? Xianxia said with some joy. Don't be happy too early. Although the Heavenly Law Divine Realm has declined greatly, some of the old fellows in the Heavenly Law Divine Realm have obtained the help of the Primal Chaos race and become extremely powerful because they have betrayed the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound's face darkened. Palace King, don't think that just because the Heavenly Law Divine Realm has declined, you can tolerate it. It's easy to deal with. Xianxia asked with some doubt, the Primal Chaos race's help to the Heavenly Law Divine Realm is actually that effective? Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound released flames to burn the corpses here and said, Nirvana of the Heavenly Tao, but no one knows what will happen after Nirvana. Furthermore, I don't know when I'll be able to succeed in Nirvana. However, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm could not wait any longer, so they handed the Heavenly Law Divine Realm over to the Primal Chaos clan. The Heavenly Law Divine Realm was betrayed just like that? Xianxia could not help but sigh. No wonder the Heavenly Emperor and Heavenly Mother of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm was so respectful to the Chaos race. The reason why the Primal Chaos race controls the Heavenly Law Divine Domain is because they want to use it to infiltrate the entire Divine Wasteland. Of course, this is their long-term plan. The Heavenly Mother quickly burned all the corpses here and said, and the higher-ups of the Natural Law Divine Realm betrayed the Natural Law Divine Realm and obtained the Primal Chaos Bloodline. Chaos Bloodline, this was the first time Xianxia had heard of such a bloodline. He was somewhat surprised and immediately associated it with the ancient desolate Chaos race. What is that? Asked Xianxia. Only a powerful Chaos Divine Son can give birth to a kind of bloodline. Anyone who obtains this bloodline can become a member of the Primal Chaos race. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said, up until now, there are a total of 50 Heavenly Mothers and Heavenly Emperors who have obtained the Primal Chaos bloodline. Xianxia said with a sneer, previously, the Natural Law Divine Realm was in such a hurry to destroy the Primal Chaos Divine Son, but now, it has submitted to the Primal Chaos race. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother had almost perished together with the Chaos Divine Sunday. Speaking of this matter, the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother became angry. These bastards, the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother slammed the table beside her. Imperial Sound, how much do you know about the Primal Chaos race? I have come into contact with them before and they are not as powerful as I imagined. Xianxia looked at the door and said, those few old fellows were all killed by me. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said, the interior of the Primal Chaos realm is rather complicated. It is like a very large world with all kinds of powerful Primal Chaos creatures. Their attitudes towards the Divine Wasteland are all different. Some of them came to the Divine Wasteland early in order to occupy a place. Have you heard of the Primal Chaos race's 8 kings and 1 emperor? Rumor has it that they are the rulers of the Primal Chaos race. Xianxia said. Bullshit, those 8 kings and 1 emperor can only be considered a third-rate Primal Chaos race. Within the Primal Chaos realm, the strength of the Primal Chaos race has a lot to do with the bloodline in their bodies. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said, their bloodline is divided into low, middle, high, top and royal grade. Those 8 kings and 1 emperor, they should only be middle-grade Primal Chaos bloodline. Middle-grade Primal Chaos bloodline. Middle-grade Primal Chaos bloodline. Xianxia now understands why the Primal Chaos race he met were so weak. It turns out that they are not the strongest of the Primal Chaos race. However, those 8 kings and 1 emperor boasted that they are the strongest in the Primal Chaos realm. High-grade Primal Chaos bloodline. I have seen it before, it is indeed very terrifying, the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said again. You have seen it? Where did you see it? Xianxia asked. When I used the Heavenly Embryo, an old hag from the Primal Chaos race appeared. She is the same as me, a great god. However, I feel that her strength should be able to defeat the sacred deity. Speaking of this matter, the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother is still somewhat afraid. Xianxia's brows furrowed. This is only a high-grade Primal Chaos bloodline, yet it is already so powerful. I have a special Heavenly Embryo that allows me to obtain very powerful strength. Even the Heavenly God Heavenly Mother Heavenly Emperor is not my match. However, when I faced that old hag, I did not even have the thought of resisting because I could not beat her. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother is very strong. Otherwise, she would not have been able to kill the heavenly god Heavenly Mother by herself. That old hag from the primal chaos race attacked you? Was she the one who captured you? Xianxia asked. No, she was just curious. She doesn't seem to have any ill intentions towards me. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said with a frown. I chatted with her and found out that the stronger the primal chaos bloodline, the fewer the number of people in the primal chaos realm. Not many of such powerful people have come to the Divine Desolate. Xianxia said. I suspect that because they are too strong, they will destroy space, so they will be restricted to the Divine Desolate, the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said. Xianxia now has a rough understanding of the primal chaos race. And the Heavenly Law Divine Domain is still the source of chaos in the Divine Desolate. Behind the Heavenly Law Divine Domain, there is still the primal chaos race. What about the Heavenly Mother Moai? Xianxia asked. She obtained the primal chaos bloodline. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been forced to leave the Heavenly Law Divine Domain. She is targeting me everywhere in the Heavenly Law Divine Domain. She told you to investigate the matter of the Heavenly Law Tower? Xianxia can roughly guess. She told me to come over and then contact the primal chaos race to capture me. I underestimated their underlings. I didn't expect them to dare to make a move in the Xianxia royal city, the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said. Don't return to the Heavenly Law Divine Domain in the future. Xianxia said, there's no need for that anymore. The Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother nodded and suddenly said with a charming smile, Palace King, I have a very special heavenly embryo. Do you want to try giving birth to a child with me? Xianxia knows that this Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother is always fantasizing about giving birth to a child. She even has her eyes on him. Palace King, come. Logically speaking, as a man, you should like to do this kind of thing. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother walked over and hugged Xianxia's arm. She said with charming smile, I don't mind, what do you mind? There is blood everywhere here. There are corpses of a few old men in the room and there are all kinds of dissected bodies in the courtyard. And this Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother wants to talk about romance in this kind of place. This place is not suitable. Besides, I have a wife. How about I take you to see her and let her give me some advice? Xianxia suddenly thought of Xiao Yuan. He felt that it would be best to let Xiao Yuan deal with a little demoness like Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said worriedly, your wife will definitely stop you, you can't. Xianxia pulled her hand and said with smile, you don't know, she was the one who helped me find my little wife. It's just that I haven't seen my little wife many times. Shimen Chuqian was taken away by Xiao Yuan. She has always been in the Guanhan Palace, she is an inscription master. All right then. Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother said with smile. Just like this, Xianxia left the old residence in the western part of the city with Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother and quickly returned to the Flower Moon Pavilion. Xianxia quietly returned. He placed Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul and then went to find Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan is currently cultivating and she seems to be very serious. After Xianxia arrived at Xiao Yuan's secret room, she woke up from her cultivation. Yuan, it's rare to see you so honest. Xianxia said with mischievous smile. Honest Qin, I am your wife, of course I am also an honest person. Xiao Yuan said with charming smile, where did you go to have fun? You have a woman's fragrance on your body and a strong smell of blood. You actually secretly went to find a woman and didn't even bring me along. Xianxia gently caressed her face and said with smile, Yuan, what did you learn from the dog god? Your nose is so sharp. Quickly tell me, what did you do? Xiao Yuan asked curiously, why is the smell of blood on your body so thick? Yuan, I am going to prepare a gift for you. Xianxia giggled and said, I want to give you a pleasant surprise. What gift? Xiao Yuan's curiosity was immediately piqued. Kiss me and I will tell you. Xianxia said with smile. Xiao Yuan kissed Xianxia's lips and said with a smile, all right, quickly tell me, what gift is it? Xianxia immediately released the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother and said, Yuan, she's the Heavenly Mother of the Heavenly Law Divine Realm. Hello. After Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound saw Xiao Yuan, she immediately said politely. She is also stunned by Xiao Yuan's appearance. Heavenly Mother. Xiao Yuan opened her beautiful eyes wide and scanned the Heavenly Mother from head to toe. Although the Heavenly Mother of Imperial Sound was wearing a heavenly armor, she could tell that this Heavenly Mother had a hot figure. In addition, the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother has a very tender and beautiful face, which made her very satisfied. Xiao Yuan is very bold. She directly went over and pried open the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother's armor. Heavenly Mother Imperial Sound doesn't know what Xiao Yuan is up to, but she didn't resist. Alright, you two properly talk, I will go find Sister Rujing. Qin Yan said with smile and then left Xiao Yuan's room. Xian Rujing and Lui Shuyan are together. They are both strong gods of myriad realms divine court, they are now discussing tactics. Inside a cultivation room, Xian Rujing and Lui Shuyan are discussing very seriously and solemnly. After Qin Yan arrived, they immediately stopped. Xiao Yun, you came at the right time, I will take this opportunity to pass on some insights of Nine Sun World Extermination scripture to you. Lui Shuyan said with smile. Rujing is also very curious about Nine Sun World Extermination scripture, she wants to understand it in passing. Alright. Qin Yan nodded and said. Nine Sun World Extermination scripture contains a very profound method of using divine power. If one can comprehend a thing or two from it, they will be able to increase their divine power. Qin Yan came to find Xian Rujing because he wants to pass on a god position to her. Qin Yan has already comprehended many things about Nine Sun World Extermination scripture, but it is only his own comprehension. Liu Xian's comprehension of Nine Sun World Extermination scripture is also a great inspiration to him. Nine Sun World Extermination scripture mainly cultivates 3 tribulation, 6 calamity, and 9 annihilation. It is very difficult to completely master them. If one can master 1 tribulation, 1 calamity, and 1 annihilation, it will be very good. Liu Shuyan lightly sighed and said, up until now, I have only mastered 1 annihilation power. Xian Rujing said, even if it is only 1 annihilation power, it is already very strong. Sister Shuyan, when you were outside the city, that kind of world extermination power caused people to feel fear. Rujing, your ice and snow power is also a kind of power filled with calamity and annihilation. You should be able to comprehend something from Nine Sun World Extermination scripture. Liu Shuyan said with smile. Then later, I hope Sister Shuyan will give me many pointers. Xian Rujing smiled sweetly. Xiao Yun, did you come to find me or Rujing? Liu Shuyan's charming eyes are like silk, she said with charming smile. You came to find us. Qin Yan coughed dryly and said with smile, I came to find Sister Rujing. He finished speaking and took out a transparent pearl, there are many water droplets inside. Rain God's God position. Liu Shuyan said in amazement. I want to give it a try and pass on Rain God's God position to Sister Rujing. Qin Yan took out his Divine King Heavenly Seal. Then he informed Xian Rujing and Liu Shuyan about how he passed on Rain God's God position to Shui Weiwei and other women. 2 God position, no one has ever tried this before. Liu Shuyan said with smile, Xiao Yun, if it succeeds, I also want another God position. Pass on Poison God's God position to me. Alright. Qin Yan said with smile. He used Divine King Heavenly Seal to stamp on Rain God's God position and shot out a light beam that entered Xian Rujing's forehead. Rain God's God position is still in Qin Yan's hands, but Xian Rujing now has a new God position. She spread out her palms, one can see Rain God's God position and the other is her Ice and Snow Goddess God position. Success, 2 God positions. Qin Yan said with smile. His Divine King Heavenly Seal needs to condense a certain amount of Heavenly Tao Divine Power before it can be passed on. Then he tried to pass on Poison God's God position to Liu Shuyan. The process is very smooth. Liu Shuyan also has 2 God positions. And the primordial God position is still in Qin Yan's hands. What is going on here? Qin Yan looked at Divine King Heavenly Seal and said in surprise, I can pass on my God position without limit? Maybe even 3 God positions will do. Xian Rujing said, Xiao Yun, why don't you try using our God position to pass on? Indeed, I never tried it before. Come, give it a try. Qin Yan somewhat excitedly said. Killing God's God position is a black skull. Qin Yan placed Divine King Heavenly Seal on it, then shot out a black light beam through the skull and entered Xian Rujing's forehead. After Xian Rujing received it, she obtained a new killing god position. However, this god position is still very young. Rujing, you are also a killing god, a little killing god. You are now a 3-god position. Liu Shuyan said with smile. Liu Shuyan said with smile, Xiao Yun, I also want the ice and snow god position, quickly pass it to me. My divine king heavenly seal is out of power. Wait for me to replenish it. Qin Yun said with bitter smile. How can you replenish it? Do you need Sister Shuyan's help? Liu Shuyan's charming eyes flickered with blurred charming ripples. She gazed at Qin Yun and said with bewitching smile, Sister Shuyan and Sister Rujing will help you replenish it, how about it? Xian Rujing is also looking at Qin Yun with a kind of extremely flirtatious expression. Qin Yun deeply inhaled a mouthful of air, suppressed all kinds of thoughts and said with smile, no need, I can do it myself. He has no choice but to quickly leave so that he doesn't fall into this trap. If he attracts Xiao Yuelan, it will be very bad. Xian Rujing and Liu Shuyan are now familiarizing themselves with their new god position. Especially Xian Rujing, she has the killing god position, she can ask Liu Shuyan to help her familiarize herself with it as soon as possible. Qin Yun is hiding inside a secret room and studying his Divine King Heavenly Seal. He has obtained Divine King Heavenly Seal for many years. When he was 9-Sun Palace King, he saw it. At that time, he participated in the refining of many god positions. Heaven Creation Divine Palace also participated. Those god positions ended up in the hands of Heaven Creation Divine Palace. Heaven Creation Divine Palace said that they will give them to 9 suns to strengthen. Qin Yun suspects that Divine King Heavenly Seal is the same as Divine Judge's Myriad Heaven's Divine Punishment Banner. It can obtain the power of Myriad Realms Divine Sunday Xiao Yun. Maybe you can obtain all the god positions. You can use Sister Shuyan's killing god position to create a new god position for Sister Rujing. That means you can create all the god positions for yourself. Ling Yin'er said. Wrong, I am a divine king, my divine king Heavenly Seal should contain all the god positions' power. Qin Yun looked at Divine King Heavenly Seal and said with smile, Divine King Heavenly Seal can directly create new god positions. However, I still don't know how to do it. He still needs to use Primordial God position to create new god positions. Quickly go find Sister Shuyan and Sister Rujing, let them help you replenish Divine King Heavenly Seal's power. They are all very willing to help you. Ling Yin'er curled her lips and said, 2 beautiful women, you actually cast them aside. Qin Yun is fiddling with his Divine King Heavenly Seal, he is not paying attention to Ling Yin'er. Now he is thinking of many things. He feels that he can use many god positions to refine a very powerful dragon. Devil Star Tyrant Dragon has absorbed many formidable dragon bodies, that Divine Universe Thunder Dragon's body is also in his hands. Back when I was the king of gods, I lacked a powerful mount. Qin Yun said, that little girl Yang Yang is so cute, I can't let her be my mount, I can only refine one myself. Of course, this kind of matter has to be done slowly. He now plans to first use god positions to refine puppets. I will go find Dog God and the others, collect their god positions and then talk. Qin Yun immediately took action, lest Dog God and the others leave Qinyao King City, it will be very difficult to find them later. Just as Qin Yun left his room, he saw Xiao Yuelan pulling Imperial Yin Heavenly Mother over and yelled with smile, Xiao Yun, quickly have a child with little sister Imperial Yin. Lu Yu, Shuyan and Xian Rujing are in the cultivation room next door. After they heard this, they came out with puzzled expression. Qin Yun is startled, he promptly used mysterious penetration divine ability and escaped without a trace. He originally wanted Xiao Yuelan to kidnap Imperial Yin Heavenly Mother and make her his female slave. He did not expect that she would be convinced by Imperial Yin Heavenly Mother. Qin Yun is flying above Qinyao King City, he wants to find Dog God but he suddenly saw an old man wearing conical bamboo hat floating in front of him. Seeing this old man, Qin Yun almost shouted in fright. This old man is the nameless old man he met in Sacred Desolate Sun Sacred Land. Senior, long time no see. How have you been recently? Qin Yun asked with smile. Not bad. It's just that someone impersonated my nameless god race and stirred up trouble everywhere, bringing a lot of hatred to our nameless god race, the nameless old man said with a smile, but that smile made Qin Yun's hair stand on end. Qin Yan said with a frown, I've heard of this matter. Previously, there was indeed a nameless god race guy who killed the primal chaos race's royal grandson. So it wasn't someone from the nameless god race. This guy is really bold. Not only did he offend the primal chaos race, he also offended the nameless god race. The nameless old man patted Qin Yan's shoulder and said with smile, little friend, don't pretend. Others don't know, but I know that it was you who did it. Senior, you think too highly of me. Qin Yan said with smile, how could it be me? You really know how to joke. The nameless old man's expression sank and said solemnly, it seems like you still don't know the seriousness of the matter. I really didn't do it. Qin Yan already decided not to admit it even if he died. This mysterious nameless god race, who knows what they will do. It is also because they are in Medicine King City that Qin Yan is a lot more at ease and is not afraid of the nameless old man taking action. It really wasn't done by you, the nameless old man said with a puzzled expression. It's true. Qin Yan sighed and said, why don't you believe me? The nameless old man did not continue to harp on the matter and said, regardless of whether it was done by you or not, I want to tell you that the primal chaos race is not to be trifled with. The primal chaos race you met are not very strong. The truly powerful primal chaos race rarely show their faces. Qin Yan already heard about this matter from the Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother. Among the primal chaos race, different bloodlines have different strength. Then will the truly powerful primal chaos race appear in the Divine Desolate? Qin Yan asked. I can't say for sure. In short, there are more than 10 primal chaos divine sons in the primal chaos realm. Those primal chaos divine sons are also very powerful and can even devour the myriad realms divine sons, the nameless old man said. You said before that after the royal grandson died, the matter would be very serious. Why do you say that? Qin Yan asked. They are flying in the sky towards the wild beheader manor. Qin Yan wants to find Dog God and the nameless old man is following him. The nameless old man said, our nameless god race has been researching the power to restrain the primal chaos race for many years and has made good progress. That's why the primal chaos race hates us and wants to kill us all. Now that a primal chaos being has been killed by a nameless god, do you think the truly powerful primal chaos beings will appear? Qin Yan also thought of this problem before. He said with a frown, I heard that there are not many of them. There aren't many of them, but they are very strong. You are all saint gods, but one of them can fight against 10 of you. If there is no power to restrain them, they are extremely terrifying existences. The nameless old man said. Then I will pay more attention in the future. Qin Yan nodded. Fortunately, the appearance of the desolate gods has also led to the appearance of various powerful ancient clans. Therefore, the chaotic clan doesn't dare to be too arrogant in the desolate gods. The nameless old man looked at the two suns in the sky. At present, Qin Yan had only heard of the chaos race and the nameless celestial race. He never expected that there would be a very powerful race. What other powerful races are there? Qin Yan asked. When I was a palace king, I never heard of the primal chaos race and the nameless god race. Other than you, there are actually other powerful races? There is also the Nether Sun race, Divine Moon race, Divine Star race, Divine Heaven race and 9 Nether race. Of course, this is only what I heard. As for whether or not they still exist, I don't know. In short, these races are all very strong. The nameless old man said. What about your nameless god race? What kind of race is it? Why is it called the nameless god race? Qin Yan is very curious about this. Back then, the 9 Suns created 2 races. One was the 9 Suns royal race, the other was the 9 Suns heavenly race, and we are the 9 Suns heavenly race. The nameless old man said. Qin Yan tried very hard to recall because he had heard of this race before. Very quickly, he remembered that Muyu had once mentioned the 9 Suns heavenly race. The 9 Suns goddess and the 9 Suns heavenly race had a great relationship. The 9 Suns heavenly race would secretly help the 9 Suns royal race, but they would be restricted to a certain extent. Qin Yan said in shock, the 9 Suns heavenly race is actually the nameless god race. I heard that only 100 or so of you are left, is that true? That was many years ago. We now have tens of thousands of people. The 9 Suns heavenly race suffered many restrictions, making it very difficult for us to interfere with the operation of the 9 suns and 9 desolate. However, we have been observing the changes of the 9 suns and 9 desolate for many years and have gained a lot from it. Xianxia brought the nameless old man to the wild beheader manor and entered a small house. Senior, where does your 9 suns heavenly race live? Xianxia wants to know more about this race. We live in the 9 suns heavenly realm and rarely come out. Our race has many experts that can fight against the primal chaos race. However, they can only go to the ancient desolate and cannot come to the divine desolate. The nameless old man saw that Xianxia is deep in thought and said with smile, "Little friend, what are you thinking about?" Xianxia said, "I am thinking, can the 9 suns royal race really restore their bloodline? What kind of relationship do they have with your 9 suns heavenly race?" The 9 suns royal race was created by the 9 suns to actively govern the 9 desolate and control the nearby heavenly domains. However, who would have thought that there would be a problem later on? The nameless old man said. If there is a problem, then it is the heavenly law divine domain that is causing destruction, right? Xianxia said. The heavenly Tao that controls the heavenly law divine domain comes from the divine sky race. It can be said that it is the strongest race. The nameless old man said. Divine sky race? Xianxia's heavenly eye flickered and said, "Can the heavenly Tao be reborn?" He thought of Muyu. Back then, Muyu said that she wanted to return home. He suspected that Muyu came from the divine sky race. What puzzled him is that the nameless old man said that there is also the divine moon race. He doesn't know what kind of relationship it has with Muyu. Now you know how complicated the situation is, right? The nameless old man chuckled and said, also, even if the 9 suns royal race appears again, they will not be the strongest. Xianxia curled his lips. He previously said that the 9 suns royal race was the strongest race in the divine desolate. This nameless old man told him so much just to slap his face. Why are you telling me this? Xianxia said, there are so many strong races. So far, I have only seen the primal chaos race and your 9 suns heavenly race. The nameless old man looked at Xianxia, his deep old eyes emitted a kind of light that can penetrate one's soul. He said, don't you want to know about your own life? Xianxia naturally wanted to know, but he could not find an answer even after so many years. He smiled and said, I am a member of the Qin imperial clan. He only looked at his current life and did not care about his previous life. The nameless old man said, to be honest, I am very curious about your life. I am not talking about your current life, I am talking about the origin of your soul. It doesn't matter. In any case, no matter where I come from, I am now Xianxia. Xianxia said with a smile. The nameless old man suddenly made his move. He placed his palm on Xianxia's abdomen and poured in an incomparably powerful mental power. What are you doing? Xianxia's expression changed as he roared. Don't worry, I will check your divine profound Tao image. The nameless old man is a sacred god and he is from the 9 suns heavenly race, he is naturally very powerful. In front of him, Xianxia is like a little chick, he has no power to fight back. After checking, the nameless old man said with a blank expression, your divine profound Tao image is very chaotic. Xianxia groaned, without the other party's permission, you recklessly checked other people. If not for the fact that you are an old man, I would have already hammered you to death. Your little secret is not a secret at all. The nameless old man said with smile, back when I was in the sun-sacred land, I already more or less understood you. Xianxia is very unhappy in his heart, his secret is still very important. Then tell me, what did you see? Why did you say that my divine profound Tao image is very chaotic? Xianxia asked. Your 9th divine profound Tao image did not appear, but you have become a profound god, the nameless old man said with frown. This kind of thing is very strange, it is impossible. I have 9 divine profound Tao images, don't tell me you are not surprised? Xianxia asked. There's nothing to be surprised about. Although there aren't many people like you in the ancient races, there are still quite a few. The nameless old man shook his head, he was thinking about Xianxia's 9th divine profound Tao image. Xianxia did not disturb him and let him think. After a while, the nameless old man suddenly said, there might be another divine profound Tao image hidden in your body. What and what? I know very well how many divine profound Tao images I have. You have also checked just now. I only have 9 divine profound Tao images and the 9th divine profound Tao image has not appeared. Qinyan said. Generally speaking, only when the 10th divine profound Tao image appears will it not appear. Your divine profound Tao image that does not appear should be the 10th divine profound Tao image. The nameless old man said, that's why I said that you are still hiding a divine profound Tao image. Qinyan is somewhat stupefied. His divine profound Tao image was cultivated one by one. It was impossible for one to appear without him noticing. Impossible, although I cultivate the divine profound Tao image rather quickly, there is a process. How could a divine profound Tao image appear and not let me know? Qinyan said with a frown, Senior, you must be mistaken. The nameless old man said with a shocked expression, then there is only one possibility. That divine profound Tao image was cultivated by you a long time ago, so you don't know about it. Is that so? Qinyan rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, if I had a divine profound Tao image, I should know about it. Think about it again. The nameless old man said. After Qinyan thought about it carefully, he was suddenly alarmed. He thought of Ling Yuner in the illusory space of the spiritual world. The nameless old man looked at the silent Qinyan and said in low voice, Little friend, did you remember something? Is there another divine profound Tao image in your body? Qinyan is certain that Ling Yuner is his divine profound Tao image and it is a rather special one. Yes, I just don't know that it is a divine profound Tao image. Qinyan nodded and said, Senior, then what is going on with my 10th divine profound Tao image? Why did it not appear? Qinyan always felt that it is very strange. He asked Liu Shuyan, but she also doesn't know what is going on. I also don't know. I only heard of this kind of situation and it is very rare, the nameless old man said. If it did not appear, then it must be the 10th divine profound Tao image. The nameless old man actually doesn't know. This made Qinyan even more curious, but he can do nothing about the 10th divine profound Tao image. Alright, it seems like I can only slowly cultivate it to find out what is going on. Qinyan sighed. Little friend, this is a good thing. 10 divine profound Tao images, that is very powerful. The nameless old man said with mischievous laugh, of course, this will also make it difficult for you to grow up. In short, it will make you very slow. Qinyan doesn't care, he feels that he will be able to grasp large amount of resources to help him break through even faster. Oh, that's right, back at the Medicine King Plaza, was that little girl with you really your wife? The nameless old man asked. Indeed. What's wrong? Qinyan said. She is 9 Sun Divine Maiden. Do you know what 9 Sun Divine Maiden means? The nameless old man said with a mysterious expression. What does it mean? Qinyan promptly asked. Hee, 9 Sun Divine Maiden are the 9 strongest women created by the 9 suns. They are very different and each have their own mission. They will be the strongest existences in the 9 Sun heavenly domain, but they will have to experience many tribulations before they can completely mature, the nameless old man said. Ah? What relationship does 9 Sun Divine Maiden have with other strong races? Qinyan asked. Other strong races all want to obtain 9 Sun Divine Maiden. As for why? I still don't know. In short, even my 9 Sun heavenly clan wants to obtain 9 Sun Divine Maiden. The nameless old man said. Hey, don't have any ideas about my wife. Qinyan groaned. It's not what you think. Our 9 Suns heavenly clan wants the 9 Suns Divine Maiden. We want to invite her back to our clan to watch over our 9 Suns heavenly clan. With the 9 Suns Divine Maiden in our clan, we will receive the protection of the Divine Sun. There's such an ability? Why didn't I notice? Qinyan stroked his chin. When he was with Xiao Yuan, she said that the 9 Sun Divine Maiden would receive protection. The nameless old man said, that's because the 9 Sun Divine Maiden has yet to reach her strongest realm. Senior, if I were to create a Chaos Divine Sun, would I be able to use its power to become stronger? Asked Qinyan. Of course you can. Chaos Divine power is still very useful. If you can really create a Primal Divine Sun, then you will have enough confidence to face the other strong races. The nameless old man said. Qinyan has already gathered enough materials. Now, he only needs to wait for Xiaqiru. With her help, he can begin creating Primal Divine Sunday. After that, Xianxia asked the nameless old man about the creation of the Chaos Divine Sunday. The nameless old man is very willing to share his knowledge in this area with Xianxia. Xianxia's understanding of the primal divine sun is rather low. Now, he knows a lot from the nameless old man. He also knows that the 9 suns were almost transformed into primal divine Sunday. However, because of other reasons, they did not transform and instead turned into 9 heavenly suns. Primal divine sun can give birth to primal chaos creatures, and the 9 heavenly suns also possess this ability. That's why the 9 sun royal family and 9 sun heavenly clan were born. As for the other strong races, most of them were created from this kind of naturally formed celestial body. The reason why the nameless old man's 9 sun heavenly clan wanted to create primal chaos divine sun was mainly to fight against the primal chaos race and other strong races. The power of primal divine sun is very formidable. If one could suppress the primal chaos divine sun and create primal chaos creatures and absorb the primal chaos divine sun's divine power, then they would be able to grasp a very formidable power. Xianxia benefited greatly from the exchange with the nameless old man. Now, he only needs to wait for the primal chaos divine sun to be created and he can become even stronger. Even if he encounters a very strong primal chaos race person, he won't have to worry about not being able to defeat them. Senior, the big shots of the other imperial race clans are all gathered together. Do you think they can reach an agreement to restore their bloodline together? Xianxia said. Right now, Xianxia needs to improve his body. If he could obtain the 9 sun royal family's bloodline, then his body would become even stronger. It should be possible. I have to say, the power you displayed before is indeed very astonishing. I almost believe that you truly possess a complete bloodline. The nameless old man said with smile. I have too many divine profound Tao images. I've only cultivated 1 Xian God Tao vein and my body can't withstand that Xian God power. Xianxia said, I need the complete bloodline of the 9 sun royal family to strengthen my body. The nameless old man chuckled and said, if it's only the 9 sun royal family's bloodline, I'm afraid it's still not enough. You have 10 divine profound Tao images, which means that you have 10 Xian God Tao veins. After I obtained the 9 sun royal family's bloodline, my powerful body is unable to withstand it? Xianxia is somewhat astonished. To be honest, I've seen all 7, 8 and 9 divine profound Tao images. However, out of 100 of them, only 2 or 3 can survive. The nameless old man said. Ah? Why? Xianxia's heart is alarmed. Because their bodies aren't strong enough and can't withstand the formidable power, they're all smashed to pieces by the formidable power, their souls scattered and they completely died. The nameless old man chuckled and said, most of the people who possess many divine profound Tao images are from powerful races. Xianxia said with a face full of fear, doesn't that mean I have to be careful in the future? Although many divine profound Tao images can bring great power to people, there are also advantages and disadvantages, and the disadvantages are greater than the advantages. The nameless old man's expression became solemn, even if you are very cautious, sometimes it's not up to you. If you can't control your power, it will directly explode and kill you. Xianxia knows too little about the matter of many divine profound Tao images. He thought it was a good thing. But now it seems that it is also filled with danger. Just one bloodline is not enough, you can try fusing with multiple heavenly race bloodlines. And this is also very difficult to do. The nameless old man said, after I return, I will do my best to help you obtain the bloodline of our 9 sun heavenly race. Fuse with multiple bloodlines? Xianxia is somewhat astonished. The bloodlines of all the powerful races can make their bodies very strong. Moreover, these bloodlines can be obtained later on. The nameless old man said, of course, you must first obtain the 9 sun bloodline as a foundation to avoid being corroded by other bloodlines. The nameless old man said before that there are many powerful races, it is indeed very difficult to obtain their bloodlines. Xianxia said with a doubtful expression, Senior, do you have any purpose for helping me like this? Of course there is. But don't worry, my request will not be too excessive. I will return to the clan now and help you obtain bloodline, the nameless old man said. Xianxia knows that the nameless old man must have some other thoughts. Alright, then we will contact each other again. Qin Yan took out a soul-chasing talisman and handed it over. You can use this to find me. The nameless old man took the soul-chasing talisman, nodded and said, then I will take my leave first, we will meet again. Qin Yan sent off the nameless old man. At this time, Dog God also arrived. The Dog God's true self had come in person, and he had even brought his consciousness with him. Qin Yan made them wait for a day, wait for his divine king heavenly seal to recover its energy, then use their God positions to create new Dog God and Mind God positions. This move of his caused Mind God and Dog God to be extremely shocked. Because these new God positions are only a bit weaker than their primordial God positions, but they can grow up in the future. You two go call Great Strength God and Ox God over, tell them my identity. Qin Yan said. Dog God promptly used Divine Communication Talisman to contact Great Strength God and Ox God and told them to come to the Wild Beheader Manor. After they arrived, they signed a soul contract in a secret room, promising not to divulge Qin Yan's identity. Soon after, Dog God and Mind God told Ox God and Great Strength God about Qin Yan's identity as the King of Gods. Ox God and Great Strength God are only slightly startled after hearing this. They are not very surprised because they have already seen Qin Yan's strength. I knew that boss is not an ordinary person. Ox God laughed loudly and said, very good, we won't return to the Myriad Realms Divine Court in the future, we will follow boss. You two stay here for now. After a period of time, Evil God will also come. You two move in secret, when I need your help, I will find you. Qin Yan said. All right. I have already had enough of those bastards from the Myriad Realms Divine Court. It is also good that we don't go back, we will have more freedom. Great Strength God said. Qin Zhongquang is an earth god, moreover, he is a forthright person, he can chat with these few people very well. He very much welcomes them to stay here. After Qin Yan returned to Flower Moon Pavilion, he learned that Luyu Shuyan and Xiao Yuelan are preparing to leave Qinyao Royal City. They still have the mission of 9 Sun Divine Maiden, as for what they want to do, they did not say. Qin Yan snatched back a piece of Divine Universe golden stone from Heavenly Emperor Heavenly Mother. He wanted to give it to Luyu Shuyan but she did not want it. Qin Yan is very reluctant to part with Xiao Yuelan, Luyu, and Shuyan, but they have an important mission to complete, they have no choice but to leave. Before they left, they spent a sweet night with Qin Yan and then left Qinyao Royal City at daybreak. Xiao Yuelan also took away Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother. With Imperial Sound Heavenly Mother accompanying them, Qin Yan feels a lot more at ease. As for Nangong Shuiru and the others, they are returning to Guanghan Palace with Qin Huayu. Star God and Xian Rujing are still at Flower Moon Pavilion. They will return to the Myriad Realms Divine Court to find out their movements. Nighttime, Qin Yan, Xian Rujing, and Star God are at the top floor of Flower Moon Pavilion. They are looking at the many stars and the huge divine moon in the sky. After the seal on Star God's God position was lifted, she obtained even stronger power. She can even sense many stars and use them to set up formations in the sky. Every night, the Star God would cultivate on the top floor of the Flower Moon Pavilion. She absorbed a large amount of star energy to cultivate. While Star God is cultivating at the top floor of Flower Moon Pavilion, Xian Rujing pulled Qin Yan to a room. Sister Rujing, when will you return to Myriad Realms Divine Palace? Qin Yan pulled Xian Rujing's hand. Myriad Realms Divine Palace's great formation is formed by Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. I can become stronger even faster inside Myriad Realms Divine Palace. Xian Rujing hugged Qin Yan and said in low voice, Xiao Yun, I must become even stronger. Those primal chaos rays are truly too strong. Qin Yan cannot continue cultivating, what he must do now is to comprehend and cultivate Xian Divine Dao veins. Joint cultivation cannot allow him to quickly cultivate Xian Divine Dao veins. Even if he cultivates it, his body won't be able to endure it. Are you going back with Sister Star God? Qin Yan asked. That demon spirit is also very reluctant to part with you. Xian Rujing said with gentle smile, she is now working very hard in cultivation. Her God position has been sealed for too long, now that the seal has been lifted, she must quickly adapt to it. This snow goddess, who is as beautiful as jade, is also incomparably alluring. Qin Yan can't help but hug her tightly in his arms, caressing her beautiful face lovingly. After they kissed, Xian Rujing said with smile, Xiao Yun, don't you also want to cultivate spirit? N. Xianxia nodded. Then I will help you. Xianrujing finished speaking and released her ice snow fairies. These two fairies are both as beautiful and moving as Xianrujing. Moreover, they each have their own charm. Xianrujing has two fairies, she is cultivating together with Qinyun through these two fairies. She is guiding Qinyun to release the power within his body and condense the body of the fairies. Qinyun wants to cultivate Ling Yuner, the power he will use is Nether Sun's power. Ling Yuner is considered a Nether Sun fairy, using Nether Sun's power to cultivate her body is very suitable. Xianrujing's two fairies have flesh and blood bodies, it can be said that they are exactly the same as Xianrujing. Only they have a kind of special fairy power. Under Xianrujing's control, these two spirits are cultivating Sun and Moon Heart Sutra together with Qinyun. They are guiding Qinyun to use Nether Sun power and condense spirit seeds. It took him 3 days to make it. Alright. Xianrujing looked at the spirit seed and said with smile, later, as long as you continuously pour your power into it, you will be able to gradually cultivate a spirit body. Then you can transfer Yuner's consciousness inside. Xianrujing took back the two beautiful fairies and put on her clothes. Qinyun also stored the spirit seed into the 9 Sun Divine Soul. Qinyun and Xianrujing walked out of the room and saw Star God sitting in the reception hall. I've been working hard on my cultivation these past few days. You two are having a good time. The Star God's pretty face was slightly resentful as she chuckled. Little sister Ice Snow, I didn't expect you to let your Ice Snow fairy come out to please little brother Xiaoyun. What nonsense are you talking about? I am helping Xiaoyun cultivate his spirit. Xianrujing lightly groaned and pinched the Star God's charming face. Xianrujing stuck out her tongue and said with smile, alright, let's quickly return to Myriad Realm's divine palace. Don't miss the great formation's power. Xianrujing nodded, I will go look for Yalan, she is still in Jasper Flower Valley. The so-called power of the Great Formation was the descent of the Myriad World's divine suns. Every once in a while, it would be activated. The gods in the Myriad World's divine court could absorb the special divine sun energy to cultivate. Of course, one must have God position to absorb it. Xianrujing left Flower Moon Pavilion and headed towards Qin Mansion. Qinyun and Star God are waiting here. Little brother Xiaoyun, I will be leaving soon, I really can't bear to part with you. Star God's extremely charming jade-like face is filled with reluctance and worry. She is wearing a purple dress, giving her a kind of elegant and noble temperament. However, her purple dress is very thin, making her look even more charming and alluring. Big sister Star God, those 9 Sun sects have been chasing you for a long time, are they still chasing you? Qinyun asked. Of course they are chasing me. Those guys' altars were transformed into Star God altar by me, they still remember this matter. Star God smiled charmingly, but I am not afraid of them, I am very strong now. The altars are in my hands and you are being chased by them, I feel very apologetic. I will surely teach them a lesson. Qinyun said. Star God promptly arrived beside Qinyun, sat on his thigh and said with smile, it's fine as long as they are in your hands. Those altars originally belonged to you. This charming and beautiful woman's eyes are now very clear, they are flickering with gentle ripples, they are filled with a kind of deep affection. Little brother Xiaoyun. Star God bit her lower lip and said in soft voice, can you kiss me? Qinyun did not reply and Star God kissed him. After they kissed for a while, Star God is very satisfied, she giggled and said, little sister Bingxue will return soon. Qinyun pinched her face and said, big sister Star God, you can sense stars, can you capture star spirits in front of you? Of course I can, how strong do you want star spirits? Star God asked. The stronger the better. Qinyun wants to use star spirits to refine a formidable world extermination spirit. With world extermination spirit, it will be even easier to use 9 Sun world extermination scripture. Alright. Next time we meet, remember to ask me. Star God smiled charmingly. Seeing such a delicate and sweet beauty, Qinyun can't help but kiss her cherry-like lips. After a while, Xianrujing and Xiangyalan returned. They want to return to Myriad Realm's divine court together. Qinyun escorted them to a large ship of Myriad Realm's divine court. After saying goodbye to them, he went to find Dog God. Dog God and the others know that Myriad Realm's Divine Court's Great Formation is about to open, but they don't want to go back. Even though Thunder God is under house arrest, their position is too low and they are discriminated against in Myriad Realm's Divine Court. They feel that staying in Xianxia King City is better. Qin Yun took out a spirit-chasing talisman. It belongs to his father Qin Long, Divine Universe Ice Dragon, Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor, Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother. They followed Imperial Dragon Clan to Xianxia King City. Qin Yun wanted to find them for a long time. He waited until all the elders of Imperial Dragon Clan went to Qin Manor before coming out of the city. Divine Universe Ice Dragon, Qin Long, Scarlet Sun Dragon Mother and Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor are all inside a small building outside the city. They are all very happy after Qin Yun arrived. "Brat, you finally came. We have been waiting for you for a long time." Qin Long laughed loudly and then patted Qin Yun's shoulder. "How did you recover your 9-son bloodline?" Qin Yun laughed. He did not say it was fake, he only said with smile, "Dad, your fire dragon god doesn't seem to have any sense of existence. That is because I am low profile. I am now a heavenly god, ordinary people are not my match." Qin Long laughed loudly and said, "Palace King, they have already discussed the matter of recovering bloodline. Now they are building the altar. When the time comes, we will all go and bleed." Divine Universe Ice Dragon said, "I should also be able to obtain the complete 9-son bloodline." Although Divine Universe Ice Dragon was created by the Heavenly Law Divine Realm, his new body was cultivated in the Sun Sacred Land. "Ice Dragon, I found the Divine Universe Thunder Dragon Pearl. Do you think there are any more Divine Universe Dragon Pearls in the Heavenly Divine Desolate?" Qin Yun asked. Divine Universe Ice Dragon said, "I don't know, but I can help you find them. Of course, it doesn't necessarily have to be the Divine Universe Dragon Pearl, the dragon pearls of other strong dragons are also fine." "Is it a dead dragon?" Qin Yun said. "Xiao Yun, if we know where to find it, we will immediately go look for it." Qin Long said, "I know that there is an ancient azure dragon's corpse somewhere. I will go look for it another day." Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor said with smile, "Don't worry, leave this matter to us. We dragons are the best at finding this kind of thing." The reason why Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor is called Dragon Duke by many dragons is mainly because he has the 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Of course he knows that Qin Yun is looking for the dragon pearls to set up an even stronger 9-dragon heavenly origin formation. Suddenly, Qin Long took out his sun-suppressing divine arrow. His sun-suppressing divine arrow is exploding with raging flames and it is also trembling. "What's wrong?" Qin Yun asked. "The 9-yang divine palace is nearby." Qin Long said with a frown, "This 9-yang divine palace should have gone to the starry sky, it actually came back?" That 9-yang divine palace was originally passed down by Qin Yun back then. Only because of some reasons, he could not stay in the 9-yang heavenly domain anymore, so he went to the depths of the starry sky. Now that the 9-yang divine palace has returned, it is very likely that it is related to the heavenly divine desolate. Qin Yun took out his sun-suppressing divine arrow. The reaction is also very intense. As expected, the 9-yang divine palace has returned. Divine Universe Ice Dragon said, "Palace King, that 9-yang divine palace should be yours. Do you have any plans?" "I still don't know. The 9-yang divine palace has returned, it is very likely that it was summoned back by the Myriad Realm's divine sun." Qin Yun said, "If the person controlling the 9-yang divine palace is very strong, then I won't be able to take it back now." Qin Long snorted, "If they don't want to give it back, then we'll snatch it back." Qin Yun shook his head, "Let's figure out the situation first. Although the 9-yang divine palace was created by me, in the many epochs that followed, it received the protection of the 9 suns. It is no longer the 9-yang divine palace that I created back then." At this moment, the earth suddenly trembled slightly. Qin Yun and others immediately walked out and saw a super huge palace floating in the air. It looks like a flying island. The 9-yang divine palace returned from the starry sky. It actually directly came to Xianxia King City. "This is the 9-yang divine palace? It's so big." Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor exclaimed in admiration. The huge palace appeared in the air. It is dazzling with gold and jade, shining with light like the sun. It slowly floated over and erupted with a very strong aura, causing the earth to shake. This Nine-Yang Divine Palace is floating in the air near Xianxia King City. All the big shots inside Xianxia King City promptly left the city. The emperor clans gathered together and decided to build an altar to restore the Nine-Sun royal family's bloodline. However, at this time, the Nine-Yang Divine Palace that has disappeared for many years suddenly appeared. The sudden appearance of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace shook all directions. Not long after the big shots of other factions left Xianxia Royal City, they received this shocking news. As for why the Nine-Yang Divine Palace appeared and how powerful it is, they still don't know. They only know that this large island-like divine palace is definitely closely related to the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. Just like the Heaven Creation Divine Palace back then. Heaven Creation Divine Palace obtained formidable power through the Myriad Realms Divine Sun and also has great influence on the Myriad Realms Divine Court. It can be said that the Heaven Creation Divine Palace is the existence that supervises the Myriad Realms Divine Court. The Divine Judge also said before that he will invite the people of the Heaven Creation Divine Palace to investigate the matter of the Thunder God. I still don't know what has become of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace, but no matter what, this Divine Palace has some relationship with me. I will go and understand it clearly. Qin Yan has very complicated feelings towards the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Back then he created this powerful Nine-Yang Divine Palace, but later on because of a disaster, he has not returned to this Divine Palace for many years. Now the Nine-Yang Divine Palace has appeared, it has been remodeled and looks extremely powerful. Qin Yan looked at the Divine Palace and sighed with emotion in his heart. Then let's enter the city and ask about the situation. Divine Universe Ice Dragon said. The Nine-Yang Divine Palace that just appeared is now floating in the sky, no one has come out. Qin Yan returned to Xianxia Royal City and headed towards Wild Beheader Villa. Dog God and others are here. They only know that a very large building has appeared, they don't know that it is the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Inside the Wild Beheader Villa, Qin Yan and others are floating in the sky above the Medicine Garden. They are looking at the huge Divine Palace outside the city to see if anyone will come out. That is the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Qin Yan said. Is that so? Boss, I heard that this Nine-Yang Divine Palace was created by you back then. Dog God said in low voice. But that was back then. I haven't returned for many epochs, the current Nine-Yang Divine Palace has nothing to do with me. Qin Yan said. How can it have nothing to do with you? If this Divine Palace still uses the name Divine Palace of Nine-Yang, then this Divine Palace is yours. Exactly. No matter what, the reputation of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace was established by you back then. Otherwise, how could it have spread until now? The Ox God said. I heard that many of the totems within our deity positions were created by the Nine-Yang Divine Palace back then. As for Nine-Yang Divine Palace, they control a large number of runes, they must be your inheritance. Vigor God said. Qin Yan said, let's wait and see. I don't even know who is in control of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace right now. If I can get the Nine-Yang Divine Palace on the right track, it doesn't matter if I don't go back. Actually, he did not have much nostalgia for the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. The most powerful thing about the Nine-Yang Divine Palace were those mysterious runes. As for the runes of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace, Qin Yan had basically mastered all of them. He had all the runes that the Nine-Yang Divine Palace had. The Nine-Yang Divine Palace might not have the runes that he had. It was not only Qin Yan and company. Many people in the city were floating in the air, looking at the huge temple and discussing it. Just then, Granny Xianxia arrived. Granny Xianxia's flying boat is very fast, it is rampaging around and almost hit people. But other people cannot say anything because the flying boat does not allow people to float in the air. Those people are flying too high, even if they were hit, they deserve it. In Xianxia King City, the height at which people fly is different from the height of flying magic tools. This is also to prevent collisions. After Granny Xianxia arrived, she saw Qin Yan and shouted, Xiao Qin, quickly come with me. Where to? Qin Yan asked. To the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Nine-Yang Divine Palace's people want to see you. They want to confirm that you have Nine-Sun bloodline. Granny Xianxia said. Qin Yan suddenly covered his heart and said, Granny, my injuries are very serious, I can't go. Tell them that I am in seclusion healing, it is not convenient for me to go out. He does not have 9-son bloodline, this matter must not be exposed, otherwise the other imperial race clans would not join hands to create the altar. Alright then. Granny Xianxia is not sure whether or not Qin Yan has 9-son bloodline. Qin Yan said that he does not have it, but Granny Xianxia thinks that he does. After Granny Xianxia left, Qin Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after, they saw many people flying towards the huge divine palace. Mainly the other big shots of the imperial race. They were invited to enter the divine palace, even Qin Zhangquang went. Originally, Qin Zhangquang did not want to go, but Qin Yan asked him to investigate. Therefore, he listened to Qin Yan and ran over to see the situation inside. Qin Yan also asked Qin Zhangquang to bring Dog God with him. Dog God can discover even more things. In this aspect, Dog God is the best at investigating. Qin Yan is also not idle, he is cultivating the spirit inside the floating cloud pagoda. He is constantly releasing Nether Sun's power and pouring it into the spirit seed, condensing the body of the spirit for Ling Yuner. The body of a spirit is very special, it can have flesh and blood, but it can also transform into mental intent and hide in the illusory space. If he succeeds in cultivating this, Qin Yan also plans to help Little Ant Queen cultivate a spirit body. He once planned to let Ling Yuner fuse with Little Ant Queen, but later he found out that Ling Yuner is a mysterious spirit Dao image, so he decided not to act recklessly to avoid any problems. Ling Yuner is very concerned about Qin Yan's cultivating spirit. From time to time, she reminded Qin Yan to cultivate her body better, to have long legs and so on. Cultivating a spirit body requires a certain amount of time, after all, you are a god-level spirit. In the blink of an eye, a day passed. On this day, people in Medicine King Qin City all know that the huge divine palace is the Ninyang Divine Palace. And this news also spread among many factions of Divine Desolate. Many big cities know that the Ninyang Divine Palace has arrived in the vicinity of Medicine King Qin. Qin Zhangquang and Dog God came back at dawn. What surprised Qin Yan is that after they came back, they have changed a lot. This is mainly reflected in their divine power. Their divine power has become a lot stronger. What's going on? You guys have become a lot stronger. Qin Yan said in surprise. Hee, that's because we have God position. Those guys from Ninyang Divine Palace sensed our God position and let us go to a place to cultivate. We stayed there for a night and our divine power became stronger. Dog God said. They also said that as long as you have God position, you can freely enter Ninyang Divine Palace, but the premise is that you sign a soul contract and don't destroy anything inside. Qin Zhangquang said. Old Qin, did they see your God position? Qin Yan asked. They saw it. Qin Zhangquang said, they saw my God position and let me and Brother Dog go in. Qin Yan is secretly happy. Qin Zhangquang's God position is a new God position created by him using Divine King Heavenly Seal and Primitive Earth God's God position. Ninyang Divine Palace did not discover that the God position is a new God position. Oh, that's right, what's going on with that Ninyang Divine Palace? Qin Yan asked. From what we know, this Ninyang Divine Palace wants to help the Emperor race build an altar to restore 9-son bloodline. Ninyang Divine Palace's people also said that they want to gather Divine Inscription Palace, Heavenly Dan Palace and Heaven Creation Divine Palace together. Will Divine Inscription Palace, Heavenly Dan Palace and Heaven Creation Divine Palace listen to Ninyang Divine Palace? Qin Yan said with frown, it seems like Ninyang Divine Palace wants to establish a huge faction. If Ninyang Divine Palace has enough formidable power, it won't be a problem. Dog God said. Old Qin, call Granny Xianxia over. Tell her that I have an important matter to discuss with her. Qin Yan said, I can only ask those upper echelons. Xiao Qin, won't it be fine if you enter Jasper Flower Valley with me? Qin Zhangquang laughed wildly. I am worried that the other big shots are all inside Jasper Flower Valley. Qin Yan shook his head. Qin Zhangquang immediately went to find Granny Xianxia. Granny Xianxia arrived very quickly and arrived at Wild Beheader Villa not long after. Qin Yan and Granny Xianxia entered a secret room. Granny, what did you talk about when you entered the Ninyang Divine Palace? Qin Yan asked, I heard that the Ninyang Divine Palace wants to help the imperial family recover their bloodline. Granny Xianxia nodded and said, yes, they said that they will do their best to help us. With their help, we will be able to build that altar in about 10 days. 10 days? So fast. Qin Yan is somewhat happy and said with smile, then did they raise any conditions? Yes. It is he who wants us to select a portion of the outstanding disciples and send them to the Nine-Yang Divine Palace after we recover our bloodline. Of course, those disciples can return to the clan in the future. Granny Xianxia said. That's not too much. The Nine-Yang Divine Palace has many good inheritances. Qin Yan nodded and said, it seems like this Nine-Yang Divine Palace is quite righteous. Granny Xianxia said with smile, of course the Nine-Yang Divine Palace is righteous. Back then, the palace king who founded the Nine-Yang Divine Palace fought against the evil forces of the heavenly law divine realm. Furthermore, most of the inheritances of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace were left behind by that palace king. Qin Yan is the Nine-Yang Palace king, he naturally knows about this matter. Oh right, who is the current big boss of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace? Have you seen her? Qin Yan asked. I have. She is a very young woman. She is very beautiful. I can't tell how strong she is. Granny Xianxia said, she said that she is the manager of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace and her name is Bai Si. She told us to call her Bai Si. Bai Si? What a strange name. And it's even a woman? Qin Yan stroked his chin and thought about the person surnamed Bai. He suddenly recalled that when he was the palace king, the divine palace had a white tiger, a divine beast that protected the divine palace. This Bai Si is most likely the descendant of the white tiger. Then, how is the overall strength of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace? Qin Yan asked again. Qin Yan already had a preliminary understanding that the Nine-Yang Divine Palace that had returned from the starry sky was quite good. When he was in the Immortal Desolate, he met a group of people who were chased out by the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Those people were very bad and they even colluded with the Dark Royal race. Granny, what do you think of the overall feeling of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace? Qin Yan asked. You want to enter the Nine-Yang Palace? Granny Xianxia smiled and said, don't worry. With your qualifications, you will definitely be able to enter. Qin Yan said with a smile, it's not that I want to go in, I just want to understand a little bit. I am, after all, a member of the Qin Imperial clan. After our Nine-Yang bloodline recovers, there will be a batch of youngsters entering the Nine-Yang Sacred Palace. I am worried that the Nine-Yang Sacred Palace will conspire against us. That's right, this matter concerns the future of our imperial clan. We must investigate the background of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Grandma Xianxia said, Xiaoqin, don't worry. There are so many old foxes in our imperial family. They will definitely be able to ensure the safety of our young disciples. Although Qin Yan said that he did not want to enter the Nine-Yang Divine Palace, he was once the palace king of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. He had deep feelings for the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. In the depths of his soul, there were many memories regarding the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. He still wanted to go in and take a look. Granny, what's the rough process of the Myriad Realm's Divine Sun helping us restore our bloodline? Asked Qin Yan. We don't know the process, but the White Commander of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace said that as long as the altar is constructed and successfully activated, all the Emperor clan members under the Myriad Realm's Divine Sun will be able to recover their Nine-Yang royal family bloodline. Granny Jade Flower said. In that case, I can also recover in this villa, said Qin Yan with a smile. It was similar to what he had guessed. There was no need to be by the altar. This meant that even Qi Malian, Xiao Xianqin, and Yuan Yenying, who were in the divine moon of the heavens, would be able to obtain a powerful Nine-Yang bloodline. Yes. However, we don't know the specifics. According to White Commander, the Nine Sun royal family's bloodline is different. Grandma Jade Flower said. Qin Yan recalled that the Chaos race's Chaos bloodline was also divided into different grades. Back then, the Nine-Yang royal family's bloodline was more or less the same. There was no difference between them. Then what are the factors that determine whether the restored bloodline is good or bad? Qin Yan was very puzzled about this. I don't know. We'll have to wait until we recover before we have a rough understanding. It won't be long. We will know in 10 days. Grandma Xianxia said. Granny, I don't want to see those old fellows. I won't see them for now. Xianxia said, to be honest, I don't have the bloodline of the nine-son royal family. The reason why I am so strong is because I used a forbidden secret technique. Grandma Xianxia nodded and said with a smile, well, if you don't want to see him, then don't. I will protect you. Thank you, Granny, for understanding. Xianxia said with smile. I'll return to Jasper Flower Valley first. If you need anything, tell Xianxia to find me. Grandma Jasper Flower said. Xianxia sent Granny Xianxia out and finally felt relieved. The Nine-Yang Divine Palace did not turn bad and was still the same as before. Now, Xianxia was looking forward to seeing how strong his body would be after he fully recovered his bloodline. If his physical body was greatly improved, then he could continue to open the profound God Dao Meridian. At night, Xianxia will cultivate his fairy body. During the day, he will stroll around the city, buy some materials or buy some good divine talisman papers. After the formation of the Divine Desolate, there are even more divine tier materials. Xianxia previously robbed the Heavenly Mother, Heavenly Emperor and Poison God, so he has more than 3 billion Sun God crystals in his hands. Those Sun God crystals are mainly Sun God crystal cards. If you want to exchange for Sun God crystals, you can go to the Divine Crystal Bank in the various divine cities. They are all built by the Myriad Realms Divine Court. If you want to exchange for a large amount of Sun God crystals, you need to make an appointment in advance and let the Divine Crystal Bank prepare. Xianxia doesn't need ready-made Sun God crystals, so he can directly use the God Crystal card. He and Dog God's clone are in a large market in the city. They want to buy some special divine tier materials. Those materials are all used to refine tools. Xianxia plans to modify the Nine Heavens Dragon Lion cannon into an even stronger pistol. Furthermore, he feels that every time he fires a bullet, it is a waste. Therefore, he plans to refine an even more powerful bullet that can be used repeatedly. For example, the bullet is very sharp and refined with very good divine tier materials. It can easily break through the shields of all kinds of divine armors. After piercing through the divine armor, it can return to the gun through a special reaction. As for those one-time use bullets, although they are very powerful, they are refined with a lot of precious materials. Once they explode, they are gone. Therefore, he feels that if he wants to use precious materials, he might as well seriously make a bullet that can be used repeatedly. However, this involves many aspects. Not to mention the strength of the materials, a small bullet needs to be engraved with many complicated runes. For a bullet to break through a divine armor's shield and pierce through the divine armor, just the sturdiness of the material and the bullet's speed are not enough. It also requires the bullet to have a certain special ability. This requires the bullet to be engraved with many kinds of runes to break through different kinds of shields and penetrate different kinds of divine armors. Furthermore, the bullet must have a strong enough perception and a very large and stable space to store energy inside. This way, after the bullet flies out, it can sense itself and consume the energy inside to fly back. Apart from this, Xianxia also wants to refine many of these bullets that can be recycled. This way, he can fire many bullets in one shot and use them to form a killing formation or something. It will also have a very good effect. These past few days, Xianxia has been staying inside the secret room and fiddling with these things. It can be said that this is a very powerful great killing tool. Naturally, it looks very small. After being modified, it is no longer called Nine Heavens Dragon Lion Cannon, it is now called God King Spear. This God King Spear is white and very beautiful. It can be held with one hand and has many storage spaces inside. Each of these storage spaces has different kinds of bullets or sun flame liquid. When needed, this pistol can release a large amount of sun flame liquid and shoot out fierce flame. When I have time in the future, I will make some more bullets. Xianxia played with the white pistol and felt very satisfied in his heart. This pistol can be considered a rather strange thing in the Heavens Divine Desolate. If he takes it out, no one will know what it is and there is no way to guard against it. And as long as Xianxia fires a shot, the opponent will not be able to dodge in time and their dog head will most likely explode. Back then, he had traveled to that blue planet. There were many guns there. In that place, there was also something called cell phone. That is why he, immortal King Fu Yun, created the devil mirror in the immortal desolate. It was also a copy of that cell phone. Later on, he died before he could make it, but his disciple devil mirror mortal emperor made it. Heaven's divine desolate does not have something like devil mirror. This makes Xianxia feel very inconvenient and also very difficult to make. Unless he can control the space here or has a certain understanding of myriad realms divine sun and myriad heavens divine moon, he can use these two huge celestial bodies to quickly transmit information. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. At the center of the Qin mansion, a circular altar appeared. No one is allowed to approach the surroundings of the Qin mansion, only imperial clan disciples are present. Xianxia Divine Palace also sent many people to patrol the surroundings to prevent other factions from causing trouble. One must know that other factions do not want the Nine Sun royal family to appear. And now, the Nine Sun royal family has reappeared in the Divine Desolate. This is an unstoppable force. Adding the appearance of Xianxia Divine Palace, there is no longer any faction that can stop the imperial clan from restoring their bloodline. The altar is like a huge pillar. It is erected at the center of the Qin mansion. The imperial clan's 9 clans have the most people. Now they are all beside the altar. The altar is placed in a very large pit. The pit is used to store blood. The pit is connected to many wide canals, many canals crisscrossed within the Qin mansion. And the imperial clan people and dragons are beside those dried-up canals. Just as the sky brightened, a bell rang and the imperial clan disciples began to bleed. A large amount of blood flowed through more than 10 canals and into the pit where the altar is located, soaking it. An incomparably intense blood energy suddenly rushed into the sky. The entire Qin medicine royal city is immediately enveloped by dense blood energy. The runes on the surface of the altar are flowing with blood. Xianxia followed Qin Zhangquang and quietly sneaked into the Qin mansion. He followed beside Qin Zhangquang to bleed. There are a lot of disciples from the 9 powerful clans of the imperial clan. In total, there are more than 1 million. A large number of disciples from the imperial clan are waiting outside the Qin mansion. They are all carried out in batches, continuously letting out blood. The altar is absorbing the blood very quickly, ensuring that the altar is soaked in blood until noon. Batch after batch of disciples from the imperial clan took turns to go into battle. After letting out enough blood, they retreated to rest. After recovering, they would begin again. Inside and outside the Qin medicine royal city, there are many people waiting. The spies of the various powers are all paying close attention. Especially the primal chaos race, heavenly law divine realm and 9 sun sects. They are all rather afraid of the 9 suns royal family. At noon, the altar is no longer absorbing blood. At the top of the altar, an intense red light suddenly surged out and shot towards the largest myriad realms divine sun in the sky. After the myriad realms divine sun absorbed the blood energy that soared to the sky, it suddenly exploded with an intense golden light. In that instant, all the disciples of the imperial clan in the Qin mansion burst into cheers. The entire Qin medicine royal city seems to be boiling. It can be seen that all the people or dragons with the bloodline of the imperial clan are surging with powerful energy. Roar! 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 Waves of dragon roars rang out. After obtaining the 9 suns bloodline, the dragons of the imperial dragon clan became even stronger. At this moment, the group of dragons had all turned into huge flying dragons, coiling around the Qin medicine royal city. Xianxia also felt that the blood in his body suddenly became incomparably scorching hot, as if it wants to melt his flesh and bones. Although he feels somewhat uncomfortable, Xianxia is still very happy because his flesh and bones are being soaked in scalding hot and powerful blood. They are becoming stronger very quickly. What made Xianxia puzzled is that other people don't seem to be in pain. What's going on? Could it be that I am an exception? Xianxia is somewhat puzzled. Furthermore, he suddenly felt that his 9 sun divine vein is like 9 dragons swimming around in his body. This caused him to feel incomparably uncomfortable because this kind of feeling is like 9 incomparably scorching hot thorns are drilling inside his body and even drilling into his bones. Even his head is affected. This won't do, I need to quickly find a place. Xianxia promptly left the Qin mansion and returned to Wild Beheader Villa. He hastily arrived at a secret room, unleashed Heaven's Might Tyrant Body and operated 9 Extinction Divine Body technique. Xianxia looked at his nether sun, it is crazily revolving and continuously spewing out energy to attack his body. The power of 9 Sun bloodline is truly terrifying. Xianxia only felt that his entire body is about to melt. This was mainly because his blood had suddenly become very powerful. He felt that if his blood dripped out, it would definitely be able to ignite a large forest. It is as dreadful as the sun flame liquid. Now, Xianxia finally understood why Yang can casually drink the sun flame liquid. It is because her body is strong enough that she is not afraid of the sun flame liquid. Thinking of this, Xianxia took out the small black bottle and drank a mouthful of the sun flame liquid. Pah! So disgusting. Xianxia couldn't bear it after drinking a mouthful. It is not that he can't bear it, but the taste is not good at all. He can't understand how a little foodie like Yang can drink such a disgusting thing. The power of his bloodline is rapidly improving Xianxia's body. Xianxia also felt that his 9 Sun divine vein has become incomparably active. He suspected that the reason why he is feeling so uncomfortable is because of the 9 Sun divine vein, which can absorb a large amount of bloodline power. My bloodline might be stronger than others, Xianxia thought in his heart. Xianxia is silently cultivating in the cultivation room. He is operating 9 Extinction Heart Sutra to refine the bloodline power. That was the power bestowed by the divine sun of the myriad realms. It could make one's physical body stronger and make it easier to absorb the power of the divine sun of the myriad realms. In the past 3 days, the entire Medicine Qin royal city was in a frenzy of celebration. All the members of the emperor clans were extremely excited about recovering their royal bloodline. This time, those who could recover their bloodlines had become the new 9 Suns royal tribe. They were exceptionally precious and did not want to lose such a powerful bloodline. Therefore, they had to unite. They would also fulfill their promise and select disciples to be sent to the 9 Yang Divine Palace. As for how the new 9 Yang royal family would unite, that would depend on how the older generations discussed it. In short, the first thing they did after recovering their bloodlines was to sign a soul contract with the big shots. The main content of the contract was that when one side was in trouble, all sides would come to help. In this way, everyone could fight against the enemy together. Over the past 3 days, some people had completely fused with their bloodlines on the first day, obtaining great power. Some people needed 2 or 3 days to completely fuse with it. Most people completed the fusion within 3 days. Only a small portion of people were still in seclusion after 3 days. These people all had very powerful bloodlines. 5 days passed. In the sky above a courtyard in the Qin Manor, 9-colored divine light suddenly appeared. Furthermore, the divine light turned into a dragon. It was an Emperor Dragon clan disciple who had just fused with his bloodline. 5 days later, 9-colored divine light would appear in the sky above the Qin Manor from time to time. This meant that these people's bloodlines were very powerful. Young, middle-aged and old people all wanted it. This kind of phenomenon only appeared more than 2,000 times. This meant that only 2,000 people possessed the powerful 9 Sun royal tribe bloodline. On the 10th day after the altar was opened, many elders floated in the sky above the Qin Manor, waiting for the phenomenon to appear. Those who appeared on the 10th day definitely had a stronger bloodline. And on the 10th day, there were only a few dozen people. Almost all of them came out of seclusion. Grandma Xianxia said, "It seems like the later they fused with their bloodline, the stronger their bloodline power. We still have to gather them and carefully study the specific situation." King Qinhua said. "Oh right, what about that kid Qin Fei?" Medicine King Qin looked at Grandma Xianxia and said, "Is his injury still not healed?" "Not yet." Grandma Xianxia also doesn't know where Qin Yun is. She went to the Wild Beheader Villa before but she couldn't find Qin Yun. Qin Yun is in a secret room deep under the Wild Beheader Villa. 10 days have passed and he is still cultivating. The reason why he drilled into the ground is because he feels that it is better underground. He can use the treasure land of Xianxia Royal City to absorb myriad realms' divine sun power. In the depths of Medicine King City, many divine sun power secretly rushed into Wild Beheader Manor and entered Qin Yun's body. Qin Yun doesn't know when it will end. Because he can feel that the powerful bloodline inside his body is very hungry, it is constantly devouring the power of myriad realms' divine Sunday. That's why he went deep underground, this way he can better and faster absorb the power. Qin Zhongguang used 8 days to fuse and refine the bloodline power. He was also summoned to the Qin Manor. Nine Sun Divine Palace sent many people to research the new Nine Sun bloodline. Qin Yan cultivated in pain, unknowingly more than a month passed by. He can feel that the pain on his body is gradually lessening and everything inside his body is like it has been reborn. Whether it is bones, muscles or internal organs, they have all been melted by the powerful bloodline and reformed into even more powerful ones. Deep underground, Qin Yan looked at his own heart. The biggest change is his heart. His heart is like a very small myriad realms divine sun, it is beating very normally inside his heart. My sun heart has become like this? Qin Yan is secretly shocked. He promptly took out the sun-suppressing divine arrow. His sun-suppressing divine arrow has also changed greatly. Originally it was black but now it has turned light gold. Moreover, there are 9 dragons coiling around it. The 9 dragon carvings have 9 different colors and can release 9 colored light aura. Restoring 9 sun bloodline, the effect is really good. Qin Yan is secretly happy, then left the deep underground and came to the surface. He did not see Qin Zhongguang and all the divine flowers here have already been harvested. It seems like I have been in seclusion for more than a month. Old Qin doesn't want this medicine garden anymore? Qin Yan hastily took a bath and changed into a set of clean white clothes. Dog God! Qin Yan yelled. Dog God has always been here, he also knows that Qin Yan is in the wild beheader manor. The fatty promptly ran out of the house and yelled, Boss, you finally appeared. Dog God, where is old Qin? Qin Yan asked. He also wants to see Qin Zhongguang's current situation. He should have gone to the 9 Sun Divine Palace. Dog God said with smile and then informed Qin Yan about the recent situation. Qin Yan immediately learned that after the altar opened, those who needed more than 7 days to refine their bloodline have all been summoned to the 9 Sun Divine Palace. The longest time is around 12 to 13 days. Boss, don't tell me it took you a month? Dog God said in amazement, then why didn't I see the 9-colored phenomenon? My situation is rather special. Qin Yan is also very suspicious. According to reason, his 9-colored phenomenon should be very big but Dog God did not see it at all. Therefore, he is even more anxious to find someone who has recovered their bloodline to compare. Oh that's right, Miss Huayu has also returned. She came to find you. I heard from her that it took her 15 days to fuse and refine her bloodline. Dog God said. Did she fuse and refine it in the Guanghan Palace? Qin Yan asked. She is very strong. This little girl is only a profound god but I am not her match. Your 9 Sun royal family is truly dreadful. Dog God exclaimed in admiration. Dog deity kept staring at Qin Yan's forehead. Boss, why is there nothing on your forehead? Dog God said. Qin Yan rubbed his forehead and said, why do I need something? Dog God said, old Qin has a 9-colored flame mark on his forehead, it looks like a small ball of flame. He said it is 9 Sun Divine Mark, a mark bestowed by myriad realms divine sun. Qin Yan took out a mirror and looked at himself. Then he kept rubbing his forehead and said, motherfucker. I don't have it. Then am I not from 9 Sun royal family or not? Boss, all the people I met from 9 Sun royal family have this mark. Lady Huayu and the 3 brothers have it. Boss, have you recovered your 9 Sun bloodline or not? Dog God said with doubtful expression. Of course I have recovered. Qin Yan can sense that his body has improved greatly. But why doesn't he have 9 Sun Divine Mark? Did old Qin tell you the use of 9 Sun Divine Mark? Qin Yan asked. He didn't say but it must have some use. Boss, are you alright? Dog God said. Dog God is very worried because Qin Yan's situation is very special. Qin Yan thought about how his heart has become like myriad realms divine sun and immediately felt relieved. But he still wants to confirm the specific situation. He also wants to know whether or not other emperor race people's hearts have changed after recovering their bloodline. He took out the spirit-chasing talisman to find Qin Long. Qin Long is the same as him, he has sun-suppressing divine arrow. In order to use sun-suppressing divine arrow, he also cultivated sun core. After he arrived outside the city, he discovered that the spirit-chasing talisman is pointing towards 9 Sun Divine Palace. Let's wait for Dad to come out. Qin Yan put away the spirit-chasing talisman and was about to return to the city when he saw a white-robed old man wearing bamboo hat flying over. "Senior!" Qin Yan yelled in pleasant surprise. "This old man is precisely the nameless old man. I have been waiting for you for several days. You finally came out of the city. You are truly awesome. Even I don't dare to enter the city," the nameless old man said. "Restricted approach? Senior, you can't enter the Medicine King city?" Qin Yan is somewhat shocked, then he looked at the myriad realms' divine sun in the sky. The nameless old man said, "I can enter, but I will have to pay a great price. Maybe I will even be punished by the myriad realms' divine sun." Qin Yan and the nameless old man arrived outside the city, found a quiet place and took out the floating cloud pagoda. They entered the floating cloud pagoda and started talking business. "Senior, didn't you say that you would do your best to help me obtain the 9-sun heavenly race bloodline?" Qin Yan said, "Did you get it?" The nameless old man laughed awkwardly and said, "I didn't get it, but I will definitely get it. It's just that, you have to express your sincerity first. I already have the bloodline of the 9-sun royal family and it's very powerful. How much can your 9-sun heavenly race bloodline improve my body?" Qin Yan is somewhat doubtful about this. If he were to fuse with the 9-sun heavenly race bloodline, his body would not improve and there would even be conflicts. Wouldn't that be a huge loss for him? The nameless old man chuckled and said, "Little friend, don't tell me you think that having the 9-sun royal family bloodline is enough?" Qin Yan indeed felt this way because after recovering the 9-sun royal family bloodline, the improvement of his body is very obvious and it is much stronger than before. "That's right. My current body is enough to bear the burden of opening 10 Xian God Dao veins," Qin Yan said with certainty. Every time he opened a Xian God Dao vein, a powerful force would flow into his body through the Dao vein. If his body was not strong enough, his body would be torn apart by that power. The nameless old man shook his head and smiled, "You have only opened 1 Xian God Dao vein now. When you open 2 more, you won't be able to say that. Little friend, your situation is different from others. Even if you don't have 10 divine profound Dao images and only have 6, you won't be able to bear it." "Why?" Qin Yan said with a frown. "Xiao Yuelan and the others all have 6 divine profound Dao images, but they are completely fine. Because your single divine profound Dao image is very strong, so the Xian God Dao veins you opened are also very strong." The nameless old man smiled and said, "If you don't believe me, it's up to you." Qin Yan thought about it carefully. Previously, he had only opened 1 Xian God Dao meridian and his body had already reached its limit. If he had 2 profound God Dao veins, the divine power that erupted from him would definitely be even stronger. "Then how do you want me to express my sincerity?" Qin Yan was also persuaded by the nameless old man. He planned on fusing with the 9 suns heavenly race's bloodline. "I want 2 divine universe goldstones first. After I give you the 9 suns heavenly race's bloodline divine source, you can give me 8 more," said the nameless old man. Qin Yan was slightly alarmed. He thought that this nameless old man had more divine universe metal stones in his hands. He never expected that he would be so lacking in them. "This is a bit much, but this is the price." The nameless old man said, "The 2 divine universe golden stone you gave me now, I used them to bribe them, otherwise I wouldn't be able to get my hands on the bloodline divine source." "How did you know that I have the divine universe goldstone?" asked Qin Yan. "Heh, those 2 heavenly mother heavenly emperors previously snatched the divine universe golden stone of the death god, but they were all finished off by you. I think that their divine universe golden stone should be in your hands." The nameless old man chuckled. The nameless old man was also present at the scene at that time. He saw Qin Yan take away the heavenly emperor heavenly mother's storage magic tool. Qin Yan deliberately put on a very pained expression and took out 2 very small divine universe goldstone and said, "Here, but you have to sign a soul contract with me. I am too honest and have been tricked many times before. With a soul contract, I can be more at ease." The nameless old man secretly despised Qin Yan. He is actually so shameless to say that he is honest. After signing the soul contract, both Qin Yan and the nameless old man revealed a smile. "Senior, after they recovered their 9-sun royal family bloodline, they all have some 9-sun divine mark on their forehead, but I don't." Qin Yan pointed at his forehead. "This is a normal phenomenon, there is nothing strange about it," the nameless old man said. What is a normal phenomenon? Those who possess 9 Sun royal family bloodline all have 9 Sun divine mark, right? Qin Yun is still very doubtful. Let's put it this way, the reason why you don't have it is because you haven't completely obtained the approval of the myriad realm's divine sun, the nameless old man said. What do you mean? Why haven't I obtained the approval? Qin Yun feels even more baffled and said, but I clearly possess a powerful body through the 9 Sun royal family bloodline. Not only that, he has also cultivated an even stronger divine sun heart. His sun-suppressing divine arrow has also undergone a great transformation. After people with 9 Sun divine mark die, their soul will fly to the myriad realm's divine sun and then go through reincarnation within the myriad realm's divine sun. You don't have 9 Sun divine mark, it means that after you die, your soul will not fly to the myriad realm's divine sun, the nameless old man said. There is another possibility. Your soul already belongs to someone else. Qin Yun's expression is filled with amazement as he said, there is such a situation? Then after I die, where does my soul usually go? Didn't you die a few times already? The nameless old man said with smile. Why are you asking me? Why don't you die again? I seem to have gone to the 9 nether realm before. Isn't it very normal to go to the 9 nether realm? Qin Yun said. Then maybe you were like that before but not now. If you die again, your soul will not go to the 9 nether realm. The nameless old man said, don't worry about it, it doesn't matter if I don't have 9 Sun divine mark, as long as I obtain the power of bloodline. Qin Yun looked at the nameless old man's forehead and said, does your 9 Sun heavenly race have something like 9 Sun divine mark? Of course we do. But my 9 Sun divine mark is not on my forehead. Moreover, it is somewhat different from the 9 Sun royal families. The nameless old man said with smile. So you also have it? Quickly let me see. Qin Yun is somewhat surprised and promptly said with smile. Do you really want to see it? It's on my butt. The nameless old man said with mischievous smile. He already turned around to take off his pants. Fuck your grandpa. Qin Yun promptly kicked him. You wanted to see it yourself. Why did you kick me? The nameless old man dodged. Why do your 9 Sun divine marks grow on your butt? Qin Yun curled his lips and said. Our 9 Sun divine marks are like birthmarks, they grow randomly. And those of you who recovered your 9 Sun bloodline have a fixed location, they all grow on your forehead. Maybe Myriad Realm's divine sun thought that it would make it easier for you to be recognized in the divine desolate, the nameless old man said. Qin Yun looked at the 9 Sun divine palace and said, that divine palace suddenly appeared and even helped us recover our bloodline. Is this the intention of Myriad Realm's divine sun? Of course. After you, the 9 Sun divine palace received many aspects of help from the 9 suns and now it even has the full support of Myriad Realm's divine sun. The nameless old man said. Qin Yun is somewhat puzzled. When he first created the 9 Sun divine palace, he did not receive many aspects of help from the 9 suns. He only received a little bit of help from time to time. The nameless old man has already returned. He said that he would be able to obtain the 9 Sun heavenly race's bloodline divine origin in about a month. Qin Yun knows that the 9 Sun divine mark situation is very serious. He did not go find Qin Long and instead returned to the wild beheader villa. Next, he has to hurry up and open the second mysterious God Dao meridian. Qin Yun is quietly comprehending inside the floating cloud pagoda. He opened the first mysterious God Dao meridian through the heavenly Dao rune. This means that his heavenly Dao rune is currently connected to that mysterious God Dao meridian and is continuously obtaining divine power. Moreover, it is a very special and powerful heavenly Dao divine power. And next, Qin Yun does not know how to open the Dao meridian through that mysterious God Dao image. The relationship between the mysterious God Dao image and the Dao meridian is very close. The Dao meridian opened by different Dao images will obtain different amounts of divine power. Opening the mysterious God Dao meridian mainly depends on one's comprehension ability. One must comprehend the heavenly Dao. The stronger the mysterious God Dao meridian, the better. The more power that would flow into the Dao meridian, the more power that would fuse with the power of the Myriad Realm's divine sun, it would be able to fuse into a very powerful divine power. Qin Yun is in seclusion and knows nothing about the outside world. His comprehension ability is extremely high, so he quickly comprehended the profoundness of the Tao Meridian. Suddenly, his divine saber Tao image trembled. This time, the mysterious God Tao Meridian he opened was opened through the divine saber Tao image. Does this mean that when I use saber-type weapons, my power will be even stronger? Xianxia sensed the mysterious Tao power pouring into his body through the two Tao meridians. After the Tao power entered his body, it absorbed the energy of the myriad realms divine sun through the 9 sun divine veins. The two types of energy fused and the divine power seemed to have exploded. It was fierce and powerful. Xianxia took a deep breath and then activated all the divine power in his body. The two mysterious God Tao meridians also roared and released divine power. Xianxia controlled the formidable divine power and circulated it within his body. He wants to see if his body can withstand this power. Yunar, release even stronger divine power. Xianxia shouted. Ling Yunar also released the power of her little nether Sunday. Many streams of divine power converged and flowed within Xianxia's body, causing his body to continuously release berserk divine power aura. The floating cloud pagoda also slightly trembled from the impact of the formidable power. Xianxia continued for a while before withdrawing the divine power. How is it? Ling Yunar asked. My body is very strong, now I don't feel any pain at all. After opening the third mysterious God Tao meridian, I don't know if it will still be this easy. Xianxia secretly believed the nameless old man's words. When he opened the third mysterious God Tao meridian, his body might not be able to keep up. Xianxia took a bath and walked out of the floating cloud pagoda. Several people came to the wild beheader villa. Qin Long, Qin Zhongquang, Dog God, Divine Universe Ice Dragon and Dragon Jew, they all came. After seeing them, Xianxia is also very happy and promptly walked over. You all have 9 sun divine marks. Xianxia saw that Qin Long also has a 9 sun divine mark on his forehead and said in shock. Why don't you have it? Qin Zhongquang shouted, Little Qin, is there a problem with your bloodline? No, I'm fine. It's just that my situation is a bit special. Xianxia chuckled. Qin Long said, We came here to bid farewell to you. We will be leaving for a period of time. Qin Long and the others have just recovered their bloodline not long ago and they already have something to do. It sounds like a rather difficult task. It can be seen that they will be gone for a long time. Will it be dangerous? Asked Xianxia. It's not too dangerous, we just need to find a mountain. That mountain is very important to the 9 Yang Divine Palace. Moreover, we dragons are needed to find that mountain. Divine Universe Ice Dragon said. It's good that it's not dangerous. Xianxia smiled and said, Then how long will it take? A few months. We will also take a look and see if we can find a dragon pearl for you. Qin Long patted Xianxia's shoulder and said with smile, Let's go, we have something to tell you. Xianxia promptly brought Qin Long to a secret room. Inside the secret room, Qin Long's expression became serious and said, Xiaoyun, do you know why the 9 Yang Divine Palace suddenly appeared? Xianxia is also very puzzled. He can only guess that the reason why the 9 Yang Divine Palace appeared is related to the myriad realms Divine Sunday Divine Desolate has been formed for more than 100 years. It is indeed a bit late for the 9 Yang Divine Palace to return now. Xianxia said, Dad, do you know why the 9 Yang Divine Palace came back? I'm not too sure. In short, according to what I know inside the 9 Yang Divine Palace, the 9 Yang Divine Palace is going to fight a great battle. And when the time comes, the outstanding disciples of the 9 Yang royal family will all be warriors. Qin Long said. Why do you think so? Xianxia is greatly shocked. We all received very good treatment and the 9 Yang Divine Palace also very clearly expressed that they want to nurture us into warriors who are very good at fighting. Qin Long said, that White Commander also said that the 9 Yang Divine Palace and the 9 Yang royal family will become one in the future. Xianxia's eyes turned back and forth. He thought of the ancient races that the nameless old man mentioned. Now, if the 9 Yang Divine Palace wants to start a war, only those ancient races can match the power of the 9 Yang Divine Palace. Dad, is the 9 Yang Divine Palace stable? Xianxia said, I just want to understand clearly but I don't want to enter the 9 Yang Divine Palace again. Qin Long said, Xiaoyun, the situation inside the 9 Yang Divine Palace is rather complicated. We have seen White Commander and a few other elders of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Their relationship isn't that good. Bad relationship? Could it be that they were secretly fighting for something? This is not a good thing. Qin Yan said, there are too many internal struggles, it will bring about great influence. Qin Long nodded, patted Qin Yan's shoulder and said, the Nine-Yang Divine Palace needs you. If possible, I suggest you enter the Nine-Yang Divine Palace to take a look. But... Qin Yan looked troubled. What? You are the palace king. Qin Long laughed, you are just going back to take a look, you just need to hide. To be honest, I feel guilty towards the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Although I am a palace king, in the next few epochs, Nine-Yang Divine Palace had nothing to do with me. If not for Nine-Yang secretly helping me many times, Nine-Yang Divine Palace would have already ceased to exist. He had very special feelings for the Nine-Yang Divine Palace, but he also knew that the fact that the Nine-Yang Divine Palace could still exist until now had nothing to do with him. Therefore, he was worried that if he returned, it would cause the Nine-Yang Divine Palace to become even more chaotic, unless he had enough strength to obtain the recognition of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace's upper echelons. You are also considering this for the good of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. However, if the Nine-Yang Divine Palace is facing a crisis, if you are in the Nine-Yang Divine Palace, you can more or less help. Qin Long said. Dad, will the Nine-Yang Divine Palace be in danger? Qin Yan asked doubtfully, from the current situation, the Nine-Yang Divine Palace should be developing quite well. Qin Long shook his head and said, according to my experience and intuition, the situation inside the Nine-Yang Divine Palace is rather complicated. As for the specifics, you will need to figure it out yourself. Alright, it seems like I can only make a trip to the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Qin Yan sighed. Qin Long laughed, next time I see Yan Long, I'll ask him again and ask him to bring your mother over. Our family will reunite once more. As long as we are still alive, it is equivalent to a reunion. Qin Yan said with a smile. In his heart, he is still very much looking forward to seeing his mother. After Qin Long and Qin Yan left the secret room, they went to the great hall outside and ate and chatted with Qin Zhongquang, Divine Space Ice Dragon and others. After eating and drinking, Qin Long, Divine Space Ice Dragon, Qin Zhongquang and Immortal Desolate Dragon Emperor left the Qin Medicine King City together. Dog God and others will temporarily stay in the Qin Medicine King City. They all have God positions and will receive some preferential treatment in the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Qin Yan is thinking about how to enter the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. If he wants to enter, there are many ways. For example, let Granny Xianxia bring him in. He is the one who defeated Primal Chaos Race's Qin Fei and is also a very powerful pill master. Another way is to use God position to enter. With God position, he can also enter the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. If he doesn't want to expose Qin Fei's identity, he can create a Rain God position for himself and then easily enter the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. After some consideration, Qin Yan decided to use Qin Fei's identity to enter the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Only like this can he stay inside more comfortably. After thinking it through, Qin Yan sent Dog God to Jasper Flower Valley to find Granny Xianxia. Granny Xianxia immediately rushed to the Wild Beheader Villa. After seeing Qin Yan, she said in shock, Xiao Qin, you haven't recovered your bloodline? Qin Yan doesn't have 9 Sun Divine marks, so he can see it with a glance. The situation is rather special. Qin Yan said, Granny, I don't have 9 Sun Divine marks, will it affect my ability to enter the Nine-Yang Divine Palace? Of course not. You are the one who helped our Nine-Yang royal family to be reborn. The Nine-Yang Divine Palace has always welcomed you. Granny Xianxia said with smile. Alright then, take me to the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Qin Yan said. He also wants to meet the general manager called White Death. This general manager White has great influence in the Nine-Yang Divine Palace, he is certainly not a simple person. Granny Xianxia took out a small flying boat, carried Qin Yan and flew towards the huge Divine Palace floating in the sky outside the city. After approaching the Divine Palace, Qin Yan's mood is very complicated. Because this kind of feeling is very familiar, it gave him many beautiful memories. The Nine-Yang Divine Palace is still the same Nine-Yang Divine Palace, all kinds of great formations have not changed much. Qin Yan closed his eyes and sensed the familiar feeling. The gate of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace is very large. After entering, there is an incomparably spacious palace hall inside. It is like a super huge plaza. It can easily accommodate tens of thousands of people. There are many big and small doors all around the palace hall. Qin Yan followed Granny Xianxia, walking on a red carpet in the middle of the hall. They walked towards a golden door. Qin Yan looked all around. He seems very curious. This spacious palace hall is not decorated very luxuriously. On the contrary, it has a kind of vicissitudes feeling. Only some places have been decorated and improved. This place still gives Qin Yan a very familiar feeling. In the past, many powerful heavenly god puppets gathered in this palace hall. They were the puppet army created by him. They are all very powerful. Xiao Qin, this is the palace hall of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. This is a very sacred place. We gathered here before, then a small myriad realms divine sun appeared in the sky above the palace hall and directly transmitted a lot of formidable power to us, Granny Xianxia said with smile. So awesome. Qin Yan said with smile. This is your first time here, don't you feel that this place has a kind of indescribable shock? When we first came here, it was the same. Granny Xianxia said. Qin Yan is not at all unfamiliar with this place. It can be said that he is the person who understands the internal structure of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace the most, no one else. Qin Yan just smiled. The feeling this palace gives him is only familiarity and nostalgia. There is no other special feeling. Finally, Granny Xianxia led Qin Yan through the incomparably spacious palace hall and entered the solemn door. There is a light screen on the door. Only with the permission of the person inside can they enter. When Granny Xianxia led Qin Yan in, she touched the light screen. If the person inside allows them to enter, they can enter. If they can't enter, they will be blocked by the light screen barrier. After passing through the light screen, there is a lake inside and they can see the dark blue sky. Qin Yan and Granny Xianxia are now walking on the 9 zigzag bridge above the lake. The 9 zigzag bridge is shaped like a dragon. It is also very big. Walking on the bridge is like walking inside the body of a curved dragon. In the middle of the lake is a very large flat land. It is full of flowers and plants. There is a 3-story light blue small building. The small building is built with blue crystal. It looks very beautiful. 9 Dragon Lake. Qin Yan said in his heart, in the past, this is the place where I raised dragons. Little Qin, this place is really good. There is another heavenly cave inside the palace. This is a space. Granny Xianxia said with a smile, don't you think it is very magical? Qin Yan looked around and nodded. He looked around to see if there are any other changes. But in Granny Xianxia's eyes, Qin Yan is like a curious baby. Arriving at the small building in the middle of the 9 Dragon Lake, Granny Xianxia shouted, White Commander, do you still remember that Qin Fei? I brought him here. Granny Xianxia, bring him in, wait for me in the hall. An ethereal woman's voice came. Granny Xianxia led Qin Yan into the hall and said, White Commander, I still have something to do. I will leave him here. Don't make things difficult for him. All right. White Death said. Qin Yan also wanted to meet the strange name, White Commander called White Death. He only wanted to know why she called herself by such a name. If it was a man, it would be fine, but it was a woman who called him by such a name. Qin Yan waited in the hall, thousands of thoughts running through his mind, especially in the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. It evoked many memories, all of them are of the past. Qin Yan doesn't know what happened to those little dragons in the end or whether they are still in this Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Back then in the Divine Desolate, there were several Nine-Yang Divine Palaces and this Nine-Yang Divine Palace was the main palace. It was the best hidden one. The other Nine-Yang Divine Palaces were destroyed and only this one remained. Qin Yan had originally thought that even the Nine-Yang Divine Palace would be destroyed. The hall is very quiet. Qin Yan closed his eyes and along with the familiar feeling, he constantly recalled the time when he was in the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Suddenly, someone came in. Qin Yan immediately opened his eyes. An old man wearing a luxurious golden red robe walked in with 2 young men. This old man is wearing a golden crown with a dragon carved on it. His sunken eyes are filled with viciousness. Just his gaze alone is very frightening. Although he is dressed in a dragon robe and a dragon crown, his entire body does not have the might of a dragon. Instead, it gives people the feeling that he is a vicious poisonous snake. The two young men behind the old man also have cold and arrogant expressions on their faces. Xianxia never expected that the white commander would actually have a guest. Soon after, a fat red-clothed old woman walked in with a delicate red-dressed woman. When Xianxia saw the woman, he is extremely alarmed. That woman was someone he knew. Her name was Wang Xiangtong, and she was also that little sister. Wang Xiangtong's grandfather was once a member of the Nanyang Divine Palace, but he was later chased out. When she was in the Immortal Desolate, she even sparred with Xianxia in inscription battle technique and lost to him. Of course, she did not recognize Xianxia. Back then, Wang Xiangtong thought that Xianxia was an old fellow, but later on, she found out that his real name is Xianxia. Later on, she also learned many things about Xianxia. Old Yellow Snake, is this the disciple you just accepted? Why does he look so weak? The old woman said with a look of disdain. Xianxia is not surprised that the old man who looks like a poisonous snake is called Old Yellow Snake. Old Mother Bear, is the disciple you just accepted very powerful? The Old Yellow Snake said with sneer, this little girl is a human and my disciples are all very strong human transformed divine beasts. Old Mother Bear laughed and said, so what? The Old Yellow Snake no longer said anything and only shut his mouth. Following that, another person walked in. The person who entered was a chubby old man with a round face. The fat old man wore simple black clothes and walked in with a rather handsome young man. Xianxia recognized the round-faced fat old man. He was the sect leader of the ancient pill god sect, Gu Tianyue. Gu Tianyue brought his son, Gu Yongli. When they saw Xianxia, they pretended not to know him. However, they were very alarmed in their hearts. Both father and son knew Xianxia. They knew that this young man was at the profound god realm. He had beaten up a group of chaos race gods and killed the heavenly mother and heavenly man who were at the heavenly god realm. They hurriedly transmitted their greetings to each other. Sect Master Gu, what are you doing here? Xianxia asked with a voice transmission. Our ancient Dan god sect is in alliance with the Nanyang Divine Palace. The White Commander has invited me to discuss business. Gu Tianyue replied, I don't know those two, but they seem to be from the Nanyang Divine Palace. It seems like their positions are quite high. At that moment, the White Commander arrived. She walked out from a door, wearing a simple set of white clothes. Her long braid hung in front of her and she carried a long sword in a black scabbard on her back. Her face was very delicate and pretty. Her jade-white face was small and exquisite. Her pair of beautiful eyes carried a faint sense of majesty that made people feel a little afraid. This White Commander was also a beauty and she was a petite and exquisite kind. Wang Xiangtong, this little sister, looked rather petite and the White Death, this steward, was actually a little shorter than her. However, this petite and dainty White Commander gave off a very strong spiritual pressure. Everyone stood up and greeted her politely. She placed the long sword on her back on a table and her beautiful eyes swept across the crowd. Finally, her gaze landed on Xianxia. Xianxia faced it indifferently. White Death was looking at him and he was also looking at White Death. You are the Qin Fei that Grandma Qianghua brought with her? White Death looked at Xianxia and asked with some doubt. Qin Fei, hearing this name, the Old Yellow Snake and the Old Bear Mother were extremely shocked. Because this Qin Fei was an influential figure. The youngsters behind the Old Yellow Snake and Old Bear Mother are now staring at Xianxia. They previously heard that Qin Fei is a one-eyed dragon, they never expected him to be so handsome. Even White Death felt somewhat surprised by Xianxia. This one is indeed Qin Fei. Xianxia said with smile. You recovered the 9-son royal family bloodline, how come you don't have 9-son divine marks? White Death looked at Xianxia and said with frown. That's because I'm sick. Xianxia replied in a deadpan manner. Everyone is. Startled, sick? 9-son divine marks are gone? How could such an awesome person get sick? Everyone is very puzzled. White Death is even more puzzled and asked, what disease? Skin disease. Xianxia replied earnestly. Everyone immediately sank into silence. Skin disease means no 9-son divine marks, this can be explained. Is that so? What kind of skin disease can erase 9-son divine marks? White Death said in disbelief. I don't know either. Maybe it's because the 9 sun divine marks and my skin have some conflict, so it won't appear. This should be considered a strange disease. Xianxia said, this is all his nonsense. Alright, you were able to defeat so many experts at the profound god realm, your bloodline must be very strong. The 9 Yang Divine Palace will definitely focus on nurturing you. White Death said, no longer wondering why Xianxia doesn't have 9 sun divine marks. Soon after, White Death said to everyone, please sit. After everyone sat down, they finally heaved a sigh of relief. I invited the 3 of you here because our 9 Yang Divine Palace is in urgent need of a batch of divine pills. If the 3 of you can provide it, our 9 Yang Divine Palace will definitely give you a satisfactory price. White Death said. I can also be considered a member of the 9 Yang Divine Palace, the price is negotiable. Old Bear Mother said, of course, I only have medicinal ingredients, I don't know how to refine pills. Mother Bear, it's fine as long as you can provide medicinal ingredients for the ancient Dan God sect to refine pills. The ancient Dan God sect's sect master will definitely be able to cooperate very happily with you. White Death said with a faint smile. Gu Tianyue cupped his fists at Mother Bear with a smile as a form of greeting. Old Ancestor Yellow Snake, you have quite a few medicinal ingredients in your hands and your yellow snake race can find a lot of medicinal ingredients. Are you willing to provide us with a large amount of divine medicines? White Death looked at Old Yellow Snake and asked. Very willing. Old Ancestor Yellow Snake said. Following that, White Death discussed the price with them, mainly using sun god crystals to pay. Just as they were about to finish their discussion, a shout suddenly came from outside. White Death, you damned girl, hurry up and let me in. The person who shouted seemed to be an old man and he was very fierce. White Death ignored the person shouting outside. She knew who that person was, so she didn't let him enter the light screen. Old Ancestor Yellow Snake, Mother Bear, Ancient Dan God sect master, listen up. The price that White Death girl promised to give you is impossible to fulfill. Our 9 Yang Divine Palace doesn't have many divine crystals. The old man outside shouted again, moreover, most of the divine crystals are in my hands. White Death frowned and said, the 3 of you, you must believe me. The price they were discussing was over 10 billion divine crystals. It was a very huge transaction. To a powerful force, 10 billion divine crystals was considered a lot. Especially when they were about to make a transaction, they had to be cautious. White Commander, is the person speaking outside a Dragon Palace elder? Mother Bear said in a low voice, is what he said true? Mother Bear, believe me, I will definitely pay up. White Death's expression is still very calm as she said. Although she said that, Mother Bear and Old Ancestor Yellow Snake are somewhat hesitant. The Dragon Palace elder outside shouted, if you agree to her, you will definitely regret it. This damned girl, White Death, has mastered a supreme secret technique. Even if you sign a soul contract with her, she can still go back on her word. White Death's beautiful eyes are filled with helplessness as she looked outside the door. At this time, she also controlled the light screen outside to open, allowing the Dragon Palace elder to enter. Xianxia is no stranger to the Dragon Palace. Within the 9 Yang Divine Palace, there are 9 great halls and the Dragon Palace is one of them. Even in the past, the Dragon Palace had a lot of authority. The Dragon Palace elder in front of him is a fiendish old man wearing brown battle armor. The dragon might from his body scared the hell out of Old Ancestor Yellow Snake. Even Mother Bear was a little afraid of this Dragon Palace elder. Dragon Palace elder, my decision concerns the future development of the 9 Yang Divine Palace. The divine pills I want can help the great God Realm royal family disciples become stronger faster. White Death said. I know, but have you ever considered that after the young people of the 9 Yang royal family become stronger, they might just leave? The Dragon Palace elder snorted, those fellows are all incomparably arrogant, especially those with powerful bloodlines, they are very difficult to tame. White Death said, your Dragon Palace is in charge of the Imperial Dragon clan, they all have to give you some face, right? The Dragon Palace elder cursed in a low voice, those old fellows can give me face but the young people can't. All of them are arrogant. They all feel that they are invincible in the world and this is all because of that brat called Qin Fei. This guy easily defeated the royal grandson of the primal chaos race, causing the other disciples of the Nine Yang royal family to feel that they are as strong as Qin Fei. Gu Tianyue said doubtfully, "Is that not the case?" The Dragon Palace elder snorted, "How could that be? According to the information I have, Qin Fei is a profound god. He can instantly kill the great god of the primal chaos race and even kill the heavenly god realm heavenly emperor. This is not as simple as having a bloodline." "Then what's the reason?" Qin Yan asked. "Who knows what the reason is? In short, those 9 young royal family disciples are all led astray by this Qin Fei. When I see this Qin Fei, I will definitely beat him up and let those arrogant royal family disciples know how powerful I am," the Dragon Palace elder said with a displeased expression. The Dragon Palace elder is dumbfounded. He never expected that the legendary genius of the Qin family would be here. Furthermore, he looked so ordinary. Furthermore, he did not see any characteristics of the 9 Sun royal family's bloodline from Qin Yun. Whether it is aura or 9 Sun divine marks, these obvious characteristics are absent. This is also what Mother Bear, Old Yellow Snake and Gu Tianyue were very puzzled about. Even if Qin Yun does not have 9 Sun divine marks, he should have the aura of the 9 Sun bloodline. Qin Yun's bloodline aura is not obvious and he does not know why. Of course, it is certain that he cultivated a powerful body through his bloodline. "Are you really that kid?" The Dragon Palace elder is very surprised because in his understanding, this kind of genius must be very arrogant. However, Qin Yun is not arrogant at all. Qin Yun's arrogance is reflected in another aspect. When dealing with people, he is very easygoing. "Dragon Palace elder, didn't you say that you wanted to beat him up?" White Death smiled and made a gesture. "Please begin your performance." "Elder, how about this? You said that those young geniuses are very difficult to tame, then I can help you destroy their spirit." Qin Yun said, "Right now, let White Commander complete the transaction first." The Dragon Palace elder frowned, "This. Can you really deal with them? I have heard of your strength but you don't seem very powerful. You don't even have 9 Sun divine marks. Rumor has it that you used poison to defeat the primal chaos race. One must know that before the battle with the primal chaos race, as an alchemist, Qin Yun used poison to defeat those young alchemists. Therefore, some people suspect that he secretly used a very powerful poison without being discovered. Of course I can deal with them. If White Commander obtains the batch of divine pills she wants, she will definitely not give them out easily. If the young people of the 9 Sun royal family are not well behaved, they will not be able to obtain the divine pills," Qin Yun said. "Dragon Palace elder, I know you are angry but our 9 Yang divine palace needs new blood. We need a group of powerful youths to join us." White Death sighed. At this moment, she also felt that Qin Yun is very different. He does not seem like a young and frivolous genius. The Dragon Palace elder hesitated for a moment and said, "All right then. If you want to distribute the divine pills, you have to get my permission. You can't give them to those little bastards so easily." After the Dragon Palace elder stopped obstructing them, the transaction was completed smoothly. Gu Tianyue, Mother Bear, and Old Yellow Snake followed the Dragon Palace elder to collect a portion of the Sun God crystals. If Qin Yun stayed, he would die for nothing. "You are quite surprising." Baici looked at Qin Yun, her beautiful eyes flowed with hope, her small and exquisite beautiful face revealed a sweet smile. "Then, what kind of person do you think I am?" Qin Yun laughed heartily. "White Commander, is there someone bad-mouthing me?" White Death said with a smile, "No, I just feel that you should be a very cold and arrogant person." Back then, Qin Yun was indeed very arrogant when facing the Chaos Clansmen, but that was only a deliberate act he put on to agitate the Chaos Clansmen. Many people also remembered this side of him, so there were rumors that he was a very arrogant genius and so on. "White Manager, the 9 Yang Divine Palace is lacking people, right?" Qin Yun asked. "Yes, there is a lack of talented youngsters. Are you willing to join the 9 Yang Divine Palace?" White Death laughed and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely take special care of a genius like you." "Then how do you plan on taking special care of me?" Qin Yun crossed his legs and stared at White Death's dignified eyes. "I will give you the best resources, give you the best help," White Death said. "I don't lack resources and you can't give me the resources I want." Qin Yan said with certainty. It seems like I don't understand you well enough. White Death said with some doubt, although you are powerful, I feel that you are not much weaker than the youngsters of the Dragon Palace. Qin Yan said, youngsters of the Dragon Palace? Did they just recover their 9-son royal family bloodline? Then they are definitely not my match. White Death laughed lightly and said, if you use poison, I am also not your match. Qin Yan felt somewhat depressed. Back then, when he beat up the Primal Chaos royal grandson and instantly killed the Heavenly Mother Heavenly Man, many people saw it with their own eyes. Even now, there are still people who suspect him of using poison. He secretly guessed that someone might be deliberately discrediting him and slandering him. It is extremely likely that it is the 9 Sons sect, Thunder God Hall and Heavenly Law Divine Domain. Alright, I am a Pale Master and I am also very strong. What can your 9 Yan Divine Palace give me? Qin Yan said. It seems like you are quite arrogant. You actually look down on our 9 Yan Divine Palace. White Death smiled sweetly, but your arrogance makes me feel that it is somewhat cute. Qin Yan touched his face and said with a smile, some people say that I am handsome, some people say that I am honest, some people say that I am vicious, but there are very few who say that I am cute. Our 9 Yan Divine Palace is not bad, we have all kinds of inheritances here, our inheritances can be said to be among the best in the Divine Desolate. Especially the inheritance of inscription, I heard that you are also an inscription master. Our inscription is sufficiently attractive to you. White Death said seriously. Qin Yan found it somewhat funny. Most of the inheritances of the 9 Yan Divine Palace were left behind by him. The thing he lacked the least was the inheritance of the 9 Yan Divine Palace. He still had not completely figured out the situation of the 9 Yan Divine Palace, so he could not reveal his identity, lest he be killed by some hidden evil person. Seeing that Qin Yan did not speak, White Death said again, I know that you are a rare genius. If you want to ask for too much from me, that is fine. However, the prerequisite is that you must understand the situation of our 9 Yan Divine Palace. Qin Yan said, you misunderstood my meaning. I am not trying to ask for too much. I don't want anything, I just want some privileges. I will stay in the 9 Yan Divine Palace, but you must not interfere with my life or travel, nor can you arrange for me to do anything else. White Death was extremely shocked. She never expected Qin Yan to think this way. Qin Yan smiled and said, don't worry, if the 9 Yan Divine Palace needs me to fight, as long as I am still alive, I will definitely go on stage. You really don't want anything? White Death did not dare believe it. Although the 9 Yan Divine Palace did not have many resources, it still had some. Especially for people at the Profound God Realm, it was sufficiently attractive. The other thing was the inscriptions. The 9 Yan Divine Palace had many inscriptions. This was also the reason why the 9 Yan Divine Palace had been able to stand tall for so many years. I will see what the situation is like. Of course, if you don't give it to me, I won't have any objections. Qin Yan said. Alright, you can stay in the 9 Yan Divine Palace. I will give you the privileges you need. White Death felt that there was no harm in doing so, so he agreed. Qin Yan wanted to stay in the 9 Yan Divine Palace. He also wanted to investigate the attitude of the people in charge of the 9 Yan Divine Palace towards the 9 Yan Divine Palace. In addition, the 9 Yan Divine Palace clearly had their own grand plan. Qin Yan also wanted to figure it out. At this moment, he was also secretly sighing. In the end, he still couldn't let go of the 9 Yan Divine Palace. Now, he was extremely concerned about the situation of the 9 Yan Divine Palace. White Commander, why are you called White Death? This name doesn't sound good. Qin Yan said. This is the first time someone has dared to ask me this question. White Death laughed and said, you're really quite arrogant. Aren't you afraid of anything? Qin Yan chuckled and said, White Commander, could it be that I'll be killed just because I asked you a question? You look so petite and cute, what's there to be afraid of? Petite and cute? White Death's beautiful eyes narrowed and she said with a chuckle, you are indeed very bold. No wonder you dare to argue with Thunder God and Divine Judge. You haven't answered my question yet. Qin Yan asked. He only wanted to know if White Death had anything to do with the White Tiger back then. White Death's expression suddenly became very serious. Moreover, it carried a hint of coldness. A faint killing intent appeared in her eyes and between her brows. She stared at Qin Yun and Qin Yun stared at her. The atmosphere in the small hall suddenly became very oppressive. However, Qin Yun still maintained a relaxed smile as he watched White Death. He knew that White Death was testing him and giving him a very strong mental pressure. After the two of them looked at each other for a moment, a smile suddenly appeared on White Death's face. She said, "I died the moment I was born. In addition, my father was the White Tiger, so he named me White Death." Qin Yun was startled. In his memories, the White Tiger divine beast that protected the Nine-Yan divine palace back then did indeed have a little daughter. She died the moment she was born and her soul was still trapped in her body. It was a very powerful curse. Power that caused the soul to be trapped in the body. It was extremely painful. The White Tiger was very sad, so he asked the Nine-Yan Palace King for help to seal his little daughter's body and soul so that she could sleep peacefully. And after the little tiger girl was sealed, her body had always been in the Nine-Yan Divine Palace. After that, Qin Yun did not know where the White Tiger went or what happened to the White Tiger. Because after he died as the Palace King, he had always been tortured by the heavenly law divine realm. You died the moment you were born. Why are you still alive? Qin Yun took a deep breath and asked. Because this divine palace gave me a new life. White Death said, in short, no matter what, I will protect this divine palace forever. Qin Yun said, what about your father? He is a white tiger, a very powerful mythological beast. He's dead. He died miserably. White Death said with a calm expression, and I can't avenge him because I have to protect this divine palace. This is also what he told me before he died. Qin Yun's expression is also very calm, but his heart is filled with incomparable anger. A kind of anger filled with strong killing intent suddenly spread out. When Bai Si heard that Qin Yun wanted to avenge her, she felt surprised and touched at the same time. Who killed your father? Qin Yun really wanted to avenge the White Tiger. I don't know either. White Death let out a soft sigh. She, who had been calm all this while, suddenly had a sorrowful look on her face. How could you not know? Didn't he mention it to you before he died? Qin Yun felt that Bai Qing might have deliberately concealed it. Bai Si shook his head and said, he didn't say it, mainly because he was worried that I would take revenge for him. I really don't know. I also wanted to investigate, but I kept holding back and didn't investigate clearly. Qin Fei, let's not talk about this anymore. I am already very grateful that you have such intentions. White Death said with a smile. Yes, I want to go to the Dragon Palace Hall. Qin Yun said, that Dragon Palace elder thinks that I have led those 9 Sun royal family youngsters astray, so I will help him teach them a lesson. White Death shook his head and smiled. Forget it. If you don't use poison, you won't be a match for those guys. They all have the bloodline of the 9 Suns royal family and are very powerful. Why are you so sure that I used poison? Qin Yun had a helpless expression as he smiled bitterly. You are only a profound god, but you can defeat a god of heaven? If it wasn't poison, then what was it? No matter how strong you are, it is impossible for you to cross 2 realms to kill a heavenly god. White Death said. She wasn't the only one who thought so. Many people felt the same way when they heard about it. Although many people had witnessed what had happened, after thinking about it carefully, it was simply too impossible. That was because they did not know that Qin Yun possessed 9 divine profound Tao images. Furthermore, the Tao power obtained by his profound god Tao vein was extremely powerful. This was mainly because he had the heavenly Tao divine rune. I am going to the Dragon Palace Hall. Qin Yun said. He wants to see how arrogant those young geniuses of the 9 Sun royal family are. The best way to deal with those arrogant young people was to be more arrogant than them. If they were not convinced, then use your fists to beat them until they were convinced. White Death said, how could you know the way? Let me take you there. Of course Qin Yun knew the way. No one was more familiar with the 9 Yang Divine Palace than him. He suspected that there were many secret rooms in the 9 Yang Divine Palace that even the upper echelons like Bai Si and the others did not know about. Qin Yun also planned to secretly explore the secret chamber of the 9 Yang Divine Palace in the future. There are many secret places in the 9 Yang Divine Palace that only Qin Yun knows about. Furthermore, there are many important things inside. White Death picked up the sword on the table and left 9 Dragon Lake with Xianxia for the Dragon Palace. There were many doors of various sizes around the hall. Different doors led to different places. At this moment, Xianxia is following by sea towards a dragon head door. The entrance to the door was a huge dragon head with its mouth wide open. There was also a screen of light. After passing through the light screen, he would be able to reach the Dragon Palace. From the outside, the 9 Divine Palace looked like a huge divine palace, but inside, there were many small heavenly passages and small spaces. The Dragon Palace was in a small space. After entering the Dragon Head Gate, they saw a villa situated on a plain. The Dragon Hall was in the middle of the villa. In this small space, one could directly see 2 myriad worlds' divine suns, one big and one small. At night, the myriad heavens' divine moon and countless stars would also appear in the sky. Xianxia is somewhat surprised because after so many years, the Dragon Palace is still the same, it has not changed much. After entering the villa, a very berserk aura surged over from all directions. The Dragon Palace is a very important organization within the 9 Divine Palace. This place is mainly responsible for training Heavenly Dragon War God. This is also one of the main battle strength of the 9 Divine Palace. Although it is called the Dragon Palace, not only dragons can be here. Anyone who wants to cultivate dragon arts can come here to cultivate. The main responsibility of the Dragon Palace is to pass down all kinds of cultivation techniques and battle skills of the Dragon Palace to nurture a qualified Heavenly Dragon War God. Therefore, the disciples of the Dragon Palace fight all day long. When the Dragon Palace Elder learned that Xianxia and White Death had arrived, he promptly rushed over and brought them to a guest hall. Dragon Palace Elder, this brat is coming. He said that he wants to help you teach those arrogant youngsters a lesson. White Death said with a smile, make the arrangements. The Dragon Palace Elder chuckled and said, it seems like you are also a very arrogant youngster. You actually want to teach those guys a lesson? Xianxia said, bring me there. Alright, I'll immediately order people to gather them and wait for you. The Dragon Palace Elder's face is filled with smiles. Dragon Palace Elder, you seem to be very happy. White Death said with a smile, why are you in such a good mood? The Dragon Palace Elder chuckled and said, those guys all said that they can beat this Xianxia up. I want to see if this Xianxia is really that godly. Looking at his arrogant appearance, maybe he will be beaten until his teeth fall all over the ground. Soon after, the Dragon Palace Elder instructed a middle-aged man to gather the dozens of young geniuses. Really? Do they really think they can beat me up? Xianxia's face is also filled with a happy smile. If that's really the case, then that's really great. Why do you think it's good? The Dragon Palace Elder is somewhat doubtful. It's rare to meet an opponent, isn't it good? You don't know how lonely it is to be invincible. Xianxia said with a faint smile. Ha ha ha. You are indeed a little different from the masses. Your arrogant way is very different. The Dragon Palace Elder said with a smile, when you are beaten to tears later, you will know that loneliness is also good. White Death sighed, you guys, all of you are so self-righteous. You really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Not long later, a middle-aged man came in and said, Elder, I've already arranged it. Let them wait in the Hidden Dragon Arena. Hearing the words Hidden Dragon Arena, Xianxia immediately recalled the matter of this arena. This was a very special arena and it was also built by him. The Hidden Dragon Arena was an arena dug out from the ground and was very wide. To enter the Hidden Dragon Arena, one did not directly jump down. One needed to slowly walk down the stairs. Although it was only 100 meters deep, if one jumped down from above, they would be slammed into the ground by a very strong force. If it was serious, they would be smashed to pieces. The reason why there was such a barrier was mainly to restrict people from jumping and flying in the arena. This way, they would be greatly restricted when dodging and could only fight head-on. Also, in the Hidden Dragon Arena, there would be many times the weight on one's body. Fighting in this way would be able to unearth one's potential. And the most impressive thing about the Hidden Dragon Arena was the temperature below. The temperature of the Hidden Dragon Arena was very high. Most of the people who went down to fight had to wear a set of heat-resistant clothes. During the battle, once their clothes were torn and they could not withstand the temperature, they could only admit defeat. Otherwise, it would be very uncomfortable. And the side that admitted defeat was also very special. They had to climb up the stairs. It could be said to be incomparably humiliating. Dragon Palace Elder, why is there a need to do it in the Hidden Dragon Arena? White Death suddenly felt a little worried for Qin Yun because Qin Yun had said that he would take revenge for her. It made her feel very touched and she had a good impression of Qin Yun. Don't worry, that place is nothing to those fellows from the Nine Sons royal family. The Dragon Palace Elder smiled and said, since this expert said that he wants to teach those fellows a lesson, then the Hidden Dragon Arena is the best place. The Dragon Palace Elder stood up and walked out of the small building, bringing Qin Yun and White Death out. On the way, White Death kept telling Qin Yun about the Hidden Dragon Arena. Qin Yun already knew about it but pretended to listen attentively. In the Hidden Dragon Arena, there were dozens of youths wearing golden armor. Their armors were all heat-resistant. These youths all had cold and arrogant expressions on their faces. I heard that there's a guy who wants to teach us a lesson. It's that Qin Fei. Someone said. Qin Fei? He's finally here. He recovered his 9 sons' royal family bloodline and with the poison in his hands, he was able to defeat the fellow from the primal chaos race. And we have also recovered our bloodlines, so he is definitely not our match. He comes from the lower realms and is not considered an orthodox descendant of the imperial clan. He only has a very thin bloodline of the imperial clan in his body. The 9 sons' royal family bloodline that he recovers is definitely not as strong as ours. This fellow thinks that he can defeat the royal grandson of the primal chaos race and is so arrogant. He even said that he wants to teach us a lesson? That old fellow, the Dragon Palace Elder, can't deal with us, so he invited that fellow to show us his might? These youths had all recovered their 9 sons' royal family bloodline and mainly came from the 9 clans. There were even dragons and dragon men from the Imperial Dragon clan. There were also disciples of the Qin family but none of them were descendants of the Medicine King Qin. They were all descendants of the other kings but when they found out that the person who had come was from the Qin family, they restrained themselves a lot. They still admired Qin Fei. After all, he was someone who had helped the Qin family save face. As for the disciples of the other clans, they did not have such a sense of identity. They all felt that if they had recovered their bloodlines back then, they would definitely have been able to defeat the primal chaos race. They stood in the Hidden Dragon Arena and looked at the edge of the arena that was dozens of meters tall. There were a few people standing there. The White Commander is here too. Someone said in shock. Was that Qin Fei brought by the White Commander? This White Commander is so prejudiced against us? He brought this fellow to teach us a lesson? Maybe it was the old man from the Dragon Palace who called him over. The dozens of young geniuses below all saw Qin Yun. Qin Yun looked down from above and indifferently swept his gaze across the young geniuses. They were all great gods. After recovering their bloodlines, their strength was comparable to a heavenly god. Qin Fei, didn't you want to teach them a lesson? The Dragon Palace Elder said with a smile, seeing their aura. Are you afraid? The Dragon Palace Elder purposely spoke very loudly, mainly to arouse the aura of the dozens of geniuses. As expected, the dozens of young geniuses below immediately shouted in unison, releasing a burst of strong aura. A gust of wind rushed up along with their aura. The Dragon Palace Elder liked to watch these arrogant young people argue with each other. This was also a way to train young people. In order to draw more hatred for Qin Yun, the Dragon Palace Elder said again, little fellows below. You guys put on airs in front of me all day, but who do you think you are? This expert Qin Fei is a true genius. He can beat dozens of you by himself. Qin Fei, hurry up and come down. A young man suddenly shouted, I can defeat you with a single finger. The Dragon Palace Elder laughed and said, you only know how to brag. Look at Qin Fei, he has the demeanor of an expert, but what about you? Both of them are like the arrogant hooligans on the streets. Oh right, this is what Qin Fei said, not me. The youths below looked at Qin Yun with blade-like gazes. A few of them wanted to fly up, but because of the Hidden Dragon Arena's pressure realm, they couldn't fly no matter how much strength they used. Qin Yun really didn't expect this Dragon Palace Elder to be so mischievous. Qin Fei, cut the crap. Hurry up and put on the Hidden Dragon battle armor and come down to fight. Don't worry, we won't bully you, we won't gang up on you, and we guarantee that we won't beat you to death. A tall young man exuded a powerful dragon aura. It was obvious that he was a dragon in human form. A middle-aged man took out a set of hidden dragon battle armor and handed it to Qin Yun. Qin Yun took the hidden dragon battle armor and threw it with great force. Boom, the hidden dragon battle armor landed on the arena. When it landed, it was hit by the pressure barrier and smashed into the arena with great force, shattering it. You! What are you doing? Do you want to smash us to death like this? A young man below shouted, Qin Fei, hurry up and come down. The Dragon Palace Elder cursed in a low voice, the hidden dragon battle armor is very expensive, 100 million. Qin Yun took out a crystal card and handed it to White Death. White Commander, this is 100 million crystal card. Consider it compensation for the battle armor. White Death was stunned and took the crystal card. The Dragon Palace Elder cursed in his heart. He should be the one to accept it. Just as the young geniuses below were shouting, Qin Yun suddenly took off his clothes. Everyone was stunned when they saw him take off his clothes. Hidden dragon battle armor? I don't need this kind of plaything, only you delicate little flower seedlings need it. Qin Yun faintly smiled. He wasn't even using his hidden dragon battle armor, everyone present was extremely shocked. Qin Yun took a few steps forward and stood at the edge of the arena. He actually wanted to jump down. Qin Fei. Don't mess around. You'll die if you fall down, the Dragon Palace Elder hurriedly shouted. Qin Fei, wait. White Death also shouted. Qin Yun had already leaped out. Everyone present held their breath as they watched. Even something as sturdy as the hidden dragon battle armor had been pulverized by the force of the impact, and if a person were to fall into it, they would also be crushed to death. Also, it was very hot below the hidden dragon arena. Even celestial gods with very strong bodies would be roasted very quickly if they fell in. Even the arrogant young prodigies down below didn't dare to take off their suits of battle armor. Not only was he not wearing his hidden dragon battle armor, but he was also bare-chested. Furthermore, he didn't even use the stairs. While falling down, Qin Yun used Heavenly Firmament Dao Art and Heavenly Might Tyrant Body. Boom, in the instant that everyone was shocked, Qin Yun crashed onto the ground, causing the entire hidden dragon arena to tremble violently. Qin Yun stood upright in the hidden dragon arena. His upper body was roasted red, and his strong muscles appeared even more powerful. The heavenly might on his body made it hard for the young people to breathe. Everyone was shocked, fearful, and filled with disbelief, especially the Dragon Palace Elder and White Death, who knew the hidden dragon arena very well, as well as the people who often protected the hidden dragon arena. When they saw that Qin Yun was completely fine, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Even the dozens of young prodigies knew how dangerous it was for Qin Yun to come down just now. It was extremely fatal. Although they were arrogant, they didn't dare to play like this. Qin Yun swept his gaze across the group of young prodigies indifferently and said, all of you, come at me together. The aura of the group of young prodigies was dispersed the moment Qin Yun landed. Furthermore, they couldn't gather the power in their bodies at all. This was because they were extremely fearful. That fear caused them to be unable to gather their strength. They knew very well that they would definitely be beaten to their knees if they faced such a person. Why? Didn't you say that you could defeat me with a single finger? Qin Yun sneered. Now that I'm asking all of you to come at me together, why don't you dare? The Dragon Palace Elder and White Death looked at each other. They really didn't expect Qin Yun to be so powerful. At that moment, the young prodigies below also realized that Qin Yun didn't have the 9-yang divine scar on his glabella. The 9-yang divine scar was a characteristic of recovering one's bloodline. Qin Yun didn't have such an item. Could it be that his bloodline hadn't recovered? The group of young prodigies were all frightened by Qin Yun. They had always suspected that Qin Yun had used poison or something. However, no matter how powerful the poison was, it was impossible to avoid the various barrier powers of the hidden dragon arena. But Qin Yun could endure it, be it not using the hidden dragon battle armor or jumping down directly. The young prodigies present couldn't do it, nor did they dare to do it, because it would be very painful. Do you know the true meaning of the hidden dragon arena? Qin Yun asked. Please enlighten us, big brother Qin. The person who spoke was a disciple of the Qin imperial clan. He was even more impressed by Qin Yun and said very respectfully, "Only by cultivating to greater mastery in the hidden dragon arena can you transform into a dragon and fly." Qin Yun said, "You have to fly out from here." Fly out, everyone was in an uproar, and their faces were filled with fear, not to mention flying out, even jumping up was difficult. This is an abyss where dragons are trapped. Only those who can fly out from here are true dragons. Qin Yun said coldly, and being able to cultivate here means that you have the potential to become a true dragon. If you don't take it seriously and don't listen to the elders' arrangements, then get lost from the hidden dragon arena. You will forever lose the qualifications to become a true dragon. After saying that, Qin Yun leaped with great force and erupted with an incomparably powerful force. The entire hidden dragon arena's barrier released its power crazily at this moment, wanting to prevent Qin Yun from flying out. However, Qin Yun's terrifying power continued to batter the barrier. The barrier spewed out waves of energy like the roar of a berserk dragon. Roar, following a deafening dragon roar, Qin Yun broke through the barrier and jumped onto it. Then, he picked up his clothes and slowly put them on. This scene once again caused everyone present to be dumbstruck. He was fine when he jumped down. It could be said that he had used his powerful body and the power in his body to resist. However, it was even more difficult to jump back up. What shocked Baici and the Dragon Hall Elder the most was that jumping down and up was the standard for the Sky Dragon War Immortal test. Of course, the Sky Dragon War Immortal had to wear the Hidden Dragon battle armor during the test, but Qin Yun didn't. It had been many years since a Sky Dragon War Immortal had appeared in the Dragon Hall. However, Qin Yun had passed the test in an instant. Baici had explained the significance of the Hidden Dragon Arena to Qin Yun in detail on the way here, so Qin Yun already knew about it. However, he understood the significance of the Hidden Dragon Arena's existence even more. After all, he had arranged for its construction back then. It had indeed nurtured many powerful Sky Dragon War Immortals, forming the main combat strength of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Qin Yun sighed inwardly because he could tell that it had been many years since a Sky Dragon War Immortal had appeared in the Dragon Hall. Even the Dragon Hall Elder wasn't a Sky Dragon War Immortal, therefore, the Dragon Hall Elder felt very ashamed at this moment because he was inferior to this young man. "White Commander, where is my residence?" Qin Yun asked. "This?" Baici was startled. She was also thinking about where to arrange for Qin Yun to stay. "Go to the Sky Palace." The Dragon Hall Elder let out a long sigh. "The Sky Palace is still empty." Qin Yun frowned. The Sky Palace was actually empty. The Sky Palace was the highest existence among the 9 palaces of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. The Sky Palace had been empty for many years, which meant that the upper echelons of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace knew their limits and did not stay in the Sky Palace. Dragon Hall Elder. "Is the Sky Palace really okay?" Baici said in a low voice, "That's. But the residence of the Palace King. He is the only Sky Dragon War Immortal in our Nine-Yang Divine Palace. No one will object to him living in the Sky Palace," the Dragon Hall Elder said. His attitude towards Qin Yun had also changed greatly. "But the Sword Hall Elder might not be willing," Baici said. "I'm in charge of the Sky Palace's entrance. If I say it's fine, then it's fine. As for the Sword Hall, don't worry about them." The Dragon Hall Elder waved his hand and said, "Bring him to the Sky Palace. We'll talk about it after he stays there." Back then, the Sky Palace was indeed the residence of the Palace King. Furthermore, to the other halls, it was a supreme and sacred existence. For many years, the seniors of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace had been very conscious and did not enter that place. All right. Actually, Baici did not object to Qin Yun staying in the Sky Palace. At this moment, the group of youths in the Hidden Dragon Arena did not dare to be arrogant because they had witnessed the gap between them and Qin Yun. What they could not understand was why Qin Yun, who was only a profound god, was so much stronger than them. It made them feel that the Nine-Yang bloodline they had recovered was a fake bloodline. Qin Yun followed Baici out of the Dragon Hall and headed for the Sky Palace. The entrance to the Sky Palace was rather special. The entrances to the other 8 halls were all on the walls around the enormous palace in the middle. As for the entrance to the Sky Palace, it was in the air above the palace. The top of the palace was emitting a white light. The people who had just entered all thought that it was a glowing stone or something. But it was actually an entrance. "White manager, which hall are you from?" Xianxia asked. "I'm an elder of the Beast Hall, but I'm also a general manager. It's mainly because those old fellows are rather lazy, so they let me take care of some trivial matters," Baici said. Baici looked at the entrance above and said softly, "The Dragon Hall elder deliberately allowed you to enter the Sky Palace to arouse the dissatisfaction of the Sword Hall and then cause trouble for you. This Dragon Hall elder wants to see if you can deal with the Sword Hall." Xianxia is not afraid of the Sword Hall. Entering the Heavenly Palace is very important to him. Many of the 9 Divine Palace's secrets are hidden inside the Heavenly Palace. Only Xianxia knows about the various secret chambers and mechanisms. "Qin Fei, you can enter the Heavenly Palace. Just jump up," Baici said. "I won't go in. If there's nothing, we won't go in." "Why?" Xianxia is somewhat puzzled. "Can't you just casually enter?" Baici said, "Yes, we can't casually enter." To the elders of the other palaces, entering the Heavenly Palace without permission means that an elder wants to monopolize the 9 Divine Palace and will be jointly targeted by the other elders. "So that's how it is." Xianxia nodded. This elder of the 9 Divine Palace really knows how to restrain himself. Xianxia jumped up and charged towards the circular light screen in the middle of the palace. After entering, he arrived at the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace is a white space. It is different from the other palaces. There is no scenery or purple lightning here. It is a vast expanse of whiteness all around. And in the middle, there is a 9-story jade building that seems to be made of white jade floating in the air. The jade building is very large, it is square in shape and each floor is more than 10 meters tall. The jade building's door is tightly shut. It looks like it has not been opened for many years. Looks like none of them have entered this Heavenly Palace. Xianxia flew over and arrived in front of the door to take a look. There are no barriers or seals that can be easily opened. However, for many years, no one has ever stepped in. The upper echelons of the 9 Divine Palace all know that entering the Heavenly Palace without permission is taboo, so no one dared to enter. Xianxia entered the first floor of the Heavenly Palace. There are many books placed here, there are many large and small bookshelves. Some of the books are very large and are placed on the ground like a table. Nothing has been touched. Xianxia remembers that his Heavenly Palace has all kinds of ancient books. There are many things recorded inside, mainly about runes and cultivation techniques. Many of the runes and cultivation techniques recorded are useless. Useful runes will be passed down. The runes recorded in these books are merely notes made by the 9 Palace King when he was researching runes. Most of them are manuscripts and the like. He remembered that he had once arranged for many disciples of the Hall of Runes to be in charge of organizing these notes and recording down all the useful ones. This process had taken a total of over 1,000 years. The most important thing about the Heavenly Palace are the various passages that lead to some secret rooms. I wonder if the things inside the secret rooms are still there. Xianxia strolled around the first floor and arrived in front of a picture. The painting was huge and took up a large part of the wall. This painting was a landscape painting. Walking in front of the painting and looking at it carefully, one would feel as if they were immersed in the beautiful scenery of mountains and rivers. If one looked carefully, they would see that the landscape painting was made of mysterious runes. Xianxia pressed his hand on the landscape painting and with a thought, the landscape painting began to fluctuate. It's still the same, it consumes a lot of mental power. Xianxia smiled and stepped into the painting. After entering, he came to a place with beautiful mountains and rivers, just like the scenery in the painting. This is a space within a painting. Back then, Xianxia used spatial runes and a large amount of spatial materials to construct it. There was more than one such painting in the Sky Palace. Only he knew that there was a universe within the painting. Xianxia came out of the painting and sighed inwardly. The things he made back then were actually preserved so well. Why is it like this? Logically speaking, after so many years, these things should have decayed. Xianxia looked at everything here and felt that it was inconceivable. Just as Xianxia was feeling very puzzled, he suddenly felt something behind him. After he turned around, he saw a petite woman wearing a snow-white dress, smiling sweetly at him. This petite and exquisite woman is by sea. However, it is somewhat different from by sea has a faint majesty. Although she looks petite and exquisite, she has a kind of might that makes people revere her and consciously maintain a distance from her. And the woman in front of him has the same appearance as by sea, but she is very gentle and sweet. It can be said that she does not have the slightest bit of majesty. She is just like a little girl next door. Who are you? Xianxia said with a frown. You are not manager by Big Brother Palace King, don't you remember me? The white-dressed woman pouted, her big eyes are filled with hidden bitterness. You are Little Palace Spirit? Xianxia is suddenly shocked and shouted, Didn't your soul scatter? And, you even cultivated a physical body? Xianxia is surprised and also very happy. He said with a smile, Little Palace Spirit, so everything here is protected by you. Big Brother Palace King. Little Palace Spirit saw that Xianxia recognized her and immediately threw herself at Xianxia. Xianxia hugged this petite and lovely woman and gently caressed her head. At this moment, he also felt the Little Palace Spirit sobbing softly in his arms. Big Brother Palace King, it is really great to see you again. I thought I would never see you again. Little Palace Spirit's teary eyes are filled with joy as she looked at Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes are also a bit moist. He said with a smile, I am also very happy to see you. When your soul scattered, I was really sad and also very guilty. It was because I was not strong enough that you were destroyed. That's right, how did you come back to life? The Little Palace Spirit wiped away her tears and said with a smile, This is all because Big Brother Palace King spent many years guiding me and cultivating my soul, allowing me to grasp many arcane arts. That is why even if my soul is torn apart, I can still reform it. My soul was shattered into many parts and drifted in the starry sky. Later on, after many years, it finally reformed. Then I returned to this Xianxia divine palace and found out that Big Brother Palace King is no longer here. Then what happened to Bai Yi? Xianxia asked. Her soul was cursed. I was the one who helped her recover. Furthermore, I used her blood to build my body. That's why I look exactly like her. The Little Palace Spirit laughed. Then does she know of your existence? Do the other elders know? Xianxia asked. They all know of my existence but they have never seen me. Little Palace Spirit sighed and said, It's been many years, I finally see Big Brother Palace King again. That's right, what about Big Sister Yuro and the others? Nine Sun Divine Maiden is fine. Xianxia said with a smile, Divine Moon of the Heavens is also their home. That's great. Little Palace Spirit charmingly smiled, When I have the chance in the future, I want to get to know them. This Little Palace Spirit is a spirit body created by Xianxia through the Xianxia Divine Palace. Later on, it became very powerful. However, after the Xianxia Divine Palace was attacked, the Little Palace Spirit's soul also scattered. Little Palace Spirit, do you know how White Tiger died? Xianxia asked. Yes. Little Palace Spirit did not say it, she only mumbled and looked very conflicted. Did he not allow you to say it? Xianxia asked. Little Palace Spirit puffed up her face and nodded. She said with frown, Big Brother Palace King, don't make things difficult for me. I promised him that I would not tell anyone. I want to avenge him. Xianxia said solemnly, If you don't tell me, how can I avenge him? Big Brother Palace King, I know you will definitely avenge Uncle White Tiger but those people are too strong. The Xianxia Divine Palace only dared to return to the Divine Desolate Land after obtaining the protection of the powerful Divine Sun after the appearance of the Myriad Realms Divine Sun. Little Palace Spirit said. Then how will you tell me? Xianxia let out a long sigh. When you become strong enough, I'll tell you. Little Palace Spirit said, The Xianxia Divine Palace has been bullied for many years. They have been drifting in the outer heaven realm for many years and are in a sorry state. Moreover, they all know that there are many good things inside this divine palace and want to snatch them. Xianxia coldly snorted, From today onwards, whoever dares to snatch this divine palace will die a horrible death. Big Brother Palace King, the Xianxia Divine Palace is currently facing a great threat. Because this divine palace is very special. Although it was built by you, it has undergone a great change. Little Palace Spirit said. Were they bullied after obtaining the protection of the 9 suns? Xianxia asked. Every once in a while, the 9 suns have to undergo nirvana, so the divine palace has no choice but to hide. Little Palace Spirit said, my mission is to protect the 9 Yang divine palace and wait for Big Brother Palace King to return. Xianxia patted her head and said with a doting smile, Little Palace Spirit, it's been hard on you all these years. It's not hard at all, as long as I can still see Big Brother Palace King. Little Palace Spirit hugged Xianxia's arm. The two of them sat at the same table. Why did the 9 Yang divine palace obtain the protection of the 9 suns? Xianxia asked. Moreover, what kind of good thing is it that so many powerful fellows are eyeing it? Little Palace Spirit shook her head and said, I don't know either. I only know that I can communicate with the 9 suns from time to time and receive messages. When the 9 suns tell me to leave, I control the 9 Yang divine palace and leave. This time, it was also Myriad Realm's divine sun that told me to come back and help the imperial race restore the 9 sun royal race bloodline. The 9 Yang divine palace is recruiting disciples. Is this also the intention of Myriad Realm's divine sun? Xianxia asked. Myriad Realm's divine sun told me that the 9 Yang divine palace will face its greatest crisis in history. We must protect it well and not let it be destroyed. Little Palace Spirit said, during this period of time, I have also been under a lot of pressure. Fortunately, Big Brother Palace King has returned. Even Myriad Realm's divine sun can't protect the 9 Yang divine palace? Xianxia is somewhat astonished. The Myriad Realm's divine sun is very powerful. Right now, there are only 2 Myriad Realms divine Sunday. Only when all 9 of them are complete will it be the strongest. However, there will definitely be many mysterious powers that will prevent the Myriad Realm's divine sun from cultivating to great success, said the Little Palace Spirit. The 9 suns have always been cultivating and they have also experienced nirvana many times. Now they have finally cultivated Myriad Realm's divine sun. However, there are only 2 of them now. The other one is still very small. It will still take a very long time to cultivate 9 huge Myriad Realms divine Sunday. During this process, there will definitely be many difficulties and they will be obstructed by all kinds of mysterious powers. Suddenly, a burst of noise came from outside. End of chapter 2172. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.